She escaped his empire and left her past behind. 4 years later, he found her and dragged her back. Now, she's forced to hunt a traitor, threatening to destroy everything. What happens when the man who ruined your life is the only one who can help you survive the chaos he created? The Name He Kept, a web novel, dark romance by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The lock turned wet in her hand, the mechanism sticking the way it always did when the salt air settled into the brass overnight. Zorenne Thunn worked the key once, twice, felt the tumblers give, and pushed the door into the dark of Sun and Thunn recovery before the overhead light caught movement behind her desk. She stopped breathing. Thyren Dravnek sat in her chair. Not the client chair, her chair, the one with the worn armrest on the left where she braced her elbow during phone negotiations. He had not turned on the lamps. The only light came from the street through the blinds, strapping his face in pale bands. He did not say hello. He did not explain how he had gotten past the building locks. He simply watched her, with the same patient stillness she remembered from 4 years of late nights, crisis rooms, and the one morning she had woken before dawn and decided never to see him again. She set her bag on the filing cabinet by the door, closed the door behind her without looking away from him, let her keys fall into her coat pocket with a sound that filled the silence. "You are in my office. 8 minutes early." His voice had not changed, low, economical, the kind of voice that made other people fill pauses with confessions. "You are always early when something is wrong." "Nothing is wrong." "Then you are early because you wanted distance from your partner before he arrived. You argued with Wylie last night. You will not have resolved it." Her jaw tightened. She had argued with Wylie. About billing thresholds, about a client whose ethical lines she had stretched, about nothing that could explain how Thyren knew. "Get out of my chair." He stood, not hurried, not apologetic, just rising with the controlled economy of a man who did not waste motion. He moved around the desk and set a folder on the blotter, faced toward her chair, and stepped back to the client's side, as if the exchange of positions had been the point all along. She did not sit. "A contract." "There is a breach," he said. "The Dravnek archive has been leaking client data in timed waves for 6 weeks. 7 names in the first wave, 2 dead, 1 missing. The second wave was larger. Extortion across 4 wards. A protected family in the River District lost everything when their identity surfaced in municipal records tied to a debt they thought we had buried." She kept her face still. She had helped bury debts for the network. She had helped build the archive. She knew exactly how many people had trusted that system with names, accounts, safe addresses, and the locations of people they loved. "Why come to me?" "Because the leak is not random. It is surgical. Someone inside the archive is feeding our structure to the Morrow Circle in curated batches, and every trace I follow leads to a dead account or a sealed access tier I cannot open without the right credential." He paused. "Or the right person." She looked at the folder. The cover was blank except for a reference code stamped in faded ink, old Dravnek formatting, pre-reform, from the years before Thyren had restructured the records division into something that could be called an archive at all. "If this is a recruitment pitch, you wasted a trip." "This is a debt collection." "Then send a collector." "I am sending the only collector who can find the source before the next wave kills the rest of the first protection list." He waited. When she did not answer, he said her name. Not Zorenne, not the name on the business license, the lease, the tax filings, the life she had built. He said the name she had not heard spoken aloud since the night she left the network. Her birth name, the one sealed in Dravnek registry credentials, the one she had paid a forger to replace on every official document before she opened the firm. The room went cold around the edges. "Do not call me that. Open the file." She did not want to. Every instinct she had spent 4 years sharpening told her to walk him out, lock the door, call Wylie, and pretend this morning had never happened. but her hand reached for the folder anyway, as if the name still carried enough authority over her body to override her mind. The first page was a contract. Standard Dravnek terms, liability waivers, non-disclosure clauses, payment structure. Her birth name filled the client field in clean type, and below it, a single line of additional text. This engagement may not be delegated, subcontracted, or transferred. She lifted page. Beneath it lay a list. 7 names, ages, addresses, estimated exposure dates. 2 had red check marks beside them, the verification of death. 1 had a question mark. Beside the last name on the list, a handwritten notation in a clerk's tight script. Contacted Zorenne Thunn recovery per protocol. No response received. She stared at it. This is my firm's name, on an internal Dravnek contact protocol. Your firm is on record with the Municipal Licensing Board. You handle high-conflict debt recovery. The pre-reform system still treats that as a valid resource tier. You have been tracking me. I have been tracking the leak. He said it flatly, without apology. The system flagged your firm because your birth credential is embedded in the old access architecture. The protocol pulled you as a resource the moment the breach touched your operational radius. She tasted something metallic. Fear or fury. She could not tell which anymore. You did not come here because the system flagged me. You came here because you wanted to see if I would pick up when you called. He did not deny it. He stood across the desk, watching her read the contract again, and waited. The breach was real. She could see it in the file, in the names, in the careful chronology of exposure that read like a countdown. People were dying because the archive was hemorrhaging secrets. The Moro Circle was buying fragments and building a weapon from them, and somewhere inside the Dravnek machine, someone had designed a system that still recognized her, that had reached through 4 years and pulled her firm into the response chain without asking permission. She closed the folder. I have terms. Name them. I work as an external contractor. Full investigative authority, written and signed. Access to every layer of the archive, including the sealed sectors. No coercive methods, no physical enforcement, and a written exit clause I can trigger without penalty if you lie to me about material facts. He did not blink. Done. I write the access credentials. I choose who sees my findings. I report to you alone, not to your command structure, not to Solon, not to any lieutenant who decides my presence is a political problem. Done. She pulled a pen from her coat, clicked it, and held it over the signature line. If I find out you brought me here under false premises, I walk. No negotiation, no graceful exit. I take every file I have generated and leave your archive standing open for whoever wants it. Understood? Understood, she signed. The pen scratched across the paper, and the name she had buried for 4 years came back into legal existence on a Dravnek contract, binding her to a man she had loved hard enough to leave before he consumed her whole. Thyren took the folder without looking at the signature. He had never doubted she would sign. That certainty, more than the breach, more than the dead names on the list, was what made her want to tear the contract in half and run. But she did not run. She set the pen down and matched his gaze. Where do I start? The archive. He tucked the folder under his arm. Ivara Quist is expecting you. She does not know why I hired you. I told her you were a forensic contractor with experience in pre-reform accounting structures. She will recognize me. Everyone in the archive will recognize you. That is why you are the right person for this work. They remember what you could read in a ledger. Thyren paused at the door, his hand on the frame, and looked at her with an expression she could not name. Not warmth, not satisfaction. Something closer to grief, held at a distance. You look well, Zorenne. He left before she could answer. She stood alone in the office, the streetlight shifting as a cloud passed, and the silence he left behind was heavier than any argument she had prepared for last night with Wylie. Her hand was still shaking. She looked down at the contract on the desk, at her signature, her old name, the ink still wet. She had signed without reading the termination clause. That was the first mistake she had made with Thyren Dravnek in 5 years. She did not know what the second one would cost. Chapter 2. She stood in the dark office for a long time after he left. The contract lay open on her desk, her signature still visible in the streetlight, the ink dried to a dull finish against the paper. She did not touch it. She stood with her arms crossed, pressing her palm against the scar beneath her ribs, feeling the old wound ache in a way that had nothing to do with weather. 4 years. 4 years of routine, of respectable clients, of building a firm that answered to municipal law and nothing darker. 4 years of telling herself the name she had buried was dead, that the woman who had loved Thyren Dravnek had been a younger, more desperate version of herself, someone she had shed like a paper shell. And he had walked in, set a contract on her desk, and proved the shell was thinner than she had let herself believe. She picked up the folder again. Not the contract, the file underneath it, the one with the names. 7 exposed in the first wave, 2 dead, 1 missing, 4 still breathing, if breathing was the right word for people who had just learned their hidden identities were no longer hidden. She read the names slowly. Velma Kost, a dress traitor, found in the river 3 days after the first release. Mira Hennish, former municipal clerk, dead in her apartment, ruled suicide. Bennett Clune, missing since the second wave. The rest were still alive, but the file noted surveillance sightings from Morrow-adjacent operators. They were being watched, measured, timed. The circle was not striking yet. They were waiting for the full list, the complete archive, the weapon that would let them dismantle the Dravnek network in a single coordinated move. She closed the file. Her hand was steady now. The shaking had passed. She pulled a fresh sheet of paper from her drawer and began writing. Not a contract. Terms of engagement. Conditions of entry. A framework that defined exactly what she would accept, what she would refuse, and what she would do if the ground shifted under her feet again. Full investigative authority written and signed. Access to every archive sector, including sealed pre-reform layers. No coercive methods, no physical enforcement, no expectation that she would handle assets or bodies. A written exit clause she could trigger without penalty if he lied about material facts. She wrote more. Reporting chain limited to Thyren Dravnek alone. No disclosure to Solon Brockie. No disclosure to senior lieutenants. No information shared with command structure without her written consent. Access credentials written by her, for her, with independent revocation authority. Right to remove any file, record, or data fragment from the archive for external safekeeping. Right to terminate the engagement immediately if she discovered she had been recruited under false premises. She paused over that last line. False premises. The phrase covered a lot of ground. It covered lies of omission. It covered manipulated timelines. It covered the possibility that Thyren had known exactly what would bring her back and had tailored the contract accordingly. She left the line in. Then she wrote the termination clause, the one she had failed to read before signing. She wrote it now, in her own hand, on her own terms. Upon termination, all files generated during the engagement become the sole property of Zorenne Thunn Recovery. No Dravnek personnel may access, copy, or retain any work product without written authorization from Zorenne Thunn, signed and witnessed. The exit was clean. The exit was hers. She read the document through twice, made one correction, and set it aside. Then she called Wylie. He answered on the second ring, his voice rough with the suspicion that came from knowing her too well. "It is midnight, Zorenne. I signed a contract with Thyren Dravnek." The silence stretched long enough for her to count his breaths. "Say that again." "I signed a contract with Thyren Dravnek. The Dravnek archive is leaking client data in timed waves. The Morrow Circle is buying the fragments. People are dead. He asked me to trace the breach, and I agreed." "And you called me at midnight to tell me this? Why? Because you wanted my blessing? Or because you want me to talk you out of it before you actually show up at that archive?" "Because I need you to witness the terms." Another silence, shorter this time, tighter. "What terms?" She read them to him. Every line, every condition, every exit clause. When she finished, Wylie let out a breath that sounded like a hurt. "You wrote a contract that lets you walk away the second he lies to you." "Yes. And you think that will matter if he decides to keep you there anyway?" "It matters because he signed it. He signed your first contract too. You told me that story 3 years ago. You said he signed everything you put in front of him, no bargaining, no hesitation, and that was what scared you most." She had no answer for that. "Zorenne," Wylie's voice shifted, the edge softening into something closer to worry. You are not going back because the case is clean. You are going back because you never stopped wanting to know if he would still choose you after everything. And now you know. He walked into your office, put your old name on a contract, and waited for you to say yes. That is not a professional opportunity. That is a test you are already failing because you think you are the one setting the terms. I am setting the terms. You wrote conditions he will never violate because he does not need to. He already has what he wants. You agreed to come back. The rest is paperwork. She pressed her palm against the scar again. The ache was familiar, almost comforting. Wylie, I need you to witness the terms tomorrow morning at the office. I will be there. He hung up without saying goodbye. She stood in the dark office, the phone still warm against her ear, and looked at the paper she had covered in her own handwriting. The terms were clean. The conditions were explicit. The exit clause was airtight. None of it made her feel safe. She folded the paper, tucked it into her coat, and left the office without turning on the lights. Morning came gray and damp, the kind of Verrin morning that seeped through windows and settled in bones. Zorenne arrived at the office at 6, earlier than usual, earlier than Wylie would expect. She wanted the room, the desk, the silence to feel like hers again before she handed any of it over to the Dravnek case. She brewed coffee, set out 2 cups, and waited. Wylie walked in at 7 sharp, a file folder under his arm and a look on his face that she recognized as carefully contained anger. You look like you have not slept. I slept. You look like you slept in your coat. She did not argue. She slid the terms across the desk. Wylie read them standing, his eyes moving fast over the lines she had written. He read the termination clause twice. When he finished, he set the paper down and looked at her with something that might have been respect, might have been resignation. This is good work. I know. If he breaches any of these, you walk. No negotiation, no second chance, no room for him to argue intent. I know. Wylie pulled a pen from his pocket, signed as witness, and dated the page. Now what? She took the paper back, folded it, and tucked it into her coat. Now I go to the archive. Alone? He is meeting me there. Wylie's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He stood in the doorway as she gathered her bag, her keys, the file with the dead names still inside it. Zorenne. She stopped. Read the termination clause in the contract he gave you. I wrote my own terms. They supersede. Read his anyway. She did not answer. She walked past him, out of the office, into the gray morning, and felt his eyes on her back until the door closed behind her. The archive stood in the river ward, a converted warehouse with reinforced windows and a facade that advertised itself as a municipal records annex. Zorenne had walked through its doors 100 times during her years inside the Dravnek network. She had cataloged its access hierarchies, mapped its credential tiers, and learned to read its silence the way sailors read tide tables. She stopped at the entrance, her hand on the handle, and felt her pulse move through her throat like something trying to escape. The door opened before she touched it. Thyren stood inside, holding the door for her as if he had been waiting for her arrival since the moment he left her office the night before. The archive is ready for you. You told Ivara I was a forensic contractor. I told Ivara you were the forensic contractor. He held the door wider. She will not ask questions. Zorenne stepped inside. The air hit her first, cold and dry, the smell of paper, metal cabinets, and the faint chemical tang of preservation sprays. The archive had not changed. Rows of shelving stretched into the dim light, organized by sector, color-coded in the old Dravnek system she had memorized years ago. Vava Christ stood at the main desk, a severe woman in wire-rimmed glasses, her silver hair pinned so tight it looked like armor. She did not look surprised to see Zorenne. Miss Thunn. Miss Quist. Thyren tells me you are here to review pre-reform accounting structures for a client audit. That is correct. Ivara's gaze flicked to Thyren, then back to Zorenne. She said nothing else. She simply turned and led them into the archive's deeper corridors, her footsteps precise and unhurried. Zorenne followed, Thyren a step behind her, and felt the weight of the building settle over her shoulders like a coat she had never really taken off. The archive remembered her. She was not sure yet whether that would save her or bury her. Chapter 3. The archives smelled the same. Cold paper, metal cabinets, the faint chemical bite of preservation spray mixed with decades of settled dust. Zoyan's body remembered it before her mind caught up, her shoulders squaring as she stepped deeper into the corridor, her feet finding the rhythm of a floor she had not walked in 4 years. Ivara led without looking back, her silver head a fixed point in the dim light. The archive stretched on 3 levels, open shelving divided by color-coded sectors, yellow for active accounts, blue for closed files, red for sectors she had never been authorized to touch. The Ren section had grown. 3 new rows of cabinets where there had been one before. Thyren walked a step behind her, close enough that she felt the heat of his presence without turning. He did not speak. He did not need to. The silence between them said more than any question could. Ivara stopped at a door marked Sector 4B and pressed her palm to a scanner. The lock clicked. This is where the release patterns originated. Zorenne stepped past her into the room. Terminals lined the walls, their screens dark. A central table held printed logs, access reports, and a map of the archive's credential architecture, marked with red flags for each breach point. She moved to the table without hesitation, her hands finding the logs as if 4 years of distance had not happened. Show me the timestamps. Ivara pulled up a digital display. The release data scrolled in columns, each entry marked with a sector code and a time signature. Zorenne read the pattern standing, her eyes tracking the numbers with the fluency of someone reading a language she had never stopped speaking. These releases are too precise for theft. Agreed. They knew exactly which files to pull and when to pull them. Ivara's fingers hovered over the keyboard. The intervals suggest system logic, not human improvisation. Zorenne looked up. System logic? Machine release, not manual export. The words settled into her chest like a stone. She turned to Thyren. You told me this was a leak. It is a leak, but not a human leak. I did not know the mechanism when I hired you. I knew the effect. She held his gaze, reading the calculation behind his stillness. He had told her enough to bring her in, not enough to scare her off. The distinction mattered. Show me the full access tree, Ivara typed. The map on the terminal shifted, expanding into layers Zorenne had not seen in years. Pre-reform architecture, old credential chains, dormant protocols that predated Thyren's rule. One branch caught her eye. A credential designation she recognized. Her own. Pull that line. Ivara hesitated. That sector is sealed. Pull it anyway. Ivara's fingers moved. The screen flickered, then went dark. A message appeared in red text. Access denied. Credential override required. Zorenne stared at the words. The system knew her. It remembered the name she had buried, the identity she had locked away with every legal document she could alter. Who has override authority? Segri's bylaw was flat. Only legacy credentials from the original archive architecture. Which means whoever held an investigator designation under the old system before the reforms. Zorenne's pulse moved through her throat. Old system. Before the reforms. Before Thyren took control and started reshaping the machine into something with rules. She had held that designation. Under her birth name. That sector needs to be opened. Thyren's voice came from the doorway. Then we open it. She looked at him. You do not have the credential. No. Then how? By finding the person who does. The silence stretched. Zorenne understood what he was not saying. The credential was hers. The name on it was hers. The only way to open that sector was to use the identity she had spent 4 years trying to forget. You knew. I suspected. You hired me under false premises. I hired you because you were the only person who can finish this. She turned back to the terminal, her hands flat on the table, her breathing measured. The anger was there, coiled and familiar, but beneath it lay something colder. Recognition. He was right. The system had been designed to recognize her, not the woman she had become, but the one she had been. The investigator who had cataloged its hierarchies, mapped its secrets, and learned to read its language until the archive felt like an extension of her own ribs. Do not open that sector yet. Thyren did not argue. I need to understand the architecture first. How far this reaches. What else is tied to the old credential tree? Ivara nodded once. Zorenne turned from the table and walked to the door. Thyren stepped aside to let her pass, his shoulder brushing hers in the narrow frame. The headquarters has changed. He followed her into the corridor. You noticed. The operations wing is smaller, fewer armed personnel on rotation. The collection reports I saw on the way in were digitized, not paper. Paper leaves traces. You used to prefer paper. I used to prefer a lot of things. His voice dropped. I learned to prefer different ones. She stopped walking. The corridor stretched ahead, empty, the archive's silence pressing against her ears. Why me, Thyren? Because you still move through this building like you own it. 4 years. 4 years. He did not step closer, and your body still remembers the routes before your mind does. You walked into Sector 4B without asking for directions. You found the access tree without being told where it was stored. She said nothing. You left the network, Zorenne. You did not unlearn it. The words landed like a verdict. She started walking again, faster this time, her heels striking the floor with deliberate precision. The archive opened into a larger atrium, a reception area she did not recognize. New desks, new glass partitions, new security screens. But the faces behind the desks were not new. An older woman with cropped gray hair looked up from a terminal, her eyes tracking Zorenne with the flat recognition of someone cataloging a debt. A man in a dark coat stopped mid-conversation, his gaze sliding to her and staying there. They remembered her. Every one of them. Thyren's voice came low at her shoulder. You wanted to know if this place had changed. She watched the woman's eyes follow her across the atrium. It has not changed enough. Chapter 4. She started down the stairs. At the bottom, her heels hit the atrium floor and the weight of the building settled around her again, familiar as a coat she hated for still fitting. Thyren caught up at the front desk. The access tree will be compiled by dawn. You said that already. I am saying it again so you hear that I mean it. She stopped, turned, looked at him with the flat patience she used on hostile witnesses during depositions. I heard you the first time. The question is whether the system will let Ivara pull what I need before someone notices the query. Braque, she agreed, and whoever else watches the anomaly logs. Thyren's jaw tightened. He did not deny it. He did not tell her she was wrong. That silence told her more than words would have. I will handle Solane. You cannot handle Solane by ignoring him. He will not stop because you outrank him. He will stop because something changes his calculation about what is worth the cost. And what would change his calculation? She let the question hang. She did not have an answer. That was the problem. The walk back to the archive entrance took them past the collections floor, the compliance office, the sealed documents unit she had seen on the tour. The glass-walled rooms looked different now, not like reform, but like a stage set. The staff moved through their roles with practiced efficiency, but how many of them answered to Solon Braki when Thyren was not looking? At the door, Ivara was waiting. No hesitation this time, no deference to Thyren's schedule. She held a tablet in both hands, her fingers pressed to the screen as if the device might speak without her permission. The access tree is compiling. Zorenne took the tablet. The screen showed a sprawling network of nodes, each one marked with a credential tier and a date stamp. The old architecture. The skeleton of the system before the reforms. Pull the sector maps first. I need to know which layers are still connected to the legacy credential tree. Already queued. Ivara reached for the tablet, then stopped. There is something else. What? The dormant protocols. I cross-checked them against the terminal wipe from earlier. Her voice dropped. The wipe was not triggered by a manual command. It was a safety cut. The system closed itself when I approached the credential line. Closed itself, or was closed by someone watching? Ivara's face went still. I do not know. But she was not denying the possibility. Thyren stepped closer, reading over Zorenne's shoulder. His body heat registered before she could block it, a memory of standing this close in a different room, a different year. She shifted the tablet so the screen angled away from him. You should not be here when Braki realizes I am pulling legacy architecture. The archive is my jurisdiction. Your jurisdiction has eyes. Braki will ask who authorized this query. If you tell him you did, he escalates. If you tell him I did, he escalates faster. Thyren held her gaze. Then I will tell him I authorized it without consulting him, and he can take the grievance to Command Review. Command Review will side with you. Probably. And Bracky will know you are protecting me. He already knows. She looked at him. He did not look away. That is the problem. She turned back to Avara. Finish the tree. Send it to my terminal at Zorenne Thunn. No hard copy, no internal mail. Use the encrypted channel Wylie set up for municipal filings. Avara nodded once and stepped back into the archive corridor. The door clicked shut behind her. The atrium was quiet. The staff had stopped pretending not to watch. Zorenne walked toward the main entrance. Thyren followed, matching her stride instead of leading. You are right about Bracky, he said, low enough that only she could hear. He will push. He will use your presence as evidence that I have divided loyalties. You do have divided loyalties. I have one loyalty. It is not divided. It is precisely placed. She stopped at the door. Her hand rested on the handle, the glass cold against her palm. She did not turn around. You placed that loyalty 4 years ago. You cannot expect it to mean the same thing now. I do not expect it to mean anything. I am telling you that it has not changed. The words settled between them, heavy, unwelcome, true. She opened the door. The riverward air hit her face, damp and cold, carrying the smell of salt and rot from the water. Get me the access tree by dawn, and keep Bracky away from Avara's workspace. Zorenne! She turned, a step into the street, the door half open. Thyren stood in the frame, his silhouette sharp against the archive lights. The termination clause. You should read it. Her pulse flickered. Why now? Because you are asking the right questions. His voice was quiet. And because I want you to choose what to do with the answers. The door closed between them. She stood in the street, the archive at her back, the river ward breathing around her, and the unread clause sat in her memory like a locked box she had promised to open and kept sealed. The encrypted channel pinged on her terminal before she reached the corner. The access tree was compiling. But the message was not from Avara. It was from Wylie. She opened it while her feet kept moving through the wet streets. One of the names from the first wave just surfaced. Found alive, 3 wards over. Says he was not missing. He was hidden. By someone inside Dravnek. She stopped reading. Hidden, not taken. Hidden, by someone inside the network. The leak was not the only thing moving beneath the surface. Someone was playing a longer game. Chapter 5. She read Wylie's message twice on the walk back, the words settling in her chest like a stone she could not swallow. One of the names from the first wave just surfaced. Found alive, 3 wards over. Says he was not missing, he was hidden, by someone inside Dravnek. Hidden, not taken. She reached the corner where the river ward bled into the commercial district, the damp cobbles slick under her heels. The street lamps cast yellow pools across the wet stone, and the few night walkers kept their heads down, hands in pockets, moving fast. Her terminal buzzed again. Another message, this one from an encrypted relay she recognized as Avara's bypass channel. Access tree compiled, sent to your Sun terminal confirmation line, Sector 4B logs attached. You will want to see what I found in the dead accounts. Dead accounts. Credentials that belong to people who no longer worked inside the Dravnek network, or people who no longer existed in any form that mattered. Zorenne picked up her pace. The Zorenne Thunn office sat at the end of a narrow street lined with repurposed warehouses and glass-fronted firms that did not ask questions about their neighbors. She let herself in through the side entrance, bypassing the lobby, climbing the back stairs to the second floor where her terminal waited in the dark. She did not turn on the overhead lights. The screen glow was enough. The access tree filled her display, a dense web of credential tiers, date stamps, and entry logs that mapped every layer of the archine architecture. Avara had tagged the dead accounts in red, a cluster of old access points that should have been scrubbed during the reforms. Zorenne pulled the Sector 4B logs. The release patterns spread across her screen like veins on a diagram, a pulse of data every 72 hours, precise, rhythmic, surgical. She had seen this pattern before. In the old days, when the network used timed releases to move assets between shell accounts without attracting municipal attention, the rhythm was deliberate. It was designed to look like routine traffic while the real movement happened beneath the surface. But the archive was not moving assets. It was leaking identities. She cross-referenced the release timestamps against the dead account logins. The first match came at 3:14 on a Tuesday, a credential that had been dormant for 6 years, punching into the release architecture like a ghost turning a key. The account belonged to someone named Ellery Venn. Zorenne pulled the personnel file. Venn had been a mid-level archive processor under Thyren's father, terminated 3 months before the reforms took hold. The record listed cause of departure as voluntary resignation, but there was a flag attached to the file, a red mark she recognized from the old internal security protocols. Flag code 47. Personnel removed under investigation. Outcome sealed. She searched the name across the remaining access logs. Venn's credential appeared 7 more times in the last 4 weeks, each login corresponding to a release wave. Dead accounts did not log in. Someone was using Ellery Venn's credential to move inside the system, someone who still had access to the old credential tree, the layer that had not been fully retired when Thyren took control. Her terminal buzzed again. Ivara, you are looking at Venn. I cross-checked the dead account activity against physical keycard logs. No one entered Sector 4B on any of those timestamps. The logins are remote or they are the system itself. Zorenne typed back. Explain. A pause. Then Ivara's response came in fragments, as if she was typing while running the logic in her head. The dead accounts are not being used by a person. They are being used by a protocol. The release trigger is the old pre-reform architecture. When the reforms activated certain thresholds, the system began pulling dead credentials to execute the releases. It is using expired IDs as proxies. The chair creaked as Zorenne sat back. A protocol, not a person. The system was leaking itself, but that did not explain the precision, the curated batches, the selection of specific client names over others. She typed again. Who programmed the selection criteria? That is the problem. The criteria are not in the active logs. They are in the sealed sector, the one your legacy credential can open. The screen waited. The cursor blinked. Zorenne stared at the name at the top of the sealed sector access request. Her birth name. The one she had buried when she left Thyren's world. The one she had never expected to see in writing again after the contract. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. Can you pull the protocol architecture without opening the sealed sector? No. The trigger logic is behind the same lock. Whoever built this designed it so that the only way to kill the releases is to enter from the inside. From the inside. With the identity she had spent 4 years trying to outrun, she closed the message window and pulled up the access tree again. The dead accounts were all clustered in the same tier, an old pre-reform layer that had been buried beneath the new architecture. Someone had built the system to remember the old pathways. Someone had wired the protocol into the foundation. Her terminal pinged one last time. Ivara. No message, just an attachment. A timestamp log from the sealed sector's last manual entry. 4 years ago, the night Zorenne left. She opened the file. The entry record showed a single credential used to access the sealed sector less than an hour before she walked out of the Dravnek network for the last time. Her own credential. Her birth name. She had accessed the sealed sector on the night she left, and she had no memory of doing it. The chair scraped back as she stood. Her pulse hammered against her ribs, a rhythm she could not slow. The system was not just leaking, it was waking up, and it had been waiting for her. Chapter 6. Zorenne locked the office door behind her and stood in the dark for 3 full breaths before she reached for the light. The desk was exactly as she had left it. Papers stacked in neat tiers. The access tree printout waited under the brass paper knife Wylie had given her when they signed the partnership agreement. Everything in its place. Everything arranged to her specifications. She crossed to the window and looked down at the street. The rain had stopped, leaving the pavement slick and black under the street lamps. A municipal truck rolled past, slow, anonymous. No one watching. No one she could see. The night she left the network, she had walked out of the archive with blood on her shirt and no memory of the last hour. She had told herself it was shock, the adrenaline of leaving. The body sometimes overwrote trauma with blankness, and she had been too grateful for the clean break to question what she could not recall. But the archive had not forgotten. Her birth name credential had accessed the sealed sector less than an hour before she fled, and she had no memory of doing it. The terminal log was not wrong. Ovara had sent the raw timestamp data, unmodified, pulled from the sector entry recorder that wrote its own backups to a separate physical drive. The kind of record that could not be tampered with unless someone had access to two independent systems simultaneously. Someone had used her name to open the sealed sector. Someone who looked like her, moved like her, had the same credential. Or she had done it herself and blocked it out. The door to the outer office opened. She turned. Wylie stood in the doorway with his coat still on, a paper cup in each hand, his face carrying the particular expression he wore when he had already decided the conversation was going to be unpleasant. "You are still here," he said. "I live here. You work here. You sleep in the back room when the case demands it, but you do not live here." He set one of the cups on the corner of her desk and shrugged off his coat. "It is almost 2 in the morning. I checked 3 coffee shops before I found one still open. Drink it before I decide I wasted my money." She wrapped her hands around the cup. The heat burned into her palms. She did not drink. Wylie sat in the chair across from her desk and waited. She had known him for 3 years. They had built Zorenne Thunn recovery from a single client and a lease she could barely afford into a firm that handled 6 figures in recoveries per quarter. He had signed the witness line on her terms of engagement with the Dravnek network. He had warned her she was walking back into a test she was already failing. He knew her well enough to let the silence stretch until she broke it. "The system is automated," she said. "The leak is not a person inside the archive. It is a dead man protocol running on old pre-reform architecture. It uses terminated employee credentials as proxies to release the data." Wylie's face did not change. "How long have you known that?" "3 hours, maybe 4. And you were only telling me now because I walked in and found you sitting in the dark." "I was processing." "You were hiding." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, the paper cup forgotten in his hands. "That is what you do when the case turns personal. You go quiet. You retreat into procedure. You stop telling me things until I corner you in your own office and force the truth out of you." The accusation landed cleanly because it was true. Zorenne set the coffee down. "The sealed sector requires my legacy credential to open, the one attached to the name I buried. I know what it requires. I accessed it the night I left. The timestamp log shows my birth name credential entered the sealed sector less than an hour before I walked out. I do not remember doing it." Wylie's jaw tightened. He set his cup on the desk with careful precision, a man controlling the impulse to break something. "You do not remember, or you do not want to remember. I checked the log 4 times. It is accurate." "That is not what I asked." She met his gaze. "I do not remember." The silence between them stretched, not hostile but weighted, the kind of space that held everything neither of them wanted to say aloud. Wylie broke it first. "Thyren knew. We established that. Do not deflect." His voice stayed low, even, the tone he used in negotiations when he was about to play his whole card. "Thyren knew the leak was automated. He knew your credential was the key. He hired you because you are the only person in Verrin who can shut it down. That is not a coincidence. That is a strategy designed around you." He admitted that. "Did he admit how long he has been watching you?" The question landed like a blade slipped between ribs. Zorenne's hands went still on the desktop. "What do you mean?" "I mean the coffee." Wylie gestured at the cup she had not touched. "The one waiting for you the first morning you arrived at the archive. The exact order, temperature correct. The same place you used to buy it 4 years ago, before the shop changed ownership and the recipe shifted slightly." He paused. Thyren knew the new specifications too. She stared at the cup. "You did not tell him what you drink now," Wylie continued. "I know you did not because I asked. The morning after you signed the contract, before you went to the archive, I called you and asked if you had given him any details about your current life. You said no. You said you had not mentioned your office address, your usual routes, your schedule, or your preferences. I did not. Then how did he know? The question hung in the air, cold and patient. Zorenne picked up the coffee cup and held it without drinking. The heat had begun to fade. I do not know. That is what scares you, Wylie said. Not the leak, not the protocol, not the Moro Circle waiting for a full archive release. What scares you is that Thyren has been tracking your life for 4 years and you never noticed. She set the cup down. Her fingers were steady. Her voice was steady. If he has been monitoring me, I want to know how. You want to know if he has people watching your building, if he has access to your municipal records, if you had someone in the coffee shop. Wylie leaned back. That is the wrong question. What is the right question? The one you will not ask yourself. He held her gaze. How much of your current life is still your own, and how much of it was arranged around a perimeter you never saw? The room felt smaller. Zorenne looked at the access tree printout, the timestamp log, the open file on her terminal. All the evidence she had collected, all the answers she had chased. But Wylie was not asking about evidence. He was asking about the shape of the cage she had walked into without recognizing the bars. I need to know, she said. Then find out. Wylie stood, picked up his coat, and moved toward the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame. But Zorenne, when you find the answer, do not lie to yourself about what it means. He left. The outer door clicked shut. She sat alone in the office, with the cooling coffee and the open terminal and the timestamp log that proved she had entered the sealed sector on the night she left 4 years ago, with no memory of doing it. Her phone buzzed. A message from a number she did not recognize. Consider the coffee a welcome home. I have always known where you buy it. The question is how far back you want to trace the thread. No signature. She read it twice. The third time her phone buzzed again, a second message from the same number. Bastien Marrow meets at the municipal taproom tomorrow. Heard you have questions about purchasing patterns? Bring cash. Chapter 7. The municipal taproom sat at the corner of a street that belonged to no one and everyone. A neutral zone where city clerks, debt runners, and syndicate messengers drank at the same scarred tables without acknowledging each other. Zorenne arrived early enough to choose her seat. Back to the wall. Exit in view. The window gave her the street in both directions. She ordered nothing and waited with an envelope of cash in her coat pocket, enough to buy answers or walk away from bad ones. The taproom smelled of stale ale and floor wax, the kind of establishment that had survived decades by never asking why anyone was there. Bastien Marrow came in at 7 minutes past the hour. He moved like a man who had learned to occupy space without drawing attention. Medium height, nondescript coat, a face that would slide out of memory the moment he left a room. He carried a folded newspaper and a half-empty glass of something dark. He sat across from her without greeting. You received my message, he said. Your message, or the one someone sent using your name? Bastien's mouth twitched. Fair question. He set the glass down and slid the newspaper across the table. Someone reached out to me yesterday. Said you would be in touch. Paid a retainer in advance so I would show up. Who? Anonymous relay. Encrypted channel. The kind that leaves no trace unless you know which municipal server farm to pull the logs from. He shrugged. I did not push. Good information comes from trusting the shape of the offer, not the source. Zorenne laid the envelope on the table between them. I need to know what the Moro Circle is buying. Bastien's gaze dropped to the envelope, then rose to her face. You are asking the wrong preliminary question. Then correct me. You are not here to confirm that they are buying. You already know that. You are here to find out whether the sales are being engineered to a pattern. He tapped the newspaper. That is the question that costs extra. She slid the envelope closer to him. I brought enough. Bastien picked it up, weighed it once, and tucked it inside his coat without counting. A professional courtesy, or a man who already knew what it contained. The circle is acquiring in batches, he said. Curated lots, not random scraps. Someone on the supply side is sorting the data before it reaches market. Client names with active accounts, names with family ties to municipal officials, names with outstanding debts that could be leveraged. He paused. Names with connections to you. She kept her breathing even. Show me. Bastien unfolded the newspaper and turned it toward her. The pages were not print. They were ledger sheets, thin and filmy, copied from a source that had been folded into the paper's spine. She read the first column. 7 names, all from the first wave, all marked with codes she recognized from the archive's internal classification system. "These are not raw extracts," she said. "No, they have been sorted, prioritized. Someone is grading the data before it hits the street." Bastien leaned back. "The Circle is paying premium prices for names that can be weaponized immediately. They are not interested in historical records or dormant accounts. They want pressure points." Zorenne ran her finger down the column. Each name had a notation in the margin. The handwriting was uniform, precise, someone who had been trained in archival procedure. The same procedure she had learned inside the Dravnek network. "Who is sorting the batches?" "Unknown. The relay is double-blind. The sorter never touches the product. The buyer never sees the sorter." Bastien picked up his glass. "But the pattern is consistent enough to trace. The releases are timed to create secondary waves, panic windows, where people who see a neighbor's name surface will make mistakes, sell assets, move money, break cover." She looked up. "The leak is not just about exposure. It is about forcing movement. Now you are asking the right questions." Zorenne studied the ledger sheets. The classification codes, the notations, the rhythm of the releases all matched what she had seen in the archive logs. The protocol was not random. It was architecture, designed to produce a specific outcome. Someone had built this system to destabilize Verrin on a schedule. "I need to know who is running the sales on the buyer side," she said. "Kaya Rulin." The name landed like a stone in still water. "She is the Circle's acquisition lead," Bastien continued. "Young, ambitious, and smart enough to recognize leverage when she sees it. She has been building a map of every name that surfaces, cross-referencing against municipal records, debt rolls, and family connections. She is not buying data. She is buying a constituency." "A constituency for what?" "For the moment the full archive lands." Bastien set his glass down. "When that happens, Kaya Rulin will have the tools to dismantle half the protected structures in Verrin. She will know who owes what, who is hiding behind shell companies, and which families are vulnerable to exposure. That is not extortion. That is takeover." Zorenne sat with the weight of it settling across her shoulders. The Dead Man Protocol was not just a leak. It was a key, and someone had been turning it slowly for weeks, preparing the lock for the moment the door swung open. "The releases are accelerating," she said. 72 hours between batches, consistent, predictable. Bastien's eyes held hers, but the last batch came early, by 6 hours. "That is the first deviation I have seen since the pattern began. Early, not late. Early, which means someone shortened the cycle. Either the system is being pushed faster than its original design, or someone on the inside is overriding the timing." Solon, the name surfaced before she could stop it. Solon Braca had the access. He had the motive. If he believed Thyren's reforms were destroying the network, accelerating the leak would prove his argument by making the damage worse. But she needed evidence. "Where is the next release scheduled?" Bastien did not answer immediately. He looked past her, toward the window, and his expression shifted. Zorenne followed his gaze. A man stood across the street, half hidden in the recessed doorway of a shuttered tailor shop. He was not looking at the tap room. He was looking at her. Tall, lean, wearing a coat too expensive for the neighborhood. He was not a watcher who had followed her. He was a watcher who had been waiting. "Kaya Rulin's people move fast," Bastien said, his voice low. "Faster than I expected." Zorenne kept her hands still on the ledger sheets. "He is not here for you. He is here because someone told him you would be." Bastien reached for his glass and drained it in one motion. "That means my name is burned. Your name is flagged. And whoever sent those messages to us both is already 3 moves ahead." She folded the ledger sheets and slid them into her coat. The man across the street had not moved. "Where's the next release scheduled?" she repeated. Bastien stood. "Check the 3rd column of the 2nd sheet. The address is written in the margin." He pulled his coat tighter. "And Zorenne, if Kaya Rulin has a watcher on this street, she knows you are in play. Do not assume you have time to verify everything before you act." He walked out the back exit without looking back. She sat alone at the table with the folded ledger sheets in her pocket and the man across the street still watching. Her phone buzzed, a new message from the same anonymous number as before. "He is not the only one watching. How far back do you want to trace the thread?" She read it once, then she looked up. The man in the expensive coat was no longer alone. A second figure had joined him at the doorway, shorter, broader, standing with the weight of someone who had been doing this work longer than the first. They were not there to follow her. They were there to make sure she knew she was seen. Zorenne rose, left a note on the table to cover the drink she had not ordered, and moved toward the taproom's side exit. Behind her, the watchers crossed the street. Chapter 8. The side exit spat her into an alley that smelled of wet stone and spoiled produce. She moved fast, boots striking the cobbles at a rhythm that stopped just short of running. No footsteps behind her. The watchers had not followed through the taproom. They did not need to. They knew where she was going before she did. She pulled the second ledger sheet from her coat as she walked. The address in the margin was cramped, written in the same hand as the classification codes. A river ward location, 3 blocks from the archive. Not a release point. A drop. The street door of a building that had been residential once, now repurposed into storage lockers for businesses that preferred no paper trail. The number matched. She tried the handle. Locked. She looked up. A camera in the corner, its light dark. Dead or disabled. The lock was commercial grade, but the frame had settled with age, leaving a gap between the bolt and the strike plate. She worked the edge of her credential card into the seam, felt the mechanism give, and pushed through. Inside, the air was stale and cold. A single bulb burned at the end of the corridor. The locker corresponding to the address stood open, empty. She ran her fingers along the shelf, dust but disturbed. Something had been placed here and retrieved within the last few hours. She checked the corners, the underside of the shelf, the back wall. Nothing. But the shelf height did not match the dust pattern. There was a clean rectangle on the surface, smaller than a file box, larger than a phone, ledger-sized. Someone had already collected the next release batch. She backed out of the locker and checked her phone. No new messages. The anonymous thread had gone quiet. She called Thyren. He answered on the first ring. "Where are you?" "Riverward, 3 blocks from the archive." She kept her voice low. "The next release was already picked up. The drop is empty." A pause, then the sound of movement, footsteps, a door closing. "How long ago?" "Recent. The dust was still disturbed. An hour, maybe less. The cycle was not supposed to release for another 18 hours. Someone pushed it forward." She walked back toward the entrance, scanning the street through the door's narrow window. No watchers she could see. "Base to you confirmed the last batch arrived 6 hours early. This is the second deviation. The pattern is breaking." Fighter said something she did not catch, directed away from the phone. Then his voice returned. "I am pulling the notification teams. If the next batch is already in circulation, we have a window before the circle can act on it. How many names are in the set?" "I do not have the list. The locker was clean. Then we traced the pickup. Who had access to this location?" A longer pause this time. "The lockers are off book. My father's arrangement. 3 people knew about them. Me, Ivara, Solon." She stopped at the door. "Solon knows about the drops." "He knows the lockers exist? He does not know which ones are active." "Does not know? Or you did not tell him?" Thyren's voice hardened. "I did not tell him. But he has been inside the archive longer than I have. If he found the records, he found the addresses." She pushed the door open and stepped into the street. The rain had stopped, leaving the cobbles slick and gleaming under the few working streetlights. The city felt wrong, too quiet, like it was holding its breath. "Where are you now?" he asked. "Heading north. I need to see the ledger sheets again. Bastian gave me classification codes that match the sorting pattern. If I can identify the sorter, I can narrow down whose access is being used to grade the data. Come to the archive." "No. Zorenne. I am not walking into that building with Solon inside it. Not while he has a direct line to the drops." She crossed a side street and turned into a narrower lane. "I will work from my office. Send me the notification list when you have it. I am sending a car." "I did not ask for a car." "A car is not a question." She stopped walking. "Thyren." "He is not the only one watching. You said it yourself. The circle has watchers on the street. Solon knows the locker system. If they coordinate, you are exposed." I have been exposed since I signed your contract. I will not lose you again because I let you walk alone through a city that already knows your name." The words hit harder than they should have. She forced her grip to loosen on the phone. "Send the car," she said. "But I am working from my office, not the archive." "Agreed." She ended the call and stood in the narrow lane, letting the cold air settle against her skin. The city was still too quiet. Somewhere in the next few hours, a family whose name had been on that list would receive a knock on the door. Maybe from Dravnek's notification team, offering warning and extraction. Maybe from the Morrow Circle, offering nothing. The car arrived 7 minutes later. Black sedan, municipal plates, a driver who did not speak. She gave him her office address and sat in the back with the ledger sheets spread across the seat. The classification codes were familiar. She had learned them inside the archive during the years she had spent mapping the network's financial skeleton. The sorter was using the same hierarchy she had once used, priority by liquid asset availability, then by family vulnerability, then by political exposure. A cold calculus, someone she had trained, or someone who had trained beside her. She closed her eyes and let the city flow past the window. The names from the first wave surfaced in her mind. Valum Coast, found in the river. Mira Hennish, ruled suicide. Bennett Clune, missing. 4 others still under watch. And now a new set, already circulating, already being sorted into leverage and loss. Her phone buzzed. A message from Darren. A list of names, 7 of them. Families. She read them once, twice. Then she saw the 8th line. A single entry, marked with a code she recognized. It meant the family had been contacted. It meant notification had been confirmed. It meant they had agreed to extraction. She scrolled down. The 9th line stopped her cold. The same family, same code prefix, but the timestamp was wrong. The extraction window had been missed. There was a secondary notation, entered in the automated log, stamped 6 minutes after the confirmation. No contact at designated meeting point. Ongoing attempt. She stared at the entry. A family who had agreed to extraction, who had confirmed they would be at the meeting point, who had not arrived. And somewhere in Verrin, in the hours between notification and disappearance, the Morrow Circle had gotten to them first. The car turned onto her street. She did not tell the driver to stop. She told him to keep driving. Chapter 9. The car slid through the river ward for another 20 minutes before she gave the driver the address. It was not a Dravnek property, not officially. The building sat at the end of a dead street where the cobbles dissolved into gravel and the streetlights stopped working 2 blocks back. A narrow house with boarded upper windows and a door that had been painted over so many times the color was unidentifiable. Safe houses were not supposed to look safe. They were supposed to look like places no one would choose to enter. She told the driver to wait and approached alone. The door was unlocked. That was the first wrong thing. She pushed it open with her fingertips and stepped into a narrow hallway that smelled of old cooking oil and dust. A child's shoe lay on its side near the baseboard. A coat hung from a hook, still damp at the collar. People who left for extraction did not leave coats behind. She moved through the ground floor quickly, checking each room. Kitchen with dishes drying on a rack. A bedroom with blankets pulled back, not folded. A second bedroom where the mattress was still warm to the touch. They had not left in a panic. They had left expecting to return. The stairs groaned under her weight as she climbed. The upper floor held 2 more rooms, both empty, and a narrow closet where someone had stored boxes of old records. She was about to turn back when she saw the ledger. It was wedged between a stack of municipal tax forms and a bundle of correspondence tied with string. The spine was cracked, the cover worn soft at the edges. She pulled it free and opened it. The first page was blank. The second page was blank. The third page held a single entry written in a hand she recognized from years of reading old archive annotations. The same upright strokes, the same pressure on the downswing. Thyren's father had never trusted typed records for the things that mattered most. She read the entry once, then again. The notation was a family code, a date stamp from 18 years ago, and a cross-reference to a dormant archive sector she had never seen mapped in any active system directory. The sector designation began with an obsolete prefix, pre-reform, sealed before Thyren had taken control. The family code matched the one from the extraction list, the same family who had agreed to leave, who had confirmed the meeting point, who had not arrived. She stared at the date stamp. 18 years. A debt so old it predated Thyren's father's death. A connection varied so deep that even the reform project had not surfaced it. The ledger should not have existed, should have been burned, shredded, or sealed in a vault with the other records of Thyren's father's private arrangements. Instead, it sat in a safe-house closet, waiting for someone who never came back for it. She reached for her phone. The floorboard creaked behind her. She did not turn, did not reach for the weapon she was not carrying. She held perfectly still, the ledger open in her hands, and waited for whoever was in the doorway to speak first. "That is not a document you should be reading." Solon Bracca's voice was calm, almost pleasant, the voice of a man who had spent decades learning how to sound reasonable while standing in the wreckage of someone else's choices. She closed the ledger slowly and turned to face him. He filled the doorway. Broad-shouldered, heavy build, the pale scar under his chin catching the dim light from the hallway. His hands were empty. That meant nothing. "Mr. Bracca," she said, "I did not expect to find you here." "I did not expect to find you here either." His dark eyes moved past her to the ledger in her hands. "But here we both are." She held his gaze. "I was following up on a family who missed their extraction window." "I know what family you were following." "Then you know why I am here." "I know why you say you are here." He stepped forward, and the light shifted across his face. "The question is whether you know what you are holding." She did not look down at the ledger, did not give him the satisfaction of watching her check. "I know it is a pre-reform record," she said. "I know it references a dormant sector that does not appear in any active directory, and I know the family code matches the one on tonight's extraction list." Solon's expression did not change. "And what do you think that means?" "I think it means you should explain why a notation from 18 years ago is sitting in a safe-house closet, instead of asking me what I think it means." He smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "You always had a gift for redirecting a question. I remember that about you." He moved closer, and she felt the temperature in the room drop. "But you are not inside the archive anymore, and you are not protected by the rules Thyren wrote to keep you comfortable inside his world. You are in a building that belongs to the old network, holding a record that was never meant to leave the sealed system. And I am the only other man standing." She kept her breathing even. "Then tell me what it means." 18 years ago, Solon said, Thyren's father made an arrangement with that family. They owed him something he valued more than money. He kept the record off the books, buried in a dormant sector where no reform could reach it. When the father died, the debt did not die with him. It stayed in the system, waiting for someone to activate the trigger. And someone activated it. Someone is activating a great many things. He took another step. "The question is whether you want to know who, or whether you want to walk out of this building and pretend you never found this ledger." She looked at the book in her hands, the cracked spine, the faded ink, the code that linked a family's disappearance to a debt contracted before she had ever set foot inside the Dravnek archive. "I am not walking out of anything," she said. Solon's smile widened. "Good," he said, "because I did not come here to give you a choice." Chapter 10. The address from the ledger margin led her to the North Pier, a stretch of dockland where shipping containers sat stacked like rusted vertebrae against a sky the color of old mercury. Zorenne stood at the edge of the container yard and watched the operation unfold. 3 men in Dravnek jackets moved through the shadows between stacked cargo units. Another waited by the water's edge, a package wrapped in oilcloth tucked under his arm. The exchange was not supposed to happen here. The release cycle had accelerated again, pushing the handoff into a space that belonged to dock workers, night crews, and the families who lived in the tenement blocks overlooking the harbor. She had called Thyren before leaving the safe house. He had not asked why she was calling from a River Ward address she should not have known. He had simply said he was on his way. Now he stood beside her, half a step back, watching the same scene with eyes that missed nothing. "The package is moving," she said. "I see it." "Your men or his?" "Not mine." His jaw tightened. "That jacket is old stock, pre-reform. They answer to Bracking or whoever is paying them now. The man with the oilcloth package reached the waterline. A boat waited, engine idling, running lights off. "He is going to hand it off," Zorenne said. "He already has." The package changed hands. Small, compact, exactly the kind of batch that filled the ledger sheets Bastian had shown her. Curated, sorted, ready for market. Thyren did not move. "Your call?" she said. "If I stop the handoff here, I lose the delivery route. If I let it go, I lose the data." He turned to look at her, and she saw something shift behind his eyes. "There is a third option." She waited. "Follow the buyer, see where the package lands, who picks it up on the other side. You have people for that. I have people who will be recognized." He held her gaze. "You are not inside my network. You move like a private contractor. They will not flag you." Zorenne considered the risk. The man with the package was already stepping into the boat. The engine note changed, deepening as it prepared to pull away. "You will owe me for this," she said. "I already owe you for everything." She moved before he could say more, cutting across the container yard toward the secondary pier where a smaller boat was tied up, engine cold, but fuel in the tank. She did not ask permission, did not wait for his approval. If she hesitated, the thread would disappear into the harbor routes, and she would spend another week chasing fragments. The boat's keys hung from a hook inside the wheelhouse. Old habit. Gawk thieves would have taken them, but the owner trusted that no one would break into a boat worth less than the fuel it burned. She had the engine running in 30 seconds. The harbor was dark, channel lights casting long reflections across black water. The package boat was already 100 yards ahead, running without navigation lights, a ghost moving through the shipping lanes. Zorenne kept her distance, close enough to track, far enough to avoid notice. The wind cut across the water, cold and salt-scoured. She pulled her coat tighter and kept her hands steady on the throttle. The package boat rounded the point, heading toward the industrial docks where the old fish processing plants had been converted into warehouses, storage units, and dead spaces no one asked questions about. She was reaching for her phone to call Thyren when the first shock cracked across the water. The sound split the night, flat and wrong, a rifle round echoing off concrete and steel. Zorenne cut the throttle. The boat drifted as she scanned the shoreline. More shots. Not aimed at her. A three-way collision unfolding on the main pier. Dravnek crews had arrived, not Thyren's people. Older stock, the men in pre-reform jackets who had been waiting for the package. They were exchanging fire with a second group. Morrow buyers, she guessed, come to collect their purchase before it reached the warehouse. And caught between them, trapped against the cargo containers, a group of dock workers and family members who had been loading a night shipment. Zorenne counted 7 civilians, maybe 8. They were pressed against the containers, hands up, nowhere to run while the crossfire pinned them in place. The package boat had stopped 50 yards from the pier, the man at the helm watching the firefight unfold, waiting to see which side won before completing the handoff. She called Thyren. "I see it," he said, before she could speak. "I am on the pier side, north entrance." "Your men or brackies?" "The ones shooting are brackies. The ones getting shot at are circle buyers, and the families caught in the middle are not part of this." "He has to know that." "He does not care." Thyren's voice went flat. "I am going in." "Thyren, if I order my people to suppress the fire, I lose the element of surprise. If I send them in at full strength, Brackie's crews scatter, and the package disappears into the harbor with the circle buyers. And if you do nothing, those families die." Silence. "Tell me you have a third option," she said. "Evacuate the civilians first, then take the pier. That costs you the data. That costs me the data." He paused. "It saves the families." Zorenne looked at the pier, at the families pressed against the containers, at the package boat drifting in the channel, waiting for the violence to settle so it could complete its transaction. "Do it," she said. She heard him issue the order, not shouted, spoken into a radio, low and precise, the voice of a man who had already decided what he was willing to lose. The Dravnek crews shifted. Thyren's people, the ones who answered to his command, redirected their fire. Suppressive cover, not assault. They laid down a corridor of covering shots that let the trapped civilians move. The first family broke from cover. A woman dragging 2 children, a man behind them carrying a third. They ran along the container wall, ducking through the gap where Thyren's people had created space. More shots. The Moro buyers adjusted, trying to cut off the evacuation. Zorenne saw one of Thyren's men take a round. He went down, clutching his shoulder, but kept firing. The second family moved, then the third. The package boat began to drift away. The man at the helm had seen the shift. He knew the extraction was buying time, not tactical advantage. He throttled up, turning the boat toward the open channel. Thyren saw it too. "Package is leaving," she said. "I know. Your data is about to vanish into the harbor routes." "I know that too." The last family cleared the container line. Thyren's people covered their retreat, pulling back toward the pier entrance, leaving the Moro buyers and Brack's men to fight over empty ground. The package boat disappeared into the darkness between 2 shipping vessels. Zorenne killed her engine and let the current carry her boat toward the pier's edge. Verrin stood at the loading dock, his coat dark with harbor mist, watching the channel where the data had vanished. His lieutenants were gathering behind him, voices sharp with disbelief and fury. He did not turn when she stepped onto the pier. "You just lost a full batch," she said. "I know. Your lieutenants are going to call that weakness." "Let them. The people who depend on your protection just watched you let a data package slip into Circle hands because you chose 8 civilians over leverage." Thyren turned to face her. His eyes were flat, exhausted, and unwavering. "Then they know the line I will not cross," he said. Zorenne held his gaze. The wind carried the sound of retreating gunfire, the distant echo of the firefight dying into the harbor's dark pulse. She realized she was still holding the ledger, the one Solène had found her reading, the one that connected an 18-year-old debt to the family who had missed their extraction. She did not know yet how it connected to tonight, but she knew it did. "Your office," she said. "Now, we have 2 hours before Brack spins this into something that breaks your command." Darren nodded. He did not argue, did not tell her the choice had been easy. He simply turned and walked toward the waiting car, leaving the harbor behind, and Zorenne followed because she was no longer sure whether she was tracking a leak or walking beside a man she was beginning to believe could be different. Chapter 11. The SUV smelled of harbor mist and burned powder. Zorenne sat in the back beside Thyren, the ledger still pressed against her ribs, watching the river ward slide past the window. The driver took the turns too fast, braking hard at every intersection, as if Brack's people might already be waiting at the next light. Thyren had not spoken since the pier. She watched his hands rest on his knees, palms open, fingers still. The posture of a man who had already accounted for every cost and found the total acceptable. She did not believe that. The car pulled into the underground garage beneath Dravnek House, a concrete bunker of a building in the old commercial district, built before Verrin's zoning laws had teeth, when syndicates still called themselves trade councils and kept offices above their legitimate fronts. Thyren opened his own door before the driver could reach it. "Conference room," he said. "3rd floor. Have everyone there in 10 minutes. He did not wait for acknowledgement. He crossed the garage floor at the same pace he always used, measured and unhurried, as if he had not just handed the Morrow Circle a full data package and handed Solène Bracky the weapon to destroy his command. Zorenne followed. The conference room was a long, narrow space with windows that faced a brick wall, a table that seated 12, chairs that had been chosen for function, not comfort. By the time she arrived, 8 men and women were already in place. Thyren's senior lieutenants, the ones who ran the neighborhoods, the collections, the protection routes, the municipal contacts. They stood when he entered. They did not sit when he sat. A woman with gray streaked hair and a scar through her left eyebrow spoke first. "You lost a full batch at the North Pier. 7 families. We had the extraction routes prepared. The circle was going to take half an hour to get the package clear, and we had intercept positions along every channel." "I know what we had," Thyren said. "Then explain why we did not use them." "Because there were 8 civilians on that pier who would have died in the crossfire." The woman's jaw tightened. "Those 8 civilians were protected by the same system that pays their rent. They know the risk." They were not on the ledger. They were dock workers, families who live in the apartments above the warehouses. They had no connection to the handoff. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I was not going to let Brack's people use them as collateral to force my hand. Silence. Another lieutenant, younger, with the build of someone who worked enforcement, leaned forward. With respect, sir, the package contained 7 families' worth of data, identity markers, address histories, debt profiles. If the Circle parses that list, we lose those families anyway. We lost them tonight, without the fight. Maybe, Thyren said, but they have a chance now. On the pier, they had none. Chance to do what? Run? Hide? The Circle has their names now. Then we find them before the Circle does. We extract them cleanly. We do it without turning a pier into a kill box. The enforcement lieutenant shook his head. That is a second operation. More resources, more exposure. You traded a single clean loss for a longer, messier one. I traded a massacre for a problem. The room went quiet. Zorenne stood near the door, watching the lieutenants exchange glances. She saw the calculation behind their eyes, the weighing of loyalty against practical judgment. The question none of them would speak aloud, whether the man who commanded them had let his private ethics override operational sense. She had asked herself the same question on the boat. Thyren had not wavered. He had chosen the civilians and let the package go. He had done it knowing the cost to his reputation, his leverage, his command. But cost did not care about intentions. The door opened. Solon Brax stepped into the room. He moved past the lieutenants without greeting them, without acknowledging the tension that had locked the air. He took a position at the opposite end of the table, facing Thyren, and set his palms flat on the surface. I heard about the pier, Solon said. I assume you did. The Moro Circle has a curated batch of 7 families now. Full profiles. Extraction timelines would be tight, but you could still beat them to the first 3 if you move tonight. We are moving tonight. We are moving tonight. Solon repeated the words like he was testing their weight. And the next batch? The one that releases in 30 hours, because you did not stop the protocol at the source. We are working on that. Are you? Solon's voice did not rise. It stayed calm, reasonable, the tone of a man explaining arithmetic to someone who kept refusing to add. Because from where I stand, you have spent the last 3 days chasing a leak pattern, while the leak accelerates. You have lost a full data package to the Circle. You have shown the organization that when push comes to pressure, you will choose a human life over strategic advantage. I will not apologize for that. Then you will not hold this command. The room inhaled. Solon looked around the table, meeting the lieutenant's eyes one by one. I came up under your father. So did most of the people in this room. We built this network on the understanding that protection is a contract, not a sentiment. The neighborhoods pay. The family's shelter. The system holds because everyone knows the rules, and the rules do not change based on who is standing in the crossfire. The rules changed when I took command, Thyren said. The rules bent, they did not break, until tonight. Solon straightened. He looked at Thyren with something that might have been pity, if pity could carry that much cold. Your reforms have made us slower, softer, and more visible. The Moro Circle is not waiting for us to find our ethical footing. They are buying our names and building a war plan from our client list. And you just handed them the first real victory of that campaign. Say what you came to say, Solon. I came to say that your mercy has a price, and we are the ones paying it. Solon left the room. He did not wait for a response, did not need one. He had made his argument in front of the senior lieutenants, in the language they understood. Cost, leverage, survival. Zorenne watched Darren's face. He had not moved. The lieutenants began to file out, their silence louder than any objection. The gray-haired woman paused at the door, looked back, then left without speaking. When the room was empty, Darren sat back in his chair. He is right, he said, about the price. Does that change your decision? No, he rubbed a hand across his jaw, but it changes how I pay it. Zorenne crossed to the table and sat across from him. She set the ledger between them. Ivara needs to see this, she said. The dormant sector reference, the family code. If the leak is tied to the old debt activation, she can trace the credential pathway. Go, I need access to the sealed sector. Darren looked at her. You know what that means. I know it means using my birth credential, that night, whatever I did or did not do in that sector. If you go ill, the system will log you. Bracco will know. The old staff will remember your name. I know. Are you ready for that? Zorenne did not answer. She picked up the ledger and stood. She found Ivara in the archive's lower level, working at a terminal that should have been decommissioned 3 years ago. The older woman did not look up when Zorenne entered. The pier, Ivara said. I was there. Then you know the release pattern has shifted again. The last batch did not just arrive early, it arrived with a secondary set of classifications. The sorter is using your old hierarchy, yes, but they also added a new layer, prioritizing families with pre-reform debt markers. Zorenne stopped. Show me. Ivara pulled up a log, a timestamp, a list of codes, and at the bottom, a single line cross-referencing the family from the ledger, the 18-year-old debt, the missed extraction. Zorenne stared at the screen. They are not just leaking data, she said slowly. They are targeting the old debts, one by one. Ivara nodded. The leak is not collateral damage, Ivara said. The leak is the weapon, and someone is aiming it. Zorenne looked from the screen to the ledger in her hands. The dormant sector reference, the family code, the timestamp from the night she left. She realized she had been wrong about what the leak was designed to do. It was not about money. It was not about leverage. It was about clearing a ledger. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. One new message. Unknown sender. She opened it. You found the ledger. Now find the sector before the next batch drops. He cannot protect you there. The screen went dark. Zorenne looked at Ivara. Who sent this? Ivara's face was pale. Someone who knows more than they should, she said. And someone who wants you in that sector before Bracco reaches it first. Chapter 12. Ivara's fingers moved across the terminal keyboard with the practiced economy of someone who had been reading Dravnek architecture since before Zorenne learned to read it all. The screen flickered through layers of directory structures, each one older than the last. Pre-reform naming conventions, legacy protocol markers, credential trees that predated Darren's father by at least a generation. These should not exist, Ivara said. Then why do they? Because burying something is not the same as destroying it. Zorenne leaned closer to the screen. The terminal sat in the archive's deepest corner, a machine that looked like it belonged in a museum until Ivara had pressed 3 keys in sequence and the display woke to life. The credential tree on screen spread like a root system, branches split into tiers, access levels, clearance designations. Zorenne had not seen in 4 years. Designations she had assumed were scrubbed when Thyren took command. Your reforms did not retire these, she said. Thyren did not know they existed. Zorenne looked at her. I spent his first year in command mapping the archive, Ivara said. I found 4 layers of buried architecture. 2 were dead ends. 1 was a trap. The 4th led here. She highlighted a branch near the top of the tree. An investigator designation. Zorenne's throat went dry. She knew that classification. She had carried it once. An internal financial investigator with pre-reform authority, a tier created under Thyren's father for exactly one purpose: auditing the debts that kept the network solvent. The designation on screen matched her old credentials exactly. That is my access chain, she said. It was. It still is. Ivara clicked deeper. The tree unfolded another level, revealing a single active node attached to the investigator designation. A sector address. The sealed sector. Zorenne stared at the screen. The address was old, pre-reform, coded in a style she had not seen since she left, a style she had been taught by a woman who died 3 months before Zorenne buried her name. The sector was created before you were born, Ivara said. It was designed as a final repository, debts that could not be collected, names that could not be exposed, arrangements that needed to survive whoever ran the network. Thyren's father built it. No, he inherited it, the same way you inherited that designation. Zorenne's pulse kicked harder. Show me the full chain. Ivara's fingers moved again. The screen flickered. A password prompt appeared. Ivara entered a string of characters, something long and patterned, the kind of sequence that lived in muscle memory rather than conscious recall. The prompt vanished. Another layer unfolded. And then the terminal stopped. Not a freeze, not a crash, a deliberate cessation, as if the system had decided the conversation was over. Vyara hit 3 keys. Nothing. She tried a different sequence. The screen remained dark. What happened? I do not know. Zorenne moved around the terminal. The machine was still running, the power light steady, but the display had gone to a flat gray screen with no cursor, no prompt, no indication of life. Back up the access tree, she said. I cannot. The terminal is not responding. Then pull it from another node. The archived copy was here. This was the only machine with the full chain. Zorenne looked at the screen. The gray had deepened. Not a gradient, a shift. The display was darkening, pixel by pixel, like ink spreading through water. Get out of the directory, she said. Vyara hit the emergency disconnect, the physical switch that cut the terminal's power at the source. Nothing changed. The screen continued to darken. The sector, Zorenne said. Check the sector access. Vyara pulled up a secondary terminal, a portable unit she kept strapped to the underside of the desk. It booted in seconds, connected to the archive's internal network through a different pathway. She typed. The display filled with error codes. The sector is sealed. What does that mean? It means the access pathway no longer exists. The directory entry has been removed. The credential chain has been severed. Zorenne felt the words land like something physical. We were just looking at it. We were just looking at what someone wanted us to find. Or what someone wanted us to try to access. She stared at the dead terminal. The anonymous text from an hour ago. He cannot protect you there. Not a warning about the sector, a warning about accessing it from here. Vyara, who else knows this terminal exists? Vyara did not answer immediately. I have never told anyone. Not Thyren? No. Then someone else has been watching your access patterns, learning your search pathways, waiting for you to open the chain. The older woman's face went pale. I would have noticed. I do not think you would have. This was clean, surgical. The system did not crash. It withdrew access. That takes precision. Zorenne looked at the dead terminal, then at the secondary display still showing error codes. The sector was sealed. The credential chain was gone. And somewhere, someone was tracking their every move through the archive's buried architecture. She pulled out her phone. No new messages, no signal either. The lower archive had always been a dead zone, far enough underground that municipal towers could not reach it. Can you recover the chain from backup? The sector was pre-reform. The backups for that era do not exist in any active system. Where do they exist? Vyara hesitated. There is a physical vault in the sealed sector. Zorenne closed her eyes. Of course, the only backup of the chain that could open the sector was inside the sector itself. Then we find another way in. There is no other way. That credential designation was the only key, and it was just erased from the directory. Zorenne looked at the dark terminal. No, not erased. Someone had waited until she was close enough to see the chain, close enough to believe she had found the path, close enough to feel the door slam shut. The message made sense now. You found the ledger. Now find the sector. Not encouragement, a deadline, and she had just watched the deadline expire. Vyara, what happens when a pre-reform sector loses its active credential chain? Vyara's voice went flat. The sector's internal failsafe activates. A hard seal, physical locks engage. Environmental systems cycle to preserve the contents. For how long? Indefinitely, until a matching credential authorizes re-entry from inside the sector, which requires someone in the sector. Correct. Zorenne looked at the terminal, at the dead screen, at the archive that had been waiting for her to return since the night she left. Thyren could not protect her here, not because he would not, because the sector was built to exclude everyone except the person whose name was on the chain, and her name had just been burned from the system. She turned to Vyara. Get me to the sector entrance, now. Vyara stared at her. The entrance is sealed. The failsafe engaged 3 minutes ago. There is no way through. Then I find a way through. The physical locks are blast-rated. The mechanism was designed to survive fire, water, and demolition rounds. You are not getting in without more than I can do for you. More than Vyara could do, more than Thyren could do. But the anonymous sender knew this was coming, had timed the warning, had wanted Zorenne to see the chain before it vanished. which meant the sender wanted her to find another path. She pulled the ledger from her jacket, the dormant sector reference, the 18-year-old debt, the family code. She'd been looking at the wrong entry. The ledger was not a map to the sealed sector. It was a map to whoever built it. Ivara, who trained me on pre-reform architecture. The older woman's face shifted, recognition, then something darker. The woman who taught you died 3 months after you left. Her records, where are they? She had no records. She was a ghost in the system. Name, credentials, access, all of it scrubbed within a week of her death. Then someone else knows what she knew. Ivara looked at the dead terminal, at the sealed sector, at Zorenne. Your name, she said slowly. Your original name. It was assigned to you by a senior investigator who needed a protege, someone who could move through the old architecture without setting off the triggers. Who assigned it? I do not know. I was never told. The assignment chain was sealed before I started working here. Another sealed door, another missing link. Zorenne looked at the blank screen and felt the shape of a trap she had walked into with her eyes open. Someone had wanted her to see the credential chain, had wanted her to try to access it, had wanted the system to register her approach. And now the sector was locked, her name was flagged, and the archive knew exactly where she was. She turned to Ivara. Can you get me to the River Ward entrance? The one beneath the old market? Yes. It is supposed to be sealed. Everything in this building is supposed to be sealed. But you found a terminal that should not exist. I found a ledger that should have been destroyed. The only thing this archive does reliably is hold secrets that someone eventually wants uncovered. Ivara held her gaze for a long moment. Then she reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a key ring that had to be 50 years old. I did not give you this. There is a corridor. There is a maintenance passage. It was built when the market was constructed, before the archive expanded. It connects to the sector's lower boundary wall. The wall is original stone, 2 feet thick. Then I find a crack. And if there is no crack? Zorenne looked at the ledger, at the family code, at the dormant sector reference that had been waiting 18 years for someone to follow it. Then, I make one. Chapter 13. She had not slept. The River Ward market clock read 6:17 when Zorenne stepped through the maintenance entrance Ivar had unlocked, the old key ring still warm from the keeper's hand. The passage smelled of stone and river silt and something metallic that might have been old machinery or old blood. She walked for 12 minutes before the corridor dead-ended at a wall of pre-reform brick, 2 feet thick, exactly as Ivar had described. No crack, no seam, no way through. She pressed her palm flat against the surface and felt nothing but cold. By 7:30, she was back on the street, the ledger tucked inside her coat, the key ring in her pocket, and the sealed sector still sealed. She should have gone home, should have showered, eaten, reviewed the ledger with clean eyes. Instead, she walked toward the Dravnek building, because the answers were not going to wait for her to recover, and neither was the next batch. The night guard at the employee entrance let her through without asking for credentials. That was new. Either Darren had circulated her face, or the guard knew enough not to question anyone who moved like she belonged. She took the stairs instead of the elevator, needing the rhythm of motion to settle the edge in her chest. The briefing room on the 3rd floor was dark when she arrived. She pushed the door open and stopped. A single paper cup sat on the conference table, centered precisely in front of the chair she had used the day before. Steam still rose from the lid seam. Next to it, a sealed folder and a clean notebook. She did not touch the cup. She stood in the doorway and stared at the coffee, at the chair, at the signal that someone had known she would come here before she had decided it herself. Footsteps in the corridor. Thyren rounded the corner with a second cup in his hand, saw her standing frozen, and stopped. You did not sleep, he said. You put coffee in the room before I arrived. I put coffee in the room because I knew you would come here before going home. That is not the same as knowing. He held her gaze. It is not guessing either. She stepped inside and set the ledger on the table. The paper cup sat between them, untouched. How did you know I would come here? Because you found a wall you cannot get through. You have 2 options. Find another path or admit the path does not exist. You are not the admitting type. The answer was careful. Too careful. It answered the surface question but deflected the deeper one, and she caught the shape of the gap like a misaligned ledger entry. Vivara called you. She told me the sector is sealed and you are looking for a maintenance passage. She did not tell you I found one. She did not have to. You are here instead of there, which means the passage did not lead where you needed it to. Zorenne picked up the coffee. The heat burned through the cup wall into her palm, and she held it until the pain grounded her. "How much?" she said. "How much what? How much of my current life did you track before walking into my office with that contract?" He set his cup down, not drinking, not moving away. "You are not going to like the answer." "I already do not like the questions. Answer the one I asked." He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Your business license application, your patron agreement with Wylie, your apartment lease, your coffee shop rotation, your preferred route between home and the office, the 3 restaurants you use for client meetings, the gym you joined and left after 6 months because the front desk staff were too chatty, your doctor, your dentist, the name of the woman who cuts your hair." Each word landed like a pin in a map she had not known he was drawing. "That is 4 years of tracking. That is the first 6 months. The coffee trembled in her hand. She set it down before he could see. "After that," he said, "it became maintenance, updating the file, confirming patterns had not changed. And the past 3 years? I knew when you changed coffee shops. I knew when Wylie moved into the apartment above the office. I knew when you stopped carrying a shoulder bag and switched to a crossbody because the neighborhood had changed." She felt the room tilt and held herself still through force of will. "Why?" "'Cause I needed to know you were alive. That is not the same as needing to know my coffee order." "No," he said. "That was because I wanted to know if you were happy." The silence stretched until it became something she could feel pressing against her ribs. She looked at the coffee, at the steam still rising, at the precise delivery of a gesture that should have felt considerate, but arrived like a piece of evidence. "You tracked my happiness through my coffee order. I tracked your habits. Your happiness was an inference. And what did you infer?" He held her gaze. "That you were not happy. That you had built a life that looked stable but did not reach you. That you were surviving, well and thoroughly, but you were not living in a way that made you feel like yourself." The words hit harder than the surveillance had, because he was right. She had built Zorenne Thunn, a sister we've arrived with Wylie, because she needed distance from the Dravnek world. And she had kept building because the work was absorbing enough to fill the space where grief lived. But happy. The word did not fit the life she had arranged. She pulled the chair out and sat down. "You told me you had not touched my life. The night you came to my office. You said it like a promise." "I said I had not interfered. Tracking is not interfering." "It is also not honest." "No," he said, "it is not honest. It is the closest I could come to letting you go while still knowing you existed." Zorenne wrapped both hands around the coffee cup and let the heat travel up her wrists. "The woman who trained me on pre-reform architecture. She died 3 months after I left. Her records were scrubbed within a week." Darren's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted. Alertness. "I did not know that. Vyara did not tell you?" "Vyara told me the sector is sealed and you are trying to find a way in. She did not mention a dead trainer." "Then someone else scrubbed those records, someone with access to the system before you took over. That narrows the field to 3 people. My father, his senior archivist, the investigator who assigned your name." She looked at the ledger. "The same investigator who built the sealed sector." Thyren's jaw tightened. "You think the sector was built by the person who named you?" "I think the sector was built for a purpose, and my name was the key. That is not coincidence. That is architecture." He sat down across from her, not at the head of the table, not in the seat of command, across like they were equals in a negotiation. "What else did Vyara tell you?" "That the assignment chain from my original name is sealed. That the senior investigator who assigned it is unknown. That the woman who trained me died with her knowledge intact, and someone made sure she took it to the grave." You think she was killed? I think 3 months after I left, while I was still building a new identity in a new part of the city, someone closed every door behind me. The trainer, the records, the access chain, all of it erased within a window that suggests coordination. He absorbed that, let it settle. Then he said, if the trainer was killed, whoever ordered it believed she knew something worth silencing. Which means the sealed sector contains something worth protecting, or something worth hiding. Zorenne picked up the ledger and opened it to the single entry. The family code, the 18-year date stamp, the dormant sector reference that matched nothing in the active system. I need to find out who assigned my name. Thyren did not answer immediately. He looked at the ledger, at the coffee, at the woman who had walked back into his world and was already pulling threads he had not known were loose. That name, he said slowly, is the only key that ever worked on the sealed sector. Whoever assigned it knew what the sector contained, knew you would eventually need to access it, or knew someone else would need you to. Or knew I would try to leave and made sure I could not escape the architecture. The possibility hung between them. That resident were connected market actually accidentally build a token process to it my well, the appliature with the benner of this trips, just with my social respect choose. The possibility hung between them. Darren reached into his pocket and slid a slip of paper across the table. An address in the old merchant district. What is this? The last known residence of the archivist who worked under my father. She retired before I took control. If anyone knows who assigned your name, it will be her. Zorenne looked at the address, at the coffee, at the man who had tracked her for 4 years and was now handing her the next thread. Why are you helping me find this? Because you asked. That is not a reason. It is the only reason I have left that you might believe. She folded the paper into her pocket and stood. If this archivist is dead, I will come back and we will have a different conversation. She is not dead. I checked before I wrote the address. She paused at the door. How did you know I would ask? He did not answer, and the silence told her everything she needed to know. He had not stopped tracking her. He had simply learned to track her questions before she asked them. Chapter 14. The clinic smelled of antiseptic and old paper, the kind of sterile that never quite covered the fact that blood had been here. Zorenne sat in the intake chair with her coat still buttoned and her hands empty. She had not called ahead. She had driven from Thyren's building with the archivist's address still folded in her pocket and taken a detour through the river ward instead. Nariah Pike stood at the counter with her back turned, sorting instruments into a sterilization tray, silver hair pulled tight, steady hands. You do not have an appointment. I need to verify a file. Nariah did not turn around. You need to verify a file at 11 at night, 4 days after you walked back into Dravnek territory, and you came here instead of the archive. The archive is not where the file lives. Nariah set down the forceps and turned. Her eyes were pale gray, the color of winter light, and they had not softened since the last time Zorenne sat in this room with her ribs bandaged and a drain tube under her arm. Which file? The transport log from 2 years ago, the night I was brought in. Nariah's expression did not change, but her hands stilled at her sides. That file is closed. Then open it. I do not keep open files on patients who survived. It is bad practice and worse memory. Then tell me what you remember. Nariah walked to the sink and washed her hands with slow, deliberate pressure. The water ran. The tap clicked off. I remember you were dying, she said. I remember the wound track crossed your lower right ribs, nicked the liver, and stopped 2 centimeters from the kidney. I remember you had lost enough blood that the first unit went in before I finished closing. Who brought me in? 3 men. None of them gave names. What did they look like? They looked like people who did not want to be remembered. Medium height, dark coats, clean hands, no visible tattoos or identifiers. They carried you in on a stretcher that did not match any municipal or private ambulance registry. Zorenne kept her voice level. And you did not ask questions. I asked enough to keep you alive. I did not ask the kind that would have gotten me killed. but you remembered them. Naraya dried her hands on a towel and hung it precisely on the rack. I remember everything about that night. It is the nature of the work. A surgeon who forgets the details of a near-death arrival is a surgeon who will miss the next one. Then tell me what you remembered that you did not put in the file. The silence stretched. Naraya sat down across from her, not at the desk, not behind the barrier of professional distance. Across from her, like they were equals in a room where neither wanted to be the first to speak. The transport path was wrong, she said. Wrong how? You came from the North Docks, that was what the men said. But the wound pattern, the angle of entry, the blood distribution on your clothing, it did not match a dock accident. It matched a close-quarters encounter in an enclosed space. Stairs, maybe, or a narrow corridor. The blade went up, not across. That means your attacker was shorter than you, or you were above them when the blow landed. Zorenne felt the memory surface like something rising through dark water. A stairwell, a hand on her arm, a voice she had heard before but could not place. The men who brought you in said they found you on the pier, Naraya continued. They said you had been robbed, but you were still carrying your wallet, your keys, and a leather folio with Zorenne Thunn letterhead. No robber leaves identification behind. You noticed that. I notice everything. It is the nature of the work. And you did not write it in the file. Naraya's mouth tightened. I wrote what the transport log required. I did not write that the transport path had been altered. Altered by whom? That is the question I never answered. Zorenne leaned forward. Then give me the question. Who had the authority to change a transport path in this city without leaving a paper trail? Naraya looked at her for a long moment. Then she stood and walked to a locked filing cabinet in the corner. She turned the combination, pulled a drawer, and removed a single folder thin enough to hold nothing but a shipping receipt. She placed it on the table between them. This arrived 3 days after your procedure. Hand-delivered. No return address. No sender identification. Zorenne opened the folder. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a receipt for medical supplies, oxygen, blood expanders, surgical dressings. The quantity matched exactly what Naraya had used to keep Zorenne alive. The purchase order number was traced in a handwriting Zorenne recognized, not the name, the hand that wrote it. This is Dravnek procurement code, she said. I know. You knew then. I suspected. The receipt confirmed it. Zorenne looked at the handwriting again, the slanted capital D at the top of the purchase order, the way the stroke carried through the middle of the 7. She had seen that hand on 100 documents, on contracts, on ledgers, on the terms she had written herself 4 years ago. He paid for my treatment. Someone with Dravnek clearance paid for your treatment, Naraya corrected. Whether it was him or someone acting on his authority, I cannot say. But the procurement code is internal, not municipal, not mercenary. Dravnek. Zorenne closed the folder. Why are you showing me this now? Because you came here tonight. Because you are asking questions you did not ask 2 years ago. Because someone altered the path that brought you to my table, and I have carried that knowledge long enough to know it belongs to you, not to me. Zorenne stood. The folder was light in her hands, a single sheet of paper that changed everything about the night she had told herself was random violence in a city that did not care. If I trace this procurement code, where will it lead? To a supply depot in the old merchant district, the same district where your archivist lives. Zorenne stopped. You know about the archivist. I know many things. I make it my business to know the names of people who might one day need my discretion. Then tell me one more thing. Naraya waited. Did you ever see the man who altered the transport path? Naraya did not answer immediately. She walked to the window and looked out at the street, where a single car idled under a broken street lamp. I saw a car, she said. The night you arrived. Black sedan, no plates, engine running. It stayed until the men came back out. Then it drove away. Did you see the driver? The windows were tinted. Zorenne tucked the folder inside her coat. Thank you. Do not thank me. I kept a secret for 2 years because I was afraid of what would happen if I did not. You are the first person who has ever made me think I was wrong to hold it. Zorenne reached the door. Then why did you hold it? Naraya turned from the window, because the same car was still parked across the street the next morning, and the morning after that, until I stopped looking out the window. Zorren's hand stopped on the handle. You think he was watching you? I think he was watching you, and I think he wanted to make sure you stayed alive long enough to find out why. The door clicked open. Cold air rushed in. Zorenne stepped into the night with the folder against her ribs and the taste of something too close to gratitude on her tongue. She did not make it 3 steps before her phone buzzed. A single message from an unknown number asked her about the second patient. Chapter 15. She did not go home. The folder sat against her ribs as she walked, a receipt that changed the night she had spent 2 years explaining away. Thyren paid for her treatment. Thyren, or someone with his clearance, someone with his handwriting. The second patient. She did not answer the text. She walked east instead, toward the all-night courier station where Bastien Marrow kept a lockbox under a false name. The arrangement was old, predating her return to Dravnek territory, and he had never broken it. She keyed the code into the panel, pulled the envelope, and crossed to the bench under the flickering awning before opening it. 3 sheets. Not ledgers this time. A map. Bastien had drawn Verrin's information economy in ink, nodes where leaked names had surfaced, arcs showing where they traveled, and annotations in his compressed hand. Municipal Records Office. 2 private debt firms, a shipping registry in the Harper Ward. A lawyer's practice that had changed ownership 6 months ago. Each node had a date. Each date matched a release wave. She traced the pattern with her finger. The first wave hit the records office, where property deeds and marriage licenses could confirm identity. The second hit the debt firms, where financial exposure could be quantified. The third hit the registry, where movement could be tracked. Someone was not just selling names. They were feeding them into a system designed to extract maximum pressure from each data point. Identity verification first, then financial vulnerability, then location. She flipped to the second sheet. Bastien had added a timeline. The dates clustered in 3-day intervals, consistent with the release pattern Ivara had identified. But the nodes did not scatter randomly. They radiated outward from a single origin point in organized rings, like a stone dropped into still water. The Dravnek archive was the stone. The rings were the city. She set the map flat on the bench and studied the gaps. Certain neighborhoods had been hit hard, others were untouched. The distribution was not random. It followed debt lines, the same pre-reform markers she had seen in the ledger. Whoever built the release architecture had mapped the city's vulnerabilities before writing the first line of code. They knew which names would break families, which debts would trigger asset liquidation, which addresses would send people running into waiting hands. She pulled her phone and dialed Bastien. He answered on the second ring. You have it. I have it. You did not tell me it was this organized. She kept her voice low. The courier station was empty, but she had learned to assume walls listened. This is not a leak. This is a distribution model designed to force specific outcomes. Glad you see it. I saw it the first time. I am telling you, I understand the scale now. Bastien was quiet for a moment. She heard the scratch of a match, then the exhale of smoke. The last batch hit a shipping office in the Iron Ward. 3 families lost their cargo within 48 hours of their names surfacing. One of them had a daughter in municipal care. The daughter was picked up for questioning this morning. Zorenne's jaw tightened. Questioning about what? About her father's business partners, about where the money goes, about whether she has ever met a man named Dravnek. The words hung in the air. She is 17, Bastien added. She did not know her father had a file. She does not know what a pre-reform debt marker is. But she is sitting in a municipal holding cell because someone fed her name to the right regime at the right time. Zorenne folded the map. I need you to send me the contact chain for every node on that map. Who bought, who sold, who brokered. I can send you the purchase records. The sellers are ghosts. I do not need names. I need timing. I need to know exactly when each purchase was initiated relative to the release waves. You think the buyer knew the schedule? I think the buyer wrote the schedule. And I think they built the release architecture to drive human behavior, not just to sell data. Bastian exhaled again. That is a bigger theory than the one you had yesterday. Yesterday I thought I was chasing a traitor. Today I am chasing a machine designed to look like a traitor. She ended the call and sat in the dark, the map spread across her knees. The pattern was too clean, the rings too precise. A human saboteur would have made mistakes, left preferences, favored certain targets. This architecture had no emotional logic. He processed names like raw material and fed them into a system that converted exposure into action. She reached for her phone again and opened a secure query window. She typed the origin coordinates from Bastian's map, cross-referenced them with the sealed sector's location, and added the timestamp of the first release wave. The query ran for 17 seconds. When the result came back, it showed a 93% spatial correlation between the release origin point and the sealed sector's lower boundary wall. The leak was not coming from inside the archive. It was coming from beneath it. She saved the query to a private partition and sat back, the cold pressing through her coat. The sealed sector was not a storage vault. It was a launch point. Her phone buzzed, not a text, a system alert. Her saved query had been accessed. Not by her, not from her device. Someone inside the Dravnek network had opened her file 3 minutes after she closed it. She stared at the alert until the screen dimmed. Then she stood, folded the map into her coat, and began walking toward the old merchant district, where a retired archivist was waiting to tell her who had assigned the name that could still open doors Zorenne had never known existed. Chapter 16. The old merchant district stretched ahead, its cobbles worn smooth by decades of market traffic. The storefronts shuddered against the late hour. Zorenne walked fast, the map folded tight in her coat pocket, the system alert still burning in her mind. Someone had opened her query within minutes. Someone inside the network knew exactly what she had found. She turned onto a narrow street where the streetlights dimmed, their glow swallowed by the close walls of old warehouses converted to residences. Number 12 was a door painted dark blue, the paint chipped at the edges, a single window above it showing no light. She knocked twice. The seconds stretched. She knocked again, harder. A voice from inside, dry and unhurried. "It is open." She pushed the door and stepped into a narrow hallway that smelled of paper, dust, and boiled tea. A single lamp burned at the far end, casting long shadows across a room cluttered with stacks of ledgers, files, and bound records that reached waist height on every surface. The woman who sat in the armchair beneath the lamp was older than Zorenne had expected, silver hair pulled back in a severe knot, wire-rimmed glasses perched low on a narrow nose, hands folded in her lap, still and patient, as if she had been waiting for this knock for years. "Zorenne Thunn," the old woman's voice carried no surprise. "Or whichever name you are using tonight." Zorenne stopped just inside the room. "You were expecting me. Thyren sent word you might come. He did not say when." The woman gestured to a second chair, its seat covered in faded velvet. "Sit. You are letting the cold in." Zorenne did not sit. "You are the senior archivist." "I was. I retired before Thyren's father died. I have been here ever since." She adjusted her glasses. "You want to know who assigned your original credential. I want to know why my trainer's records were scrubbed 3 months after I left the network." The old woman's hands stilled. For a long moment, the only sound was the hiss of the lamp. "You found the sealed sector," the archivist said. "Not a question. I found a wall, 2 feet of pre-reform brick with no opening." "Good. That means it is still intact." Zorenne stepped closer. "What is inside that sector? Names, debts, arrangements that were never meant to survive the old regime. But they did survive because someone decided they were too dangerous to destroy and too useful to abandon." The archivist met her eyes. "Your birth name credential was assigned by a woman named Sarah Venn. She was the senior investigator before me. She built the credential architecture that still runs beneath the archive." Sarah Venn. "She died 12 years ago. A heart condition, the records say. But the records also say she was healthy enough to walk the archive corridors every morning until the week of her death." Zorenne's pulse quickened. "And my trainer? Died 3 months after you left. Her death was classified as a fall in her home. The stairs, they said. but she was the only person alive besides me who knew how to navigate the sealed sector's entry logic. The old woman reached into the stack beside her chair and pulled out a thin folder. The paper was yellowed, the edges soft with age. This is what I kept when they came to scrub her records. I could not save everything, but I saved enough. Zorenne took the folder. Her fingers felt cold against the paper. Who came for the records? 2 men. I did not recognize them. They had authority from Thyren's father's office. I did not argue. The archivist paused. I have regretted that silence every day since. Zorenne opened the folder. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a handwritten note dated 4 years ago, 3 months after she had left the network. I found the trigger. It is not a door. It is a lock waiting for the right key. If you are reading this, I'm already gone. Tell Zorenne the archive remembers names longer than people do. She will know what to do. The handwriting was sharp and precise, her trainer's handwriting. Zorenne stared at the words until they blurred. She knew she was going to die, she said. I believe she did. The archivist's voice was quiet. She sent me this note 3 days before the fall. I did not understand it then. I did not understand what she meant by the trigger. But you have been inside the archive. You have seen the release pattern. You know now. Zorenne folded the note carefully and placed it in her coat pocket. You need to know how to access the sealed sector without the credential chain. You cannot. The hard seal is absolute. The only way in is from inside, with a matching credential. The archivist's eyes sharpened. But there is another way, a way that does not require the chain. Tell me. The sealed sector has a secondary entrance. It was built as an emergency exit for the investigators who worked the deepest levels. It was sealed from the outside after Zorenne died, but the mechanism still exists. It is beneath the old River Ward Market, in a maintenance passage that connects to the lower boundary wall. I know about the maintenance passage. I tried it. The wall is solid. You did not try the right section. The archivist pulled a folded map from beneath her chair and spread it across her knees. The paper was brittle, hand-drawn in ink that had faded to brown. There is a seam, a section of the wall that was built as a false facade, designed to give way under pressure from a specific point. It requires a precise sequence of pressure applications, not a key. She traced her finger along a line that curved beneath the market's foundation. You will need to find the access plate beneath the old fish stall at the market's north end. The plate is rusted over. No one has touched it in 30 years. But if you can move it, you will find a ladder leading down to the sealed sector's lower chamber. Zorenne studied the map, committing the route to memory. Why are you helping me? The archivist looked up, and for the first time her composure cracked, something raw and tired flickering behind her eyes. Because Zorenne was my sister, and I have spent 12 years watching her work be used to destroy the very people she built it to protect. Chapter 17. The old fish stall at the market's north end had not been used in years. The wooden counter was splintered, the hinges rusted through, and the smell of brine and rot clung to the boards like a second skin. Zorenne knelt in the mud behind it, her coat brushing the wet stone. The access plate was exactly where the archivist's map had placed it, a square of iron nearly invisible beneath decades of grime and debris. She scraped at the edges with her fingers until she found the seam. The plate did not want to move. She braced her feet against the wet ground and pulled. The metal screamed, a sound that scraped across her teeth, and then it gave, sliding sideways in its rusted track. Below, darkness. A ladder bolted to the wall, descending into a smell of old stone and stagnant water. Zorenne took out her phone, turned on the light, and climbed down. The rungs were cold through her gloves. The air changed as she descended, growing heavier, older. When her feet touched solid ground, she stood in a narrow passage with curved stone walls and a ceiling low enough to brush the top of her head. The sealed sector's lower boundary wall. She ran her hand along the stone, feeling for the seam the archivist had described. Her fingers found it, a hairline crack in the masonry, almost invisible, a deliberate flaw in the construction. She pressed. Nothing. She adjusted her hand, shifted the pressure point, and pressed again. A grinding sound, deep and slow, like a lock turning in a mechanism that had not moved in decades. The wall did not open. But the sound continued, traveling through the stone, telling her the sequence was working even if the door had not yet surrendered. She pressed again. Another shift in the grinding, a change in pitch. Behind her, a footstep. She turned, already reaching for the blade in her coat. Thyren stood at the base of the ladder, his face half lit by the glow of her phone. "I felt the vibration," he said. "Through the archive floor. Knew someone had found something. You followed me. I watched the market from the roofline, saw the plate open, came down to see if you needed backup or a warning. I need neither." He stepped closer, and the passage seemed to shrink around them. "The wall is keyed to a specific pressure sequence. The archivist gave you the pattern. But the mechanism is more than 50 years old. It will not open cleanly. It will open in stages, and each stage triggers a release in the archive's structural load. The building above will shift." Zorenne held his gaze. "How do you know that?" "Because I spent 4 years learning everything my father buried, including the fact that the sealed sector was not a storage vault. It was a kill switch, a structural contingency. If someone forces the secondary entrance without the correct pressure sequence, the entire lower chamber collapses. Then I will use the correct sequence. You do not know what happens after the door opens. Neither did the archivist. The map shows the entrance. It does not show the inside." She turned back to the wall, pressing again, feeling the mechanism respond under her palm. "I did not come this far to stop at the door." Thyren was silent for a long moment. Then he moved past her and placed his hand on the stone beside hers. "Then we do it together." She should have told him no, should have reminded him that he had lied to her, tracked her, built an entire contract around a truth he had deliberately withheld. But the stone was vibrating under her fingers, and the grinding sound was growing louder, and there was no time to argue about trust when the door was finally beginning to move. The seam widened, a crack of darkness, then a gap, then an opening just wide enough for a body to pass through. Thyren went first. She followed. The corridor beyond was narrow, the walls lined with shelves that held bound ledgers and metal boxes. The air was dry and cold, a different climate than the damp passage behind them. Someone had built this space to preserve what it held. Thyren stopped at the first shelf. "These are the records. Every debt, every favor, every protected name from the first 18 years of my father's regime." Zorenne stepped past him, scanning the spines. The dates matched. The prefixes matched. The ledger from the safe house had been a key, and this was the lock it opened. But something was wrong. The shelves were too organized, the ledgers too evenly spaced, the air too clean. She turned in a slow circle, her pulse climbing. "Someone has been here, recently." Thyren's hand went to his belt, where she knew he carried a blade. "How recently?" The lights went out. The corridor plunged into absolute darkness, and the grinding sound that had been constant since she pressed the first seam stopped. Silence. Then a click, distant and final from somewhere above them. "The access plate," Zorenne said. "Someone closed it." Thyren's voice came out of the dark, low and controlled. "We are locked in. 2 feet of pre-reformed stone above us, and the secondary entrance seals airtight when the surface plate is shut. There is no way to open it from this side." She pressed her back against the shelf, feeling the weight of the archive pressing down on her. "Who knew we were here?" "The archivist, possibly the same person who has been tracking your queries, possibly your anonymous texter." "You." "Me, but I told no one I was following you." Zorenne's breath came faster. The dock was absolute, and the shelves around them held decades of secrets that someone had decided were worth burying alive to protect. "Then we are trapped." Thyren moved in the dark, and she heard his hand scrape against the stone wall. "Not yet. The builders of this sector were paranoid. They built escape routes that did not rely on the main entrance, emergency exits for the investigators who worked the deepest levels. Like the one beneath the market. Smaller, more dangerous. But it exists. I read about it in my father's private files. A ladder that connects the lower chamber to the old storm drains beneath the river ward." She let her hand fall to her coat pocket, where the trainer's note rested against her chest. "Then we find it." Thyren's hand found hers in the dark. "Stay close. Do not let go." She should have pulled away, should have reminded herself that his hand had been guiding her path for 4 years without her knowledge. But the dark was absolute, and the shelves were closing in, and his fingers were warm against hers. She held on. Chapter 18. The dark pressed in from every direction, absolute and breathing. Zorenne kept her hand in Thyren's, feeling the calluses on his palm, the dry warmth of his skin against her cold fingers. The corridor stretched ahead, invisible, the shelves on either side holding secrets that had been sealed for decades. She should not be holding his hand, should not be trusting him to lead her through a space that existed because his father had built an empire on fear and debt. But the dark did not care about should. "Left," Thyren said. "There is a turn." She felt him shift, and she followed, her shoulder brushing the edge of a shelf. The dry scent of aged paper and metal dust filled her throat. Somewhere above them, the access plate sat closed, 2 feet of stone between them and the world. "Whoever sealed us in," she said, "they knew we would come here. They wanted us trapped. They wanted you quiet. Or they wanted you dead." His hand tightened around hers, and she felt the small adjustment of weight as he turned to face her in the dark. "There are easier ways to kill me. They sealed the entrance to trap you, to stop you from finding whatever is in the lower chamber." "What is in the lower chamber?" "I do not know. My father's files only mentioned the emergency exit. The records down here were for the investigators who worked the deepest levels." She released his hand. The absence of his touch was immediate, cold, and she pressed her back against the stone wall to orient herself. "The investigator who assigned my name was Sarah Venn. She died 12 years ago. My trainer died 3 months after I left. Everyone who knew about the sealed sector is dead or hiding. Except you. Except me." She heard her own voice harden. "And you. And the archivist. And whoever has been tracking my queries." The dark did not answer. She heard him breathe, slow and controlled. "Zorenne." She did not respond. "Why did you leave?" The question hit her in the chest, low and precise. 4 years she had carried the answer, had fitted it into professional language, had told herself she left because the work was corrupt, because the network consumed everything, because she needed a life that was hers. But standing in the dark, surrounded by the debts and names of his father's regime, she felt the words she had never said rise like water. "Because I could not keep anything." Keep anything? I could not keep a private thought, a private anger, a private want. She pressed her palms flat against the stone behind her. "Every time I touched you, it felt like I was signing a receipt. Every tender moment had a cost attached. I could not love you inside that system without becoming a line item." Silence. Then his voice, lower than she had ever heard it. "I know." She did not move. "I know," he repeated. "I watched it happen. Watched you pull away from me in small pieces because every time we were close, someone in the network treated it as leverage. My father used our relationship to control you. Braca used it to predict your decisions, and I did nothing. You could not have stopped it. I could have chosen different, earlier, before you had to leave to save yourself." She pressed her lips together, tasting the dust in the air. "You let me go." "Yes." "Why?" He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough, scraped clean of control. "Because keeping you by force would have made you a possession. And you were the only thing in my life that ever felt like it belonged to itself. I could not ruin that. I could not become the man who owned the one person who made him feel human." She felt tears pressed behind her eyes. She did not let them fall. "Thyren." "Yes." "Are we still standing on opposite sides of that door?" She heard him step closer, felt the warmth of his body before he touched her, the air between them charged and thin. "I have spent 4 years trying to become someone who could stand beside you without erasing you. I do not know if I have succeeded, but I know I will not stop trying." His hand found her face in the dark, palm against her cheek, fingers threading into her hair. She should have pulled away, should have listed every lie, every tracked route, every moment of control he had exercised without her consent. But his hand was warm, and the dark was absolute, and the confession had stripped her of every defense she had built. "Tell me you want this," he said. "Tell me you want me, or I will step back and we will find that ladder in silence." She reached up. Her fingers closed around his wrist. "I do not want silence." His breath caught. "I want to stop pretending," she said. "I want to stop calculating every touch like it is a transaction. I want to know if there is anything left between us that does not belong to the ledger." His forehead pressed against hers, his breath warm on her lips. "There was never anything between us that belonged to the ledger. You were always the one thing I kept separate." She tilted her head, her mouth a breath from his. "Then stop talking." His lips met hers, and the dark did not matter. The sealed doors did not matter. The weight of the past pressing down on them from every shelf did not matter. What mattered was his mouth, hungry and careful at once, his hand sliding into her hair, the way he pulled her against him like she was the only solid thing in a world that had spent years trying to collapse. She kissed him back, fierce and desperate, and felt the ledger fade, until a sound cut through the dark. A scrape somewhere ahead. Stone moving against stone. Darren pulled back, his hand still on her face. "Did you hear that?" She had. A rhythm of movement, deliberate and close. "The emergency exit," she said. "Someone is already there." Chapter 19. The scrape stopped as suddenly as it had started. Zorenne stood frozen in the dark, Darren's hand still on her face, the kiss still burning on her lips. The air between them had changed, charged with something that was not just desire but grief. 4 years of it pressing against the stone walls. "Whoever it is," Darren said, his voice barely audible. "They are waiting, or they want us to know they are there." He was quiet for a moment. She felt his thumb trace the line of her jaw, slow and deliberate. "Does it matter?" The question landed in her chest. Did it matter? They were sealed in a pre-reformed death trap. Someone was waiting at the only exit, and she had just kissed him like the last 4 years had been a wound she had not known how to close. "Not yet," she said. His hand slid to the back of her neck, fingers pressing into the muscle there. "Then stand still." She felt him step closer, his chest brushing hers, the heat of his body cutting through the tunnel's cold. He did not rush. His other hand found her waist, palm flat against the fabric of her coat, then sliding to the small of her back. "I have imagined this 1,000 times," he said. "Every version ended differently. How did this one end, with you walking away?" She pressed her forehead against his collarbone, breathing him in. Dust, old paper, something underneath that she remembered from years ago, the particular scent of his skin when he had not slept. "Then let us write a different ending." His mouth found hers again. The kiss was not gentle. It was hunger and memory, and the sharp edge of things left unsaid. His hands moved with purpose, pulling her coat from her shoulders, finding the hem of her shirt, the skin beneath. She matched him, reaching for his belt, the buckle cold and familiar under her fingers. They did not speak. The dark made every touch a question, and every answer came in the language of skin. She felt the scar on his ribs, the one he had taken in a Dockside fight the year before she left. He traced the mark behind her ear, the old archive identifier she had never been able to remove. The gesture was intimate and possessive, and she let herself feel both without translating either into a calculation. He laid her back on the stone floor, his weight above her, the roughness of the surface pressing into her shoulders. His mouth found her throat, her collarbone, the hollow between her breasts. She arched into him, fingers tangled in his hair, and let the grief and the hunger and the years pull her under. When he entered her, it was slow and deliberate. His forehead pressed to hers, his breath ragged. "Tell me," he said. "Stay." He moved, and she matched him, the rhythm building into something that was not quite pleasure and not quite pain, but the place where both met inside her chest. She felt herself breaking open, the walls she had built cracking along seams she had refused to see. When it ended, they lay tangled on the stone, breathing hard, the dark pressing in around them. Tired's hand found hers in the silence. "I did not plan this. I know. I meant what I said. I will not be the man who owns you." She turned her head toward his voice, though she could not see him. "Then do not be that man. Be the one who stands beside me." His fingers tightened around hers. "I can try." She lay still, feeling the cold stone beneath her back, the heat of his body beside her, the raw ache between her thighs. She should have felt exposed, vulnerable. Instead, she felt something she had not named in 4 years. Alive. She sat up slowly, reaching for her shirt. Her hand brushed something cold and smooth in the dark, a recessed panel set into the stone beside her. "What is that?" Thyren shifted, his hand finding her shoulder. "Let me see." She traced the panel's edges with her fingers, felt the shape of a seal pressed into the metal. An old investigator's mark, the kind that had been used before the reform to authenticate legacy credentials. She felt the raised outline of letters worn smooth by time. "Thyren, I think I found something." He was beside her in an instant, his hand joining hers on the panel. She felt him press, search for a release mechanism. "There is no handle." "It is not a door," she said, and the words came out before she understood why they felt important. "It is a lock, waiting for the right key." She remembered the trainer's note. The trigger was not a door. It was a lock waiting for the right key, her birth name credential. Before she could speak, a sound rose from somewhere deeper in the chamber. A low, cycling hum, mechanical and rhythmic, like something waking after years of stillness. Thyren went still beside her. "Zorenne." "I hear it. Do you know what that is?" She did not, but she knew what it meant. The sealed sector was not just records and debts. It was a machine, and it had just started running. The hum grew louder, cycling faster, and she felt the vibration rise through the stone floor, through her bones. "Thyren." "Yes." "We need to find that exit. Now." His hand found hers in the dark, and they moved together toward the sound and the waiting someone. Chapter 20. The hum did not stop. It pulsed through the stone floor, through her bare feet, through the ache in her thighs and the raw tenderness between them. Zorenne pulled her shirt over her head, fingers fumbling with buttons she could not see in the dark. Thyren's hand found her elbow, steadying her. "We need to move." "I know." She did not ask where. The emergency exit was ahead, somewhere in the black, past the sound of the machine and the someone who had scraped stone against stone. She fastened her trousers, felt for her coat on the floor, and found the folded map still in the pocket. Thyren's voice came from inches away. "The ladder should be at the far end of this corridor. My father's files said the storm drains connect to the river ward embankment. And whoever sealed us in will be there, or gone." His hand found hers again. Only one way to find out. They moved together, her palm pressed against the wall, his shoulder brushing hers. The stone was cold and rough, worn by decades of damp. The hum grew louder as they walked, then began to cycle faster, a rhythm that felt almost biological. Zorenne counted her steps. 20, 40, 60. At 73, her fingers found a break in the stone, a seam, then a vertical edge. Metal. "This is it." She traced the outline. A hatch, roughly shoulder-width, with a recessed handle that had frozen stiff. She pulled. It did not move. Thyren's body pressed against her side, his hand covering hers on the handle. Together, they pulled. The metal groaned, resisted, then gave with a screech that echoed down the corridor. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of damp earth and stagnant water. The hum behind them changed pitch, rising into something higher, more urgent. "Go," Thyren said. "I will close it behind us." She climbed. The ladder was rusted, rungs slick with moisture, but it held. She pulled herself up into a narrow shaft, darkness above and below, the sound of Thyren's breath as he followed. His weight hit the ladder. The metal groaned. He reached up and pulled the hatch closed. The sound of its sealing cut off the hum completely, leaving only silence and the drip of water somewhere ahead. They climbed in the dark until her head struck a metal grate. She pushed. It shifted, then swung upward on hinges that had not been oiled in years. She pulled herself out onto wet cobblestones, the night sky above her, rain falling cold on her face. She was in a narrow alley between two warehouse walls. The river was close. She could smell it, brine and rot and diesel. The storm drain grate lay beside her, and Thyren emerged behind her, his hair plastered to his forehead, his eyes scanning the alley with the same precision she remembered. "Where are we?" "South River Ward, half a mile from the market." She stood, her legs unsteady, her body still carrying the weight of what had happened in the dark. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt the machine's hum still vibrating in her bones, and the question of who had been waiting at the exit. No one was there now. The alley was empty. "He is gone," Thyren said. "Whoever it was. Or she." He looked at her, something shifting in his expression. "You think it was a woman?" "I think we do not know." She wiped rain from her face. "And I am tired of guessing." She pulled the folded map from her coat pocket. The paper was damp, but intact. She traced the route from the river ward back toward the merchant district, toward the transport depot where Naraya's clue had pointed. Thyren watched her. "What are you looking for?" "An answer you will not like." "Try me." She looked up at him, rain streaming down his face, his eyes steady on hers. "The night I was stabbed, 2 years ago. You were there." He did not deny it. "I was. You paid for my treatment. You watched the clinic. You kept me alive." She let the words sit between them. "And you never told me. I told you I kept you in my calculations. That is not the same as saying you saved my life." He was silent for a long moment. The rain filled the space between them. "I did not save it. I made sure it was not taken." "By who?" "I never found the order. Only the men who carried it out. And you did not think I deserved to know that? I thought you deserved to be alive." His voice was flat, unapologetic. The rest could wait. She felt the anger rise, hot and familiar. But beneath it was something else, something that terrified her more. Relief, the knowledge that someone had been watching, that she had not been as alone as she thought. She folded the map and started walking. "Where are you going?" "To find the transport log Naraya mentioned, the one with the procurement codes." "I already told you I paid for it." "I need to see the paper, the original." He caught up to her in 3 strides. "The depot is locked at this hour." "Then we will unlock it." She did not slow down. The depot was a low, concrete building at the edge of the river ward, surrounded by chain-link fence and floodlights that cut through the rain in white arcs. Zorenne circled to the side entrance, a steel door with a keypad she had watched Naraya's contact use 2 years ago, when she was still too weak to stand. Thyren stood behind her, silent. She tried the code Naraya had given her. The lock clicked. Inside, the air was warm and dry, smelling of oil and disinfectant. Rows of filing cabinets lined the back wall, each labeled by year and quarter. Zorenne found the right cabinet, the right drawer, the right folder. She pulled it out and laid it on the metal table under the single overhead light. The transport log was a standard municipal form, carbon copy, filled out in the cramped handwriting of a night clerk. Date, time, vehicle number, destination, receiving facility. The destination line read, Municipal Docks Receiving. But Naraya had said her clinic was the destination. The official record had been altered. Zorenne turned the page. A second form was clipped to the back. Same vehicle number, same date, different destination. Her clinic. And at the bottom of the second form, in the margin, a note in a handwriting she recognized. Slanted, capital D. The 7 struck through. 3 words. Do not log this. She stared at the words until they blurred. Thyren did not speak. She turned to face him, the paper in her hand. You did not just pay for it. You erased the record. You made it look like I was never there. Yes. Why? Because whoever sent those men would have finished the job if they knew you survived. She felt the chill spread from her chest to her fingers. How did you know they were coming? I did not know. I was already watching. For how long? He met her eyes. Every night for 3 weeks, after the first threat reached my desk. She wanted to be angry. She was angry, but beneath it the relief was stronger, and that was the part that frightened her most. She let the paper fall to the table. Thyren? Yes. If you ever do that again, if you ever protect me without telling me, I will walk. Not because I am ungrateful, because I need to know the difference between love and a cage. He stepped closer, close enough that she could feel the heat of his body through the rain-soaked clothes. I know. Do you? I am learning. She looked at him, at the shadow of exhaustion under his eyes, the set of his jaw, the way he held himself like a man expecting a blow. Then we have a problem, she said. What? The machine, the sealed sector, whoever is waiting for us. She picked up the paper and folded it into her pocket. "We just proved someone has been running this game longer than we thought, and I need to know who built it." He nodded slowly. "How do we find out?" She looked at the transport lock in her hand, at the 3 words in his handwriting, at the years of silence between them. "We start by finding the second patient." Chapter 21. Zorenne held the transport log in her hands, the paper already warm from her grip, the 3 words in Thyren's handwriting still sharp in the light. "Do not lock this." She had imagined the night of the attack so many times over 2 years, the stairs, the blade, the dark, the blood spreading across the concrete faster than she could measure. She had built a story around it, random violence in a city that ran on the stuff, a cost of the life she had chosen. None of it was random. He had been there. He had watched. He had scrubbed her existence from the record and told no one, not even her. Thyren had not moved from where he stood near the filing cabinet. The rain tracked down his coat in dark lines, pooling at his boots on the concrete floor. "You should have told me," she said. "I know. Not after. Not when it was safe. That night. The moment you knew I was alive. I could not. You could have sent someone. A message. A signal that I was not alone in it." "Who would I have sent?" His voice was low, flat. "Everyone I trusted was either dead or working for the man who ordered the hit. The only person who could keep you safe was someone who did not exist in the record." She wanted to throw the paper at him. She wanted to thank him. The 2 wants sat in her chest like twin blades, and she could not separate them. "So you erased me," she said. "You made it so the attack never happened. The transport never arrived. The patient never existed." "Yes. And that was love." "No." She looked up. His face was unreadable, but his hands hung open at his sides, palms exposed. "That was not love," he said. "That was fear. I was afraid that if I let anyone know you were still breathing, they would finish what they started. So I made you invisible. And you decided that was your choice to make." "I decided survival came before your permission. I would do it again." She felt the words land like a second wound. "I know you would," she said. "That is the problem." She folded the transport log and slid it into her coat pocket. The depot was silent, except for the hum of the overhead light and the drum of rain on the roof. "Here's how this works," she said. "From now on, you tell me. Every threat, every watcher, every move you make that touches my safety, you do not filter it. You do not decide what I can handle." "I have never doubted what you can handle." "Then stop treating me like something that needs to be managed." He did not flinch. He did not argue. "Anything else?" "Yes." She stepped closer. "If you cross that line again, I do not threaten to walk. I walk, and I do not come back. Not because of pride, because I cannot love someone I am never sure is telling me the truth about the danger I am in." "You think I lied?" "You let me believe I survived by luck. You let me carry that night alone. You let me think I was not worth finding out who sent them. That is not love, Thyren. That is a longer cage with better views." His jaw tightened. The muscle jumped beneath the skin. "You are right," he said. She had not expected that. "I am right," she repeated, testing the words. "You are. I made a decision that removed your choice. I told myself it was protection, it was control. The same thing I swore I would never do to you again. And now? Now I am standing in a transport depot at 3 in the morning, watching you hold evidence of my worst instinct, and I am asking you to give me the terms." She stared at him. "The terms?" "Whatever you need, I will sign it." She almost laughed. Almost. "I do not want your signature. I want you to mean it when you say you will stop deciding for me." "I mean it." But his hand came out empty, palm open, the gesture deliberate. "The man who built the machine in the sealed sector," he said. "I know who he is." The shift caught her off guard. "Who?" "His name is Verrin Crowther. He was my father's architect. He designed the Dead Man Protocol, the credential architecture, the release triggers. He disappeared 12 years ago, around the same time Sarah Venn died." Disappeared how? No body, no record of leaving the city. Just a sealed file in my father's private office that I found after he died. And you are telling me this now? You asked for the truth. The truth is Crowther is the only person alive who knows how the machine works, how to stop it, how to arm it. If he is still out there, he is the key to everything. She felt the weight of it settle. The architect, the dead man protocol, the machine that had started humming beneath the archive. Where is the file? Locked in my office at Dravnek House. Then that is where we go next. He nodded, but he did not move. There is something else, he said. What? The file was not the only thing I found. There was a list. Names of everyone Crowther worked with closely. People who knew the system's full architecture. And? The last name on the list was Sarah Venn. She felt the chill move through her. Sarah Venn was not just the investigator who assigned my credential. She worked with the architect. Yes. She built the key that opens his machine. Yes. Zorenne looked down at her hands, the paper in her pocket, the map, the note from her dead trainer. The pieces were not separate. They were a single structure, designed by the same mind, tied to the same name. Sarah Venn. And Sarah Venn was dead. Who killed her? Zorenne asked. I do not know. Then we find out. She moved toward the door. The rain had not stopped. It would not stop. It never did in Verrin when the truth started to surface. Darren followed. The office, she said. The file. Now. But as they stepped out into the rain, she saw it. Across the street, a black sedan with no plates, engine off, lights off, watching. Chapter 22. The black sedan did not move. Zonanne stood in the rain and watched it, the transport log still warm from her pocket, Thyren a half-step behind her. 3 seconds. 5. The sedan sat dark, engine dead, windows too black to see through. Then a figure shifted in the driver's seat. Not a threat display. An acknowledgement. The sedan pulled away, slow, no hurry, turning at the corner and vanishing into the riverward's maze of low roofs and alley mouths. She let out the breath she had been holding. That was not a warning, she said. That was a signature. Thyren's voice came flat. They wanted us to see them. Which means they know where we are going. Dravnek House is not a secret, but the file is. She turned toward him. Crowther's file, the list. If they know we are coming for it, they have already decided whether to let us find it. Then we do not go to Jaleakauf. Where else? He looked past her, toward the silhouette of the archive tower rising above the rain. Ivara. The archive keeper met them at the service entrance without questions. Her silver hair was loose, unbound for the first time Zorenne had ever seen, and her eyes moved past Thyren to settle on the wet coat and the set of Zorenne's shoulders. You found something, Ivara said. We found the architect, Zorenne said. Verrin Crowther. Ivara's face did not change, but her hand tightened on the door frame. Come inside. The back room of the archive was small, windowless, lit by a single terminal screen. Maps covered the walls, layered in different hands. Ivara's precise annotations, older notations in a cramped script Zorenne did not recognize. The air smelled of paper and machine oil, and the particular stillness of rooms where people worked through the night. Zorenne spread the release chronology across the table. Ivara had been tracking it since the first wave, noting every timestamp, every batch size, every delay. The pattern was there, but Zorenne had been reading it wrong. Show me the acceleration markers, she said. Ivara pulled up a second terminal. The first deviation was 6 hours early. The second was 12, but the timing is not consistent across all target families. Show me the ones that held to the original schedule. Ivara highlighted a column. Zorenne leaned in. The families that had not accelerated shared one variable. Their debt markers were from the last 3 years of Thyren's father's regime. New debts, active relationships. Now show me the pre-reform markers. Ivara's fingers moved. The screen flickered, and a second column lit up. Every accelerated release belonged to a debt older than 18 years. The machine is not prioritizing by threat, Zorenne said. It is prioritizing by age. Oldest debts first. Thyren stood near the door, arms crossed, watching. That is not how a human would sort. No. Zorenne traced the timeline with her finger. A human would grade by leverage, political exposure, current value. This is... She stopped. What? She looked at Guevara. Run the release pattern against the reform implementation dates. Every structural change Thyren made. Every sector consolidation. Every procedural overhaul. Guevara's hands moved. The terminal hummed. Graphs scrolled across the screen. Zorenne watched the correlation line climb. 83%. Then 91. Then 97. The release waves align with every reform Thyren implemented, Guevara said. Her voice was quiet, the kind of quiet that came before something broke. The first wave hit 3 days after the collections overhaul. The second wave 2 hours after the protected sector reclassification. The third, the night of the pier, Thyren said. Zorenne looked at him. His face had gone still. The stillness of a man watching a door close that he had not known was open. The reforms did not expose the leak, she said. They triggered it. The silence stretched. Guevara broke it. There is an old failsafe notation in the pre-reform architecture. I found it years ago, but I never understood what it connected to. She typed, and a single document appeared on the screen. Dense, technical. A block of text with a header Zorenne recognized. The same classification prefix as the sealed sector. What does it say? Zorenne asked. Guevara read aloud. In the event of substantive restructuring to protected archive sectors, protocol integrity shall be maintained through graduated release of contingent liability records. Release timing and volume shall scale proportionally to the degree of restructuring, ensuring continuity of operational leverage at all times. Continuity of leverage, Zorenne repeated. It is not a leak, it is a deadman protocol, designed to punish anyone who tried to change the system. Thyren's voice came low. My father built a machine that would bleed his own network if anyone tried to clean it. The reform is the trigger, Zorenne said. Every change you made told the machine to release more. The faster you reformed, the faster it bled. And the sealed sector is the source. The machine is not releasing random data. It is executing a predetermined schedule keyed to the old debt markers. That is why someone curated the shelves. They were not tampering with the records. They were making sure the machine had the right inputs. Guevara's terminal pinged. A new message. Anonymous relay, the same encrypted route Vastian used. Zorenne opened it. The protocol was written to survive any leadership. Your reforms told it you were the threat. It is still running, and it will not stop until the sector is empty or the key turns. You know which key. She read it twice. Then she looked at Thyren. You knew. His jaw tightened. I suspected. I did not have proof until now. Do not. Zorenne, do not stand there and tell me you suspected. You hired me because your reforms triggered a deadman protocol that only my birth credential can stop. You hired me to clean up the consequences of your choices, and you did not tell me. I did not know for certain. But you knew enough. He did not answer. The terminal pinged again. A second message. The machine is accelerating. Next wave drops in 14 hours. After that, the sector empties completely. You have until dawn. Guevara's face was pale. Thyren's was stone. Zorenne stood between them, the weight of the buried name pressing against her ribs like a blade she had not chosen to carry. 14 hours. The key, her old self. And a machine that would not stop until every debt was paid. Chapter 23. The silence after the second message lasted exactly 4 seconds before Guevara spoke. 14 hours. Zorenne read the words again. You have until dawn. The machine would not stop. Every debt, every name, every protected arrangement from the first 18 years of the regime released into a city already fractured by the waves that had come before. She turned to Thyren. How long have you known? He met her gaze. No flinch, no deflection, just the flat honesty of a man who had run out of places to hide. I suspected the night I found the sealed file on Crowther, 6 months ago. The pattern matched what my father kept in his private logs. Graduated release, proportional to reform. I did not have the architecture proof until now. But you had enough. I had enough to guess. Zorenne let the words settle. Then she walked to the terminal and read the failsafe notation again. Every sentence was precise, administrative, the language of men who had built systems to outlast their own deaths. Continuity of operational leverage. Her father's regime had not just accepted brutality, they had engineered it into the structure so deeply that reform itself became the trigger for destruction. This protocol was not designed to protect the network, she said. It was designed to punish anyone who tried to change it. Your father built a dead man switch keyed to the reforms he knew you would make. Darren's jaw tightened. He told me the sealed sector was legacy storage, records too sensitive to digitize. He lied. He lied, Darren repeated. The admission cost him something. She saw it in the way his hands stayed still at his sides, the unnatural stillness of a man forcing control. Yvara cleared her throat. The fail-safe notation references a secondary authorization protocol, legacy credential chain. Pre-reform investigators tier. She looked at Zorenne. That chain is your birth name. The room contracted. Zorenne felt the walls press closer. The name she had buried, the identity she had sealed the night she left. The same credential that had appeared on the hidden terminal, been surgically withdrawn, and now sat at the center of every thread she had been pulling for weeks. The machine was built to require two inputs, Yvara continued. The reform trigger, which activates the release schedule, and a manual override, which can stop it. The override requires legacy investigator credentials. There are only 3 such credentials in the entire archive architecture. 1 belonged to Sarah Venn, 1 to her deputy, and 1 to you. Because I trained under her deputy. Because you were the last investigator assigned under the old system before your father restructured the department. Your credential was never deactivated. It was buried. Zorenne stared at the screen. Her own name, the one she had not used in 4 years, glowing in the pre-reform font like a door left open in a house she had burned down. Thyren did not hire you to trace a leak, Yvara said quietly. He hired you because only you can shut it down. The words hit like a blade sliding between ribs. Zorenne turned to face him fully. Everything you said about trusting me, about wanting me here because I was the best investigator, about needing someone who understood the archive. Was any of it true? All of it. But it was not the whole truth. No. And you decided that was acceptable. Thyren's hands moved, a fraction of an inch, then stopped. I decided that if I told you the full truth before you agreed, you would never have come, and the protocol would have bled until the network collapsed. Thousands of people, Zorenne. Families who depend on Dravnek protection. Neighborhoods the Morrow Circle will carve open the moment the old names surface. I chose the outcome that kept more people alive. You chose the outcome that kept me in the dark. Yes, and that was the right calculation in your mind. It was the calculation I made. Zorenne held his gaze. The anger was there, hot and clean, but beneath it, something colder. The recognition that he had not been wrong. If he had told her the full truth that first morning in her office, she would have walked. She would have told herself it was about the lie and not about the terror of being needed this completely by a world she had spent 4 years escaping. You lied by omission, she said. You let me believe the contract was about tracing a leak when you knew it was about using my name to stop a machine your father built to destroy you. I know, and you were standing there asking me to still help you. I am standing here asking you to help yourself. His voice dropped. Because if the sector empties, the Morrow Circle gets every name, every family that trusted Dravnek protection, every debt that kept neighborhoods alive. The ripple will hit Zorenne Thunn recovery within the week. Municipal investigation, client exodus. Wylie will lose everything he built with you. The precision of the blow told her he had thought about it. He had mapped the consequences and knew exactly where to place the weight. You calculated this too, she said. I calculated everything. That does not mean I wanted any of it to be true. Yvara stood frozen at the terminal, caught between them. Zorenne looked at the screen, at the old font, at her buried name. 14 hours. The machine would not stop, and the key, her key, was the only thing that could turn it. I want the sealed file on Crowther, she said. I want every document in your father's possession related to the protocol. I want access to the pre-reform architecture without your oversight, without your filters, without you deciding what I am ready to know. Done. And I want a written acknowledgement that this contract was executed under false premises. Signed by you. Dated tonight." Thyren's face flickered. "That gives you grounds to terminate with full payment." "I know what it gives me." He held her gaze for a long moment, then he nodded once. "I will have it drafted within the hour." Zorenne turned back to the terminal. Her reflection ghosted across the screen. Dark eyes, pinned hair, the same woman who had walked out of Dravnek House 4 years ago and sworn she would never return. The machine hummed beneath the archive. Counting down. She had 14 hours to decide whether wearing the buried name again would save the city or drown her in the self she had killed to escape. Ivara's hands moved across the keyboard. "There is something else." Zorenne looked up. "When the failsafe notation mentions the secondary authorization protocol, it includes a time lock." Ivara's voice was careful. "If the override credential is not applied within the first activation cycle, the machine permanently locks the key pathway. The credential becomes unusable. Define the first activation cycle. The window between the first automated release and the sector's complete empty." Ivara paused. "That window is 14 hours. The same window we have until dawn." Zorenne stared at the screen. The machine was not just accelerating. It was ensuring that if she did not use the name now, she would never be able to use it again. Thyren stepped closer. "Zorenne?" She raised a hand, stopped him without looking. "I need to think." She walked out of the archive room into the corridor, the hum of the machine following her like a heartbeat she could not outrun. The Dead Man Protocol had been waiting for her before she was born, before she chose this city, before she loved him and left him and returned to find the door still open. And now the door was closing. Chapter 24. Zorenne stopped walking when the corridor split, left toward the service exit in the River Ward Street where she could breathe, right back to the archive room, where Thyren and Ivara waited for her to decide whether she would save the machine's victims or let them drown, because the truth had been stolen from her. She stood at the junction for 3 breaths. Then she went right, not because she had decided, because she needed him to understand what he had done before she could choose anything else. The archive room looked the same. Ivara had pulled up the failsafe notation on a second screen, her silver hair still loose, her hands resting motionless on the keyboard. Thyren stood where she had left him, arms at his sides, no attempt to fill the silence with words that would sound like pressure. He did not ask if she had made up her mind. She appreciated that enough to speak without venom. "The contract," she said. Section 7. Material Facts. Darren's jaw tightened. He knew what was coming. Any omission of material facts known to the engaging party at the time of signing constitutes grounds for immediate termination with full payment and no penalty to the contractor. "I know the clause." "Then you knew the moment you put my birth name on that file that you were signing a contract built on a lie." "I knew I was signing a contract that would fail if I told you the truth before you agreed. And you calculated that a lie by omission was cleaner than letting me decide with full information." Thyren did not look away. "I calculated that if I told you the protocol existed and your credential was the key, you would have refused the contract and walked out of your office before I finished the sentence. You would have told yourself it was about the deception. It would have been about fear, the fear of being needed by the one world you spent 4 years escaping." Zorenne felt the accuracy of it land like a blade between her ribs. He was not wrong, and that made it worse. "You do not get to diagnose my reasons," she said. "You do not get to decide what I can handle by hiding the truth behind a calculation you made without me." "I know. I want you to say it clearly. Why you hired me." Thyren's voice dropped. "I hired you because the Dead Man Protocol requires a pre-reform legacy investigator credential to override. My father designed it that way so no one inside the reformed structure could shut it down without reaching back into the system he built. Sarah Venn is dead. Her deputy is dead. You are the only living person with a valid credential. Because you made sure I survived the stabbing. Because I made sure you survived. Yes." The room went still. Even the machine's hum seemed to pause. "You held that truth for 6 months, Zorenne said. "You knew when you found the Crowther file. You knew when you drafted the contract. You knew when you sat in my office and watched me read my buried name on the cover page, and you said nothing. I said nothing because the moment I spoke it, you would have had to decide whether to stay or run, and I could not risk you running before I had time to prove the protocol was real. And now? Now you have seen the machine. You have heard the hum. You have touched the walls of the sector. You can decide with your own eyes instead of my word. Zorenne held his gaze. The anger was still there, but beneath it, something else. The recognition that he had given her that much. He had not let her walk into the sealed sector blind. He had waited until she could feel the truth under her hands before he asked her to carry it. It was not absolution, but it was the closest thing to respect he knew how to offer. "You owe me the Crowther file," she said. "Every page, every collaborator name, every location, every alias, every address. I want it before I decide whether to use my name. You will have it within the hour. And I want the written acknowledgement of false premises, signed, dated, notarized if you can find a witness at this hour. Done." The door at the far end of the corridor opened before she could respond. Solon Brack stepped through, coat damp with rain, scar pale under the fluorescent light. He stopped when he saw them. His eyes moved from Zorenne to Thyren to the screens behind them, and the calculation behind his face was fast and cold. "Am I interrupting?" Solon's voice was flat. "Or is this the part where she names her price and you pay it?" Zorenne felt the air change. The fracture between Thyren and his second-in-command was no longer a private tension. It had become a wound, visible to everyone in the room. "You are interrupting," Thyren said. "I am sure I am." Solon stepped farther into the room. But the river ward just called. Another wave hit. 3 families, 2 addresses. One of them is the old Channon house, which means the Morrow Circle now knows where Thyren's father kept his private archive of municipal leverage. Thyren's face did not move. Solon turned to Zorenne. "You have until dawn. That is what the anonymous message said, is it not? 14 hours from the first wave to the full empty." She did not answer. Solon smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "The machine does not care about your contract terms, Zorenne. It does not care about material facts or false premises or written acknowledgments. It only cares whether you turn the key before the lock seals forever." He stepped back toward the door. "I thought you should know." The door closed behind him. The silence he left was heavier than the one before. Zorenne looked at Thyren. He looked at her. The machine hummed beneath them, counting toward a dawn that would come whether she had decided or not. Chapter 25. The Crowther file arrived 12 minutes later, carried by a courier Zorenne had never seen, a woman with cropped gray hair and no expression, who handed over a sealed leather folder and left without a word. Zorenne took it to the corner desk, did not open it. Thyren stood by the screens, watching her. The machine hummed through the floor. 11 hours now, maybe less. "He will move tonight," Zorenne said. "Solon. He did not come here to report. He came to see whether you would break." "I am not breaking." "You are bleeding. There is a difference." She set her palm flat on the folder. The leather was cold, old, the kind of binding that had sat in a closed drawer for years before anyone thought to pull it out. "Open it," Thyren said. "Not yet. Every minute we wait, I know what every minute costs." She lifted her hand. "But I need to be sure that when I read this file, I am reading the truth, not the version you curated because you thought I could handle it." Thyren's jaw tightened. "I have not curated it. I found it sealed in my father's private office 6 months ago. I have looked at the list of names. I have not read every page." Then we read it together. She pulled the binding open. The first page was a schematic, hand-drawn in ink that had browned with age, the lines precise and architectural, showing a cross-section of the archive's lower levels with a chamber that did not appear on any existing map. The sealed sector, drawn before it was sealed, before the bricks went up, before the machine was installed. Zorenne traced the line of the access corridor. "It was built as a vault," she said, "not a trap. The machine was added later." "Show me." She turned to the page, a list of materials. Concrete grade, steel reinforcement, door specifications, nothing unusual. The third page was a handwritten note. Verrin Crowther, commissioned by M. Dravnek. Completion estimated 6 months. Purpose, long-term data preservation with graduated release capability. Key architecture, dual in-forge system, manual trigger and automated reform correlation. In event of structural reorganization, protocol initiates sequential decompression of all stored records. Graduated release capability, Zorenne read aloud. He knew what it would do. He called it preservation. Thyren's face was stone. My father did not build things to be undone. She turned to the fourth page, a list of names, 23 of them. Engineers, architects, clerks who had processed the materials, accounts who had paid the invoices, and at the bottom, in different ink, added after the list was complete, Sarah Venn, credential architecture. Zorenne's throat tightened. She knew, she said. Sarah knew what it was. She built the lock to match the key. She built the override, Thyren said. She knew it would need a way to be stopped. Or she built the only way in, and the only way out was through her. Neither of them spoke. The door at the far end of the corridor opened again. Solon Brack walked in, coat still damp, hair darkened by rain. He did not stop at the threshold this time. He crossed the room and stood directly in front of Thyren, close enough that the space between them was a choice. I am done pretending, Solon said. You want to stand here and watch her decide whether to save us. I want to say what everyone in this building is thinking. Say it outside, Thyren said. I will say it here. Solon turned to Zorenne. His face was calm, the calm of a man who had stopped fighting his own conclusions. You think I am the villain of this story? He said. I am not. I am the man who knows the machine is not sabotage. It is correction. Your father built it because he understood that reform breeds instability. He looked at Thyren. He knew that the moment someone tried to make the system kinder, it would destroy itself. The protocol is not a trap. It is the old system telling you that you were wrong to change it. The old system murdered people, Zorenne said. The old system kept neighborhoods alive, protected families, made Verrin predictable. Solon's voice did not rise. You think the people in the River Ward care about reform? They care about rent and food and not being found by the people they owe. Thyren's changes have made them visible. The protocol is making them targets. And you, he pointed at her, you are the proof that he will burn the entire structure for one woman. I did not ask him to burn anything. You do not have to. He chose you. That is enough. Thyren stepped between them. You are done. I am not done. I am telling you what happens next. Solon's voice dropped. The River Ward has already called. 3 more addresses hit since I walked in here. The Moro Circle has buyers waiting at every drop point, and the men who follow me are asking whether you are still fit to lead, or whether you have become a man who will let a city drown because he cannot bear to lose her twice. Thyren's hand moved. Zorenne saw it before he made contact. She caught his wrist. Do not, she said. He wants you to swing. That gives him the story. Thyren's arm stayed rigid under her grip. Then he lowered it. Solon smiled, thin, cold. She is learning, he said. Good, because you are going to need someone who can think while you bleed. He walked out. The silence he left was not empty. It was full of the thing he had spoken aloud, that the men who followed him were already choosing. Yvonne appeared in the doorway, silver hair loose, tablet in her hand. New reports, she said. 3 more leaks confirmed. 1 is the old Kellen address in the River Ward. The other 2 are commercial. A bonded warehouse on the South Pier and a textile operation in the Merchant District that has been paying Dravnek protection for 19 years. Zorenne felt it land. Commercial addresses meant payrolls, supply lines. Families who had paid for safety and were about to discover the safe was open. The textile operation, she said. Who owns it? Yvard's face tightened. The Kellen family. Same surname as the residential address. They have been in the Merchant District for 3 generations. Thyren's father granted them protected status in exchange for access to their shipping routes during the consolidation years. They paid protection for 19 years, Zorenne said, and now their name is in the street. Thyren was already moving toward the screens. How many names total? He said. Unknown. The machine is releasing in batches. Each batch is larger than the last. The next wave is scheduled in. Yvonne checked her tablet. 4 hours, possibly less. The timing is degrading. Zorenne looked at the open folder on the desk. Sarah Venn's name at the bottom of the list. the schematic of a chamber built to hold everything the old regime wanted preserved. She thought about the textile operation. 3 generations. A family who had done what they were told, paid what they were asked, believed that the system would hold. The machine did not care about their belief. It only cared whether the key turned. She looked at Thyren. He was watching the screens, his back to her, shoulders set like a man waiting for a blow. "Solon is not wrong about one thing," she said. He turned. "The machine was designed as correction. Your father built it to punish anyone who tried to change the rules. That is what it is doing. It is punishing you for trying to be better than him. And if it cannot be stopped..." Zorenne looked at the folder, at Zorrenne's name, at the schematic of the chamber that had been waiting for her return. "It can be stopped," she said. "But I need to know what I am carrying when I walk in." She pulled the folder toward her and began to read. Chapter 26. The names on the 3rd page of the Crowther file were not names. They were a chain. Zorenne read them in order, her finger tracing each line. Engineers who had built the chamber's original shell. Architects who had designed the ventilation and the pressure seals. Clerks who had catalogued the first deposit of debts and protected names. 23 people who had known, at least in part, what they were building. Zorenne's name sat at the bottom, added later, in different ink. The ink matched the note on the margin. Credential architecture. Key system. 1 access point. Non-replicable. Zorenne read that line 3 times. Non-replicable meant there had never been a backup, no spare key, no emergency override hidden in a municipal vault somewhere. The system had been built to accept exactly 1 credential, and if that credential died, the lock became permanent. Zorenne had built the lock. Zorenne was dead. Zorenne looked up from the file. The archive room had filled while she read. Heir stood at the secondary terminal, silver hair loose, tablet in hand. 2 junior clerks worked at the far wall, pulling records from the older cabinets. Thyren had moved to the window and stood with his back to the room, looking down at the street. "The next wave is in 3 hours," Heir said. "Maybe less. The degradation is accelerating." "How many names in this batch?" "Unknown. The machine is not sending manifests. It's sending releases." Zorenne closed the file. The schematic was burned into her memory now. Every chamber dimension, every pressure seal, the dual inflow trigger system with its manual and automated correlation paths. "Thyren's father commissioned this before the consolidation," she said. "Before he had full control, he built it as insurance." Heir nodded. "In case the network ever turned against him." "And he never told Thyren." "He told no one. The only reason we know is that Verrin Crowther kept records, and that your trainer found the trigger before she died." Zorenne felt the weight of that. The trainer who had died 3 months after she left. The woman who had taught her pre-reform architecture and then been silenced for learning too much. "She knew what she found," Zorenne said. "The note said it was a lock, waiting for the right key." "Your key," Heir said. "She knew your credential was the only one that would open it." "Then why did she die?" Heir's face tightened. "Because she told someone she trusted, and that someone told the wrong person." The room went silent. Even the clerks stopped moving. "She was killed to keep the secret," Zorenne said, "not because she found the trigger, because she knew who it was for." Thyren turned from the window. "There is more," he said. "The file contains a secondary list, names of people who knew about the machine after construction, people who were paid to forget." Zorenne opened the file again. There it was, tucked behind the schematic. A single sheet of paper with 12 names. Each name had a date of death next to it. All 12 dates were within 3 years of the machine's completion. "He killed them," Zorenne said. "Everyone who built it, everyone who knew." "Not everyone." Thyren's voice was flat. "He kept Crowther alive because Crowther was the only one who could maintain it. And he kept Zorenne alive because she was the only one who could design the lock. Until they became liabilities. Until my father died. Then Crowther disappeared, and Zorenne died of a heart condition that her sister says came out of nowhere." Zorenne looked at the list again. 12 names, 12 deaths. A man who had built a machine to punish reform, and then murdered the people who could have stopped it. Your father was not securing the network, she said. He was ensuring that no one could ever undo what he built. Yes, and you have spent 4 years trying to undo it. Thyren did not answer. He did not need to. Ivara's tablet chimed. She looked at the screen and her face went pale. What? Another wave? Ivara said. Not the main batch, a partial release. But it hit the river ward again. She paused. 6 more addresses, residential and commercial. The Kellen textile operation is in the second wave. Zorenne felt it in her chest. The Kellen family had been protected for 19 years. 3 generations. A shipping route that had made Thyren's father rich. And now their name was in the street. It is spreading, Ivara said. We cannot contain the information once it drops. The Moro Circle has buyers at every point. They are pulling names within minutes of release. Zorenne looked at Thyren. He was standing very still, his hands at his sides, his face unreadable. How many men do you have left who still follow orders? Enough. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She understood then. The fracture Solon had spoken about was already happening. Thyren's command was bleeding from the edges. Men who had followed him because he was strong were starting to wonder if Solon's certainty was safer than Thyren's reform. Your father built the machine to punish you for changing things, she said. But Solon is accelerating it. He is using the protocol to prove that reform is destruction. Yes, and if I do not turn the key, the machine will keep releasing until every name is gone. Yes. She looked at the file, at the schematic, at Sarah Venn's name at the bottom of the list. The key is my birth name credential, she said. I have to activate it formally, in front of witnesses, to enter the core. And once I do, I cannot undo it. The name becomes active again. The identity I buried becomes real. Thyren's jaw tightened. Yes. Zorenne stood up. She walked to the window and looked down at the street. The black sedan was gone. But there were other cars now, different models, different plates, all of them watching. Kaya Rulin has people in the neighborhood, she said. I know. She is waiting to see what I do. Yes. Zorenne turned from the window. She looked at Thyren, at the man who had tracked her for 4 years, who had saved her life, who had hired her under false pretenses because he knew she was the only one who could stop what his father had built. If I use the name, she said, I am choosing this. Not the contract, not the case. This. I know. And if I walk away, the machine empties by dawn. Yes. She stood there, in the silence, feeling the weight of what she was carrying. Then she said, I need to see Wylie before I decide. Thyren nodded. He did not argue. He did not push. Ivara will take you. Ivara moved toward the door without waiting for confirmation. Zorenne followed. At the threshold, she turned back. Thyren was standing at the window again, his silhouette sharp against the gray light. The Kellen family, she said. How many of them are still alive? Thyren's voice came low. I do not know. The release hit their residential address first. Find out. She walked out. The corridor was empty. Ivara moved ahead of her, silver hair catching the light, footsteps sharp on the stone. Behind them, the machine hummed beneath the archive, counting toward a dawn that would come whether Zorenne had decided or not. Chapter 27. The firm's front door felt wrong under her hand. Zorenne paused with her palm flat against the glass, reading the Zorenne Thunn recovery lettering backward from the inside. She had been gone 4 days. The office looked the same, filing cabinets in their rows, the reception desk with its single lamp, her coffee mug still sitting where she had left it, rinsed and upside down on the mat. She pushed through. Wylie was standing at her office doorframe, arms crossed, coat still on. He had not been sitting. He had been waiting. Municipal oversight called, he said. Zorenne set her bag on the reception desk. When? 2 hours ago. They want to review our client intake protocols for the last 6 quarters. He paused. They specifically asked about accounts opened after March. March, when Thyren had first contacted her about the contract. Who made the call? Deputy Director's office, a woman named Corson. I checked her against the municipal register. She exists. She has been in that office for 11 months. Wylie's voice stayed flat, controlled, the same tone he used when walking clients through bad numbers. But the request was routed through an address in the Iron Ward, not municipal correspondence, not addressed to oversight, addressed to a compliance board that has not met in 3 years. Zorenne felt the shape of it immediately. Kaya Rulin did not need to threaten her directly. She needed to make the ground unstable. Someone fed them the question, she said. Yes, and they asked about March specifically. Accounts opened after March, which means anyone connected to Dravnek work in the last 4 months. Wylie dropped his arms. Zorenne, they are not fishing. They know we have a corporate client with no paper trail. They are building a reason to audit us into paralysis. She walked past him into her office. The chair was where she had left it. The window faced the street, and she could see 2 cars parked at angles that did not match the meter pattern. Who is watching? She asked. Wylie followed her to the door. Gray sedan. Driver switched out twice this morning. One of them used the paper stand on the corner to watch the entrance. The other stayed in the car and made calls. Kaya's people, or Brack's, or municipal surveillance, they kicked to the right department to make it official. He stepped into the room. It does not matter whose. The result is the same. We are visible now. Zorenne turned from the window. Wylie was looking at her the way he had looked at her the night she told him Thyren had walked back into her life. Not angry, not accusatory. Afraid. You should have told me how deep you were, he said. I did not know how deep I was. You knew the leak was not a leak. You knew Thyren had been tracking you for 4 years. You knew your birth name was the key to something he should have told you about before you signed a single page. His voice stayed quiet. That is not a contract problem. That is a danger problem, and it is sitting in our intake files now. Zorenne did not answer. She could not. Wylie stood there, his coat still on, his hands empty, his jaw tight with the effort of staying controlled. I am not asking you to walk away, he said. I am asking you to tell me the truth about what you are walking toward. She told him. She told him about the sealed sector and the machine, about Sarah Venn and the credential lock, about the 12 engineers and architects that Thyren's father had murdered, and the dead man protocol that released names every time Thyren tried to reform the structure. She told him about the countdown, about the 14-hour window that was already birding toward dawn. Wylie listened without interrupting. When she finished, he stood very still. You can stalk it, he said, by using the name. Yes, and once you use it, the name becomes active again, permanent. The identity you buried becomes real again in the system. Yes. Wylie looked at the ceiling. Then he looked at her. You built this firm so you could be Zorenne Thunn, he said. Not whoever you were before, not the investigator, not the asset. You. And now Thyren is asking you to burn that down so his father's machine does not destroy the city's most vulnerable people. He is not asking. He accepted that I might walk. That makes it worse. Wylie shook his head. Because if he had pushed, you could have refused cleanly. But he did not push. He left the choice to you. And now you are standing in my office trying to decide whether to become someone you spent 4 years trying to forget. Zorenne felt the words land where she had been protecting. What do you want me to do? She asked. I want you to survive. Wylie's voice cracked. I want you to finish this without losing the part of yourself that walked out of his world in the first place. She looked at the window, at the gray sedan, at the driver who was pretending to read a newspaper while watching the entrance. I cannot stop the machine without using the name, she said. And if you use it, you cannot unuse it. I know. Wylie was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I was not going to show you this, he said. But you need to know. He held it out. Zorenne took it, unfolded it. It was a purchase request, dated yesterday, addressed to the Municipal Personnel Archive. The request asked for the employment file of a woman matching her physical description, listed under a variant of her buried birth name that she had not seen in writing since she left the Dravnek network. Under requester, the field was blank. But at the bottom, in the routing code, there was a single line of internal notation. Circle priority. Fast track. Zorenne looked up. Wylie's face was pale. "Someone is trying to confirm who you were," he said, "before you became who you are." She stared at the paper, the name she hated, the variant that meant someone knew enough to guess but not enough to be certain. "If they confirm the match," she said slowly, "they will have my full history, my old investigator credentials, my access level, every case file I touched while I was inside. And they will know exactly what you are worth." Zorenne folded the paper. She slid it into her pocket. "The countdown," Wylie said. "How long?" She looked at the window. The gray light was already thinning toward evening. "Less than 8 hours." Wylie nodded. He did not argue. He did not tell her to stay. "Then you need to decide," he said, "before the machine decides for you." Chapter 28. The night air hit her face as she stepped out of Zorenne Thunn, the folded purchase request pressed against her ribs through her coat pocket. Wylie stood in the doorway behind her. He did not say goodbye. He did not tell her to be careful. The gray sedan was still there. Different driver, same angle. Zorenne walked past it without looking, turned at the corner, and flagged a cab. She gave the driver the address for Dravnek House. Not the archive, not the sealed sector, the building where Darren kept the working offices where decisions were made in front of people. She needed witnesses. The cab moved through streets that had already darkened toward evening. The countdown was under 7 hours now. The machine was humming somewhere beneath the city, counting names, counting time, waiting for dawn to open its final lung and empty everything. She should have felt afraid. Instead, she felt something closer to clarity. By the time the cab pulled up to Dravnek House, she had rewritten the terms in her head 3 times. Each version stripped away something softer. Each version left only the architecture of what she would accept and what she would not. The front doors opened before she reached them. A junior clerk, young, pale, nervous, held the door and said nothing. Word had traveled. She was expected. Thyren was in the second-floor conference room, the same room where Solon had stood and declared the machine correction. He was alone at the table, a stack of papers in front of him, the Crowther file closed at his elbow. He looked up when she entered. His face told her nothing, but his hands were flat on the table, palms down, fingers spread, the posture of a man who had decided not to reach for anything. "Wylie made sure I understood what I am choosing," she said. "I assumed he would. I am not here to tell you my decision about the machine." Peyran waited. She crossed the room and set her bag on the table. Then she pulled out a sheet of paper from the printer in the corner and laid it flat. She had brought nothing pre-written. She wrote the terms by hand, standing at the table, her script tight and deliberate. No material facts withheld from this point forward, no protection without prior consent, no claim over my labor, name, or person beyond what I explicitly grant in writing, per engagement. All communication about threats, release waves, and operational changes shared in real time. Independent authority over credential activation and use. Written record of every boundary violation with right to terminate effective immediately. She dated it, signed it with her current name, then she pushed it across the table. Thyren read it slowly, once, twice. "The protection clause," he said. "You want me to ask permission before I keep you alive. I want you to tell me what you see before you act on it. If I am in danger, I have the right to decide how that danger is met, not to be informed after you have already moved." He looked at the paper for a long moment. Then he picked up a pen. He signed. His signature was clean. No hesitation, no qualifications. He dated it, slid it back across the table, and met her eyes. "Done." Zorenne picked up the paper. She folded it and put it in her coat pocket beside the purchase request. 2 documents. 1 old wound, 1 new boundary. "Call your senior staff," she said. "I want them to see the terms." Thyren's jaw tightened, but he reached for the intercom. Within 4 minutes, 7 people had filed into the room. Senior operators, archive administrators. 2 of them were lieutenants she remembered from the old days. One looked at her like she was a ghost. Zorenne stood at the head of the table. Thyren stood beside her, but back half a step, letting her hold the space. "These are the terms under which I will engage with the Dravnek network from this point forward," she said. "They are signed and dated. They supersede any prior agreement or verbal understanding. If any of you receive an order involving me that violates these terms, you are instructed to disregard it and inform me directly." She read them aloud. When she finished, no one spoke. The older lieutenant, a heavy-set man with a scar splitting his left eyebrow, looked at Thyren, then back at her. "This is not how the network operates," he said. "It is how it will operate while I am in it. You are asking for oversight over the head of the network. I am asking for the only terms under which I will help stop a machine that is about to destroy everyone in this room." She did not raise her voice. "If that is unacceptable, I walk, and the machine releases every name by dawn." The lieutenant looked at Thyren. Thyren said nothing. The silence stretched. Then the lieutenant nodded once and stepped back into the line. Zorenne folded the second copy of the terms she had made while speaking. She handed it to the archive administrator. "File this." The administrator took it. Thyren's eyes stayed on her through the whole movement. He was not watching the room. He was watching her. "Now," she said, "I need to see the Crowther Files architecture pages again, and I need someone who knows the sealed sector's emergency exit chain. Done. Before dawn. Dawn is 6 hours away. Then we start now." The room began to move. Operators broke toward phones and terminals. The administrator disappeared with the filed terms. The junior clerk was already pulling the Crowther file across the table. Zorenne felt the paper in her pocket against her ribs. She had done what she could with words. The rest would be steel and time. Thyren stepped closer, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "That was clean work. I have spent 4 years learning how to hold a room." "I noticed." She looked at him. His face was still controlled, but his eyes held something she had not seen since before she left. Something that looked like trust receiving what it had been offered. "One more thing," she said. "Nabit, you said the protection clause means I decide. That starts now. When we go into the sector, you follow my lead. Not advance, not scout. Follow." Thyren held her gaze. "Yes," he said. One word, no negotiation. She turned toward the Crowther file. The terminal at the far end of the table chimed. The archive administrator had stopped halfway to the door. She was staring at the screen. "What is it?" Zorenne asked. The administrator looked up. Her face had lost color. "Another wave," she said. "It just released, ahead of schedule." "How far ahead?" 2 hours. The last one was supposed to hold until midnight. Zorenne felt the room shift. Every operator in the room understood what that meant. The machine was not just accelerating. It was breaking its own pattern. She looked at Thyren. He was already moving toward the door. They ran. Chapter 29. The Dravnek house stairwell swallowed them in gray stone and low light. Zorenne hit the ground floor first, coat open, boots striking marble. Thyren was half a step behind, his hand brushing her elbow once, not to steer, but to confirm she was still moving. "Which terminal has live route access?" she asked. "The archive administrator's, basement level." They took the service stairs. The basement corridor was narrow, windowless, lined with cable conduits and old pipework. The air tasted of dust and copper. Zorenne counted doors until they reached the one Ivara had marked on the building plans 2 days ago, an administrative substation with a terminal linked to the old municipal exchange. She pushed through. The room was small. A desk, a chair, a wall screen showing the raw feed from the archive's release monitor. The list of names was still updating. Ivara was already there. She stood at the terminal with her silver hair loose, her fingers working the interface faster than Zorenne had ever seen her move. On the wall behind her, a map of Verrin's information economy. The same 3-sheet spread Bastien had shown her at the tap room was pinned with red thread. "The release hit the Kellen textile address first," Ivara said without turning. "Then it propagated to 3 secondary nodes in the merchant district. That is not random. That is sequential. Who bought them? That is the question." Zorenne crossed to the terminal. Thyren stayed at the door, his body blocking the frame. She felt his presence, solid and watching, but he did not interrupt. She pulled Vestien's routed release maps from her coat pocket. The paper was creased, the edges soft from handling. She spread it across the desk beside the terminal screen. "The Dockland release from 25 hours ago," she said. "The bonded warehouse, the River Ward addresses. Every batch has followed a distribution hierarchy." Ivara leaned in. Financial institutions first, then warehousing, then residential. Because the buyer does not want the names. They want the infrastructure behind the names. Zorenne traced the route on the map with her finger. The seaport logistics, the bonded customs lanes, the municipal access highways that make those addresses valuable. Who buys infrastructure in advance of a coordinated dismantling? Ivara asked. The same people who filed a fast-track purchase request for my personnel file yesterday. Thyren's voice came from the door. The Moro Circle. Zorenne did not look up. They are not waiting for the full release. They are buying the pre-release fragments as fast as the machine spits them out, so they can map the whole system before anyone knows what they are building. She pulled the Crowther architecture pages from her other pocket. The schematic showed the sealed sector as a vault, with release nodes tied to external routing junctions. There is a pattern in how the machine prioritizes, she said. Debt age is the primary axis, but the secondary axis, the geographic propagation, is not part of Saraven's original architecture. It was added later. Ivara's hands paused over the keyboard. Added by whom? Zorenne found it on the schematic, a notation in the margin, written in a hand she recognized from the old days. Thyren's father's operations director, the man who had trained Solon Braca. Solon's mentor, she said. The man who taught him how to use information as a weapon. He modified the release routing after the machine was built. To do what? To make the damage look systemic instead of targeted. If names appear in financial, commercial, and residential clusters, it looks like the entire network is hemorrhaging, not one faction leaking on purpose. Thyren moved into the room. Solon is feeding the protocol's outputs into external sale routes. Through the Moro Circle, through Kaya Rulin's acquisition team. Zorenne straightened, the paper still in her hands. He is using the machine to buy her intel at a discount and letting her build a map of Dravnek's infrastructure. Then he will blame the collapse on your reforms. The silence that followed was not empty. It was the sound of a trap revealing its architecture. Ivara's terminal chimed. She turned. Her face went still in the way of someone reading news they had already expected. The last hour's releases were routed through a private exchange house in the Iron Ward, she said. Single buyer, flat rate per address. Purchase recorded under a shell company registered 16 days ago. Thyren stepped closer. Name on the shell, Ivara typed. The screen flickered. Rulin Transport Holdings. Zorenne had expected it. The confirmation still landed like a weight in her chest. Kaya Rulin was not waiting for the full archive. She was buying as fast as the machine released, building a synchronized dismantling strike in real time, and Solon was handing her the coordinates. There is enough evidence here to expose him, Zorenne said. The routing modification, the shell company, the timing correlation with his movements. But we have to present it while standing, Ivara said. And Kaya's buyers are moving on the next route before we can secure the chain. The terminal chimed again. Ivara read the update. New batch, released 3 minutes ago, sorted for immediate sale through the same exchange house. Zorenne looked at the map. She saw the next thread before Ivara named it. The red thread connected to a neighborhood she knew. A row of addresses in the Iron Ward, 3 blocks from the exchange house that had just processed Kaya's purchase. The residential street where Wylie's son had lived for the last 12 years. Pull them offline, Zorenne said. I cannot, Ivara said. The machine is not manual anymore. It is releasing directly into the exchange. Zorenne turned to Thyren. His jaw was set. His eyes were on the screen, reading the addresses. How fast can we move men to those addresses? 10 minutes, maybe 12. That is not fast enough. Thyren was already reaching for the intercom on the wall. Then we split the difference. I send a team to the exchange house to freeze the transaction. You go to the addresses and pull anyone who is visible. Zorenne calculated. The machine was breaking its own schedule. Kaya's buyers were moving ahead of the sale chain. The gray sedan was still outside Zorenne Thunn, and the next route on Bastion's map was the one that led to Wylie's street. Do it, she said. Chapter 30. The street outside Dravnek house was empty when Zorenne stepped through the service door. No gray sedan, no black car with no plates, just rain on cobblestones and the distant whine of a siren somewhere in the river ward. She pulled her coat collar up and started walking toward the iron ward, the Crowther architecture pages folded against her ribs, the signed terms a weight in her inner pocket. She made it half a block before the headlights came on. Not a sedan, a coupe. Low and dark, parked in the mouth of an alley she had already catalogued as empty. The engine did not start. The lights stayed on, splashing her shadow long across the wet stone. Zorenne kept walking. The coupe's door opened. Heels hit the pavement. A woman's voice pitched to carry without strain. "Miss Thunn!" Zorenne stopped. She turned. Quay stood beside the coupe's open door, one hand resting on the frame, the other holding a slim leather folder. She was dressed for a boardroom, not a street ambush. Charcoal coat, silk collar, hair pinned in a way that cost more than Zorenne's entire wardrobe. Her smile was precise, professional, and entirely unreadable. "I thought we might talk before you reached the iron ward," Quay said. "Given the hour and the weather, and the fact that your partner's street is about to become very busy." Zorenne did not step closer. "You have 3 minutes before I walk through you." Kaya's smile did not waver. She closed the coupe's door and walked forward, heels steady on the wet cobbles, stopping at a distance that was close enough for intimacy and far enough for safety. She smelled of something expensive and floral, a scent that did not belong on a rain-slicked street at this hour. "You have been inside Dravnek for 4 days," Quay said. "You have traced the machine. You have identified Solon Brack's routing modification. You know the shutdown requires your credential, and you have not yet decided whether to use it." Zorenne said nothing. Quay tilted her head. "I am not asking you to confirm. I am telling you what I know so you understand the quality of my information. I know the countdown. I know the exchange house route. I know your partner's address is on the next release list, and I know you are heading there now to pull him before my buyers arrive." The rain tapped against Zorenne's shoulders. She kept her breathing steady, her face still. "What do you want?" "A timeline." Quay opened the leather folder. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded once. "Your shutdown sequence. The steps, the order, the estimated duration. I want to know when the machine stops releasing, and I want to know before it happens." "And if I give it to you?" Kaya's smile sharpened. "Then Zorenne Thunn recovery continues operating without interference. The manufactured oversight request disappears. The gray sedan outside your office finds a different street to watch. You walk away from this with your firm intact, your partner unharmed, and your current identity preserved." Zorenne studied her. The offer was clean, professional, and completely false. "You will use the timeline to front-run the shutdown," she said. "Buy the last fragments before the machine goes dark, then move on the infrastructure while Thyren is still securing the archive. You do not want the names. You want the routes behind them." Quay did not deny it. "The shutdown is not negotiable," Zorenne said. "I will not hand you the schedule so you can strip Dravnek's logistics before the bodies are cold." Quay closed the folder. The smile stayed, but something behind it shifted, pooling from professional to patient. "I did not come here expecting you to agree," she said. "I came here so you would remember, when the manufactured audit lands and your office is shut down for code violations and your partner is questioned about client intake irregularities, that I offered you a clean exit, and you chose the hard path." Zorenne felt the weight of the signed terms against her ribs. The paper that proved Thyren had accepted her boundaries, the document that would mean nothing if Quay buried Zorenne Thunn under administrative ash. "You cannot shut us down in a night," Zorenne said. "I do not need a night." Quay stepped closer. Her voice dropped, intimate and precise. "I need one document, one witness, one municipal clerk who owes me a favor. Your firm is legitimate, Ms. Bind. However, legitimately is paperwork, and paperwork can be misfiled, challenged, or simply lost. By the time you untangle the first violation, I will have filed 3 more. The rain was coming harder now. Zorenne's collar was soaked. Kaya's hair stayed perfect, protected by the coupe's warmth and the angle of the street lamp. "You are threatening my business to make me cooperate with a woman who is buying murder data." "I am threatening your peace," Quay said. "Your partner's safety. The life you built after you walked away from Thyren Dravnek. I am telling you that if you turn that key in the archive core and shut down the machine, you will have stopped the release, but you will have painted a target on every address you care about." Zorenne held her gaze. The words hung between them, sharp and final. Kaya waited. Zorenne said nothing. The smile returned, softer now, almost satisfied. "I thought so," Kaya said. "You are going to turn the key anyway. Because you believe ending the machine is worth the cost. Because you believe Thyren's reform project is worth protecting. Because you still love him enough to burn your own life down for his." She turned and walked back to the coupe. The door opened. The interior light caught the leather folder, the silk collar, the pins in her hair. Before she lowered herself into the seat, she looked back. "I wanted to see your face when you made the choice," she said. "Now I know what it looks like." The door closed. The coupe pulled away, headlights cutting through the rain, and Zorenne stood alone on the wet street with the clock running and the machine still counting toward dawn. She turned toward the iron ward and started moving. The rain was cold. The street was dark. And somewhere ahead, Kaya's buyers were already closing on Wylie's address. But what Zorenne could not shake was the smile. The smile of a woman who had gotten exactly what she came for. And it had not been Zorenne's compliance. It had been her refusal. Chapter 31. The rain had not stopped by the time Zorenne reached the archive's service entrance. She was soaked through. The signed terms in her coat had survived, folded against her ribs, but the paper was soft at the edges and would not hold ink much longer. She pressed through the door without announcing herself, letting the heavy steel close behind her, and stood in the dim hallway breathing the smell of old concrete and machine oil. Ivara was already there, silver hair loose, coat off, sleeves rolled to the elbow. She had a map spread across a low archive table, weighed down at the corners with ledgers. The map was not printed. It was hand-drawn, ink on brittle paper. The lines faded to the color of dried blood. "You are wet," Ivara said without looking up. "I walked." "From where?" "Dravnek house, then the street, then here." Ivara's hand paused over the map. She did not ask what had happened on the street. She did not need to. The look she gave Zorenne was the look of someone who had spent decades reading rooms instead of documents. "Kaya Rulin," Ivara said, "among others. She wants the timeline. She wants me to know she can take everything I built while I am not looking." Ivara nodded. Then she tapped the map. "Then we move faster." Zorenne stepped to the table. The ink lines showed the archive's original footprint, the structure that existed before the reforms, before the restructuring, before the machine was added. She recognized the shapes. She had walked these corridors 4 years ago, when they were still active storage, when the sealed sector was just a locked door she passed without stopping. But this map showed something else. A route. Thinner lines, drawn in a different hand, running beneath the main corridors. A secondary network that had existed before the archive was built, excavated, and then buried again when the foundations went in. "What am I looking at?" "The original storm drainage," Ivar said, "before the river ward was reinforced, before the archives were built. The old city ran water through channels beneath the street grid. When Dravnek dug the foundations, they sealed those channels inside the concrete." Zorenne traced the thin line with her finger. It ran from the archive's north edge, curved under the sealed sector, then terminated at a square she did not recognize. "What is this?" "The core access chamber." The words landed like a door closing. "The machine is not in the sealed sector," Ivara said. "The sealed sector is the outer shell. The chamber we found, the humming, the hum, that was the anteroom. The machine itself is below, in the old drainage channel, encased in concrete that was poured after the credential system was installed." Zorenne's hand stayed on the map. "Every route we have been tracing," she said. "The releases, the sale routes, the distribution hierarchy, they all come from the machine." "Yes, and the machine is below this chamber." "Yes, and the only way in." Ivara looked at her, silver hair catching the low light, gray eyes steady. "Is your birth name credential?" Zorenne pulled her hand back. The room was quiet. The machine hummed somewhere beneath them, a sound so constant now that silence would have been louder. "There is no other access," Zorenne said. 3 engineers tried to build a secondary override during the first year after construction. All 3 died before they finished. The records of their work were destroyed. The only surviving copy of the override schematic is in the Crowther file, and it is incomplete. Because Crowther disappeared. Because Crowther knew that if anyone built a secondary override, the machine would become unstoppable. He designed the credential lock to be the only point of control. Any attempt to bypass it permanently arms the release sequence. Zorenne closed her eyes. The weight of the name pressed against her chest. Not the paper in her coat. The name itself. The one she had buried 4 years ago. The one that read like a stranger's when she saw it in writing. The one that was still, despite everything, the only key that fit. Ivadar. Yes. Tell me there is another way. Ivadar did not answer. The silence was the answer. Zorenne opened her eyes. The map was still there. The thin line still ran to the core. The machine still hummed. How long do I have? 4 hours until the next wave, possibly less. The degradation is accelerating faster than the pattern predicted. And if I do nothing, the machine empties the entire archive by dawn. Every name, every debt, every protected address. The Morrow Circle buys the infrastructure routes behind them. Solon Bracas documents the collapse as evidence that reform is fatal. Thyren's command fractures. The old order returns, bloodier than before, because the old order was never gentle, only patient. Zorenne heralds the Travalsis uncontrature. Drumming out of that storbing idea it is maybe Terpical stash. The Morrow Circle diamond my heart was focus and tempest sticks. The avoid lastically ended by, I would be convinced. We steply left the stope that just menacedly shard around the rooms, or in the managements, on all our path. It's the steep ball on my Retrieval, the glitting against the immotable unagracious cummertime nissings. Solon Bracas documents the collapse as evidence that reform is fatal. Thyren's command fractures. The old order returns, bloodier than before, because the old order was never gentle, only patient. Zorenne had the words. She had known them already. She had known them before she walked into the archive, before she left the street, before Kaya Rulin's coupe pulled away in the rain. She had known them the moment she walked into her office and saw Thyren standing at her desk. I have to use the name. Yes, in front of witnesses. The system requires visual confirmation and vocal acknowledgement. You will need to speak it. Zorenne's throat closed. The name she had not spoken aloud in 4 years. The name that still felt like someone else's skin. The activation terminal is in the outer chamber, Ivar said. The same chamber you entered with Thyren. The panel with the old investigator's mark. It does not open until the credential is verified. And once it opens, you descend into the core chamber. You complete the shutdown sequence. You come back up. Or, Ivar's jaw tightened. Or the chamber seals. The protocol finishes its cycle, and you are inside when it does. Zorenne looked at the map, the thin line, the core access, the chamber that was waiting for a name she had tried to kill. Who else knows about this route? Ivara, Thyren, you. And Solon? Ivara shook her head. Solon knows the sealed sector. He knows the machine. He does not know about the old drainage channel. That knowledge died with Thyren's father and the engineers who poured the concrete. Then why are the outer levels locking down? Ivara's head snapped up. What? I came through the service entrance. The inner corridor doors were closing behind me, one by one. Not random. Sequence. Ivara moved. She crossed the room in 3 strides, pulled open a narrow maintenance panel, and stared into the darkness beyond. Her hand went still on the frame. They are sealing the outer archive. I felt it, Zorenne said. The doors. They were not locking. They were sealing. Ivara turned. Her face was pale. Solon cannot reach the core, she said. But he can lock you out of the approach. If the outer doors close completely, the only way to the core chamber is through the sealed sector. And the sealed sector's entrance requires the credential to open from the outside. Which means Solon has just forced your decision. Zorenne did not need to hear more. She turned. The map was still on the table. The thin line still ran to the core. The name was still waiting. She walked toward the inner corridor. Behind her, Ivara said nothing. The doors were closing, and the name she hated was the only thing that would open them again. Chapter 32. The door behind Zorenne sealed with a pneumatic hiss that matched the one before it. She did not turn around. The corridor ahead was narrow, raw concrete instead of archive tile, the walls weeping moisture from the old drainage channel below. The map in her pocket was already starting to soften at the folds. Ivara had said 4 hours, possibly less. The degradation was accelerating. Zorenne walked. The corridor slanted down following the line Ivara had drawn, and the air changed. Colder, wetter, the smell of stone and old iron. The machine's hum was audible here, not through the walls but through the floor, a vibration she felt in her heels. She counted doors. 3. Each one heavier than the last. The third was half closed, its hydraulic arm frozen mid-stroke, and she had to press her shoulder against the edge and force it open. The gap was just wide enough. She slipped through. The passage beyond opened into a wider chamber. Old archive shelving lined the walls, empty, the metal warped by decades of damp. At the far end, a single panel set into the concrete bore the investigator's mark. A circle divided into 4 quadrants, each holding a different symbol. Sarah Venn's design. Zorenne approached it. The panel was cold under her fingertips. Smooth. No visible keyhole, no seam, no mechanism. Just the mark. And the name. She stood in the silence and felt the weight of the corridor behind her, the doors sealing in sequence, the machine humming below. She had not spoken the name aloud in 4 years. She opened her mouth. The floor shook. Not the machine, something above. Distant, but close enough to rattle the shelving. Zorenne stepped back from the panel. The vibration stopped, then came again, sharper this time. Not an impact. A door. A vivid door, closing. She turned and pressed her ear to the concrete wall. The sound traveled through the structure, metallic, final, the clang of a lock engaging somewhere in the archive levels above. Solon. Not one door. Sequence. She pulled the map from her pocket. The thin line Ivara had drawn ran through the old drainage channel, beneath the sealed sector, to the core access chamber. There was no mention of doors in the passage. But the vibration was coming from above, from the archive, not her route, someone else's. Zorenne shoved the map back into her coat and moved. The passage narrowed again, forcing her to turn sideways, the rough concrete scraping her shoulder through the fabric. The machine's hum grew louder, deeper. She reached the end. The core access chamber was smaller than she expected. A single room, maybe 8 feet across, with a raised terminal at the center, and the investigator's mark repeated on the floor in faded tile. The ceiling was low. The walls were poured concrete, windowless, and the terminal was already lit. A single line of text glowed on the screen. Credental verification required. Vocal acknowledgement required. Zorenne stood at the terminal, the name pressed against the inside of her throat. She did not speak it, not yet. She reached into her coat and pulled out the folded engagement terms Thyren had signed. The paper was damp at the edges, the ink smudged but legible. She set it on the terminal's edge, where she could see it. Then she picked up the handset beside the screen. A single button, internal line. She pressed it. The line crackled. Then a voice. Ivara. Ivara, I am at the core. Silence, then quieter. The outer archive doors are sealing, 3 of them. Solon is not even pretending it is maintenance. How long before the approach is completely blocked? 20 minutes, maybe less. He is working through a checklist. Someone inside is feeding him the door codes. Someone from your team. Another silence, longer. I know who it is, Ivara said. The junior archivist, the one who started 6 months ago. He has been logging access patterns, cross-referencing shift schedules. Solon did not need him to steal files. He needed him to track when the doors would be unguarded. Where is he now? Gone. I checked his station. His terminal was wiped. Zorenne closed her eyes. How many doors between me and the surface? 6, if you count the drainage hatch. I am not coming back up. I know. Then I need you to stay on this line until I finish. I will. Zorenne opened her eyes. The terminal was still glowing, The name was still waiting. Ivara. Yes. If this fails, it will not. If it fails, you tell Darren I did not use the name because I was afraid of what it would cost him. Tell him I used it because it was the only way to stop the bleeding. The line was silent, then Ivara's voice, barely audible. He knows. Zorenne set the handset down. She looked at the terminal. The single line of text, the investigator's mark on the floor beneath her feet, the name. She took a breath, then another. The machine hummed. Above her, the doors were closing, and the name would not speak itself. She opened her mouth. The line crackled. Static. Then nothing. Zorenne picked up the handset. Fivara. Silence. Fivara. A beat. Then a sound she had never heard from Ivara Quist. A breath. Sharp. Cut short. Then the line went dead. Chapter 33. The handset was dead in her grip. No static, no dial tone, just the hollow silence of a line cut at the source. Zorenne set it down. The terminal glowed. The name waited. She looked at the folded terms on the edge of the screen. Thyren's signature. 7 witnesses. A promise she had written in her own hand. None of it meant anything if Ivara was dead. She turned from the terminal. The corridor was dark. The machine hummed beneath her feet, patient, counting. She had maybe 20 minutes before Solon sealed the approach completely. Maybe less. The name was the only thing that would stop the bleeding. But Ivara was the only person still alive who knew how to read the architecture without the machine killing her first. Zorenne made a choice. She did not speak the name. She grabbed the map, the damp terms, the Crowther pages, and moved back into the passage, away from the core. The corridor narrowed. She forced her shoulders through the turn, scraping concrete, and reached the first heavy door she had passed on the way in. It was still open. She pulled it shut behind her, not to seal herself in, but to buy time. Anyone following would have to work through it. The internal line was still connected on her end. She pressed the handset button as she walked, cycling frequencies. Anyone on this channel? Static. Anyone on this channel? I need a location on Ivara Quist. Last known position, archive level 3, center corridor. A crackle. Then a voice she did not recognize. Young. Strained. She is not on level 3. Where is she? Transit shaft, sub-level, east wall. They dragged her before the line cut. Who is they? The line went quiet. Then, Solon's men, 2 of them. I saw them pull her through the service hatch. Are you still watching? No, I am running. Zorenne killed the line. The transit shaft was east of her position, 3 levels up, through a maintenance ladder she had noted on Ivara's map. She had passed it on the way down. 15 minutes to reach it, maybe 10 if she ran. She ran. The passage sloped upward. The machine's hum faded as she climbed, replaced by the sound of her own breath, the scrape of her boots on concrete, the distant clang of another door closing somewhere above. 4th door. She counted. Solon was working through his checklist. 6 doors between her and the surface. She was moving away from the core, toward Ivara. The maintenance ladder was exactly where the map placed it, a rusted iron rung set into a vertical shaft, barely wide enough for her shoulders. The light from the corridor died 3 feet above her head. She climbed. The shaft was cold, damp, the rungs slick under her palms. She counted them. 20, 40, 60. At 72, her hand hit a metal grate. Locked. She pressed her face to the grate. Beyond it, a narrow corridor lit by emergency strips. Empty. A transit shaft, used for moving records between levels. A cot sat abandoned against the far wall, papers scattered, and a smear of blood on the floor. Zorenne gripped the grate and pulled. It did not move. She braced her feet on the rungs and heaved. The lock held. She looked at the grate again. The hinges were on the outside, bolted through. No way to reach them from this side. She climbed down. At the bottom of the shaft, she pulled the map out and scanned it by the faint glow of her phone. The transit shaft had a surface access point. A hatch in the floor of the mezzanine level, 2 corridors east of the archive administrator's office. She was already moving when she folded the map. The corridor opened into a wider passage. The emergency lights were off here, dark. She moved by touch, one hand on the wall, the other holding the phone. The concrete changed to tile. The tile changed to wood. She was out of the storm drainage network, back into the archive's original footprint. A door. Locked. She tried the handle. Nothing. She stepped back and kicked it. Once, twice, 3 times, the lock splintering on the 3rd blow. The door swung open. The mezzanine was dark. The transit shaft hatch was at her feet. She knelt, found the recessed handle, and pulled. The hatch lifted. Metal grate. The same design. But this side had a manual release. She pulled it. The grate swung open. She leaned over the edge, phone light pointing down. Ivara was crumpled at the bottom of the shaft, her silver hair dark with blood, her body still. Zorenne did not call out. She swung her legs over the edge and dropped, landing in a crouch beside the keeper. Ivara's eyes opened. "Zorenne, stay still. I am fine. You are bleeding. It is not mine." Zorenne looked. The blood on Ivara's hair was not her own. It was smeared across her scalp, wet. But the source was a gash above her ear, superficial. The blood on the floor was fresh, someone else's. "The men who took me," Ivara said. "They did not expect me to fight." "Ivara. One of them will need stitches, the other will not wake for an hour." Zorenne helped her sit up. Ivara's hands were steady, her eyes were clear. She looked at Zorenne with the same precise focus she had always carried. "Why did you come back?" "Because you know the architecture." "That is not why." Zorenne did not answer. Ivara studied her face. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Solon is not just sealing doors," she said. "He is accelerating the mirrored releases, manually, through old administrative channels that only someone from the Father's era would trust. He is triggering them himself." "Yes. The machine has dual input. Reform correlation triggers one track, but there is a second track, manual override. He has been using it to speed the releases, making the damage look systemic instead of targeted." "Who taught him the channel?" Ivara's gaze did not waver. "His mentor, the operations director, the man who added the geographic propagation axis. He is alive. He is in the building." Zorenne helped Ivara to her feet. The keeper swayed once, then steadied. "Can you walk?" "Yes." "Then we are going back to the core." Ivara looked at her. "You did not activate the credential." "No." "Then we cannot stop the protocol." "I know." Zorenne turned toward the hatch. Then she stopped. "There is a second path, the old drainage channel. You drew it for me. It leads to the core access chamber." "Yes." "The chamber seals when the protocol finishes." "I know." Ivara was silent. Then she said, "Zorenne, the junior archivist, did not just track the doors. He tracked the drainage channel. Solon knows about the drainage channel." Zorenne went still. "How long has he known?" "Since I drew the map." Ivara's voice was quiet. "I did not know he was working for Solon. I showed him the map yesterday. I asked him to check the drainage route for structural integrity. He has been ahead of us the entire time." "Yes." The machine hummed beneath them, distant, counting. And somewhere above, Solon Braca was waiting. Chapter 34. Ivara moved like someone who had been bleeding longer than she admitted. Her steps were precise but slow, one hand pressed to the gash above her ear, the other tracing the concrete wall of the drainage channel. Zorenne walked behind her, the map in her own hand, phone light cutting a narrow path through the dark. The machine hum grew louder with every step. Not a pulse anymore. A voice, low and constant, vibrating through the floor, through the walls, through her ribs. "How far?" 200 meters, then a vertical shaft. "Sealed. The hatch at the top is the core access chamber floor." Ivara did not turn. "It opens from below. Saraven designed it that way, so the credential holder could enter without passing through the archive proper. In case the archive was compromised. In case the archive turned against her." The channel narrowed. The ceiling dropped. Zorenne had to duck. The concrete was wet here, slick with something that caught the light in a way water did not. Ivara stopped. "This is the last stretch. You speak the name here, on the platform, before we ascend." "Why here?" "Because if you do not speak it, the hatch stays locked, And if the hatch stays locked, the core seals from above when the countdown hits 0. Zorenne looked at the metal platform bolted into the floor of the channel, a recessed panel in the center. The same investigator's mark she had seen in the sealed sector, the same mark Sarah Venn had carved into the credential architecture. The platform was empty. No terminal, no screen, just the mark and a single word stamped into the metal beneath it. Registered under protest. Sarah Venn's handwriting, Ivara said. I recognize it from the old logs. She built this. She built the lock. She built the platform. She built the terms of entry. Ivara's voice was quiet. She knew that whoever used this would be doing it against something. She named it before they arrived. Zorenne knelt. She touched the word. The metal was cold. The letters were deep, cut by hand, not stamped by a machine. How does it work? Press your palm to the mark. The system reads your credential against the buried registry. If it matches, the terminal activates. And the name. You speak it aloud. The system verifies vocal pattern against the original enrollment. Sarah recorded every investigator voice in the first year. Zorenne's hand hovered over the mark. 4 years since she had spoken that name. 4 years since she had sealed it in a file at the municipal depot and walked out of the archive with a new identity, a new office, a new city. The name was not her. It was a record, an assignment, a function she had performed inside a system that valued usefulness over personhood. But it was also authority, and right now, authority was the only thing that could open the path. She pressed her palm to the mark. The metal was warm, warmer than the air, warmer than her skin. A light flickered beneath the surface. A low hum, a vision, a time is a fission, different from the machine, a confirmation tone rather than a threat. The terminal rose from the center of the platform. A screen, a reader, a speaker. The screen lit up. Credential query initiated. Status, match pending. Speak registered name allowed for vocal verification. The sense rose already critted. Ivara stepped closer, not touching. Present. You cannot do this part by proxy, the keeper said. It has to be your voice. I know. Zorenne looked at the screen. The words were neutral, procedural. The system did not care what she felt about the name. It only cared that the name existed in its registry and that she could prove she was the person who owned it. She had spent 4 years being someone else. Someone who drank coffee in the morning, wore heels that clicked on cobblestone, argued with clients in meeting rooms with windows. Someone Wylie trusted. Someone who walked past her past without flinching. That person could not open this door. Only the buried name could. She took a breath and spoke. Sarah Venn, Chapter 35. The operations room at Dravnek House was a converted storage floor. Desks pushed against walls, a central table covered in maps, terminal screens, and coffee cups ringed with dried sediment. 3 junior captains stood near the windows, their postures wrong. Tywin felt it the moment he walked in. The air had changed. Not mutiny yet. Something worse. The kind of quiet that meant men had already decided where they stood and were waiting to see if he noticed. They sealed the archive, the youngest captain said. A woman named Ferris, early 30s, steady hands. Solon triggered full lockdown protocol 40 minutes ago. Interior doors, perimeter gates, service tunnels, everything. He does not have authority for full lockdown. He is claiming emergency succession. Ferris did not look away. Says you have abandoned operational command to pursue personal interests. His words. Tyrden's jaw tightened. The phrase was precise. Solon had chosen it to land where it would cut deepest with the old guard. Personal interests. The woman, the reunion, the weakness they had all been waiting to name. He is broadcasting, another captain added. Internal channels only, telling sector leads that you are unreachable and that he is acting to preserve the network. Where is he broadcasting from? Archive administration, the basement terminal. The captain hesitated. He has the mentor with him, the old operations director, the one who modified the release routing. Thyren saw the trap then. Solon had not just accelerated the machine, he had positioned himself as the responsible party, the one who understood that order required sacrifice, while Thyren could be painted as a man chasing a ghost through the drainage channels while the network bled. How many sector leads has he reached? 7 confirmed, 5 more unconfirmed. Pull them back. Every sector lead who has not responded. Tell them I am alive, in command, and that any order from Solon Braca is void. And the archive? The question hung in the room. Darren looked at the map, at the thin blue line that marked the drainage channel route, the only path still open to the core. Zorenne was down there, Ivara with her, the machine humming toward dawn. He could send men, break the seals, flood the tunnels with bodies until they reached her. But the terms she had written said she would handle the core, that she would speak the name, that she would stop the machine or die trying. He had signed those terms. He had promised to trust her. Hold the archive perimeter, he said. Do not breach the seals. Do not engage Solon's people inside the building unless they move on civilians or the transport routes. And if he declares full secession, then I will deal with him after. The captains exchanged glances. Ferris held his gaze longest. You are not going in after her. No. Why? Because she asked me not to. Because the terms say I follow her lead in this sector. Because if I override her authority now, every promise I made becomes a lie. She has the credential. She has the knowledge. I have the network. Thyren's voice was flat. If I go down there, Solon wins. He gets to say I chose one woman over the structure. He gets to frame the shutdown as a lover's interference rather than a fix. And if she fails, she will not. The certainty in his own voice surprised him. It was not blind faith. It was the memory of watching her walk through the archive on her first day back, reading the room like a ledger, seeing every angle before anyone else had finished speaking. It was the knowledge that she had spent 4 years becoming someone who did not need him to save her. That did not make standing here easier. It made it worse, because staying felt like abandonment, even when it was respect. A terminal on the corner desk chimed. Ferris crossed to it, read the message, and went still. Solon is announcing a sector-wide leadership vote, emergency protocol. Claims it is within his rights under the old operational charter. The old charter was voided when I took command. He is arguing the void was procedural, not legal, that you never secured formal ratification from the Senior Operational Council because you suspended it before the vote. Thyren had suspended the council, his father's men, every one of them. He had known they would block reform. He had moved before they could organize, and Solon had been waiting for that exact vulnerability. Who is on the council now? 6 living members, 3 dead, 1 missing. Ferris's voice was careful. Of the 6, 4 are in custody or exile. 2 are still active. The 2 active, older captains. Both served your father. One commands the River Ward sector. The other handles transport logistics. Have they responded? Transport has not answered. River Ward is routing all communications through Solon's frequency. The room narrowed. Thyren could feel the younger captains watching him, waiting to see if he would crack, if the old blood would surface, if he would become the kind of leader who solved problems by removing the people who created them. He wanted to. The impulse was there, hot and familiar, the same reflex that had made his father feared. Remove the obstacle, silence the opposition, make the system run by making disobedience unthinkable. But that was the old order. That was the machine his father had built. That was the reason Zorenne had left. He could not fight Solon by becoming what Solon wanted him to be. Get me a secure line to the River Ward sector lead. Direct, not through archive channels. Sir? And find the transport captain. If he has not answered, send someone to his residence. I want eyes on him within the hour. Ferris nodded. She turned to the terminals. The youngest captain, the one time by the window, cleared his throat. There is something else. Thyren waited. We have reports that Quay Rulin's people are moving on the exchange house. Not buying, occupying. They have taken the ground floor. When? 20 minutes ago, while we were tracking the archive seals. Thyren's mind snapped through the implications. The exchange house was the route, the Iron Ward address where the Moro Circle had been buying pre-release fragments. If Quay was occupying it, she was not waiting for the machine to finish. She was securing her position for whatever came next, for the moment Zorenne succeeded or failed. Casualties? None reported. They entered without resistance. The exchange staff walked out under their own power. Then they want the space, not the bodies. Or they want to control the narrative when the shutdown happens. Ferris spoke without turning. If Kaya holds the exchange house and Solin holds the archive, the Moro Circle can claim they stabilized what Dravnek could not protect. Thyren saw it then, the full architecture of the play. Solin was not trying to break the network. He was trying to salvage it under new management. And Kaya was his buyer. Pull the sector leads who have not answered Solin. Bring them to the secure floor. Anyone who hesitates, anyone who asks for time to consider, mark them as uncertain and keep them out of operational briefings. And Solin? Thyren looked at the map, at the drainage channel, at the thin blue line that led to the core chamber where Zorenne was speaking her name into the dark. We let him broadcast. We let him think he is winning. Thyren's voice was quiet. And when she stops the machine, we walk into the archive and take him. And if she does not stop the machine? The question came from the youngest captain. She was not challenging him. She was asking what he would do if the woman he had signed terms with, the woman he had promised to trust, died underground while he stood above. Thyren did not answer, because the answer was something he could not say aloud in front of the men who still needed to believe their commander was unbreakable. He would go down after her anyway. He would tear the core apart with his hands. He would burn the archive, the network, the entire city if it meant pulling her out of that chamber. But he would not say it. He would wait. He would trust. He would hold the line until she proved him right. The terminal chimed again. Ferris read the message, and her face changed. Chapter 36. The terminal held her voice for 3 seconds after she spoke the name. Zorenne stood on the platform with her palms still pressed to the warm metal, the word Sarah Venn hanging in the air like a door she had just kicked open. Beside her, Ivara leaned against the channel wall with one hand pressed to the gash above her ear. Blood tracked down her temple. She did not complain. The terminal screen flickered. Verification accepted. No fanfare, no chime, just the cold acknowledgement of a system that had been waiting 4 years for this exact moment. A seam opened in the platform surface. Panel slid back. A narrow stairway descended into the dark. 4 years in a wall, and she builds a staircase under it. Ivara's voice was thin but dry. Your predecessor did not believe in simple doors. Zorenne did not answer. She stepped onto the first stair. The air changed as she descended, colder. Still, the machine hum that had pressed through the channel walls now came from everywhere and nowhere. A constant low note that vibrated through her ribs. The stairway ended at a chamber shaped like the inside of a bell, curved walls of raw concrete, a raised floor of diamond plate steel, and in the center, a column of terminals arranged in a circle. 6 screens, 6 keypads, 6 palm readers, and at the base of the column, a single word stamped into the floor: proceed. Zorenne walked to the nearest terminal. The screen lit before she touched it. Text appeared. Sarah Venn. Investigator Pre-Reform Cohort Primary. Access level. Full architecture. This terminal is registered to your voice and palm. Do you acknowledge identity? She pressed her palm to the reader. The screen changed. Subject acknowledged. Welcome to the core. The other 5 terminals activated simultaneously. Screens fired up. Data streams began scrolling. Release logs, wave schedules, trigger sequences, the Deadman Protocol's entire architecture laid out like a patient on a table. Zorenne started reading. The release pacing was not a uniform acceleration. It had been altered, manually, twice. The first alteration was subtle, a 10-minute delay inserted into the second wave window, timed to make the reform correlation appear to misfire. The second alteration was more aggressive, a 6-hour compress that shoved the third, fourth, and fifth waves into a single release, creating the impression that the reforms were triggering a cascade. She pulled the access logs. The administrative override had been used exactly twice, both times from a terminal registered to Archive Administration Basement Level 4. Solin's mentor. Trap. Ivara's voice came from the stairwell. She had not descended. What did you find? Zorenne pointed at the screen. Solin did not just accelerate the releases. He staged them. The pattern was designed to make reform look like the cause, not the trigger. Anyone reading the release schedule would conclude the reforms were bleeding the archive dry. which is exactly what he told the captains, which is exactly what he told the captains. Zorenne looked at the column of terminals. 6 screens, 6 confirmations. The architecture required a full credential acknowledgement at each station before the override sequence could be initiated. If she stopped at one, the protocol would not register completion. The machine would not stop. She moved to the second terminal. Zorenne. Do you confirm that the release pacing has been altered by an unexecuted administrative override? Yes. Confirmation accepted. Proceed to Station 3, third terminal. Zorenne. Do you identify the source of the errata as former Operations Director Kellis Vale, currently stationed in Archive Administration Basement Level 4? She paused. Kellis Vale. The name matched the mentor Avara had described, the man who added the geographic propagation axis, the man who had been in the building since before the machine was built. Yes. Confirmation accepted. Proceed to Station 4. The questions became more personal. Fourth terminal. Zorenne. Do you acknowledge that the credential you are using was originally designed to prevent the corruption of this system, and that its use now constitutes activation of a function you were specifically hired to build? Zorenne's throat tightened. She had built the lock. That was what the file meant. That was what the registered under protest inscription meant. Zorenne did not just design the credential system. She was hired to secure the machine, to make sure no one could trigger it without authorization. I don't know why. Zorenne was using that same security to unmake it. Yes, confirmation accepted. Proceed to Station 5, fifth terminal. Zorenne. Do you acknowledge that your presence here means the system's original operators have been compromised or eliminated, and that you are the only living person capable of completing this sequence? The question hit like a physical weight. She was alone, truly alone. The last person standing between the machine and the city. The only one who could stop it. Yes, confirmation accepted. Proceed to Station 6, sixth terminal. The screen was different, larger, brighter. The text was not a question, but a statement. Zorenne, this is the final station. To initiate the override sequence, you must provide vocal confirmation of your original investigator oath, word for word, as registered in the Archive's vocal pattern database. Zorenne stared at the screen. The oath. She had not spoken it in 4 years, had not even thought about it since the night she left, but the words were still there, carved into memory like the registered under protest inscription on the platform below. I, Zorenne, do affirm that I will act in the interest of the Archive's integrity, above personal gain, above loyalty to any commander, above fear of consequence. This is my oath as an investigator. This is my name as a key. She opened her mouth. The machine hum dropped. Not silence, a cessation. The low, constant note that had vibrated through the concrete for the past hour simply stopped. In the sudden stillness, a different sound rose from above. Gunfire. Distant but distinct. Multiple shots. A stutter of fire. Then silence again. Zorenne looked at the stairwell. Viwar's face was pale in the dim light. That was inside the building. Zorenne turned back to the terminal. The text had not changed. To initiate the override sequence, you must provide vocal confirmation of your original investigator oath. Outside, the gunfire resumed. Closer now. Chapter 37. The gunfire came again. Closer. 3 shots in quick succession, then a pause, then 2 more. The concrete walls carried the sound like a second pulse beneath the machine's silence. Zorenne kept her eyes on the terminal. To initiate the override sequence, you must provide vocal confirmation of your original investigator oath, word for word, as registered in the Archive's vocal pattern database. The words had not changed. The machine was waiting. She opened her mouth. I, Zorenne. The first syllable hit the terminal's microphone, and the screen flickered. A green waveform pulsed along the bottom edge, matching her voice, comparing it against the recording made 4 years ago. Do affirm that I will act in the interest of the Archive's integrity. A chime. The waveform stabilized. Confirmation in progress. Continue. Above personal gain, above loyalty to any commander, above fear of consequence. She stopped. The words tasted wrong. Not because they were false, but because they were incomplete. The oath had been written by someone who believed the system could be served without being corrupted. She had believed that once. She had carved registered under protest into a metal platform and still taken the job. This is my oath as an investigator. This is my name as a key. The terminal flashed green. Override sequence initiated. Station 6 confirmed. Proceed to final authorization. The floor beneath her feet vibrated. Not the machine's hum, but something mechanical. A release. Somewhere below the concrete, a latch disengaged. Zorenne stepped back from the terminal and the screen changed. Sarah Venn, you have entered the sequence. The system now requires you to acknowledge the full scope of your role before the override can be finalized. She frowned. I already confirmed at all 6 stations. The confirmations were projectoral. The final authorization requires acknowledgement of personal responsibility. The screen split into columns. Column 1, Investigator Designation, Sarah Venn, Credental Level, Full Architecture Access, Function, Credental Lock Design and Maintenance. Column 2, System Events Initiated by Designation Holder. She stared at the list. Terminal Activation, Sealed Sector Entry, Protocol Trigger Sequence, Enabled. The words blurred. Protocol Trigger Sequence Enabled. Her hands went cold. I did not trigger the protocol. The records indicate otherwise. Your credental was used to access the system on the night of your departure 4 years ago. The protocol was initiated at 3:47 that morning. Zorenne's throat closed. The night she left. The night she walked out of Dravnek territory and never looked back. She had no memory of using the credential that night. No memory of the sealed sector. No memory of anything after the argument with Thyren and the cab ride to the river ward. But the system remembered. Her birth name credential. Her name. Her key. She had triggered the dead man protocol 4 years ago, and she had walked away without remembering. The gunfire above intensified. A stutter of automatic fire, then the sound of something heavy falling. Sarah! Yvar's voice from the stairwell. Tight. Controlled. They are inside the building. The shots are coming from the main archive floor. If they reach the basement, they will find the drainage channel entrance. Zorenne did not turn. How long? Minutes, maybe less. She looked back at the terminal. The system requires acknowledgement. Do you confirm that your credential was the instrument of the protocol's initiation? Zorenne's hands were steady. That surprised her. She had expected shaking, rage, grief. Instead, there was only a cold clarity spreading through her chest like water filling a lock. She had done this. She had triggered the machine. Not Solon, not Kellis Vale. Her, Sarah Venn. The woman who built the lock. The woman who designed the security. The woman who used it to open the door 4 years ago and then forgot she had done it. Yes. Confirmation accepted. The screen flickered. Override sequence continuing. Final authorization required. A new prompt appeared. Sarah Venn. The system acknowledges your role in the protocol's initiation. It also acknowledges that you designed the credental lock with the intent of preventing precisely this outcome. Do you confirm that your presence here constitutes a full revocation of the system's original purpose? She read the question twice. Full revocation. Not a shutdown. A revocation. A declaration that the system's purpose was wrong. That the machine should never have been built. That the archive's integrity, the things she had sworn to protect, had been a lie from the beginning. The gunfire stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Yes, confirmation accepted. Revocation registered. Initiating override. The terminal went dark. For a long second, nothing happened. The core chamber was silent. The air was still. The concrete held its breath. Then the floor shuddered. A deep, grinding sound rose from beneath her feet. Metal on metal. Hydraulics engaging. Somewhere below the chamber, a mechanism was turning. Zorenne stepped back. The central terminal began to lower into the floor, retracting into a recess she had not noticed. As it descended, a new screen rose from the same slot. Wider, brighter. A display, not an input. The screen flickered to life. A live feed. Grainy, black and white, but clear enough to recognize the room. Arctic Administration Basement Level 4. The same room where the logs had traced Kellis Vale's override. And in the center of the frame, standing over a terminal with his back to the camera, was Zorenne Thunn. Zorenne's breath caught. Zorenne was not alone. 3 men stood behind him, weapons visible, and at the edge of the frame, partially obscured, a figure she did not recognize. Older, gray hair, posture of someone who had spent decades behind a desk. Kellis Vale. Zorenne was speaking. The feed had no audio, but his mouth moved in short, clipped sentences. Commands. Then he turned toward a second screen mounted on the far wall. The screen showed Thyren, still in the operations room, standing at the center of a semicircle of captains. His face was unreadable, but his posture was wrong. Braced, like a man waiting for a blow that had not yet landed. Zorenne raised his hand, a signal. The men behind him moved. Verrin watched the feed as Solin's people spread out, flanking the exits, blocking the doors, isolating Thyren's command from the outside. The gunfire had not been random. It had been a diversion, a signal, a clock. And now Zorenne was making his move. Chapter 38. The operations room had gone quiet. Thyren stood at the center, watching the live feed flicker on the wall screen. Archive Administration Basement Level 4. Zorenne Thunn stood over the terminal with 3 armed men spreading out behind him. Kellis Vale at the edge of the frame, gray hair catching the terminal light, hands folded like a man watching a clock reach its hour. The feed switched. A second camera showed the core chamber. Zorenne at Terminal 6. The screen before her had gone dark. Then a new display rose from the floor. She was reading something. Her lips moved. No audio, no way to hear what she said. Thyren watched her hands. Steady. She was not afraid yet. That meant she was still working. Ferris moved to his side. Her face had not recovered from whatever message she had read. The color was wrong. The set of her jaw was wrong. Solin's broadcast is reaching the river ward, captains, she said. He is telling them the machine stopped because he took control. He says you abandoned command to chase a woman. He says the shutdown proves the old order was right. Does he have proof? He has the timing. The machine stopped. He is on the admin terminal. The sector leads are not asking who triggered the override. They are asking who was in the room when it happened. Thyren did not look away from the feed. And the transport captain? Still unaccounted for. The door to the operations room opened. A man entered. Older, heavy build. One of the captains who had stood with Thyren's father. His hands were visible, empty. That was the only reason the men flanking Thyren did not raise their weapons. Thyren. I see you standing, Marin. I am standing because I have not decided yet. Decide faster. Marin stepped closer. His boots were wet. The rain had not stopped. It had been falling for hours, washing the archive steps, running through the gutters, threading the city with the smell of iron and wet stone. Zorenne is saying the machine stopped because the old system protected itself. He is saying you broke the covenant, you reformed the archive, you brought in outsiders. You let a woman who fled the network walk back in and turn the key. The key she turned stopped the bleeding. Did it? Marin's voice was flat. Not hostile, not yet. He was weighing, measuring. A man who had survived 30 years inside Dravnek by never betting on the wrong side until the odds were clear. You are standing here. The machine stopped, but the data already moved. The Morrow Circle holds our logistics routes. The exchange house belongs to Quay. The river ward is routing through Zorenne. What did we win, exactly? Thyren turned. He looked at Marin, at the wet boots, at the scar above his left eyebrow, at the hands that had done things both of them would carry until they died. I am still standing, Thyren said. That is what we won. Marin's mouth tightened. That is not an answer. It is the only one you are getting. The room held. Ferris's terminal chimed. She looked down. Her face changed again. Not surprised this time. Something worse. What? She did not answer immediately. She read the message twice. Then she looked up at Thyren, and he saw it in her eyes before she spoke. The core chamber doors sealed 5 minutes ago. Thyren went still. The override sequence triggered a containment protocol, Ferris said. Standard for pre-reform security architecture. When the primary system shuts down, the chamber locks to preserve the evidence for audit. The doors cannot be opened from the outside. How long? Until the protocol clears? 12 hours. Automated. No manual release. Zorenne is inside. Ferris did not look away. Yes. Marin made a sound. Not quite a laugh. Something drier. A man watching a bet turn against him. There it is. The cost. Thyren did not hear him. He was looking at the feed. The core chamber. Zorenne still standing at the terminal. Her hands were moving. Reading. She did not know yet. She had not noticed the doors sealing behind her. He could not warn her. No audio. No way to reach her. No way to tear the doors open without breaking every term he had signed, every promise he had made, every line she had drawn between them. Marin was still talking. Solon is going to use this. The woman he trusted sealed herself in the core. He abandoned command for her, and now she is trapped. The old guard will call it proof. He let her inside the machine, and she broke it, and now she is buried in the wreckage. Thyren turned. Get me a line to the core chamber. Then get me one. Ferris hesitated. Then she moved to the secondary terminal. Keys clicking, lines routing through the archive's internal network. The feed showed Zorenne look up. She had seen something. A light. A change in the chamber's hum. She turned, scanning the walls, looking for the source of the shift. She did not find it. Thyren watched her stand alone in the bell-shaped room. 6 terminals, 1 woman. The machine silent beneath her feet. She touched her ear. No, not her ear. The small ink mark behind it. The old archive identifier. A gesture from 4 years ago. A habit she had never broken. She was thinking. She was calculating. She was not panicking. That meant she had not noticed the doors yet. Ferris's terminal beeped. I have a relay, she said. Internal routing only, one way. You can send text to the chamber display, but she cannot reply. Do it, Ferris typed. The message appeared on the feed's edge. Small, white text on the black border. Core chamber doors sealed. Containment protocol active. 12 hours automated release. You are not alone. We are working. Thyren watched Zorenne's face. She saw the message. She read it. Her hands stopped moving. For a long second she did not react. Then she did something he did not expect. She smiled. Not triumph, not relief, something harder. A grim recognition. A woman who had just learned the price of her choice and was already calculating how to pay it. She looked up at the camera. Straight at it. Straight at him. She did not speak, no audio, but her mouth formed 2 words. Thyren read them. I know. She had known. She had seen the doors seal. She had known before the message reached him, and she had not stopped working. The feed flickered. A new screen rose from Zorenne's terminal, wider. Data streaming across it, lines of code, access logs. Something was transferring. Ferris leaned closer. What is she doing? Thyren watched. She is finishing it. The data stream accelerated. The chamber lights dimmed. The hum beneath the floor changed pitch, rising, falling. A rhythm that matched nothing in the room. Then the screen on Zorenne's terminal went dark. The chamber went silent. Zorenne stood alone in the dark, her face lit only by the faint emergency strip along the wall. She was still standing, and the doors were still sealed. Chapter 39. The dark held. Zorenne stood at the terminal, the display dead beneath her hands. The chamber hum had stopped. The machine was silent. She had done what she came to do. The containment doors were sealed behind her. She turned. The emergency strip along the wall cast a thin orange line across the floor. 6 terminals, dark. The bell-shaped chamber, still. The air was already changing, growing thicker, warmer. The environmental systems were tied to the machine. Without it, the room would become a box. 12 hours. She did not have 12 hours. She crossed to the nearest terminal and pressed her palm to the surface. Nothing. Dead. The system had fully shut down. The override sequence had completed, and the containment protocol had locked everything behind her. She should have felt triumph. Instead, she felt the weight of the room closing in. The display on the wall, the one that had shown her Thyren's message, flickered. White text appeared on the black border. Containment burn initiated. T-29 minutes to full archival purge. Zoren's blood went cold. Not 12 hours, 29 minutes. And not a preservation seal, a bone. The machine's final failsafe triggered by the override. Destroy the evidence, destroy the chamber, destroy anyone still inside. She moved. The terminals were dead, but the platform beneath her feet had a seam, a maintenance panel. Sarah Venn had built this room. She had worked under protest, but she had built it to last, and she had built it with her own escape routes. Zorenne dropped to her knees and ran her fingers along the seam. The metal was warm. She pressed. Nothing. She pressed harder. The panel shifted. Beneath it, a recessed handle. She pulled. The panel lifted, revealing a narrow shaft. Dark. No ladder, no light. Drop into nothing. The wall display updated. T-27 minutes. She had 27 minutes to find a way out of a sealed chamber, through a shaft she could not see the bottom of, with no guarantee the exit still existed after 4 years of neglect. She took a breath. Then she swung her legs over the edge and dropped into the dark. The fall was shorter than she expected. Her boots hit concrete, hard. Her knees buckled. She caught herself with one hand against a damp wall. The air was colder here, older. A maintenance crawl space beneath the core chamber. She stood. The shaft above her was a faint orange rectangle of light, the chamber's emergency strip, the only illumination she had. She was in a narrow corridor, concrete, pipework along the ceiling, a single direction forward. She walked. The corridor curved. The pipework changed from modern steel to older iron, crusted with rust. The walls narrowed. She had to turn sideways at one point, pressing her back against one wall and her palms against the other, shuffling forward. The display countdown was not visible here, but she felt it. A pressure behind her eyes, a ticking in her chest. She had to believe Sarah Venn had built this. She had to believe the woman who carved registered under protest into metal had not left herself trapped. The corridor opened. A small chamber, a terminal. Ancient. Pre-reform. The screen was dark, but a single light blinked at the base. Power. Still live. Zorenne approached. The terminal had a palm reader. She pressed her hand to it. Nothing. Dead credential, not registered in this layer. She looked at the wall behind the terminal. A door. Sealed. No handle, no panel. A heavy steel door with a single slot at head height. A card reader. She did not have a card. She searched her coat anyway. Empty. Nothing. The chamber had taken everything but the clothes on her back. The wall display in the core chamber would be counting down. She had less than 20 minutes now. She looked at the terminal again. The blinking light. Power. Connection to something. She pulled her palm across her coat sleeve, wiping the damp away, then pressed it flat against the terminal's casing. Not the reader. The metal housing itself. The screen flickered. A single line of text appeared. Access denied. Credential not recognized. But the terminal had responded. It was alive. It was connected. She pressed harder. The screen flickered again. A second line. Alternate authentication required. Alternate authentication. She closed her eyes. Then she spoke. Sarah Venn. The screen went dark. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the door behind the terminal clicked. She pushed it open. A stairwell, narrow, metal steps spiraling upward into darkness. The air moved. Fresh air, faintly. A whisper of the outside world. She climbed. The stairs groaned under her weight. Rust flaked beneath her boots. The walls were raw stone, wet with condensation. The staircase had not been maintained in years, perhaps decades. She climbed faster. The stairwell smelled of mud and salt and something else, something chemical and sharp. Burn. The containment burn had started above her. She could feel the heat radiating through the stone. She climbed until her legs burned and her lungs ached. Then she saw it. A door. Heavy. Steel. A single handle at waist height. She reached it. She pulled. The handle turned. The door swung open, and she stumbled out into the rain. The river ward. She was standing at the base of a stone embankment, the old drainage channel that ran beneath the archive. The Seine One Ivara had mapped. The hatch at the top of the embankment was visible, a dark circle against the gray sky. She had made it. She turned and looked back at the archive building. It stood 3 blocks away, its roof level with the rain. No smoke, no fire visible. The containment burn was internal, sealed within the chamber, destroying evidence without consuming the structure. Solan's evidence. She had the logs, the ones that proved he had accelerated the protocol, the ones that showed Vale's manual overrides, the ones that would expose the entire scheme. She pulled the chip from her coat pocket, still intact. She held it up to the rain, watching the drops run across its surface. Then she heard footsteps behind her. She turned. A figure stood at the top of the embankment, rain-slicked coat, hands in pockets, watching her. Quay. She did not move, did not speak. She simply stood there, watching Zorenne climb out of the dark, holding evidence that could burn Verrin to the ground. Then she smiled. And the smile was not satisfaction, it was anticipation. Chapter 40. Zorenne held the evidence chip up in the rain. The water ran across its surface, catching the dim light from the river ward street lamps. Behind her, the archive building stood silent. No smoke, no flame. The containment burn had done its work. Quay remained at the top of the embankment. Her coat was dark wool, tailored, dry despite the rain. She had not moved since Zorenne emerged. She simply watched, hands in her pockets, the smile still curving her mouth. Zorenne pocketed the chip. She climbed the embankment. The gravel shifted under her boots. The rain plastered her hair to her skull. She stopped 3 feet from Quay, close enough to see the silk collar of her coat, the expensive cut of her sleeves. "There is nothing left to buy," Zorenne said. "Isn't there?" Kay's voice was soft, almost friendly. "You just walked out of a sealed chamber holding proof that Zorenne Thunn tried to burn your lover's empire from the inside." She tilted her head. "That is not nothing. That is a very expensive piece of leverage." Zorenne did not answer. Quay waited. The rain filled the silence between them. "I am not your enemy," Quay said. "Then what are you?" "Someone who wants to know which way the city tilts tomorrow." Quay pulled one hand from her pocket, extended it, empty palm. "You have the evidence. I have the distribution network. We could trade." Zorenne looked at the offered hand. She did not take it. "I will keep my evidence," she said, "and you will keep your network." Kay's hand stayed extended for a long moment. Then she lowered it. The smile did not waver. "You are going to be a problem," she said. "I respect that." She turned and walked away. Her heels clicked against the wet stone. A black sedan idled at the far end of the embankment. Its engine purred as she approached. The door opened. She slid inside. The sedan pulled away without haste. Zorenne stood alone in the rain. She had the chip. She had the truth. She had no idea what waited inside the building. She walked. 3 blocks. Past the service entrance. Past the loading bay where Ivara had first shown her the drainage channel map. Past the main doors, locked and dark. The front steps were empty. She pushed through the main entrance. The lobby was quiet. No guards, no captains. The terminals at the reception desk were dark. A single overhead light burned at the far end of the corridor. She followed it. The operations room door was open. She stepped through. Thyren stood at the far wall, his back to her, one hand braced against the window frame. The glass showed nothing but rain and darkness. His shoulders were rigid. Ferris sat at a terminal, her face drawn. Marin stood near the door, arms crossed, watching. No one spoke. Then Thyren turned. His face was gray. Exhaustion pulled at the hollows beneath his eyes. A bruise was forming along his jaw, dark and fresh. His knuckles were raw. He looked at her. The silence stretched. "I have the logs," she said. Her voice sounded strange in the quiet room, too loud, too flat. "Every override, every manual acceleration, Vale's credentials stamped on every one." Thyren did not move. "Solon?" "Broadcasting to the river ward," Ferris said. Claims the shutdown was his doing. Says he stabilized the network while you were underground. He did not stabilize anything, Zorenne said. She pulled the chip from her pocket, held it up. This proves he accelerated the protocol. He caused the surge. He manufactured the collapse he claims to have stopped. Ferris stood, walked over, took the chip. I will route this to every sector lead, she said. Every captain, every council member still alive. Do it. Ferris left. The door swung shut behind her. Merrin stayed. He looked at Zorenne, then at Thyren. She walked out, he said, with proof while you held the room. Say what you mean, Thyren said. Merrin shrugged. I mean, the old order is finished. Solon gambled on fear. She gambled on facts. He nodded at Zorenne. The network will not forget that. He left. The door closed. They were alone. Thyren crossed the room in 3 strides. He stopped in front of her, close enough that she could see the blood drying on his knuckles, the split in his lip, the dark exhaustion in his eyes. I thought you were dead, he said. I know. The doors sealed. The countdown started. The feed went dark. I know. His jaw tightened. I told you I'd not come for you. I signed it. I meant it. His voice cracked on the last word. I sat here and watched the display go dark, and I did not move because you asked me not to. I know. She reached out, touched his hand, the raw knuckles, the dried blood. You kept your word, she said. He looked down at her hand on his. I want better than that from you. But I need to think. She pulled her hand back. I need to stand in my own life and decide what I want. Not react, not survive. Choose. He did not argue, did not bargain. He simply nodded. I will be here, he said. She took 3 days. 3 days of sitting in sun and thun with the lights on, of reading old case files, of watching Wylie brew coffee and stack paperwork and pretend he was not watching her for fractures. 3 days of silence. She called no one. She answered no messages. She sat in the office she had built, surrounded by the evidence of a life she had chosen without anyone else's terms. On the 4th morning, she wrote. She drafted terms, not a contract, not a negotiation, a statement of what she would accept and what she would not. Her name would stay Zorenne Thunn. The birth name would exist as a credential she controlled, not an identity anyone could summon. Her authority inside the Dravnek structure would be independent. She would answer to no one but herself. Her exit rights would be clear, written, enforceable. Sun and Thunn recovery would remain hers, untouched, unclaimed. She wrote it all down. Then she folded the paper into her coat and walked to Dravnek house. Verrin was in the 2nd floor conference room, alone. The table was clear. She set the paper in front of him. He read it. When he finished, he looked up. Yes, he said. Read it again. I do not need to. Read it again. He read it again, slowly, deliberately. Then he picked up a pen and signed his name at the bottom. Done. She looked at the signature. His hand. Steady, no hesitation. The Moro Circle will target you now, she said. I know. Kaya Rulin was waiting for me when I came out of the drains. She knows what I carry. She knows what I mean to you. I know. He set the pen down. I will not tell you it will be safe, he said. I will not tell you I can protect you from every angle. I learned that lesson. It cost me your trust. He met her eyes. But I will tell you that I will stand beside you exactly as long as you want me there, and I will leave the moment you do not. She held his gaze. Then she took his hand. The touch was light, a question, not a claim. He did not move, did not tighten his grip. He let her hold him exactly as she chose. Then I am here, she said. That night, a message arrived at Zorenne Thunn. No return address, no signature, a single line of text. The city is recalculating. So am I. It was signed with a single initial. C. Zorenne read it twice. Then she folded the paper and slid it into the locked drawer where she kept the original contract Thyren had brought her. She did not tell Wylie. She did not tell Thyren. She turned off the office lights and walked home through the rain, exactly as she had done every night of the life she had built. But something had shifted. The city was watching. and Rulen had just taken her measure. Chapter 41. The morning after the conference room faded into the new shape of things, Zorenne arrived at Dravnek house before the coffee was brewed. She did not announce herself. She walked past the front desk, through the corridor where staff still moved like they were waiting for the building to decide its allegiance, and into the second-floor room where Thyren had signed her terms. The table was empty. The pen was still there. She sat at the head and laid out the Crowther pages, the evidence chip copy Ferris had made, and a clean notebook. She was still reading when the first of them arrived. The door opened without a knock. A man she recognized from the old days, broad-shouldered, knuckles scarred. A lieutenant named Corvin, one of the captains who had stood in the operations room while Solon broadcast his coup. He did not sit. "You are in Thyren's chair." She did not look up. "The room has multiple chairs. This one is his. This one is where I am working today." She turned a page. "State your business." A pause. She could feel him measuring her. The angle of his shoulders, the set of his jaw. He was deciding whether to push. "The River Ward collection schedule hit a problem," he said. 3 addresses on the list were released in the leak. The families have already been approached by Morrow Circle buyers. If we collect now, we are collecting from people who already lost everything to the other side. "Then you cancel the orders." "We do not cancel. We adjust terms, extend payment windows, collect a percentage now and the rest when the panic settles." "No!" He shifted his weight. "With respect, you came to me because Darren signed terms that give me independent authority inside Dravnek. You want to see if those terms hold." She set down the page. "They hold. Cancel the orders. Send a notice that those families will not be contacted again until they initiate contact." Thyren knows what he signed." Corvin stood there a moment longer. Then he turned and walked out. The second arrived an hour later. A woman this time, Ferris's age, dark hair pinned tight, a folder under her arm. "Ferris sent me," she said. "There is a problem with the Iron Ward sector lead. He is refusing to release the hold on the transport vessels. He says the Channon House archive transfer cannot proceed without his authorization, and he only answers to a sitting head of operations." Zorenne looked at the folder. "Who is he?" "Name is Durand, old guard, served under Darian's father." "He knows Solon is finished?" "He knows Solon is being held in the basement level 4 admin office with 2 armed guards. He does not care. He says the charter does not recognize emergency succession or external field authority." His words. Zorenne opened the folder. "Read the charter references, the old language, the procedural traps." She closed it. "Tell Duran the transfer will proceed under the signed terms executed by Thyren Dravnek and witnessed by 7 senior staff, copies of which are filed with the archive administrator and the River Ward Council. If he still refuses, tell him I will personally walk the evidence chip to every sector lead in the city and let them decide whose signature holds more weight, his or Solon's." The woman's expression did not change. "That will not make him like you. I am not here to be liked. A flicker of something, not respect, acknowledgement. I will relay it." By midday, Thyren found her in the conference room. He looked better than the night before. The bruise on his jaw had darkened to purple, but the exhaustion had eased. He stood in the doorway and watched her. "I heard you voided Corvin's collection orders." "I heard you heard. The captains are talking. They were going to talk regardless. At least now they have something real to discuss." He stepped inside, closed the door behind him. "You do not have to defend every decision to me," he said. "That was not the terms." "I know, but—" She set down her pen. "But if you override me in front of them, the terms become theater. And if you do not override me and I am wrong, the damage lands on both of us." "Are you wrong?" She considered the question. "About the collections?" "No. Pressuring families who just survived a Morrow Circle approach would push them toward the buyers. Canceling the orders buys time and goodwill." "And Durand?" "He will release the hold when he realizes Solon is not coming back. He is not loyal to Solon. He is loyal to the charter. The charter says emergency succession has to be ratified by a quorum of sector leads within 72 hours. Solon did not get a quorum. Durand knows it. He just wants someone to admit it out loud." The Rian nodded. "Then I will admit it out loud. He crossed to the table, picked up the pen she had been using. Where do I sign? The third test came at dusk. Zorenne was reviewing the cancelled list when the door opened and a junior runner handed her a single sheet of paper. No envelope, no header, a message. The cancelled target list reached us 2 hours ago. Interesting choices. Why spare those families when you know we will find others? See, she read it twice. Then she looked at the runner. Who gained you this? Anonymous courier, paid in cash, left it at the intake desk with your name. Where is the courier now? Gone. She folded the paper. The leak had come from inside. Someone in the morning meeting, or in the chain after it had passed the cancelled list to the Morrow circle within hours. Someone was watching. She slid the message into her coat pocket. Thyren appeared in the doorway, coat on, keys in hand. I am heading to the basement to speak to Solon. Ferris says he is asking for a negotiation. She stood. I am coming with you. He did not argue. They walked out together, past the desk where the runner had left the message, past the captains who watched them pass, past the building that was still deciding what it was. The city was recalculating, and the person feeding Kaya Rulin information was still inside. Chapter 42. The archive felt different the morning after. Not quieter. The machine was dead, its hum gone, but the building still breathed. Footsteps in corridors, voices behind closed doors. The scrape of chairs as captains and clerks tried to rebuild a structure that had nearly collapsed. Zorenne sat at the long table in the second-floor conference room, with the damage spread across its surface like a wound laid open for examination. Ibarra sat across from her, a bandage visible at her hairline where the gash had been stitched, her silver hair pulled back to expose the wound. The first wave was the worst, Ibarra said. She did not look up from the ledger she was annotating. The families who had no warning, no time to move, no one to call. Zorenne turned a page. How many? Confirmed destroyed? 14. The number landed between them. Presumed compromised but alive? 23, maybe more. We will not know for weeks. Some of them went underground the moment they saw their names surface. They are not coming back to Dravnek for help. They do not trust us anymore. Zorenne kept turning pages. The reports were organized by sector, then by family unit, then by estimated exposure level. Someone had done good work in the hours since the shutdown. Ferris, probably. Or one of the junior archivists who had not been working for Solon. The paper was still warm from the printer. The River Ward took the heaviest losses, Ibarra continued. 8 families, 3 with children. One of them had a municipal custody request filed 2 weeks before the first wave. Zorenne stopped turning. Where? Ibarra slid a single sheet across the table. Zorenne read it. The family name was Farlen, 2 adults, 3 children. The mother had been a records clerk at the municipal registrar's office. The father had done logistics for a shipping company that sometimes contracted with Dravnek for port access. The custody request had been filed by the Verrin Department of Child Welfare, citing unsuitable living conditions and parental associations. The date was 11 days before the first leak wave. Zorenne read it again. Who filed this? Ibarra's expression did not change. A clerk named Voss, no known affiliation, clean record, transferred out of the department 3 days after filing. Transferred where? The file does not say. Zorenne set the sheet down. Where are the Farlen children now? Unknown. The parents disappeared when the first wave hit. The children were not at the school or the listed residence. No one has seen them since the leak. Zorenne looked at the paper. The date was too precise, too early. Someone had known the leak was coming before it started. Whoever filed this was clearing the children out before the wave hit, she said. Not protecting them, extracting them. Ibarra nodded. That is my read. Then the Farlen parents did not vanish because they were exposed. They vanished because someone took their children and they went after them. Or because someone took the children to make sure the parents would do exactly that. Zorenne stared at the sheet. The custody request was a piece of a larger machine. She could feel it. The timing, the clean transfer, the disappeared family. Who inside Dravnek knew the Farlen family? Thyren's father used them twice, 5 and 7 years ago. Port clearance work, nothing sensitive. They were low tier, not worth this level of attention. Unless someone wanted leverage over something the father saw. Vivara's pen paused. The father's shipping company ran the Iron Ward route. That route feeds directly into the exchange house Kaya Rulin now controls. The room was very quiet. She did not wait for the leak to find leverage, Zorenne said slowly. She built the leverage before the leak. Then she used the chaos to make the extraction look like collateral damage. Ivar set down her pen. That is a serious claim. I know. Do you have proof? Zorenne looked at the custody request again. The clean signature, the transferred clerk, the vanished children. Not yet. She folded the sheet and tucked it into her coat. But I know who to ask. Bastian Marrow was at the municipal taproom when she found him. He was sitting at the same table where they had met the first time, a half-empty glass in front of him, a newspaper folded to the classifieds. He did not look surprised to see her. I heard you walked out of the archive with Solin's head on a chip, he said. Not his head, his signature. Close enough. She sat down across from him and placed the custody request on the table. His eyes dropped. Reed came back up. This is not my kind of work. It is your kind of information. He picked up the sheet, read it again, then he set it down and took a long drink. The clerk who signed this is dead. Zorenne's hand went still. When? 2 days ago, reported as a mugging in the South Ward. No witnesses, no suspects, body identified by dental records. She had been holding the sheet for less than an hour. Bastian watched her. You are not surprised. I am learning not to be. He set the glass down. The Farling children are alive. I do not know where, but I know they were not taken by the Moro Circle. Who then? He hesitated. That was new. Bastian never hesitated. Someone who has been waiting for the archive to crack open, he said. Someone who has been preparing for this longer than Solon or Kaya or anyone else. His voice dropped. And someone who knows your birth name was the key before you did. The air changed. Zorenne kept her face still. Why would they take the children? To make sure the parents did not talk to you. About what? Bastian leaned forward. The Farland father was not just a logistics clerk. He was present at the document signing when your birth name was officially linked to the Dravnek archive architecture. The words landed like a door closing. Zorenne thought of the night she could not remember, the cab ride to the river ward, the hours that had no record. Why would he remember that? Because he was the one who typed the confirmation. The table was very hard under her palms. He knew you by your face. He knew the name you used before you became Sarah Venn, and when the archive started cracking, he knew exactly what he was carrying. Then why did he not come to me? Bastian's expression did not change. Maybe he tried, and someone got to him first. Chapter 43. The tap room was filling with the evening crowd, men in dock gear and women in office coats, all of them carrying the same exhaustion, the same need for something cheap and warm. Bastian watched them the way a fisherman watched tide lines. 2 days since the archive went quiet, he said. You know what I have heard in that time? Zorenne did not answer. The Dravnek name is no longer worth the paper it is printed on, not because the structure collapsed, because everyone now knows the structure could collapse. That is the difference. Before the leak, people believed the machine was eternal. Now they know it is held together by a woman they have never met and a man who cannot stop his own second-in-command. Solon is in a basement with 2 guards. Solon is a symptom. The fear is the disease. He pulled a folded sheet from his coat and spread it across the table. It was a map of Verrin, but not the kind sold at newsstands. Hand-annotated. Dates, names, symbols she recognized from the old classification system. This is what the city looks like now, he said. Every mark is a transaction. A family buying alternative protection, a business owner liquidating assets, a captain shifting loyalty to a new paymaster. Kaya, and others, smaller players who smell blood in the water. Zorenne traced the marks with her finger. The river ward was dense with them, the iron ward less so, but the ones there were clustered around the exchange house. She is not buying scraps anymore, Bastian said. She is buying the pieces people throw away because they are too afraid to hold them, and she is doing it with your name on her lips. Zorenne looked up. My name. Zorenne Thunn, the woman who walked out of the archive with the proof. The woman who stood in Thyren Dravnek's conference room and cancelled collection orders. The woman who holds the key to the machine that nearly burned Verrin alive. He leaned forward. Heir is not hiding what you did. She is airing it. Every family that lost someone in the leak hears your name attached to the shutdown. Every captain who watched their authority erode hears your name attached to the new terms. You are not a contractor anymore. You are the story. The air in the taproom was warm with bodies and steam. Zorenne felt cold. Who is telling the story? Kaya, her people. The same network that bought the fragments is now selling the narrative. It is cleaner than data, harder to disprove. She cannot pin the leak on me. She does not need to. She only needs enough families to believe that if you had moved faster or chosen differently, the people they lost would still be alive. Zorenne looked at the map again. The marks were not random. They formed a perimeter. Kaya was not taking random territory. She was sealing the edges of the Dravnek influence zone, compressing it from the outside while the inside fractured. She is letting the network bleed out, Zorenne said. It is cheaper than attacking it. The families that blame me. How many? Bastion paused. I do not have an exact count. Estimate. Enough. The word landed like a stone. Zorenne folded the map and slid it into her coat. I need a name. Someone inside Kaya's operation who talks. I have one, but the price is high. Name it. He wants immunity, full sector relocation, new identity, paid up front. That is not a price I can pay alone. No, but it is a price Thyren Dravnek can pay without blinking. The taproom noise pressed in around them. A glass broke somewhere near the bars. Laughter followed. Zorenne kept her eyes on Bastion. You want me to ask Thyren to fund a defector before I know what the defector knows. That is how information works. You buy the package before you open it. Then I need a guarantee the package is worth opening. Bastion hesitated again. The second time in one conversation. That was a pattern. There is something else, he said. I am listening. The Farland mother contacted Kaya 3 days before the custody request was filed. The words did not make sense at first. She asked for help? No, she offered information. In exchange for protection for her children. From who? From the same third party that Bastion mentioned. The one who has been preparing for the archive collapse longer than Solon or Kaya. The room felt smaller. The mother knew the children were going to be taken, Zorenne said slowly. She tried to get ahead of it by bargaining with Kaya. She did, and Kaya accepted the information. Then she took the children anyway and handed them to the third party as a gesture of goodwill. The air in Zorenne's chest went tight. Kaya sold the children to the people the mother was trying to hide them from. Now you understand why the mother has not surfaced. She traded the only leverage she had, and it cost her everything. The taproom door opened. A man in a wet coat entered, looked around, and settled at the bars. Zorenne watched him without seeing him. The mother's information, she said. What was it? Bastion's voice dropped to something almost inaudible. She knew where the Farland father was going the night he disappeared. She knew who he was meeting, and she knew what he was carrying. A document. The confirmation linking Zorenne's birth name to the Dravnek archive architecture. The piece of paper that made her who she was in the system. She gave Kaya the location, Zorenne said. She did, but Kaya was not the only one listening. The man at the bars turned. He was looking in their direction, not watching, looking. Zorenne met his eyes for half a second, then he looked away. Bastion? I see him. Who is he? I do not know, but he has been here since you walked in. The cold in Zorenne's chest spread. She reached into her coat and felt the edge of the folded map. He is not Kaya's. Her people do not sit at the bars. Then whose? The man stood. He did not approach. He left a coin on the counter and walked toward the back exit. The door swung shut behind him. Zorenne was already rising. Do not follow him, Bastion said. Then tell me who he is. I cannot, but I can tell you who he works for. He held her gaze. The same third party who took the Farland children. The same third party who knew your birth name was the key before anyone else. The same third party who has been watching you since the night the archive went dark. The back door of the tap room was still. The man was gone. Zorenne stood with the map in her coat, the cold spreading through her ribs, and the city recalculating around her like a machine she had only begun to understand. Chapter 44. The second-floor conference room smelled of old paper, cold coffee, and the particular stillness of a building waiting to decide whose orders to follow. Zorenne sat at the head of the table, with the Crowther pages spread in front of her and a list of casualties she had been annotating since dawn. 14 families confirmed destroyed, 23 compromised. The River Ward had lost a butcher, a schoolteacher, and a woman who ran a dress shop out of her front room. Their names sat on the page in her handwriting, and under each one she had drawn a line she could not erase. The door opened without a knock. A man she did not recognize stepped in. Mid-50s, soft build, clothes that cost money without advertising it. He carried a leather folder and the kind of confidence that came from decades of being the one who cleaned up messes for men who did not want their hands dirty. "You are Zorenne Thunn." "I am. I am Loris Holden. I handle documentation for the River Ward sector office." He did not offer his hand. She did not rise. "What do you need, Holden?" He set the folder on the table and opened it to reveal a single sheet of paper. Dense text, official letterhead, a line near the bottom where a signature would go. "The casualty lists require amendment before they reach the sector leads. We have identified discrepancies in the counts from the third wave. 7 of the 14 confirmed dead were misidentified. Their families have been located, and the records need to reflect that." Zorenne did not touch the folder. "Who told you to bring this to me?" "The River Ward sector lead believed you would prefer to handle the correction internally rather than let inaccurate numbers circulate publicly." "I prefer numbers that match what happened." Holden's expression did not shift. He had expected resistance. He had a response ready. "The families in question have already been paid. Discretion payments. They signed non-disclosure agreements. The official record showing them alive would protect them from further targeting by the Moro Circle. It is a protective measure, not a cover-up. If it was a protective measure, you would have opened with that. You opened with misidentification." She picked up the folder and read the document in full. It did not list 7 names. It listed 11. 11 dead rewritten as alive. 11 families erased from the casualty count to make the Dravnek response look cleaner than it was. She set the folder down. "No," Holden waited. "I am not signing this. The River Ward sector lead will take it to Thyren Dravnek directly if you refuse. Then he will get the same answer. You are new to this role. Perhaps you do not understand how the numbers will be used against the network if they go out unadjusted." "I understand exactly how they will be used. That is why I am not adjusting them." She stood. 11 people died because the archive leaked their names. 11 families are burying people today. If we pretend those deaths did not happen, we are not protecting anyone. We are telling the sector leads that the network will lie to preserve its reputation rather than absorb the cost of its failures. Reputation is how the River Ward stays stable. If the sector leads believe we lost control, they will push for external oversight, municipal audits, police attention. The families will not be safer because the truth is public. The families will not be safer because the truth is hidden either. They will just be invisible. Holden closed the folder. His face had gone flat. "I will inform the sector lead that you decline. You can also inform him that anyone who brings me a document like this again will be asked to explain it to the families in person." He left without another word. The door closed behind him with a click that sounded final. Zorenne stood at the table for a long moment, her hands flat on the Crowther pages, the casualty list beneath them, and the weight of the choice settling into her ribs like a bruise. She heard the door again. Ivara stood in the frame, silver hair pinned tight, a fresh bandage visible above her collar where the gash had been stitched. "I heard." "How much?" "Enough." Ivara walked to the table and looked at the folder Holden had left behind. She did not open it. "Holden has been with the River Ward office for 22 years. He served under Thyren's father. He has rewritten casualty lists for every incident in that time. No one has ever refused him before." "Then he was overdue for a refusal." Ivara's mouth curved. Not quite a smile. Something closer to recognition. "You are going to be a problem for them. I know." "Good. Ivada pulled out the chair across from Zorenne and sat. She did not mention the wound. She did not ask about Halden. She picked up the casualty list and read it in silence, then set it down exactly where it had been. The River Ward will hate you for this. The River Ward already hates me. Not for the same reasons. Before, they hated you because your name was attached to the archive shutdown. Now, they will hate you because you made them accountable. Same hate, different justification. Justification matters. It tells you where they will strike. Zorenne sat back down. Where will they strike? Publicly. They will not come at you in the dark. Old guard like Halden do not work that way. They will wait for a meeting with witnesses and challenge your authority in front of people who need to see you hold or fold. Then I will hold. Ivada studied her for a beat. You mean that? I do not say things I do not mean. No, you do not. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It felt like ground being tested and found solid. Ivada stood. I have a list of Farlan associates who may know who the third party is. I will have it cross-referenced by end of day. Thank you. Do not thank me. This is what I do. She was gone before Zorenne could answer. The room settled back into stillness. Zorenne looked at the casualty list again. 11 names she had refused to erase. She did not know if she had done the right thing. She knew she had done the honest thing, and that would have to be enough until she could prove the rest. Her phone vibrated on the table. Wylie. She picked it up. I need you to come to the office. His voice was flat, controlled, the kind of control that costs something. What happened? Someone broke in last night. What did they take? A pause. Nothing. The word did not land. Say that again? They did not take anything. They read files. They opened drawers. They sat in your chair. They did not steal a single document. Her pulse shifted. How do you know? Because everything is exactly where it was, but it is not where I left it. The difference is small. Someone who is not paying attention would not notice. She was already reaching for her coat. Do not touch anything else. I already did not. I am coming. She ended the call and stood with the phone in her hand and the casualty list still on the table, and the knowledge that someone had crossed into her space without taking a thing, which meant they had not come to steal. They had come to show her they could. Chapter 45. The cab dropped her 2 blocks from Sund and Thunny. Zorenne walked the rest of the way with her hands in her coat pockets and her eyes moving across every window, every parked car, every doorway that opened onto the street. The rain had stopped, but the air still held it, wet and heavy, the kind of cold that settled into bone rather than skin. The front door of Sund and Thunny was intact. No forced lock, no splintered frame. She tested it with her palm and felt the bolt catch exactly as it should. Someone had a key, or someone had known someone who did. She stepped inside and let the door close behind her. The reception area was dark. The desk where Wylie sat during business hours was clear, the chair pushed in, the lamp off, everything in its place, nothing overturned. That was the first wrong note. A real break-in left chaos. Drawers pulled, papers scattered, signs of haste, of someone working against time. This looked like the office had closed for the night, and no one had touched it since. Wylie appeared at the end of the hall. He was holding a coffee cup that had gone cold, judging by the way he held it, without intention, like a prop he had forgotten to set down. You walked? Cab dropped me early. I wanted to see the approach. He nodded. That made sense to him. It was the kind of thing he would have done. Show me. He turned without answering and led her back to her office. The door was open. The light was on. Wylie had clearly been in here since he called her, checking things, measuring, trying to reconstruct what had been moved and what had stayed. Zorenne stopped in the threshold and looked. Her desk, her chair, her files, the small lamp on the corner table, the stack of client intake forms she had left in the top drawer. Every surface looked exactly as she remembered leaving it. You said things were moved. They were. Show me. Wylie walked to her desk and pointed at the chair. It was pushed in when I left last night. I always push it in. You know that. She knew. Wylie was meticulous about the chair. He said it kept the office from looking like someone had just walked away from a crisis. It was pulled out this morning, about 6 inches. The same distance I always leave it when I sit down. You could have done that yourself. Reflex. I checked my memory before I touched anything. I did not sit in your chair last night. I left at 8, locked the door, and went home. She believed him. What else? He moved to the filing cabinet against the wall, the top drawer. He did not open it. This drawer was closed when I left. I closed it because I took a file out at 5 and put it back at 5:30. I remember the sound of it shutting. And this morning? Open. Not all the way, just enough to read the tabs. She felt the cold settle deeper. Someone had come in specifically to look at her files, not to take them, to read them, to know what she kept and how she organized it, and where she stored the things that mattered. What did they look at? Everything in the top 2 drawers. The tabs are in a different order than I keep them, alphabetical by client name. I do it by sector first, then name. They pulled them out and put them back in straight alphabetical. Small difference, but deliberate. Anything missing? Not that I can find. She turned in a slow circle, scanning the room with the same attention she would give a ledger that refused to balance. Bookshelf, window, coat rack. The small safe in the corner still closed, still locked. She pointed at it. Did you check? First thing, it is still sealed. I did not open it to confirm contents, but the combination wheel is in the position I left it. Good. She walked to her desk and stood behind it, her chair, her space. The place where she sat every day and made decisions that kept Sun and Foon alive. She ran her hand along the edge of the desk. The wood was cool, clean. Someone had wiped it down after they finished. That was the detail that unsettled her most. Not the rearranged files, not the chair pulled out, the wipe down. Someone had taken the time to erase their presence, to make the violation invisible unless someone was looking closely enough to see the seams. They wanted me to know they were here. Wylie's voice was flat. Yes, but they did not want anyone else to know. Yes. She looked at the filing cabinet, the top drawer, the tabs that had been rearranged by someone who knew how to read a room and how to leave it almost exactly as they found it. This was not a random break-in. No, this was someone showing me they can get into my space whenever they want. Wylie set the cold coffee cup down on the corner of her desk. His hand was steady. His face was not. There is something else. She waited. I checked every drawer, every cabinet, every shelf. There is one thing that is different. One thing that was definitely touched. He walked to the credenza against the wall, the one with the shallow drawers where she kept stationery, business cards, and the locked box of personal documents she had not opened since she moved into this office. Wylie pointed at the bottom drawer. This one was not closed properly. It is not flush with the frame, maybe a 1/4 inch off. I noticed it when I was checking the seal on the safe. She stared at the drawer with the box with the papers she had not looked at in 4 years because she had not needed to, because she had buried that name and everything attached to it and told herself she would never need to open that drawer again. She crossed the room. Her fingers touched the handle. The drawer slid open. The box was there. Wood, iron hinges, a small lock she had never bothered to key because the drawer itself was supposed to be enough. She lifted the lid. Everything was inside. The original contract, the municipal registration form, the letter she had written to herself the night she left Dravnek and never mailed. But the papers were not in the order she had left them. Someone had read every page, and at the top of the stack, placed exactly perpendicular to the rest, lay a single sheet of paper she had never seen before. Clean, white, unmarked except for 3 words written in a hand she did not recognize. Welcome back, Sarah. Chapter 46. The paper sat between them like a grenade neither wanted to touch. Zorenne stared at the 3 words. Welcome back, Sarah. The handwriting was neat, deliberate. No pressure variation, no tremor. Someone who wrote slowly and meant every stroke. Wylie stood at the edge of her desk. He had not touched the paper either. You recognize the hand? No. Anyone who knew about the box? You? Me? One other person who has been dead 4 years. She did not say Thyren's name. She did not need to. The paper was clean, no watermark, no marginal marks, nothing that would tell her where it came from or who had carried it into her space. She picked it up by the corner and held it to the light from the window. Ordinary stock, the kind sold in every stationery shop in Verrin. She set it down. Did you touch it? No. I saw it and stopped. Good. She crossed to the safe, spun the combination, pulled the door open. The contents were undisturbed. Cash. A backup ledger. The original partnership agreement between her and Wylie, signed in ink that had dried before the Dravnek archive ever touched her life. She closed the safe. The intruder knew where the box was, knew it was locked, knew how to open it without forcing it. Wylie's voice was flat. The same person who has a key to the front door. Yes. She stood in the center of her office and let the silence press against her. Someone had walked through this room while she was underground, fighting a machine that wanted to eat itself. They had sat in her chair, read her files, opened her personal box, left her a message in a hand she had never seen. And they had done it without triggering the lock, without disturbing the safe, without leaving a single mark that Wylie would not have caught. Professional, targeted, patient. She looked at the paper again. Welcome back, Sarah. Not a threat. Not exactly. But not a greeting either. A statement of fact. We know. We have always known. We were watching while you were burying yourself. She folded the note along its existing crease and slid it into her coat pocket. We need to talk about security. Wylie nodded. I already called the locksmith. Full rekey, new deadbolt. I told him it was a lost set of keys. Good. And I pulled the visitor log from the front desk. She turned. What? The log, the one we keep for municipal inspections. Everyone who enters the building signs it, even if they are not here for us. He walked to the reception desk and picked up a leather-bound book, brought it to her. She opened it. The last entry was from yesterday afternoon. 4 knaves. A courier, a woman from the Merchant Guild, 2 men from the Iron Ward Business Association, here about a property dispute. She ran her finger down the page. Nothing unusual. Nothing that would explain how someone had gotten through the front door with a key that should not exist. She closed the book. No one logged an entry after 4 o'clock yesterday. I know. The intruder either had a key and did not sign, or signed under a name that would pass inspection. I know. She handed the book back. Keep it. I want to cross-reference every name from the last 2 weeks against municipal employee roles, Morrow Circle Front companies, and every firm that is ever subcontracted for the Dravnek network. Wylie took the book. His jaw was tight. That will take days. Then start now. He turned toward the back office, then stopped. Zorenne. She waited. Whoever it was, they knew the box was here. They knew what was in it. They knew the name. That means they have been watching longer than the archive collapse. She felt the cold settle deeper. She stood alone in her office with the window at her back and the memory of the note burning in her pocket. Someone had welcomed her back by name. Someone had come into the one space she had built to be hers and proved that no space in Verrin was truly separate from the life she had tried to leave. The doorbell rang. She did not move. It rang again, longer. She walked to the reception area, checked the street through the narrow window beside the door. A woman stood on the step. Charcoal coat, silk collar, hair primed expensively, a face that belonged in a boardroom, not on a residential street in the Iron Ward. Quay Rulin. She was alone. No driver, no visible escort, just her, standing in the gray afternoon light with her hands at her sides and an expression of pleasant civility. Zorenne opened the door. Quay smiled. Miss Thunn, I hope I am not interrupting. The voice was warm, professional, the voice of someone who had come to discuss a shared interest over coffee. You are. Kaya's smile did not waver. I understand. This has been a difficult week for everyone. I wanted to offer my condolences on the damage the leak caused to your client base. The Channon family, I understand, was a particular loss. Zorenne kept her face still. What do you want, Kaya? To talk, that is all. Civic concern, if you prefer the formal term. A rising businesswoman in Verrin, A woman who has done admirable work cleaning up financial disputes without the ugliness that so many of her competitors resort to. That is worth noting. She paused. Worth protecting. The word landed like a stone in still water. I do not need your protection. No, you do not. You are clearly capable of handling yourself. But capable people still make mistakes when they are tired, distracted, or surrounded by enemies they have not yet identified. As his eyes drifted past Zorenne into the interior of Zorenne Thunn and returned. I am simply here to say that I admire what you have built, and that I would hate to see it burn down because someone in your circle chose the wrong partners. She reached into her coat pocket. Zorenne tensed. Kaya pulled out a business card. Smooth motion, no threat. She held it between two fingers. A colleague of mine deals in property acquisitions for businesses that need to relocate quickly. Discreetly. I thought you might want his number. She set the card on the windowsill beside the door, in case the neighborhood grows less pleasant. Then she turned and walked down the steps, her heels striking the stone with a rhythm that sounded like a countdown. Zorenne watched her cross the street, step into a black sedan that had been waiting at the corner, and pull away without looking back. She closed the door. Wylie emerged from the back office, the visitor log still in his hands. Was that who I think it was? Yes. He crossed to the window, watched the sedan disappear around the corner. What did she want? Zorenne picked up the card from the windowsill. Plain white, raised lettering, a name and a phone number in the center. She read it. The name was not a property acquisition specialist. It was the name of a municipal clerk who had been listed as deceased 2 years ago. She turned the card over. On the back, in the same neat hand she had seen on the note in her locked box, were 2 more words. Not yet. Chapter 47. She did not leave the front window. The street held nothing now. The black sedan had turned at the corner, swallowed by the gray afternoon, and the iron ward had settled back into its ordinary rhythm of damp stone and distant traffic. But she stayed at the glass, watching the space where Kaya Rulin had stood, as if the woman might reappear with a different answer. The card was still in her hand. Not yet. 2 words. Same hand, same deliberate pressure, same lack of tremor. Wylie came up behind her. Are you going to tell him? She turned the card over, read the dead clerk's name again, and slid it into her pocket beside the intruder's note. Not until I know what it means. He will want to know she came here. He will, she agreed. But the terms I wrote say he does not get to decide what I share or when. That starts now or it never starts. Wylie studied her face, the way he did when he was checking for cracks in the structure she presented. You are testing him. I am seeing if he means it. She crossed to her desk, pulled the visitor log toward her, and began copying the names from the last 2 weeks onto a fresh sheet. Wylie watched for a moment longer, then returned to the back office without argument. The work took her through the afternoon. She cross-referenced the log against municipal employee roles from memory, against the short list of Morrow Circle front companies Bastian had shown her, against the Dravnek subcontractors Ivara had catalogued in the archive's procurement records. Nothing matched. Either the intruder had signed under a name too clean to flag, or they had entered without the log at all. She was still working when the front door opened again. The sound was wrong. The lock did not turn. The door swung inward without resistance, and she was already rising, hand reaching for the drawer where she kept the compact knife, when Wylie's voice came from the reception area. Zorenne? Not alarm, recognition. She walked out. Thyren stood just inside the door, rainwater darkening his coat, his hands at his sides. He was alone. No driver, no escort. His eyes found her immediately and did not move. Wylie stepped aside, watching both of them with a face stripped of judgment. I heard about the break-in, Thyren said. The words were flat, careful. He was holding himself the way a man holds a loaded tray. I came to say that I will not send anyone to watch the building. I will not assign protection to the street. I will not override the terms you wrote. She said nothing. I want to, he continued. I have been sitting in the car at the end of the block for 20 minutes, trying to decide if the terms I signed mean what I said they mean. They do. So I am telling you instead of doing it. The rain slid off his shoulders, pooled at his feet on the entry tile. Zorenne let the silence stretch. Who told you? Ferris monitors municipal dispatch. The locksmith your partner called triggered a priority flag. You have a priority flag on Iron Ward locksmiths. I have a priority flag on anything connected to your address. She felt the statement land, precise and unsettling, the same mixture of care and surveillance she had spent 4 years learning to hold at a measured distance. That is exactly the kind of tracking I wrote the terms to prevent. I know. He did not apologize. He did not explain. He simply stood there, wet and still, waiting for her response. Wylie cleared his throat. I will be in the back, with the door closed. He disappeared. Zorenne crossed her arms. How many other flags do you have on me? None. I removed them when I signed your terms. Ferris had to pull the dispatch alert manually from outside my permissions. Did she ask why? Yes. What did you tell her? That I signed a contract and intended to keep it. The simplicity of the statement hollowed out her next argument before she could form it. She studied him. The exhaustion under his eyes, the set of his jaw, the way his hands remained open at his sides, not reaching, not demanding, just present. You could have sent someone, she said. You could have waited until morning. You did not have to come in person. I wanted you to see me choose. The words hit lower than she expected. She pulled the card from her pocket, crossed the reception area, and held it out to him. Kaya Rulin came by this afternoon. His face did not change, but something in his posture sharpened. What did she want? To offer me a property acquisition specialist. A dead clerk's name on the front, and this on the back. He took the card, read the name, turned it over. His jaw tightened. She is telling you she can make your address disappear from city records. She is telling me she already knows how. Thyren looked up from the card. I can find out who the clerk was, what they did before they died, why Kaya is carrying their name like a calling card. You can. She took the card back, slid it into her pocket, and met his eyes. But I will do it myself, under the terms. A pause. Then he nodded. Under the terms. It was not permission. It was acknowledgement. And that distinction mattered more than she had expected it would. They stood in the narrow entry, the rain drumming against the window, the smell of wet wool and cold stone filling the space between them. I should go, he said. Yes. He did not move. Zorenne, she waited. The fact that I am leaving does not mean I do not want to stay. It means I am learning the shape of what you ask for. He turned, pulled the door open, and stepped into the rain. She watched him cross the street, climb into a dark sedan at the corner, and pull away without looking back. Wylie emerged from the back office. That was interesting. It was deliberate. Same thing. She did not answer. The evening passed in fragments. She finished the visitor log cross-reference, found nothing, and locked the results in her desk drawer. She ate, standing at the kitchen counter, watching the street through the window. She changed clothes twice, as if the right fabric might settle the vibration under her skin. At 9, the phone rang. She picked it up on the second ring. Miss Thunn. The voice was young, strained, female. This is Ferris. I am calling from Dravnek house. There is a situation I think you need to see. Zorenne's hand tightened on the receiver. What kind of situation? A courier arrived 10 minutes ago, collapsed in the lobby, bled through his coat before anyone could get him to a chair. He was carrying a message, but he went down before he could say who sent it. She heard the hesitation in Ferris's voice, the things she was not saying yet. Ferris, what did the message say? A breath. Then, it said the protected address in the River Ward, the one with the children from the first wave, has been sold out of city records. The property no longer exists in any municipal system. Someone erased it. Zorenne's pulse flattened. Is Heir in there? He arrived 5 minutes before the courier. He is in the operations room now. Is the courier conscious? Barely. He keeps repeating the same word. What word? Ferris's voice dropped. Rescue. He keeps saying rescue, like it is a name, not an action. The line hummed between them. Zorenne did not ask Ferris to send a car. She grabbed her coat. Chapter 48. The cab dropped her 3 blocks from the River Ward address, and she ran the rest of the way with rain streaming down her collar and the wet slap of her boots against cobblestones, counting out the seconds she was not there yet. The building was a narrow townhouse wedged between a shuttered bakery and a laundry that had not taken in wash since the first leak wave. No lights in the front windows, door intact, lock untouched. She stepped back, looked up. 3rd floor window. A crack of movement behind the glass. Someone was still inside. She crossed the street, slipped into the laundry's recessed doorway, and pulled the dispatch sheet from her pocket. The address matched. The property transfer stamp showed a municipal deed office filing at 4:47 p.m. that afternoon, signed by a clerk whose name she did not recognize and whose authority she doubted. The courier's message had beaten the paperwork by 3 hours. Someone wanted them to know the erasure was coming before it finished. She pushed off the wall, crossed back, and tested the front door. Locked, but the frame was old, and the bolt sat shallow. 1 shoulder, 2 seconds, and the wood splintered inward. The hallway smelled of damp plaster and something sharper underneath. Canned soup. Wet wool. The sour tang of fear left too long in an enclosed space. She climbed the stairs without calling out. 2nd floor landing. Empty. Dishes in the sink, still wet. A chair pulled out from the table, half a cup of cold tea waiting for someone who had not finished drinking. 3rd floor. Door at the end of the hall, painted the same pale gray as the wall, with a fresh scratch mark beside the handle where a key had missed the lock in the dark. Zorenne stopped, listened. A breath on the other side, small, trying to be silent. She knocked twice, then once, the old rhythm she had used on extraction jobs before she left the network. The door opened a crack. A woman's face, pale and tight, with a child pressed against her hip and another one hidden behind her skirt. "Who sent you?" the woman whispered. A bleeding man who collapsed in a lobby, repeating the word rescue. The woman's hand dropped from the door. "How do I know you were not followed?" "Because I walked the last 3 blocks alone, and your front window is the only one on this street that still has a candle burning behind the curtain." The woman pulled the door open. Zorenne stepped inside. The room was small, a converted bedroom with mattresses on the floor, a stack of canned goods in the corner, and a map of the River Ward pinned to the wall with the addresses crossed out one by one. 3 children, ages she could not guess in the dim light, huddled on the farthest mattress with the blanket pulled over their heads. "We got word 4 hours ago," the woman said. "The property was being transferred. We had until midnight to clear out, or the new owner would have legal grounds to evict anyone found inside." "Who sent the warning?" A woman, young, used an old verification phrase, said she worked for someone who used to run protection in this ward before Thyren's father took over. Zorenne's blood chilled. What phrase? "Sund and Thun honor debts." The words hit like a hand against her chest. That phrase did not come from the network. It came from the Crowther file's margin notes, the ones written in Sarah Venn's handwriting, the ones Zorenne had memorized in a sealed chamber 4 years ago and never spoken aloud to anyone living. "The woman," Zorenne said. "Did she give a name?" "No, but she knew the layout of this building, knew where the wall compartment was. Told us to leave anything we could not carry and seal the rest behind the false panel." Zorenne crossed to the wall the woman indicated, a section of plaster beside the chimney breast that looked identical to the rest. She pressed along the seam until her fingers found the recessed catch, the same mechanism she had used a dozen times in safe houses she had built herself. The panel swung open. Inside, a single object. A child's drawing, folded into quarters, with a crayon sketch of the docks. Warehouses in a row. One of them circled in red, with a name printed underneath in the careful block letters of someone who had learned to write from watching an adult sign documents. Zorenne unfolded the paper. The hand was not a child's. The name on the warehouse was not a child's either. It was the same hand she had seen in the missing family ledger, the one that had recorded the custody request 11 days before the first leak wave. The one that had listed the Farland children's names beside a date and a destination that did not match any municipal transfer record. She turned the paper over. On the back, in the same hand, a single line. They took them through Warehouse 12. The woman in gray was driving. Zorenne stood in the dim room with the drawing in her hands and the rain hammering against the roof, and she felt the shape of something she had been missing click into place. Warehouse 12 was not on Bastien's map, but it was on the list of properties Quay had acquired in the last week, and the woman in gray was the same woman who had delivered the Crowther file to Zorenne 4 days ago, the one who had vanished before Zorenne could ask her name. She folded the drawing along its original creases, slid it into her coat pocket, and turned back to the woman. "How many of you are there?" 7. 4 adults, 3 children. We were supposed to be 12, but the rest scattered when the first wave hit. "Do you have transport?" "No, the car was part of the property. It got transferred with the deed." Zorenne pulled the dispatch sheet from her pocket, tore off the blank margin, and wrote an address in the Iron Ward where Thyren kept a secondary safe house that had not been logged in any official system. "Take the back alley to the River Ward Market," she said. "There is a fish stall at the north end with a blue tarp. Behind it, a maintenance hatch. Go through the tunnel, emerge at the south end of the Iron Ward, and wait at the corner of Vellum Street and the Old Canal Road. Someone will meet you within the hour." The woman stared at the paper. "Who are you?" Zorenne looked at the drawing in her pocket, at the name on the warehouse, at the memory of a verification phrase that should have died with the sealed sector. Someone who used to be someone else. She left before the woman could ask another question. The stairs groaned under her weight. The rain had not slowed. The street was empty. She walked to the corner, pulled out the drawing, and read the name on the back again. Sarah Venn. Faded. 4 years old, at least. Written before Zorenne had buried that name and walked away from everything it had built. She looked up at the dark window of the townhouse, then down the street toward the docks. Warehouse 12. The woman in gray, and a verification phrase that only one person in Verrin should have known. Chapter 49. The rain had not stopped. It hammered the dock planks as Zorenne crossed the North Quay, the child's drawing folded in her coat pocket, the name Warehouse 12 burning behind her eyes. The address was not on Bastien's map, not on any municipal register she had seen, but the woman in gray had circled it in red like a signature. The warehouse sat at the end of a service lane where the streetlights stopped working. 3 stories of corrugated iron and black windows, a loading bay with the door partially raised, chain-link fence peeled back at the corner as if someone had come through recently and not bothered to hide the entry. Zorenne stopped at the edge of the light and listened. No footsteps, no voices, no engine idling nearby. She slipped through the gap in the fence, crossed the wet concrete of the loading bay, and stepped inside. The air hit her first, gold, stale, but underneath it, the chemical bite of fresh solvent and the faint sweetness of paper that had been handled recently. Not a warehouse that had sat empty for years, a warehouse that had been used in the last 48 hours. She pulled a small flashlight from her coat and swept the beam across the floor. Tire marks. Fresh. A delivery vehicle had backed into the bay, turned hard, and left again. The pattern was wide and deep, a truck, not a car. The main floor was empty. No crates, no pallets, no sign of the Farland children or the woman in gray. But at the far end, a metal stairwell led up. Zorenne climbed. The second floor was partitioned into office spaces with frosted glass doors and nameplates that had been removed. Desks cleared, drawers open. Someone had packed this place methodically, leaving nothing behind but the smell of cleaner and the faint impression of order. She found the 3rd floor by following the draft. A door wedged open with a folded piece of cardboard. Beyond it, a room that did not match the rest of the building, warm, lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. Filing cabinets lined the walls, 12 of them, metal, fireproof, each with a combination lock. And in the center of the room, a table. On the table, a single folder. Zorenne approached slowly, the flashlight off now, her pulse steady in her throat. She did not touch the folder immediately. She circled the table, checked the corners, listened for breath that was not her own. Nothing. She opened the folder. Inside, transit manifests. Copies, not originals. The paper thinner, the ink less sharp. But the data was intact. Dates, routes, cargo classifications, all from the height of Thyren's reforms, 18 months after he took control and began restructuring the network's logistics. Someone had been tracking his changes from the inside. The manifests were annotated in the margins. Red ink. A single hand. The same hand that had written the note on the back of the child's drawing. Zorenne flipped through the pages, her breath going shallow. The annotations did not just record movements, they predicted them. The writer had noted which routes would become vulnerable if Thyren's reforms continued, which captains would resist, which municipal contacts would break under pressure. Then she found the page that stopped her cold. A manifest for a single transport, 18 months ago. Cargo classification, confidential, destination, an address in the river ward that did not exist on any current map. Beside the address, in the same red ink, a name, Zorenne Thunn. Below it, another notation, Municipal Liaison, Loris Halden. Zorenne stared at the name, Loris Halden. The same man who had brought her the false casualty amendment. The same man who had rewritten death lists for 22 years under Thyren's father. She had refused his document. She had sent him back to the River Ward sector lead. She had assumed he was a minor functionary with a corrupt habit. But here he was, in red ink, on a manifest written before the protocol even triggered, tied to Solenbaka by a hand that knew both their roles before the coup ever happened. She pulled out her phone and photographed every page. Then she went to the filing cabinets. The first 3 were locked. She tried combinations, birth years, dates from the manifests. Nothing worked. The 4th cabinet was open. Inside, empty. Someone had cleared it recently. The metal shelves still bore the rectangular shadows of removed files, the dust marks fresh. But at the bottom, wedged behind the drawer track, a single sheet of paper had been missed. Zorenne pulled it out. A list of names, 12, all marked with dates beside them. All dates from the last 6 months. Beside each name, a status, transferred, relocated, resolved. The last name on the list was not marked. It read, Sarah Venn, and beside it, blank. No date, no status, just the name, handwritten in the same red ink, with a question mark drawn after it in a different hand, as if someone else had found the list and added their own uncertainty. Zorenne folded the paper, slid it into her pocket beside the drawing, and stood in the dim light of the bulb. The warehouse was empty. The children were gone. The woman in gray had packed this place with precision, leaving only what she wanted Zorenne to find. But she had missed one sheet, or she had not. Zorenne looked at the list again. The name Sarah Venn, unmarked. The question mark added in a different hand. Someone was looking for her. Someone who did not know if she was already resolved. The bulb flickered. Zorenne turned toward the stairwell, and the light went out. She stood in total dark, the paper in her pocket, the smell of solvent sharp in her throat. She heard footsteps, not on the stairs, below, on the main floor. A single pair, moving slow, deliberate, as if the person knew exactly where they were walking. Zorenne did not move. The footsteps stopped at the bottom of the stairwell. A voice, low and female, called up through the dark. "You found the room." Zorenne recognized the voice, the woman in gray. She was standing at the bottom of the stairs, and she had known Zorenne would come. Chapter 50. The footsteps stopped. The woman in gray did not ascend. Zorenne stood in the dark of the 3rd floor, the list in her pocket, the manifests photographed on her phone. She waited for the voice to call again, for the sound of boots on stairs, for whatever came next. Silence. Then the warehouse door groaned open below, and footsteps retreated across the concrete floor. Engine turned over. Tires rolled away. Zorenne counted to 30 before she moved. She found the stairwell by touch, descended with one hand on the wall, and emerged onto the main floor to find the bay door open wide enough for a person to slip through. The rain had stopped. The street was empty. She walked out under the broken sky, crossed the North Quay, and did not look back. Dravnek House was quiet when she arrived. The night crew moved through the corridors with the careful blankness of people who had learned not to ask questions. Zorenne went straight to the 3rd floor, where Ivara kept a desk in the back of the records annex. A narrow room with a single window and a lamp that buzzed. Ivara was there, silver head bent over a ledger, a cup of tea cooling at her elbow. She looked up when Zorenne entered, and her eyes went to the paper in Zorenne's hand before she spoke. "You found something." Zorenne set the list and the manifest photographs on the desk. "I need you to read the shorthand." Ivara pulled the lamp closer. Her fingers moved across the first page with the precision of someone who had spent decades decoding handwriting meant to be illegible. "This is operational notation," she said. "Old style, pre-reform, the kind used when municipal records and network accounts shared the same filing system." "Can you trace the initials?" Ivara did not answer immediately. She flipped through the photographs, her expression shifting from curiosity to stillness. "These are transit codes," she said. "Each one refers to a specific registrar office, but the coding pattern is not standard. Someone customized it." "For what purpose?" Ivara tapped a cluster of letters at the bottom of the first manifest. "These initials here, MR, they appear on every page, not as a handler or a liaison, as an oversight stamp." "Meaning what?" "Meaning someone at a municipal registrar office approved each movement, signed off on every transfer, relocation, and resolution. This is not a criminal operation. This is procedure. Someone in city government has been using official channels to move people through a system that looks legal on paper." Zorenne pulled the folded sheet with the 12 names from her pocket. "Look at the fourth column. Dates, statuses. What do you see?" Ivara studied it, her hand stilled over the page. "The last 6 months," she said. 12 individuals, all processed through the same registrar office, transferred, relocated, or resolved." "Resolved," Zorenne repeated. "What does that mean in this context?" Ivara looked up. Her pale gray eyes were flat. "It means they are no longer a variable." Zorenne held her gaze. "And Saraven, no date, no status, a question mark added in a different hand." "Someone does not know if you are still alive," Ivara said. "Or they know you are alive and they are marking you as an unresolved thread." The room went quiet. Zorenne looked at the page again. The initials MR were stamped beside the last entry on each manifest. The same hand, the same pressure, the same green ink. "Can you identify the registrar?" Ivara reached for a terminal on the corner of her desk and began typing. Her fingers moved faster than Zorenne had ever seen. "The coding pattern narrows it to 3 municipal offices," she said. "But the initials match only one. The Department of Registry and Record, Identity Suppressions and Witness Relocations Division. Who holds the desk?" Ivara paused. Her hand hovered over the terminal. "That office has been handled by the same registrar for 27 years, she said. "Name is Marston Roth. He is the only person at that level with signature authority on sealed transfers." Zorenne memorized the name. "Where do I find him?" "You do not," Ivara said. "He works out of an annex on the South Quay that requires municipal clearance to enter. Even Thyren cannot request access without triggering a paper trail." "Then we find another way." Ivara shook her head. "If Roth is the one approving these, he is not doing it alone. Someone above him is authorizing the budget line. The suppressions cost money. The relocations cost more. A registrar cannot hide that scale of operation without a patron. Then we find the patron too." Zorenne reached for the manifests, but before she could gather them, her phone vibrated on the desk. She looked at the screen. "Bastien Marrow," she answered. "I am working." "I know," Bastien said. His voice was tight, the casual ease gone. "I just got word from a contact in municipal records. You have been looking at registrar offices tonight." Zorenne went cold. "How do you know that?" "Because someone flagged the query index within 10 minutes of Ivara running it, and because the registrar you are looking for just died." She gripped the phone. "What do you mean?" "Marsden Roth, found in his office on the South Quay. Wrist cut, a note on the desk, and the door locked from inside. They are calling it suicide." Zorenne stared at the manifests. The initial homage stared back in their green ink. "When?" 90 minutes ago. Bastian said, right after someone accessed his sealed transfer logs. They killed him, Zorenne, or they made sure he killed himself. Either way, the chain you were pulling just got cut. Chapter 51. Bastian was already waiting when Zorenne reached the River Ward Tavern, a corner booth with sightlines to both exits and a half-empty glass of something dark on the table. He did not stand when she sat. He pushed a folded newspaper across the scarred wood instead. Read the bottom half of the front page. She unfolded it. The headline was clean and simple. Archive collapse. Internal investigation. The byline belonged to a municipal press liaison, not a journalist. The article described Zorenne Thunn as a rogue operator who had manipulated old system protocols for personal gain, been discovered by loyal Dravnek staff, and was now in custody awaiting formal charges. No mention of the Dead Man Protocol. No mention of the 12 families. No mention of her. They wrapped it in 6 hours, Bastian said. Zorenne is the villain. Thyren is the reformer who caught him. The archive is being restructured under new oversight. The city gets to feel relieved without having to think about what actually happened. Zorenne read the article again. The language was precise, administrative, designed to absorb curiosity without satisfying it. Who wrote this? Someone who knows how to make conspiracy sound boring. That is the point. Boredom closes cases. If the story is dull enough, no one digs. She set the paper down. And the real story? Bastian leaned back. The loose ease he usually wore was gone. In its place was something flatter, more calculating, a man who had been running numbers all night and did not like the total. The real story is that someone inside the municipal apparatus coordinated the cover narrative before the archive went dark. They had the press release drafted before Zorenne was even in custody. That is not reaction speed. That is preparation. Who? I do not know yet, but I know who paid for it. He pulled a folded slip from his coat and slid it beside the newspaper. That came through one of Quay's shell accounts 3 days ago, a retainer for crisis communications services. The account is routed through a holding company registered to an address on the North Quay that does not exist. Zorenne looked at the slip. The numbers were large enough to buy a building. Quay is funding the narrative that buries her own involvement. She is not the target, Bastian said. You are. The public story blames Zorenne, which means no one asks why you were in the archive core when the system shut down. No one asks why your name appears in the access logs. No one asks who you used to be. He let that land. The name Zorenne has not appeared in any of the coverage, he said. Not in the press statements, not in the internal Dravnek briefs that got leaked to the municipal council, not in the background checks the Moro Circle has been running on every contractor who touched the archive in the last 6 months. Someone is paying to keep that name out of print. And that same someone is making sure every important enemy learns it privately. I had 3 separate contacts reach out overnight asking if I knew the archive investigator used to be Zorenne. The information is circulating. It is just not being published. That is deliberate. Written records can be challenged. Whisper networks cannot. Zorenne felt the shape of it settle around her. A cage built from silence and rumor. Her name was being protected from the public while being exposed to everyone who mattered. Who is paying? I traced the retainer to a third intermediary, Bastian said. A legal firm that handles anonymous trust accounts for high-value clients. They will not tell me who funded it, but they confirmed the payment schedule is monthly and renewable, which means whoever set this up expects to be protecting your name for a long time. Or controlling it. Bastian nodded. That too. She looked at the newspaper again. The article had a small correction notice at the bottom, noting that an earlier draft had included an investigator's name that had been removed for accuracy. No one would notice it unless they were looking. You said Quay funded the communications retainer, Zorenne said. If she is paying to control the narrative, why would she also let my name circulate to her contacts? Because she wants you isolated, Bastian said. Publicly clean, privately exposed. Everyone who matters knows who you were, but no one can prove it through official channels. That makes you deniable. If someone moves against you using the Zorenne identity, Quay can claim she never heard the name. If you try to use the identity as leverage, there is no paper trail to back it up. Zorenne sat with that. The precision of it was almost elegant. a trap made of paperwork and silence. "There is more," Bastien said. "The person who drafted the press statement used phrasing that matches the warehouse manifests you found. Same sentence structure, same preference for passive construction, same tendency to bury the subject in procedural language. The woman in gray, or someone who trained with her, or someone she trained. Either way, the same hand that annotated the transit routes is shaping the public story." Zorenne looked at the newspaper. The article had a subheading she had not noticed before: Municipal Oversight Committee to Review Archive Protocols. The committee chair was listed as a name she did not recognize, but the vice chair was Loris Halden. Halden was the able history laid on. "Halden is on the Oversight Committee." Bastien followed her gaze. "He was appointed this morning. His name was added to the roster 4 hours after Roth's body was found." The connection clicked into place. Halden had been tied to Solon Bracky through the 18-month-old transport manifest. Halden had brought her the false casualty amendment, and now Halden was positioned to control the narrative about what happened inside the archive. "He is the municipal liaison," Zorenne said, "the person who makes sure the official story stays clean." "That is my read too." She folded the newspaper and slid it into her coat. "I need to know who is paying the legal firm to protect my name, not the intermediary, the source." Bastien's jaw tightened. "That will cost. Name your price, not money." He held her gaze. "When you find the woman in gray, I want to be in the room when you question her. I have been tracking her signature for 2 years. She ghosted a story I was building before you ever came back to Verrin. I need to know what she knows." Zorenne considered it. The trade was reasonable, dangerous, but reasonable. "If I can arrange it, then I will find your patron." He stood, leaving the half-empty glass on the table. At the door, he paused, hand on the frame, and looked back. "One more thing. The legal firm's routing number traces to a holding company that also owns the building where Roth worked, the South Quay Annex, the same building where he died." "Who owns the holding company?" "That is the part I cannot trace," Bastien said. "The ownership chain dead ends at a trust that was established 4 years ago, the same year you left Dravnek, the same year Sarah Venn stopped existing." He walked out before she could ask the next question. Zorenne sat alone in the corner booth, the newspaper folded in her coat, the list of 12 names burning in her pocket. 4 years ago. The same year she had buried her identity and walked away from everything she knew. Someone had been preparing for her return long before Thyren ever set foot in her office. Chapter 52. His room smelled like rain and old paper, the same combination she remembered from 4 years ago. The same lamp on the side table, the same dark wool blanket folded at the foot of the bed, the same glass of water left on the nightstand as if he still expected her to wake thirsty in the dark. Zorenne stopped in the doorway and let the familiarity settle across her shoulders like a weight she had forgotten she carried. Thyren stood by the window, his back to her, one hand pressed against the frame. He had not turned on the overhead light. The room was lit only by the street lamp through the rain-streaked glass, casting long shadows across the floor. "You do not have to stay," he said without turning. "I know." She said it quietly, not as a concession but as a fact. The terms were clear between them now. Every choice had to be spoken, every permission explicit, every assumption dismantled before it could become a cage. He turned then, and she saw the exhaustion in the set of his jaw, the way his shoulders carried more than fatigue. He looked at her the way he had looked at her in the sealed corridor, like she was something he had trained himself not to reach for. "Then why are you here?" She crossed the room and stopped a foot away from him, close enough to see the tension in his throat, the pulse beating at the base of his neck. "Because I want to be." The words hung between them, simple and absolute. No contract language, no escape clauses, just the shape of a choice she had made with her eyes open. Thyren lifted his hand slowly, giving her time to step back, to shake her head, to change the terms. When she did not move, he touched her jaw, the pad of his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone like he was memorizing the geometry of her face. "Tell me what you need," he said. "Nothing I have to ask twice." His mouth curved, barely, a shadow of the smile she had once known in the dark. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have tonight. She reached for him then, her fingers finding the collar of his shirt, the warmth of his skin beneath the fabric. He let her set the pace, let her pull him toward the bed without resistance, let her push him down onto the mattress and straddle his hips before he moved his hands anywhere she had not placed them first. The lamp stayed on because she had not asked him to turn it off. Every kiss was deliberate, every touch preceded by a question she answered with her body instead of her voice. When he rolled her onto her back, he paused with his weight braced above her, waiting. Zorenne. Her name. Not Sarah, not the name on the contract. I am not going to break, she said. I know. His voice was rough. I need to hear you say it anyway. She pulled him down, her legs wrapping around his waist, her mouth finding his in the space between breath and surrender. The words came later, when her fingers were tangled in his hair and his lips were pressed against the curve of her shoulder, when the rain had stopped and the room had gone quiet again. She lay with her back against his chest, his arm heavy across her ribs, his breath warm against the nape of her neck. She could feel his heartbeat through the wall of his chest, steady and present. I do not know who is protecting your name, he said. The shift in subject should have felt abrupt. It did not. They had always been able to move between intimacy and strategy without transition, two languages that shared the same grammar. She turned in his arms, enough to see his face. The trust. Yes. His jaw tightened. I have people tracing the holding company. Every path dead ends at shell accounts and nominee signatures. The paper trail was designed by someone who knows exactly how long it takes to run down a municipal record request. He cannot find them. I cannot find them. He said it flatly, without evasion. Whoever set up that trust 4 years ago either anticipated that I would come looking or built it to survive scrutiny from anyone. Either way, it means I do not control the narrative around your identity. She watched him in the dim light, the way his eyes stayed fixed on the ceiling as if he could see through it to the network of offices and archives and hidden ledgers that made up the city he had spent his life mastering. That bothers you, she said. It terrifies me. The honesty of it caught her off guard. Thyren Dravnek did not admit fear. He admitted strategy, calculation, risk assessment, but never the raw animal dread of losing control over something he needed. Because it is my name, she said. Because it is you. He turned his head, his eyes finding hers in the dark. I spent 4 years building a perimeter around your absence. I knew where you worked, where you lived, which streets you took when you were tired, which cafe you used when you were avoiding a client. I told myself it was protection. Maybe it was. But it was also the only way I knew to still have you in the world. She did not pull away. The confession was not comfortable, but she had stopped expecting comfort from him. And now someone else has a perimeter around me. Yes. His voice dropped. And I do not know their name. I do not know their motive. I do not know whether they are shielding you or positioning you. And that uncertainty is worse than any threat I could name, because at least if I knew the enemy, I could prepare for the shape of the attack. She reached up and touched his face, her palm flat against his jaw. You are not used to being the one who does not know. No. Good. His eyes narrowed, but she saw the flicker of something else beneath the wariness. Not offense. Curiosity. You need to learn how to sit inside that uncertainty, she said, because if this goes where I think it is going, we are going to spend the next months navigating information that neither of us controls. The perimeter around my name is not the only blind spot. There is a third party operating in this city who has been preparing for the archive collapse longer than Solon, longer than Quay, longer than anyone we have identified. And they know my birth name was the key before I did. Thyren was still, his hand finding hers where it rested against his jaw. You think the trust is connected to the third party? I think the trust was established the same year I left Dravnek. The same year Sarah Venn stopped existing. Someone knew I would come back before I knew it myself. The silence stretched between them. Outside, the rain started again, a soft patter against the glass. Thyren pulled her closer, his arm tightening across her back, his forehead pressing against hers. I will find them, he said. I know, but that is not what I need you to hear. She waited. He took a breath, slow and deliberate, as if he were measuring each word before he let it leave his mouth. What I need you to know is that if you decide to walk into that uncertainty alone, I will let you. I will hate it. I will probably break something, but I will let you, because I signed terms that said I would, and I meant them. She closed her eyes. And if I ask you to come with me? His hand tightened on her hip, a reflex, a promise. Then I will be there before you finish the sentence. She believed him. The phone on the nightstand buzzed, cutting through the quiet. Zorenne reached for it without opening her eyes, her fingers finding the cold glass of the screen. A message from Bastien. Found something. The trust's beneficiary is not anonymous. It is a person. Name withheld from the documents but referenced by a code. The code matches a municipal case file from 6 years ago. The file is sealed under a name you will recognize. She sat up, the blankets pooling around her waist, the phone glowing in her hand. Thyren was already watching her, his body tense. What is it? She read the message again, the last line burning against her retinas. The file is sealed under Sarah Venn. Chapter 53. The Municipal Records Annex occupied the second floor of a building that had not been renovated since the Reform era, judging by the yellowed glass in the transom windows and the smell of old paper suspended in still air. Zorenne moved through the corridor at a measured pace, heels striking tile with deliberate rhythm, the forged authorization folder pressed flat against her ribs. The woman at the front desk had accepted it without asking for identification. That was the first wrong note. Too easy. But Zorenne had learned to take the ground she was given and sort the trap later. Halden had told her the annex held the pre-reform cross-index. Loris Halden, vice chair of the Municipal Oversight Committee, positioned to control the narrative, gatekeeping the official record. He had not told her why he wanted her inside. He had only placed the forged authorization in her hand through a neutral courier, a sealed envelope with her name printed in neat block letters and no return address. She'd come anyway. The file room stretched before her, a narrow cathedral of metal shelving and gray light. The cross-index sat on the third range, bound in dark green polymer that had gone soft at the corners with age. She pulled it free and carried it to the single reading table positioned beneath a naked bulb. The index was organized by municipal case number, cross-referenced against Dravnek protection accounts, witness relocations, debt settlements disguised as administrative transfers. She traced her finger down the columns, searching for the code Bastien had given her, the one that matched the trust beneficiary. It took her 11 minutes. The case number appeared halfway through the 4th volume, logged with a date stamp from 6 years ago. But beside it, in the same hand that had written the warehouse manifests, a notation read, "Procedural exception. File sealed. Subject identity suppressed under Municipal Authority 12.4. She turned the page. The cross-reference listed a single Dravnek protection account number and a name. Sarah Thunn. Not a ghost. A case file. A procedural exception filed by someone who had known she would need protection before she knew it herself. Zorenne closed the index and replaced it on the shelf. The file itself would be in the locked annex at the back of the room, the one that required a secondary clearance even the forged authorization could not bypass. She walked to the annex door anyway. The lock was old, a mechanical cylinder with no electronic override. She had come prepared for this. The pick set was folded into the seam of her coat lining, no larger than a credit card. She worked it into the lock with practiced patience, her fingers reading the pins through the metal the way she once read ledgers for hidden accounts. The tumbler turned. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The annex was smaller than she expected. A single filing cabinet stood against the far wall, 4 drawers, each bearing a date range. The bottom drawer held the year she needed. She pulled it open. The file was thinner than it should have been. A single manila folder with a red, sealed stamp across the cover, a case number that matched Bastien's code, and her buried name typed neatly on the tab. Sarah Venn, municipal case file, procedural exception. She lifted it out. The first page was a relocation request, standard form, requesting transfer of assets and identity records from one municipal jurisdiction to another. The second page was a financial affidavit listing accounts she had never opened, debts she had never incurred, and a property deed for a parcel in the North Quay district that she had never seen. The third page made her stop breathing. It was a letter of instruction, dated 6 years ago, typed on Dravnek house letterhead, requesting the suppression of Sarah Venn's identity and the creation of a new civilian record under a name not yet chosen. The signature at the bottom was not Thyren's. It was hers. Or rather, it was a signature that matched the Sarah Venn on her old investigator credentials, the one she had not used since she left the network. The handwriting was close enough that anyone who had not studied her letters would accept it. But she had studied her own handwriting for years. The angle of the final stroke was wrong. The pressure was too even. Someone had forged her authorization to erase Sarah Venn 6 years ago. 6 years ago, when she was still inside the network. 6 years before she had decided to leave. She was still holding the letter when she heard the footsteps. They came from the main corridor, slow and deliberate, the tread of someone who was not trying to hide their approach. 2 pairs, moving in sync. Professional. Zorenne did not move. She stood in the dim light of the annex, the forged letter in her hand, and listened to the footsteps grow closer. The door to the file room opened. A voice, female, flat, carrying through the still air. "We know you are in here. The building is sealed. You can come out with the file, or we can come in and take it from you." Zorenne folded the letter into her coat pocket. She closed the file drawer with her elbow, no sound. She stood in the shadow of the annex doorway, measuring the distance to the window, the fire escape visible through the grime on the glass. She did not know who had sent them. Kaya, Halden, the third party. Someone who had been waiting for her to follow this thread. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. The signature on that letter was not hers, and whoever had forged it had been planning the erasure of Sarah Venn before she knew she needed to disappear. She stepped out of the annex and faced the corridor. 2 women in municipal security uniforms stood at the door, their hands empty, their eyes fixed on her with the patience of people who had been told exactly where she would be and exactly when she would arrive. The taller one spoke again. "The file stays." Zorenne did not reach for the letter in her pocket. She did not raise her hands. She met the woman's gaze and held it. "I am not carrying a file. We know what you took. 3 pages. You will place them on the table and walk out the way you came. No escort, no report." The offer was wrong, too clean, too accommodating. Zorenne studied the woman's face, the way her eyes flickered to the annex door, the slight tremor in her jaw that suggested she was reading from a script she had not written. "Who told you I would be here?" The woman did not answer. Zorenne set the 3 pages on the reading table, smoothing them flat, her fingers lingering on the forged signature for half a second longer than necessary. Then she walked out of the room, down the corridor, past the empty front desk, and into the gray afternoon light of the street. She was 20 paces from the building when her phone buzzed, a single message from an unknown number. "The letter is the only copy. You destroy it, and no one can prove the erasure was arranged. But if you destroy it, you will never know who signed for the work. Choose." She stopped walking. The rain had started again, fine and cold against her face. She pulled the letter from her pocket, the paper already soft at the edges from the damp, and read the signature one more time. Sarah Venn. A name she had buried. A name someone else had buried first. A name she had thought she had chosen to leave behind, but that had been gone 6 years before she made the choice herself. The street was empty. The annex door behind her was closed. The woman in the corridor had not followed. She had the letter in her hand. She had the power to destroy it. And she had no idea who had sent the message, or whether destroying the evidence would free her or trap her forever. Chapter 54. The rain had not stopped. Zorenne stood on the empty street, the forged letter soft at the edges in her hand, the anonymous message still glowing on her phone. She read the choice again. Destroy the only copy and lose proof of the forgery. Keep it and trace who signed for the work. She did neither. She folded the letter into an interior pocket, buttoned her coat over it, and started walking east, away from the annex, away from the route back to Zorenne Thunn, toward the river ward, where the streets narrowed and the streetlights burned at odd angles. She needed time. She needed distance from the building where two women in uniform had known exactly where she would be. The river ward had alleys that did not appear on municipal maps. She knew 6 of them. She took the third one, a slot between a boarded bakery and a tenement with only one working light, and stopped in the shadow where the brick curved inward. She pulled out her phone. No new messages, no movement behind her. She leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. The signature on the letter had been forged 6 years ago, before she decided to leave. Someone had prepared her erasure in advance, as if they had known she would need to disappear before she knew it herself. The question was who? The forged authorization from Loris Halden had gotten her into the annex, but Halden had not written the script for the women in uniform. He had given her a key to a trap someone else had baited. She opened her eyes. The alley was still empty. She pushed off the wall and walked deeper into the river ward, past the shuttered fish market, past the corner where the old stall had stood before the archive tunnels swallowed the ground beneath it. She was looking for a particular door, a blue door with a cracked frame, set between a laundry and a place that sold used tools. She found it. She knocked 4 times, paused, knocked twice more. The door opened a crack. A woman's face appeared in the gap, middle-aged, tired, wary. "Zorenne," the woman said, not a question. "I need a room for an hour, no questions." The woman stepped back. Zorenne entered. The room was small, a back parlor converted into a waiting space with mismatched chairs and a kettle. The woman disappeared through a curtain without another word. Zorenne sat in the chair facing the door. She pulled the letter from her pocket and spread it flat on her knee, the rain-damp paper already curling at the edges. She read it again, studying the forged signature, the too even pressure, the wrong angle of the final stroke. The letterhead was Dravnek House. Old letterhead, from before Thyren's reforms, when his father still ran the network from the top floor. The paper was aged correctly, the ink had faded naturally. Whoever had forged it had done the work inside the system. They had access to the old stationery, the old machines, the old seal. She turned the page over. Nothing on the back. She checked the edges for hidden writing, micro-perforations, anything that might indicate a secondary layer. Clean. The financial affidavit listed accounts she had never opened. She memorized the account numbers, the dates, the false balances tied to her buried name. A property deed in the North Quay district, a district she had never lived in, never worked in, never owned anything in. The property address was 14 Merchants Row. She did not know that address. She committed it to memory anyway. The kettle whistled in the back room. The sound pulled her back to the present. She folded the letter and put it away. The anonymous message had offered a choice: destroy the evidence, or keep it and trace the forger. She had chosen neither, but she realized now she had already made a different decision. She had memorized the contents. She could destroy the physical paper and still have the information. The forger had counted on her wanting proof, but the forger had miscalculated what kind of proof she actually needed. She stood. She walked to the curtain and pushed it aside. The woman was pouring water into a chipped cup. She did not look up. "Does this room have a stove?" The woman gestured toward a narrow door at the back of the kitchen. "Coal burner. Cold now." Zorenne walked to the stove. She opened the door. The grate was empty, the ash cold. She pulled the letter from her pocket one last time. She read the forged signature. Sarah Venn, placed by someone else's hand, made to look like her own. She held the page over the cold grate and stopped. A sound came from the front of the building, a footstep on the stoop, a knock on the blue door. Not 4 and 2, 3, fast, urgent. The woman's hand tightened on the kettle. Zorenne put the letter back in her pocket and moved to the wall beside the front window, pressing herself flat, tilting her head just enough to see through the gap in the curtain. A figure stood on the stoop, male, thin, wearing a municipal clerk's coat, the cheap gray wool with the Department of Registry and Record patch on the shoulder. He was shifting his weight from foot to foot, his hands shoved into his pockets, his face turned away from the light. He knocked again, 3 fast raps. The woman set down the kettle and moved toward the door. "Don't open it," Zorenne said. The woman stopped. She looked at Zorenne, then at the door, then back. He came with you, the woman said. No, he followed me. The woman's face did not change, but she stepped away from the door, her hands loose at her sides, her eyes on the lock. The man on the stoop knocked a third time, harder. Open up, he said. His voice was high, strained. I know she came in here. I need to talk to her before they find me. Zorenne did not move. The man pressed his palm flat against the door. The wood creaked. I was in the annex, he said. I saw you take the file. I know what you found. I am the one who put the question mark next to your name. Zorenne went still. The question mark. On the list in Warehouse 12. The different hand, the one that was not the woman in Gray's red ink. She looked at the woman. Is there a back exit? Through the laundry, leads to an alley. Open the front door, let him in, then leave through the back and do not come back here tonight. The woman did not argue. She crossed to the blue door, turned the lock, and pulled it open without a word. Then she walked through the kitchen and the back door clicked shut behind her. The clerk stumbled inside. He was younger than she had expected, early 20s. Pale with the kind of thinness that came from cheap meals and too much coffee. His coat was frayed at the cuffs, his shoes worn uneven at the heels. His eyes were wide and wet, scanning the room, the window, the door, her face. You are Zorenne Thunn. You followed me from the annex. I had to. They will know I talked to you. They will know as soon as they check the logs. I have maybe an hour before someone realizes I accessed the cross-index after your visit. Who are they? He shook his head, a rapid, jerky motion. I cannot say the name. Not here. Not until I am gone. Then why are you here? He reached into his coat. Zorenne tensed, but his hand came out empty, holding only a key. Brass, old, tarnished at the teeth. This opens a lockbox in a private reading room at the Merchant's Archive. North Quay, basement level, shelf 7. The box is registered under a name you will recognize. What name? He swallowed. Sarah Venn. The air in the room seemed to thin. The person funding the search for your name, he said, his voice dropping so low she had to lean in to hear. They use Kaya Rulin's channels, but they do not answer to her authority. They have their own. They have been waiting for you to find the thread. They left the key in my hand 3 days ago and told me to watch for a woman asking about the sealed case file. They said I would know you by the way you moved. Zorenne kept her face still. And the question, Mark? On the list in Warehouse 12? His throat worked. I put it there. I did not know if you were alive or dead. The woman in Gray's list had you as unresolved. I wanted whoever found it to know someone else was looking. Why? Because the forger of that letter is still alive, and they are closer to you than you think. He held out the key. Zorenne took it. The metal was warm from his palm. The off-book archive, he said, has everything. The original custody orders, the true owner of the trust, the name of the person who commissioned the forgery. But you have to go now, tonight, before they lock the access down. He was already backing toward the door. Where will you go? Away. I have a bag. I have cash. I am done. He reached the blue door and pulled it open. The rain had thickened, silver curtains falling across the streetlight. One more thing, he said, not turning around. The trust was not established 4 years ago. It was registered 4 years ago. The paperwork was drafted 6 years ago. The same year the letter was forged. The same year Sarah Venn was marked for erasure. It was always waiting for you. He stepped through the door and was gone. Zorenne stood alone in the empty parlor, the brass key cold in her palm. The off-book archive was in the North Quay, the same district as Warehouse 12, the same district as the South Quay Annex where Roth had died, the same district as the property deed in the forged affidavit. 14 Merchants Row. She looked down at the key. It was not marked. No engraving, no stamped number, just brass and age and a cut pattern that would open exactly one lock. The Merchant's Archive was 15 minutes on foot from where she stood. The clerk had said tonight, before they locked the access down. She pocketed the key and stepped out into the rain. The street was empty. The clerk had already vanished. She walked east toward the North Quay, the forged letter still in her coat, the key pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. The same unknown number as before. "You kept the letter." She stopped walking. "Good. You will need it. The Merchant's Archive closes its public entrance at midnight, but the basement door is never locked if you have the right key. Go now. Someone is already waiting for you inside." Chapter 55. The brass key turned the lock on the first attempt. The Merchant's Archive basement smelled of old paper, machine oil, and something metallic she did not want to name. Zorenne pulled the door open and stepped into a corridor lined with shelving units that reached a low ceiling. The lights were motion-activated, clicking on in segments as she moved deeper, each section illuminating exactly one step ahead of where she stood. The system was designed for privacy. Every sector had its own lock. Every shelf had its own number. The floor was clean, recently swept, and the air was regulated at a temperature that preserved documents better than any municipal building she had ever worked in. This was not a forgotten archive. This was a working one. She found shelf 7 at the back of the basement, against the far wall where 2 pipes ran parallel to the floor. A single lockbox sat in the center of the shelf, brass and tarnished, the keyhole aligned perfectly with the cut pattern she had studied on the walkover. She inserted the key. It turned without resistance. The lid opened on silent hinges. Inside was a stack of papers thick enough to press against the top of the box when closed. Zorenne lifted them out in sections, laying them flat on a nearby reading table that had been left clear and wiped clean. She started with the top sheet, original custody orders. The Farland children. Names, birth dates, medical records, school enrollment histories. The orders were signed by a municipal judge she had never heard of, dated 11 days before the first leak wave. The transfer was scheduled for the night the data hit the streets. She flipped to the second page. A handwritten note in the margin. Rerouted per request. Priority 1. No trace. The signature beneath was a single initial and a surname she almost recognized. She set it aside and reached for the next document, the trust paperwork. 6 years of financial records, account transfers, shell company registrations, and property acquisitions. The beneficiary code matched the one Bastien had found. The trustee was listed as a firm she had never heard of, registered in a district she did not know existed. But the owner of the trust was named. She read the line 3 times before she believed it. The name was not the forger's. It was the person who paid for the forgery. Zorenne sat back in the chair, the paper loose in her hands, and let the silence of the basement press against her. The Farland children had been moved before the leak wave hit. Their transfer was scheduled for the night of the first data release, but someone had rerouted them, pulled them off the manifest, hidden them in plain sight under municipal priority orders. The same person who had funded the trust that protected Sarah Venn's identity. The same person who had paid for the forged letter of instruction. The same person who had been preparing for this moment for 6 years. She looked down at the name again. It was someone she knew, someone she had worked beside, someone she had trusted. The signature on the reroute order matched the handwriting on the trust documents. The same hand, the same pressure, the same deliberate slant. She reached for the third document in the stack. It was a single sheet of paper, folded in thirds, with no official markings, handwritten in the same script as everything else. "You found what I left. Now choose what to do with it. The family is safe. The forger is not. Come find me when you are ready to know why." There was no signature at the bottom, but there was an address. 14 Merchants Row, the property deed in the forged affidavit, the same address as the North Quay property, the same address where the clerk had said someone was waiting for her. Zorenne folded the note and placed it in her coat pocket. Then she gathered the original custody orders, the trust paperwork, and the reroute log, stacked them neatly, and locked everything back in the box. She did not close the lid. She left it open. Whoever had waited for her to find this would know she had been here. She stood, pocketed the brass key, and walked back through the motion-activated lights toward the basement door. Her phone buzzed as she reached the stairs. She pulled it out. The same unknown number. "What did he tell you?" She stared at the screen. "The clerk, he told you something before he ran. What was it?" She typed a single line in reply. "That the forger is closer than I think." The response came within seconds. He was right. They are. Chapter 56. Zorenne reached the top of the Merchant's Archive stairs with the note still burning in her coat pocket and the anonymous texter's words lodged behind her teeth. They are, plural. She pushed through the basement door into the ground floor foyer, a narrow space of frosted glass and municipal beige where a single clerk sat behind a reception desk reading a newspaper. The clerk did not look up. Zorenne walked past without slowing, hit the street entrance with her shoulder, and stepped into a wind that carried rain and the smell of the river. The address was 14 Merchants Row, the property deed in the forged affidavit, the meeting place the mastermind had left for her. She pulled out her phone to call a cab and saw the notification she had missed. 3 missed calls from Wylie. The first came 11 minutes ago, the second, 8, the third, 2. Her thumb hovered over the callback button when a second notification slid across the screen. A text from Wylie. "Where are you?" Not a question, a demand. She typed back, "Merchant's Archive, on my way out. Explain later." The reply came before she finished reading her own message. "Stay there. I am already on site." She looked up. A black cab was pulling into the curb 50 feet ahead. The rear door opened before the wheels stopped rolling, and Wylie's son stepped out in a coat that was too thin for the weather and an expression she had never seen him wear before. Not worried, furious. He crossed the pavement in 4 long strides, grabbed her arm, and pulled her out of the wind into the recessed doorway of a shuttered print shop. His grip was harder than necessary. "You did not check in." "I was in a basement with no signal." "You were in a basement you did not tell me about, following a lead you did not share, after someone broke into our office and left a note on your personal documents." She opened her mouth, closed it. He was right. "You think I am going to lose you to a text message?" His voice stayed low, but the edge cut through the rain. "You think I am going to let you walk into whatever Kaya Rulen or that woman in gray or whoever has been ghosting your phone sets up, and I just sit at the office brewing coffee and waiting for a call that does not come? I was going to call you after I cleared the basement." "After." He said the word like it tasted bad. "After what, Zorenne? After you walked into a building where someone was already waiting for you. After you found whatever they left for you to find." She did not answer. Wylie's jaw tightened. He released her arm but did not step back. "Show me." "What?" "What you found. Show me." She pulled the handwritten note from her coat pocket and handed it over. He unfolded it in the doorway light, reading quickly. His face did not change, but his hand went still when he reached the bottom. 14 Merchants Row. It matches the property deed in the forged affidavit. I know what it matches. He looked up. That address is a shell holding registered to a firm I have never heard of. I checked it on the way here. "Wylie, how did you find me?" He folded the note and handed it back without meeting her eyes. Thyren called. The air between them changed. "Thyren called you?" "He called the office line, said you had not responded to his message in 90 minutes and asked if I knew where you were. I told him I did not. He said you were probably at a municipal archive on the North Quay based on your last known direction." She stared at him. "Thyren tracked me?" Thyren guessed. Wylie's voice flattened, and he was right. Which means either he knows your patterns better than anyone should, or he has someone watching the routes you take. Neither option is good. She pocketed the note and stepped past him into the rain. "I am going to 14 Merchants Row. I know. Alone. Like hell you are." She turned back. Wylie stood in the doorway with his thin coat and his set jaw and the file folder he was now pulling from inside his jacket. "I am not asking permission, Zorenne. I am your business partner. That firm is half mine. If you walk into a trap and do not come out, I am the one who has to explain to the clients, pay the staff, and close your desk." He held up the folder. "And I recognized something in the trust paperwork you described when you called about the break-in." Her pulse ticked up. "What?" "The reroute signature, the initial and surname you said you almost recognized." He opened the folder. Inside was a thin stack of legal correspondence, printed on municipal letterhead, addressed to Son and Thunn Recovery. The signature at the bottom matched the one on the Farland Children's reroute order. The same handwriting, the same deliberate slant, the same pressure. Zorenne's breath caught. When did you receive this? 6 months ago. Wylie's voice was quiet now, careful. A request for a financial trace on a North Quay property. Standard work. I handled it myself because the fee was double our usual rate. Who sent it? He met her eyes. The cover letter was signed by a trust administrator. I ran the name through municipal records. It checked out. But the trust administrator listed a contact person for all future correspondence. He pulled a single sheet from the middle of the stack and held it out. The field read, Contact, S. Thunn. Zorenne went still. That request arrived 6 months ago, addressed to Zorenne Thunn, asking for a financial trace. She heard her own voice as if from a distance. And they specified me by name. S. Thunn. Wylie's voice was barely audible over the rain. Someone sent Zorenne Thunn a contract requesting Sarah Thenn's services before Thyren ever walked into your office, before the archive leak, before any of this started. The rain slid down her neck, the note in her pocket pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Someone had been preparing for 6 years. Someone had paid for a forgery. Someone had hidden the Farland children. Someone had sent a trace request specifying her buried name 6 months before Thyren's contract. And the mastermind was someone she knew, someone she had worked beside, someone she had trusted. Wylie watched her process it, then said the thing she had not yet let herself think. Whoever set this up, they did not want you for the job they gave Thyren. They wanted you for the job at 14 Merchants Row. Thyren's contract was just the way to get you into position. The rain kept falling, the street stayed empty, and somewhere in the North Quay, at an address that had been waiting for her longer than she had known it existed, someone was ready to tell her why. Chapter 57. The address came through the anonymous channel at 2:47 a.m. Merchants Row was only the beginning. Come before dawn, 22 Harrow Lane, alone. Zorenne read the message twice while standing in Wylie's doorway with rain sliding off the awning. Then she typed back, If I die in a shuttered building because you wanted theatrics, I will haunt whatever accounts you keep. No reply came. She had not expected one. She told Wylie she needed to move and that she would check in within 2 hours. His jaw worked, but he did not argue, because arguing assumed she would listen, and they both knew she was already gone. The cab dropped her 3 blocks from Harrow Lane. She walked the rest through streets that smelled of wet stone and garbage, scanning every window line, every parked car with a driver inside. The district had once held municipal arbitration courts, back when Verrin still pretended its justice system ran parallel to its criminal one instead of intersecting. Now the buildings sat dark, their brass plaques removed, their windows boarded or broken. Number 22 was a narrow 3-story structure wedged between a closed fishmonger and a building whose sign had been painted over so many times the layers formed a gray scab. The front door hung ajar. Dead bolt. Forced. Recent. She pushed through with her phone in one hand and a folding knife in her coat pocket, the blade still legal for municipal work even if the hour and location were not. The lobby smelled of dust, old paper, and something chemical she could not place. A staircase rose into darkness. The ground floor held a reception desk, overturned chairs, and a corridor leading to what had once been hearing rooms. She found the staged room on the second floor. The door stood open. Light from a single lamp pooled across a wooden desk, and the arrangement stopped her cold because she recognized it the way she would recognize the layout of her own apartment in the dark. The desk faced the door at the same angle as her office desk. A single sheet of paper lay centered on the blotter, held in place by a brass paperweight shaped like a ship's anchor. A chair sat opposite, pulled back exactly as Thyren had left it when he stood to greet her that first morning. The same coffee cup, the same position, the same blank space where a contract should have been signed. She did not move past the threshold. Behind her, footsteps on the stairs. She turned, knife half out of her pocket, and found Thyren at the landing with rain darkening his shoulders and no expression she could read. I told you to wait for my check-in. I told Wylie I would wait for your check-in. He stepped past her into the doorway, then stopped. His voice dropped. This is my office. Your office at Dravnek House? No, he pointed at the desk. The desk is positioned the same way. The chair is the same. The lamp is the same brand. He turned in a slow circle. This room was built to match the morning I came to Zorenne Thunn. Before I said a word. Before I showed you the contract. Zorenne's throat tightened. Someone filmed that morning, she said. Or someone was there, watching. Or someone documented every detail afterward and reconstructed it. Either way. She stepped into the room finally, moving toward the desk. They wanted us to find this together. The separate arrival, the staged room, the timing. It is a performance. She picked up the paperweight. The anchor, brass, cold. Underneath it, the blank sheet had a single line printed at the top. Terms of engagement. Thunn and Dravnek, not Son and Thunn. Thunn and Dravnek, her name first. The nameless texter had been preparing for 6 years, had sent a trace request specifying S. Aven, had hidden the Farland children, had forged her signature, and now had reconstructed the exact moment her life split open again. Whoever this is, Thyren's voice came from behind her, low and controlled. They have been tracking us longer than I have been tracking you. We knew that. We did not know the scope. He pointed at the paperweight. That is from my father's desk. It was on his blotter the day he died. I have not seen it in 6 years. Zorenne turned the anchor over. On the underside, engraved in faded script, Dravnek Arbitration, Est 47. 47, she said. The year your father took control. Before I was born. She set the paperweight down. Her hand was steady, but only because she had practiced steadiness until it became the default. This room is a message, not a threat, a demonstration. She met his eyes. Someone wants us to understand that they have always been here. Before the archive leak, before your contract, before I left. Thyren said nothing. He crossed to the far wall where a file cabinet stood against the paneling and pulled the top drawer. Empty. The second drawer. Empty. The third drawer held a single folder, thin, unmarked. He opened it. Inside was a photograph, grainy, shot from a distance, taken through a window. Zorenne at her desk in Zorenne Thunn, head bent over a ledger, coffee cup at her elbow. The morning Darren had arrived. The morning she had been 8 minutes early. The timestamp in the corner read 6:47, 3 minutes before Darren had entered the building. She stared at the image. Someone was in position across the street, she said, before you arrived, before you told anyone you were coming. Or someone knew I was coming. Darren's voice was flat. It was because they told me to come. The air in the room shifted. What do you mean? He pulled a folded square of paper from his coat pocket and handed it over. The handwriting matched the anonymous texter's messages. The message was short. She already found what I left. Now find each other in the room I built for you. Then we will talk. 14 Merchants Row, dawn. Come together or not at all. Chapter 58. The photograph sat between them on the desk, grain visible under the lamp. 6:47. 3 minutes before Thyren had walked into her office and changed everything. Zorenne picked it up. The angle was wrong for a tripod shot. Handheld, taken from a second-story window across the street, the building that had been empty that morning, according to every lease record. Your father's paperweight, she said. A photograph of our first meeting, a reconstructed room. She set the image down. Whoever this is had access to your father's personal effects before you did, or took them the day he died, 6 years ago. Thyren's jaw tightened. The succession was contested for 3 months. His rooms were sealed by municipal order before I could inventory them. When I finally got access, certain things were missing. The paperweight, pieces of his father's desk, documents. You never told me. You were gone before I knew what was missing. He crossed to the window and looked out at the dark street. I assumed Solon had taken them, or that the Moro Circle had bought the access list from whoever handled the seal. Do you still assume that? He turned. No. She slipped the photograph into her coat pocket. The room had nothing else. No hidden files, no additional messages. Just the single demonstration that someone had been watching before either of them knew they were being watched. We need Ivara, she said. The paperweight, the photograph, the timing. She might recognize the operational signature. At this hour? Ivara does not sleep when she has a puzzle. They left the room as they had found it. Desk angled, chair pulled back, lamp burning. Zorenne pulled the door closed behind them and it swung back open. No lock, no latch. The room was designed to be found. The cab ride to the archive was silent. Rain streaked the windows, and the city passed in blurred lights. Ivara met them at the service entrance in a coat thrown over her nightclothes, silver hair loose, a ring of keys in her hand. She took one look at their faces and did not ask questions. She led them to the second-floor conference room, the same room where they had mapped the damage after the shutdown. The Crowther pages were still spread across the table, weighted at the corners. Zorenne placed the photograph in the center. Taken from across the street at 6:47, the morning Thyren first came to my office. Ivara picked it up. Her eyes moved from the image to Zorenne's face and back. This is the photograph from a surveillance file. Someone was watching before the meeting happened. No, Ivara set it down. This is not a surveillance frame. This is a documentation still. The angle is wrong for tracking. The focus is wrong. Someone stood at that window and waited for the moment Thyren arrived, then took a single image to preserve it. Preserve it for what? For proof. Ivara pointed at the timestamp. This is a record of an event, not intelligence gathering. Evidence. Thyren leaned against the wall. Evidence of what? Of the meeting happening at all. Ivara turned the photograph over. On the back, stamped in faded ink, was a municipal archive code. This image was logged, catalogued, filed. Zorenne's stomach tightened. Who logged it? Ivara held the paper under the lamp. The archive code was pre-reform, the old system that had been replaced 4 years ago. The custodian initial beside it was a single letter she did not recognize. I need the old staff directory. She found it in the bottom drawer of a locked cabinet, a leather-bound register from before the reform. The initials were indexed by year, department, and authorization level. Ivara ran a finger down the page. C, she said. Department of Records and Retention. Authorization level, full. She stopped. Assigned to the Civil Trust Oversight Desk for 5 years before the succession. Who? Ivara looked up. Zorenne Dravnek. The name landed like a stone in still water. Thyren went still. Zorenne is dead. He is listed in this directory as active until the succession, Ivara said. After that, the entry stops. No transfer, no termination, just an end. He was disowned, Thyren said. My father exiled him 6 months before he died. Laundered Civic funds through Dravnek accounts without authorization. The network cut ties. And then he vanished. Zorenne stepped closer to the directory. Everyone assumed the Moro Circle took him, or that he fled Verrin and changed his name. Apparently, he did not flee. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. The anonymous texter. You found the paperweight. Now find the man who owned it. He is at the North Quay Club, seat 33. Come before the broker leaves. She held the screen up. Zorenne is in the North Quay Club, she said, with one of Kaya's brokers. Chapter 59. The North Quay Club. Zorenne had passed the building a dozen times without noticing it. Sandstone facade, brass address plates, a doorman who looked like he had been standing in that spot for 30 years. The kind of place where money went to pretend it was not the thing that mattered. She stood across the street with Thyren, rain running down her collar. If we go in together, Kaya's broker sees us before we see them. Then we do not go in together. Thyren's jaw was set in a way she recognized from the archive tunnels. The look of a man measuring a door he was about to break through. Leonard knows me, he said. He will expect me to come alone. Then he expects wrong. He expects correct because he knows I have never been patient enough to bring backup. Thyren turned to face her. But he does not know you. The rain felt colder now. You want me to enter separately. I want you to enter first. Take seat 32. Order something expensive. Let Leonard see you before he sees me. And if he runs? Then you will have a better angle to follow than I would. She should have argued. Every instinct told her that splitting up in enemy territory was the kind of mistake that got people buried in unmarked lots. But Thyren was not suggesting distraction. He was giving her the lead position, the one with sightlines and choices. The moment he moves, she said, I close. The moment he moves, you stay alive. I will close. She crossed the street before he could add another condition. The doorman did not ask for her name. He opened the door with the practiced indifference of someone who had learned that the most dangerous guests never announced themselves. The interior was all dark wood and amber light, leather chairs arranged in careful clusters, bars that ran the length of the back wall. Seat 33 was empty. She took seat 32, ordered a glass of something the bartender did not question, and watched the reflection in the mirror behind the bottles. The broker at the far end of the bars was nursing a whiskey, alone, his attention fixed on a phone that kept buzzing. No Lennart. She counted 30 seconds. 60. The broker glanced at his watch, then at the door, then back at his phone. She pulled out her own phone and texted Darren. Empty seat. Broker still waiting. The reply came in 6 seconds. He knows. She looked up. The broker was standing now, phone pressed to his ear, eyes scanning the room with the flat attention of someone who had just been told the deal had changed. Then the broker's gaze stopped on her. Not a guess. Recognition. He knew exactly who she was. The broker hung up and walked toward her, not fast, not slow, the measured pace of a man who had been told to deliver a message in person. He stopped at her table and placed a folded slip of paper on the polished wood. From the man who was supposed to be here. She did not reach for it. Where is Zorenne Thunn? Safe. The broker smiled without warmth. He said to tell you the first meeting was never going to happen here. He wanted to see if you would come at all. And you did, so the real invitation follows. The broker walked out without looking back. Zorenne unfolded the paper. A debt is only worth collecting if both parties know what they owe. You spent 4 years forgetting your side of the ledger. I spent 4 years remembering mine. Come to 14 Merchants Row alone, and we will discuss what justice looks like when the accountant is also the debtor. Come with him, and I will assume you were never serious about settling. Zorenne Thunn, she read it twice, then slipped it into her pocket. Thyren appeared at her shoulder, having entered through a side door she had not seen him approach. Message? Invitation. She stood and handed him the note. He was never coming here. He wanted to know if I would show up. Thyren read it. His expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, the muscle along his jaw tightening. He is baiting you. I know. 14 Merchants Row is the same address from the forged affidavit, the same property from the trust documents, the same place the texter wanted us to go together. And now he wants me alone. Thyren's hand closed around the paper. You are not going. I am not deciding yet. She met his eyes. But I am also not letting him dictate the timing. He expects me to rush. That means I wait. Something flickered in his expression, relief or surprise that she had not already chosen the reckless path. They walked out together, past the sandstone facade and the brass address plates, into the rain that had not let up. Her phone buzzed as they reached the curb. Bastien, tell me you are sitting down, he said. I am standing in the rain outside the North Quay Club. What happened? Zorenne Thunn just sent an offer through Quay's channels, a formal proposal to negotiate peace between the Thravnek network and the Moro Circle. On what terms? One condition. Bastien paused. He is offering to deliver you, alive, cooperative, with full access to the systems only you can operate. In exchange, the Moro Circle stops pressuring Thravnek clients and withdraws from the river wards. The rain felt colder. He is trading me for peace. He is trading your continued existence for a ceasefire, and he is framing it as mercy because he claims he can guarantee your safety once you are transferred to Moro custody. Darren was watching her face, reading the conversation from her expression alone. When did the offer go out? 20 minutes ago. Quay's people are already circulating it among the river ward captains. By morning, every Dravnek loyalist will know there is a price on your head, and that the price is a cessation of hostilities. She ended the call. Thyren did not ask what Bastien had said. He had heard enough. I will kill him. You will not. He is offering to hand you over to the people who have been trying to dismantle my network for months. He is offering to trade me, she said. And the fact that he made that offer means he believes I am the most valuable piece on the board. Thyren's hands were shaking, not from cold. That makes you the target. It makes me the prize. She looked at the note still in his hand. And prizes do not get to choose the terms they are traded under. Unless they choose first. She met his eyes. 14 Merchants Row, alone, before he expects me. Zorenne, if he is offering to trade me, then I want to know what he thinks I am worth. And I want to know it before he has time to adjust the price. Chapter 60. The rain had not stopped by the time they reached Dravnek House. Thyren drove with his hands locked on the wheel, knuckles pale, jaws set in a line that warned against conversation. Zorenne watched the wipers drag across the glass and said nothing. There was nothing to say that would not sound like negotiation, and she was not ready to negotiate with him about this. The building loomed ahead, dark sandstone, wet flags, light bleeding from the second-floor windows where someone had turned the operations room back on. Thyren killed the engine and sat for a moment, hands still on the wheel. When we go in there, he said, they will already know. Bastien's news travels faster than we do. They will have opinions. I expect they will. He turned to look at her. The rain drummed on the roof, a steady pulse between them. If I told you to stay here while I handle this, what would you say? I would remind you that the offer is about me. My absence would confirm I am a thing to be traded, not a person who chooses. He held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded once and opened his door. The operations room was full, not with captains, not with the usual rotation of lieutenants and sector leads. A dozen men and women stood in clusters around the long table, voices overlapping in the flat, urgent tone of people who had been summoned without explanation and had spent the intervening minutes filling the silence with speculation. Ferris stood at the terminal bank, her face pale, a printed sheet in her hand. The room went quiet when Zorenne walked in. She felt the weight of their attention, the calculation in every set of eyes. Some of them knew her from before, others only knew the name she had become. All of them had heard the offer by now. Thyren moved past her to the head of the table. He did not sit. Who sent the proposal? Ferris stepped forward. Municipal third party, a neutral courier with a sealed envelope addressed to the acting head of Dravnek operations. You opened it. The courier delivered it in front of 4 witnesses. By the time I got downstairs, 3 of them had already read it over my shoulder. Thyren's expression did not change. Where is the original? Ferris held up the printed sheet. I made copies. The original is in the safe. Read it. She hesitated, then lifted the paper and read, Proposal for cessation of hostilities between the Moro Circle and the Dravnek Network, effective upon acceptance of the following terms. Article 1. Immediate withdrawal of all Moro presence from the river wards, North Quay, and the Iron Ward Municipal Corridor. Article 2. Cessation of client pressure and data weaponization against Dravnek-protected identities. Article 3. Transfer of Zorenne Thunn, also known as Sarah Venn, to Moro custody within 48 hours, alive and cooperative, with full access to all credential systems she has activated during the current engagement. Article 4. Upon delivery, the Moro Circle will cede all claims to the Dravnek archive and its remaining assets, and will recognize Thyren Dravnek as sole authority over Dravnek operations. The room was silent. Zorenne felt the words settle into her chest like stones dropped into still water. Transfer. The word they used for cargo, for files, for bodies that could not refuse. Darren's voice was quiet. And who drafted these terms? The document bears a municipal arbitration stamp. The signatory field lists Lennart Dravnek as proposing party and Kaya Rulin as accepting party. A murmur ran through the room. Zorenne caught Fragment's brother, alive, Moro Alliance. She is the price. An older captain she recognized from the pier, Marin, stepped forward. This is a serious offer. I am not saying we take it, but we should discuss it before we refuse. Discuss what? Thyren's voice cut through the room. The terms require us to deliver one of our own to Moro custody. She is not one of ours, someone said from the back. Zorenne turned. A woman she did not recognize, mid-40s, scarred hands, standing near the door with her arms crossed. She is a contractor, external, No blood oath, no family tie, no loyalty pledge. The terms frame her as a neutral asset. If we accept, the river wards stop burning. The clients stop dying. The pressure on every protected family in this city lifts overnight. And what happens to her? Thyren asked. The woman hesitated. That is not my concern. It should be. Thyren stepped forward, and the room shifted with him. Because the moment we agree that one person can be traded for peace, we become a network that trades people. That is the old order. That is what Solon Braca wanted to preserve. That is what I spent 4 years dismantling. Merrin spoke again, his voice careful. Thyren, I understand your position, but the river wards are bleeding. Every day we do not accept this offer, more families lose their protection, more clients are exposed, more people die. Because Leonard is killing them, because the balance is broken, and this offer restores it. Thyren shook his head. It restores nothing. It trades one of our own for a ceasefire that lasts exactly as long as it takes the Moro Circle to find a new angle. Leonard is not offering peace. He is offering to sell Zorenne to the people who want to dismantle us, and calling it mercy so we will deliver her ourselves. The room fell into argument. Zorenne stopped listening. She picked up the printed page Ferris had set on the table and read the full text herself, slowly, word by word. The first 3 articles were exactly what the room was debating, but Article 4 carried a subclause she had not heard Ferris read aloud. Upon transfer of the named individual, all legal and procedural rights to the identity designation Sarah Then, including associated credentials, access codes, and archival authorization, shall transfer to the designated Civic trustee for permanent custodial management. She read it twice. The offer was not about removing her from Verrin. It was not even about using her systems to access the archive. The offer was about ownership. Leonard did not want her cooperation. He wanted the name, the credential, the key that only Sarah Venn could turn. And he had written the terms so that once she was transferred, she would never hold that name again. Zorenne, she looked up. Thyren was watching her from the head of the table, the room still arguing around them. What did you find? She held up the page. Article 4, Subclause 2. The offer transfers custodial rights to my birth name credential to a Civic trustee upon delivery. This is not about trading me for peace. This is about taking the name away from me permanently. The room quieted. Merrin frowned. The identity is already suppressed. What does it matter who holds the paperwork? It matters, Zorenne said, because Sarah Venn is the only credential that can still access the pre-reform layers. If Leonard controls that name, he controls whatever is still sealed in those systems. The archive shutdown was temporary. The Dead Man Protocol was one mechanism. There are others. She set the paper down. He is not offering peace. He is offering to buy my name while pretending to trade my body. The woman by the door spoke again. Then what you propose? Zorenne looked at her, then at Thyren, then around the room at the faces that had been ready to trade her moments ago. I propose I go to 14 Merchants Row before he adjusts the terms. I read what he actually wants, and I decide whether to meet his price or burn the offer entirely. Thyren stepped toward her. Alone? Alone. Zorenne, he is only willing to talk if I come without you. If I bring you, he will assume I am still someone else's asset. I need him to believe I am acting on my own authority. And are you? She held his gaze. I am acting on mine. The room watched them. Thyren did not answer. His hand moved toward hers, stopped, then fell back to his side. Then you go, he said, but I will be within reach. She nodded. The argument resumed behind her as she walked out, the paper still in her hand, the subclause burning in her memory. Lynott wanted the name, and she was going to find out why before he found out she was coming. Chapter 61. They found the trustee before dawn. Zorenne was still in the operations room when Ferris took the call, the counterstatement half written in her hand, the ink still wet on the page where she had drafted the formal rejection of Lennart's offer. She had not slept. Neither had anyone else. The argument had never fully stopped, just subsided into the kind of exhausted silence that waited for the next blow. Ferris looked up from the phone. Her face had changed. "Tell me," Zorenne said. They found him, the Civic trustee named in the offer. Marin's people pulled him from a lockup behind the North Quay warehouse district. He is alive. The room shifted. Chairs scraped. Someone let out a breath that had been held too long. "Where is he now?" Darren asked. "Marin is bringing him through the service entrance. 3 minutes. Zorenne set the counterstatement down. She had written it in language that would bind anyone who touched it, Dravnek and Morrow alike. A declaration that she held sole and permanent authority over both her current identity and the designation Sarah Venn, and that any attempt to transfer, suppress, or exercise custodial rights over either would constitute actionable violation of terms enforceable by any competent authority in Verrin. She had meant to have it witnessed and sealed before dawn. The trustee changed the calculation. He came through the service door in a coat that did not fit him, sleeves too long, collar turned up as if he had dressed in a hurry or been dressed by someone else. Mid-50s, soft build. The kind of face that belonged behind a municipal desk, processing forms, stamping approvals, never making eye contact long enough to be remembered. Marin steered him to a chair at the far end of the table. The trustee sat. He did not look at anyone. "Name," Zorenne said. "Venn." The word came out rough, as if he had not used his voice in hours. "Darien Venn." "Relation?" "None. It is a coincidence. The name, I mean. I never met her. I never met you. I was just the one they put on the paperwork." Zorenne stayed standing. She kept the table between them, her hands empty, her weight balanced. "Who put you on the paperwork?" "A lawyer, 3 years ago. Presented me with the designation and told me to hold it. Said there would be a day I needed to act, and when that day came, I would know what to do." "Did he tell you what that day would look like?" "No." The trustee's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs to still them. "He said I would recognize it when it arrived. And I did. When the offer appeared, I knew. I was supposed to sign the transfer of the Sarah Venn credential as soon as the exchange was confirmed. But you did not sign." "I ran." Zorenne watched him, the tremor in his hands, the way he kept his gaze fixed on the table, as if looking up might cost him something he could not afford to lose. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because Leonard has a witness." The room went still. "A witness," Zorenne repeated. "Someone who worked with you, inside the old system, before you left. He has them in a location I do not know, and he is preparing to present them as proof that you authorized the identity suppression willingly. That the forgery was not a forgery, that you signed the letter yourself." "That is a lie." "I know." The trustee finally looked up. His eyes were red, exhausted, the eyes of a man who had spent the last hours running through the dark. "But Leonard has documentation, procedural records from your time as Sarah Venn. He will use them to argue that you were not coerced, that you participated in the old order voluntarily, that the suppression of your identity was a mutual decision, not a conspiracy against you." The room absorbed the information in silence. Zorenne did not move. She thought of the forged letter, the stroke angle that was wrong, the pressure that was too even, the careful, deliberate precision of someone who had studied her handwriting and learned to mimic it accurately enough to fool the municipal registrar. She thought of the trust documents, the 6-year timeline, the property deed at 14 Merchants Row, and she thought of Leonard Dravnek, sitting somewhere in the dark of the North Quay, waiting for her to arrive alone. "What is the witness's name?" she said. "I do not know." "Then describe them." The trustee hesitated. His hands pressed harder against his thighs. "A woman. I never saw her face, but I heard her voice on a call. She told Leonard that she could prove Sarah Venn was not a victim, that she built the system on purpose, that she knew exactly what she was agreeing to." Zorenne felt Thyren's gaze on her, steady, waiting. She did not look at him. Instead, she reached for the counterstatement she had written, the half-finished declaration of control over her identities. The ink had dried. She picked up the pen and added a single line at the bottom. "This document supersedes any prior record, authorization, or procedural claim to the contrary." Then she signed it. Not Zorenne Thunn, Sarah Venn. She slid the paper across the table to Ferris. "Have this witnessed and notarized in the municipal system before noon. Do not route it through any channel connected to Kaya Rulin. Ferris took the paper. Her hand was steady. Yes. Zorenne turned back to the trustee. You said Lennart has the witness in a location you do not know. But you heard her voice on a call. Where was the call made from? Municipal intake, the old ward office on Cross Street. Cross Street is closed. It has been closed for 2 years. The trustee shook his head. They reopened it, quietly, 3 months ago. Lennart has people there. He has been using the intake ward as a holding point for witnesses, documents, anything he needs to keep out of sight until he is ready to use it. Zorenne remembered the name from Ivara's maps. Cross Street, Municipal Intake. A 2-story building on the edge of the River Ward, used for processing custody transfers and identity changes before the reforms shut it down. It was also on the list of addresses tied to the pre-reform archive layers. That is where she is, Zorenne said. Probably, but you will not get to her before Lennart moves her. Then I will move first. Thyren stepped forward. Zorenne, I am not going alone. She met his eyes. You are coming with me, but we do it my way. No violence, no confrontation. We extract the witness before Lennart knows we found the trustee. And if he already knows, then we adapt. She picked up the counterstatement, folded it, and tucked it into her coat. The room watched her. The trustee sat trembling at the table, his hands still pressed against his thighs, his eyes fixed on the paper she had left behind. Zorenne did not look back. Chapter 62. The rain had stopped by the time Zorenne reached the taproom, but the streets still gleamed with wet cobblestone, and the air smelled of coal smoke and river salt. She found Bastien at the same corner table where they always met, a single glass of something dark in front of him, his coat draped over the empty chair across. He did not look surprised to see her. You look like someone who has not slept in 2 days, he said. I have not. That is usually when interesting things happen. Zorenne sat. She did not order a drink. She placed her hands flat on the table, palms down, and watched his face settle into alert attention. Bastien knew her tells well enough to read the difference between a routine exchange and a strategic decision. How much do you know about me? She said. Before Sundan Duth. Enough to be dangerous, not enough to be useful. I am going to change that. Bastien did not move. His hand rested beside the glass, fingers loose. A man who had learned to wait through silences without filling them. What she needed was not a confession. It was a counterweight. Lennart had a witness who would claim she built the old system willingly. Lennart had procedural records, forged documents, a 6-year paper trail designed to make her look like an architect of the machinery she had fled. She needed her own version of the truth in circulation before his version hardened into public record. I worked inside the Dravnek network, she said. Not as a contractor, as an internal financial investigator. I spent 5 years inside their systems, building the structures that kept client debts organized, protected, and traceable. Bastien's eyes did not widen. They narrowed slightly, a man recalibrating. That is not the story you have been telling. No, it is not. Why tell me now? Because someone is about to tell it for me, in a way that makes me complicit rather than someone who escaped. She watched him process the distinction, the difference between choosing to leave and being forced out, the difference between building a cage and being locked inside it. You served Dravnek, he said slowly. Then you left. I left because I realized I had stopped being able to tell the difference between loving someone inside that world and becoming part of the machinery myself. The words came out cleaner than she had expected. She had never said them aloud to anyone except Thyren in the dark corridor under the archive when honesty was the only currency left. Bastien set down his glass. Zorenne, I am not asking you to print this. I am asking you to place it where it needs to go, off the record, into ears that will hear it as a competing narrative to whatever Lennart releases. And if I asked who this someone is? Thyren Dravnek. Bastien's face stayed still, but something shifted behind his eyes. She saw him recalculating everything he had observed over the weeks of their partnership, the way she moved through Dravnek territory, the ease of her access, the specific tension that lived between her and the man who ran the network. You were his. I was his partner, in work, in bed, in the kind of trust that should have been impossible inside that world. And you left because you loved him. I left because loving him inside that system felt like dissolving, like every tender thing between us could be tallied, leveraged, or demanded. I did not know who I was when I was not useful to him, so I left to find out. Bastien was quiet for a long moment. His hand still rested beside the glass, but his fingers had tightened slightly, the only sign that the information had landed with force. That is not a controlled release, he said. That is a confession. It is the truth. I am done letting other people control what the truth means. He studied her. The tap room hummed around them, the low murmur of late-night drinkers and the clink of glasses. Lennart has a witness, he said. Yes. Do you know who she is? Not yet, but I will. And when you find her, I will extract her, before Lennart can use her to destroy the only version of my history I have left. Bastien picked up his glass and drank. When he set it down, his face had changed. Not softer, more certain. I will place the story, he said, but you should know that this makes you a target in ways you were not before. There are people who preferred you as a mysterious contractor. They will not like learning you were embedded inside Dravnek's core systems. I know. And they will not like learning that you and Thyren share history. That makes you leverage in ways a contractor never is. I know that too. She stood. The chair scraped against the floor, a sound that cut through the taproom murmur. Bastien looked up at her. One more thing, he said. She waited. A source close to Lennart contacted me an hour ago. They sent a fragment, said it was a preview of what Lennart would release if anyone tried to preempt his narrative. Zorenne felt the words land in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. What fragment? Bastien reached into his coat and pulled out his phone. He tapped the screen, turned it toward her. She read the text on the display. I, Sarah Venn, do swear by the authority vested in me under the pre-reformed municipal codes of Verrin to execute with precision, to account without omission, and to protect the systems entrusted to my custody against all external interference, whether lawful or otherwise. Her own words, her own voice, transcribed. The oath she had recited in the archive core to verify her identity to the machine. Someone had been recording. Zorenne did not let her face change. She held Bastien's gaze and kept her breathing steady. Lennart had someone inside the core chamber, she said. Or he has access to the machine's audio logs. Can he prove it is you? He does not have to prove it, he just has to release it. The voice match will be close enough. The content will be enough to convince anyone who already wants to believe I was never truly separate from the network. Bastien put the phone back in his coat. Then you are out of time. Zorenne turned and walked toward the door. The taproom air felt thick, the murmur of drinkers pressing against her skin like fingers. She stepped out into the wet street and pulled out her phone. The message was already waiting. A single line from a number she did not recognize. The full oath airs at dawn. Bring the trustee. Alone. Chapter 63. The taproom door closed behind her, and the wet street swallowed the sound. Zorenne stood in the rain with the phone still in her hand, the message burning against her palm. The full oath airs at dawn. Bring the trustee. Alone. No sender, no reply path. Just the demand waiting in the glow of the screen like a door that had already opened. She walked. The River Ward streets were empty at this hour, cobblestones slick with rain that had not stopped falling since she left the archive. Her heels struck the pavement in a rhythm she counted without meaning to. 1 block. 2. The phone stayed dark in her hand. Bastien had the story. The real story. The one that would land in the right ears before Lennart's version hardened into public record. But Bastien did not control Dawn. She reached the corner where the street widened into the commercial district, and the firm's windows appeared ahead, dark except for the single light Wylie always left burning in the back office. She had not told him she was coming. She had not told anyone. The front door was locked. She used her key, stepped inside, and stood in the silence of the reception room where clients sat during business hours, where she had built a life that had nothing to do with Sarah Venn. The light from the back office spilled into the corridor. Wylie was there, sitting at his desk with a cup of coffee that had gone cold, a stack of files open in front of him, his coat still on, as if he had been waiting without deciding to leave. He looked up when she appeared in the doorway. You look like someone just handed you the bill for a crime you did not commit. Close enough. She crossed the room and sat in the chair across from his desk. The files between them were client intake forms, the ordinary paperwork of a legitimate recovery firm. She stared at them for a moment, at the signatures and dates and case numbers that meant nothing compared to what was coming. Wylie waited. She told him about the oath, the recording, Leonard's access to the machine's audio logs, the demand that she bring Thyren to an unknown meeting before dawn. Wylie did not interrupt. He listened the way he always did, with the focused stillness of a man who had learned that the most dangerous information arrived without warning. When she finished, he sat back. So, Leonard has your voice saying exactly what you did inside that system, and he is going to release it to people who already suspect you were never truly out. Yes. And the demand is for you to bring Thyren alone to a meeting he controls. Yes. Wylie picked up his cold coffee, looked at it, set it down again. What do you need from me? She had not expected the question. She had expected argument, resistance, the same protective fear he had shown since the beginning. Instead, he sat across from her with his steady hands and his steady gaze, and asked what she needed. I do not know yet. Then figure it out. I will be here either way. The words landed somewhere deep in the part of her that had learned to survive by expecting no one to stay. Dawn came gray and wet. Zorenne watched it from the window of the back office, the sky lightening over the rooftops of the commercial district like a bruise fading into something worse. She had not slept. Wylie had brewed fresh coffee an hour ago, and the cup sat untouched beside her. The phone buzzed. She picked it up. The message was not from Leonard. It was a notification from a municipal news syndicate, a breaking story tagged with her birth name. Audio recording surfaces linking former Dravnek investigator Zorenne Thunn to contested archive systems. She opened it. The article was short, professional, and devastating. It quoted an anonymous source confirming the voice on the recording belonged to Zorenne Thunn, former internal financial investigator for the Dravnek network, now operating under the name Zorenne Thunn. The recording captured her reciting the oath of the pre-reform archive system, the same system that had just been implicated in the data leak that destroyed 14 families. The article did not accuse her of anything directly. It did not have to. The facts arranged themselves like a ledger. Zorenne Thunn built the systems. Zorenne Thunn returned to the network under a different name. Zorenne Thunn was inside the archive when the leak stopped. The implication was a room with no exit. Her phone buzzed again. A direct message from a client she had worked with for 2 years, a textile importer who had trusted her to recover his stolen shipping manifests. Is it true? Were you part of the leak? She did not answer. The third message came from a municipal contract supervisor who had approved her firm's security clearance 6 months ago. We need to discuss your standing. Call me. Wylie appeared in the doorway, his own phone in his hand. I am getting calls. From who? Everyone who ever wondered why you were so good at reading Dravnek ledgers. She turned from the window. His face was unreadable, but his hand tightened on the phone. The article does not name the firm, he said, but it does not have to. Everyone who matters knows where you work. Are you asking me to leave? No, he said it flat, without hesitation. I am telling you that the story is out, and I am still here. But you need to decide what you are going to do about the meeting, the demand. Bring the trustee. Alone. Thyren. She had not told him yet. She had not called anyone. The weight of the decision sat in her chest like a stone she had been carrying since the taproom, and she had not set it down. The doorbell rang. Wylie glanced at the front entrance. A figure stood outside in the gray morning light, rain dripping from the shoulders of a dark coat. I will handle it, he said. He walked down the corridor. Zorenne heard the lock turn, the door open. A low exchange of voices she could not make out. Then Wylie returned. He carried a small envelope, cream-colored, no return address. He held it out to her. For you. Hand-delivered. She took it. The paper was heavy, the kind used for formal correspondence, not threats. She opened the seal and pulled out a single sheet. The handwriting was Thyren's. I heard the recording. I know what he is asking of you. I will not come unless you tell me to. Tell me what support you want from me, and I will give it. Nothing more, nothing less. She read it twice. No orders, no pleas, no promises to tear the city apart if she was hurt. Just a question. She looked up at Wylie, who was watching her with the patient stillness of a man who had already decided his place. "Well?" Zorenne folded the note and slipped it into her coat pocket. "I need to think." "Then think, but dawn is already here, and Leonard is not going to wait for you to finish." He was right. She looked at the phone in her hand, at the unanswered messages from clients and contractors who were already recalculating their trust in her. Then she looked at the door, where the gray morning waited. The demand was still there. Bring the trustee. Alone. Thyren's note was still in her pocket. Tell me what support you want from me. She reached for her phone. But before she could type a single letter, the device buzzed again with a new message. Not a news alert, not a client. The same unknown number. The trustee has already left. He is coming anyway. You have 1 hour. Chapter 64. The trustee's hands were still shaking when Zorenne reached the operations room. He sat in the chair Marin had steered him into, coat collar turned up against a chill that came from inside, not the weather. Mid-50s, soft build. A face that had spent years behind a desk and never expected to run. Marin stood by the door with his arms crossed. Ferris had a phone pressed to one ear, her face unreadable. Zorenne stopped in front of the trustee. You heard the woman's voice, the one who will testify. He nodded. Tell me what she said. She knows the old procedures, the suppression protocols. She talked about how Sarah Venn's identity was entered into the system, what fields were filled, what authorizations were required. He swallowed. She spoke like someone who had done it herself. Zorenne's chest tightened. Did she describe me? No. She described the process, the keystrokes, the validation chain, the witness line. The witness line required a second signature. She knew that. She said she watched you sign it, that you told her it was the right thing, that the network should not own a person's name forever. Wylie stepped forward from the corner where he had been listening. Did she name herself? No, but I heard her voice catch when she described your face. She said you looked tired that day, like you had not slept in a week. Zorenne turned away. The mother from the vanished family, the one who had been hidden, protected, moved through municipal channels by someone who knew the system better than anyone. The one whose children had been rerouted before the first leak wave, whose husband had disappeared, whose entire existence had been erased from the River Ward address records. Leonard had her. He had found the woman whose family had been destroyed by the very system Zorenne once helped build, and he had turned her grief into testimony. The mother was not a liar. She believed what she was saying. Leonard had fed her enough truth to make the lie hold. Where is she now? The trustee shook his head. They were moving her. The original location was Cross Street, but that changed an hour ago. She is being transferred to a Morrow holding point somewhere in the South Quay district. Do you know the address? It keeps changing. Every time I get a location, it shifts. They are running a rolling protocol, moving her every 20 minutes so no one can lock in a strike point. Ferris lowered her phone. Marin's people confirmed the South Quay tip, but they lost visual on the transport vehicle 10 minutes ago. Zorenne looked at the clock on the wall. Dawn had already broken. The article was live. Clients were messaging. A municipal contract supervisor wanted to discuss her standing, and somewhere in the South Quay district, a mother who had lost everything was being coached into damning her. I am going. Wylie's head came up. Zorenne, she is the only piece Leonard has that I cannot counter. If she testifies that I willingly suppressed my own identity, the counter-statement I signed means nothing. It becomes a document I prepared after the fact to cover myself. I need her to tell the truth before Leonard locks her into the lie. You do not know where she is. I know the South Quay district. I know how Morrow moves people. I know the holding patterns from the warehouse manifests. She turned to Ferris. Can you get me a live ping on the transport vehicle? Marin's people are trying, but the signal keeps dropping. They are using a shielded van. Then I will track it on the ground. Thyren's note was still in her pocket. Tell me what support you want from me. She pulled out her phone. The message from the unknown number still sat at the top of her screen. The trustee has already left. He is coming anyway. You have 1 hour. She typed a reply to Thyren. South Quay District, the mother from the vanished family. Leonard is moving her. I'm going now. She sent it before she could second guess. Wylie stepped into her path. You are walking into a Moro operation with no backup and no fixed location. I have Marin's people. I have Ferris on the phone, and I have Thyren somewhere on the road between his house and this office. That is not enough. It will have to be. She looked at the trustee who was still trembling in his chair. You stay here. If Lennart contacts you again, you tell him I am coming. You tell him I want to hear the witness myself. You tell him nothing else. He nodded. Zorenne moved toward the door. Ferris called after her. I will keep trying for a location, but if the signal stays dead, I cannot guarantee you will find her before Lennart finishes the transfer. Then I will find her anyway. She stepped into the corridor. The rain had stopped, but the air was still wet and cold. The gray morning light made everything look washed out, like the city had been drained of color while she was inside. Her phone buzzed. Thyren's reply. I am 6 minutes out. Where do you want me? She stopped at the front door. 6 minutes. He was already closer than she had expected. He had not waited for her permission. He had just started moving. She typed back. South Quay, first checkpoint. I will tell you where when I know. She pushed through the door. The street was empty. The sedan was gone. No Morrow watchers, no municipal vehicles, no one waiting in the gray light to see which direction she chose. She walked east toward the South Quay district, her footsteps loud on the wet pavement. Her phone buzzed again. Not Thyren, the unknown number. She is not at the South Quay holding. They moved her 10 minutes ago. New location, Merchant's Row basement, the lockbox room. She is waiting for you there. Zorenne stopped. Merchant's Row. The same address as the forged affidavit, the same address as Lennart's invitation, the same address where the anonymous texter had directed her to come with Thyren at dawn. The witness was not being hidden. She was bait. Chapter 65. The North Quay stretched ahead in gray light, wet cobblestones gleaming under the overcast sky. Zorenne moved fast along the water's edge, her heels clicking against the stone, the smell of brine and diesel thick in the air. The anonymous texter's message still burned on her phone. She is not at the South Quay holding. They moved her 10 minutes ago. New location, Merchant's Row basement. But Zorenne did not go to Merchant's Row. She had stopped in the street after reading that message, stood still in the wet morning air while her instincts fought against the pull of the obvious trap. The texter had fed her every location so far. The texter had known exactly where to find the staged room at Harrow Lane. The texter had known the paperweight would mean something to Thyren. The texter had also known the mother's location changes in real time. That kind of access did not come from watching. It came from being inside the operation. And if the texter was inside Lennart's network, then Merchant's Row was exactly where Lennart wanted her to go. So she had not gone. Instead, she had called Ferris and asked for the original South Quay coordinates before the rolling protocol began. The transport vehicle had been tracked to a warehouse at the northern edge of the district before the signal dropped. Not Merchant's Row. Not the lockbox room. A loading bay on the North Quay where the water met the old mercantile district. She was betting that Lennart's rolling protocol was a misdirection, that the real handoff was happening at the original location while everyone else chased the moving target. The loading bay appeared ahead, a rusted, corrugated structure jutting out over the water. The bay door was half open, a dim light visible through the gap. Zorenne slowed. No guards visible, no vehicles idling, no watchers on the adjacent piers. Too clean. She pulled out her phone and typed a quick message to Thyren. North Quay. Old loading bay at the end of Pier 7. No visible security. Approaching now. She sent it and kept moving. The bay door groaned as she slipped through the gap. Inside, the space was cavernous and cold, the concrete floor stained with years of oil and salt water. Stacked crates lined the walls, covered in tarp that had gone gray with age. The dim light came from a single bulb hanging from a wire above a metal desk at the far end. A woman sat at the desk. She was thin, her clothes worn and clean but clearly not her own, a municipal jacket too large for her frame, trousers that did not match. Her hands were flat on the desk surface, palms down, as if she had been told to keep them visible. Zorenne recognized her from the photograph. The mother from the vanished River Ward family. The woman looked up when Zorenne entered. Her eyes were hollow, shadowed, the eyes of someone who had not slept in days and had stopped hoping for anything good. "You are not them," the woman said. "No. Who sent you?" "No one sent me. I came because I need to talk to you before Lennart's people move you again." The woman's jaw tightened. "I do not know any Lennart. You were moved from Cross Street intake an hour ago. The people who moved you are working for him. He is holding your daughter somewhere safe to make sure you do what he says." The woman's hands curled into fists on the desk. "My daughter is dead." "She is not. She was rerouted before the first leak wave. Municipal priority order. Someone hid her." The woman stared at her. The hollow look cracked, something raw and desperate breaking through. "You are lying." "I am not. I have the records. She was moved to a school registry under a false surname. She is alive." Zorenne took a step closer. "Lennart has been using you. He told you I signed away my own identity willingly because he needs you to testify to that lie. But you never saw me sign anything. You never saw me at all." The woman's breath hitched. "I saw someone," she said. "A woman. She came to our house after the first leak. She told me she could keep us safe. She told me to sign papers. I signed them because I believed her." "What did she look like?"
"Dark hair, pinned back. She moved like she owned the rooms she walked through."
Zorne's blood went cold. The description could fit her. "You think it was me?"
"I do not know what to think."
The woman's voice cracked.
"They told me you built the system that ruined us. They told me you came back to finish what you started."
They lied. I built systems that tracked deaths. I did not build the leak. I did not mark anyone for exposure. I came back to stop it." The woman shook her head. "Everyone says that. The woman who came to my house said she was there to help. She had papers. She had municipal stamps. She looked official. She looked like she knew what she was doing." Zorenne kept her voice steady. "What did she say when she gave you the papers?" "She said I needed to recount what happened. She said if I told the truth about what I saw, I could protect my daughter." "What truth?" "The truth about the woman who signed away her own name. The woman who built the system on purpose. The woman who knew what would happen and let it happen anyway." Zorenne's throat tightened. Lennart had not just found a witness. He had found someone whose story had already been written for her. Lines fed, memories shaped, a testimony that would sound genuine because the mother believed every word of it. "You are describing a woman with dark hair pinned back," Zorenne said. "That is what I look like, but I never came to your house. I never gave you papers. The woman who came was wearing my description because Lennart wanted you to see me when you testified." The mother's face crumpled. She did not speak. Zorenne took another step closer. "I am not here to force you. I am not here to take you anywhere. I am here to tell you that your daughter is alive, that she is safe, and that you do not have to repeat the story they gave you." The mother looked up. Her eyes were wet. "What do you want from me?" "Your real story. What actually happened, not what they told you to say." The mother was silent for a long moment. Then she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "The woman who came to my house was thin, like you. Dark hair. But her eyes were different. Her eyes were flat, like she had already decided what she believed before I opened the door." Zorenne waited. "She told me my husband had been taken because he knew too much. She told me that if I cooperated, they would protect my daughter. I did not believe her, but I had no choice." "You always have a choice, not when they have your child." The words hung in the air. Zorenne did not argue. She knew the truth of that sentence better than she wanted to. "I can get your daughter back," Zorenne said, "but I need you to tell the truth. To the public, to the people who believe Lennart's story." The mother's hands twisted in her lap. "And if I do not cooperate? Then Lennart will put you on a witness stand. You will say you saw me sign away my own identity. And the truth that my daughter is alive, that someone hid her, that someone has been working against Lennart this whole time, will stay buried." The mother's shoulders shook. She was crying now, silently, tears tracking down her hollow cheeks. "I do not know what to do. You come with me. We get your daughter. We put your story on the record before Lennart can use it." The mother looked up. Her eyes were raw. "And if I run?"
Then you run. But you run knowing that your daughter is out there, alive, and that Lennart will keep her as leverage until you are no longer useful to him. The mother's gaze shifted past Zorenne's shoulder. Something moved at the bay door. Zorenne turned. A man stood in the gap, silhouetted against the gray water beyond. He was broad, wearing a municipal jacket, a radio clipped to his collar. Behind him, two more figures. Police. The man raised his radio. Sweep unit to dispatch. Confirmed sighting at the North Quay loading bay. 2 females, one matching the description from the witness alert. Zorenne's heart slammed against her ribs. Lennart had not left the mother unguarded. He'd left her as bait for a police sweep timed to catch anyone who came for her. The mother's face went white. You led them here. No. You are one of them. You are all the same. The mother stood, knocking the chair back, her eyes wild. Zorenne grabbed her arm. Come with me. Now. The mother wrenched free. I would rather take my chances with them. She ran. Not toward the bay door where the police were entering. Toward the back of the loading bay, where a rusted staircase led up to a catwalk and a smaller door at the far end. Zorenne's phone buzzed. Thyren's message. I am at the North Quay pier. Where are you? She typed with her thumb as she moved. Loading bay. Police sweep. They have her. Going after her now. She pushed through the back door just as the first officer shouted behind her. The door slammed shut. She was alone in a narrow alley between 2 warehouses, the mother's footsteps echoing somewhere ahead. Zorenne ran. She could not lose her. If the mother disappeared into the city alone, Lennart would find her first, and then the testimony would never be the truth. Chapter 66. The mother's footsteps stopped somewhere ahead. Zorenne pushed through the narrow alley, the rain hitting her face as the passage opened into a wider yard between 2 stone buildings. A freight chapel, old municipal transfer station with a rusted sign still reading North Quay receiving 312. The door hung open. She slipped inside. The space was vast and hollow, stacked with wooden crates and broken pallets. High windows let in gray light. Water dripped from somewhere overhead, a steady percussion against concrete. Movement at the far end. The mother stood near a wall of crates, her chest heaving, her hands braced against the wood. She turned when Zorenne entered, and her face was a mask of exhaustion and terror. Stay away from me. I am not going to hurt you. You are one of them. You wear the same face as the woman who came to my house. Zorenne stopped 10 feet away. She held her hands where they could be seen. The woman who came to your house was hired to look like me. She was wearing my description so you would identify me on a witness stand. I never came to your house. I never gave you papers. I have been trying to find your daughter for days. The mother shook her head, a small motion, more denial than refusal. I do not believe you. Your daughter was rerouted under a municipal priority order 11 days before the first leak wave. She was placed with a foster family in the Iron Ward under a false surname. The order was signed by someone using pre-reform authority codes that should not still exist. The mother's breath caught. She was hidden. Yes. By who? Someone who has been working against Lennart longer than I have. Someone inside the old system who knew the leak was coming and moved children out before it hit. The mother stared at her. The fear in her eyes was not doubt now. It was hope. And hope was harder to carry. Why should I trust you? Because I am the only person in this city who has told you the truth today. The woman who visited your house lied. The police sweep was timed. Lennart left you as bait. I came here to find you because I need your testimony, but I also need you alive, and Lennart does not care if you survive the night as long as your story gets told. The mother's hands dropped from the crate. Her shoulders sagged. My husband. What about him? He is gone. They took him after the first leak. I do not know where. Zorenne took a step closer. Tell me what happened. From the beginning. The mother's voice was raw when she spoke. We lived in the River Ward. My husband worked for a municipal contractor, nothing important, cleaning records, moving files. After the first leak, a man came to our door. He said the network was purging witnesses. He said we had to relocate for safety. He had papers, official papers, with seals and signatures. Who was the man? He said he was from the Department of Civil Trust. Old, gray hair, soft build. He knew our names. He knew our daughter's name. Did he give you a name for himself? Halden, Loris Halden. The name landed like a blade. Zorenne had known Halden was involved in the forged authorization, known he was tied to Lennart's operation. But hearing the mother name him directly as the man who promised safety and delivered them to a trap changed the shape of everything. He took you where? To a house in the South Quay. We were there for 3 days. Then men came at night. They took my husband. They told me if I cooperated, my daughter would be safe. They moved her somewhere. I do not know where. She stopped. Her voice broke. I have not seen her in 4 weeks. Zorenne's throat tightened. Who tried to recover her? The mother looked up. Her eyes were wet. A different man. He came to the house 2 weeks ago. He had a description of my daughter, her school record, her last known address. He said he was there to extract her. He said his people had been tracking the transfer orders. He said he worked for the man who tried to stop the leak. What did he look like? Tall, broad, exhausted. He moved like a soldier, but his voice was quiet. He told me to wait, that they would bring her back. The mother's hands twisted in her lap. He was Dravnek. I knew it from the way he stood. One of Thyren Dravnek's men. Zorenne felt the words hit her chest. Thyren had not told her he was already working to recover the displaced children. He had not told her because she had not asked, because she had been so focused on the archive, on the protocol, on Lennart's demands, that she had not asked what his people were doing in the river wards while she chased witnesses through loading bays. Did he come back? The mother shook her head. No, I do not know if they found her. I do not know if she is alive. Zorenne moved closer. She reached out, slowly, and touched the mother's arm. I will find her. You do not know where she is. I will find her, and when I do, I will bring her to you. But I need you to come with me. I need you to tell the truth about what happened, about Halden, about the woman who came to your house, about everything. The mother looked at her. Her face was wet. And if they kill me before I can testify? Then I will make sure your daughter knows her mother tried to tell the truth. The mother was silent. Then she nodded. What do you need me to do? Zorenne reached for her phone. First, we get out of this chapel before the sweep finds us. Then I take you somewhere safe, and we put your... Her phone buzzed. A message. She looked down. The anonymous texter. The chapel has a rear exit leading to the old municipal tunnel network. Use it. The sweep is widening, and Lennart has already sent someone to collect what he left behind. Zorenne's blood went cold. She looked up. The mother was watching her. What is it? We need to move, now. The mother stood. They crossed the chapel floor together, Zorenne's pulse hammering as her phone lit with a second message. Thyren's man found the daughter. She is alive. But Lennart knows where she is now. You have less time than you think. Chapter 67. The Freet Chapel, rear exit opened onto a maintenance corridor that smelled of rust and standing water. Zorenne moved fast, the mother half a step behind her, footsteps echoing off concrete walls that had not seen light in years. The old municipal tunnel network stretched ahead in both directions, black mouth swallowing the narrow beam from Zorenne's phone. She picked east, toward the archive district, toward Ivara. The mother did not ask where they were going, she just kept moving. 20 minutes later, Zorenne pushed through a service door into the archive's basement loading bay, the mother pale and shaking beside her. Ivara was already there, standing at a terminal with a stack of ledgers open, silver hair catching the fluorescent light. She looked up. Her eyes went to the mother first, then to Zorenne. You found her. Half of her. The daughter is still out there. Ivana nodded like she had expected nothing less. The mother's testimony. I need everything she remembers. Names, dates, addresses, the schools her daughter attended, the doctor who signed her birth records, the color of the front door of the house they lived in before the relocation. The mother's voice was raw, but she answered. Every question, and Ivara typed. The ledger search took 40 minutes. Ivara worked through 3 terminals simultaneously, cross-referencing municipal school registries against old Dravnek protection debt files, family relocation orders against pre-reform custody codes. The mother sat in a metal chair, hands wrapped around a cup of cold tea she had not touched. Zorenne stood at Ivara's shoulder, watching the data shift. Family protection debt was logged under the husband's name, Ivara said, not looking up. Standard river ward arrangement. Protection for reduced collection rate in exchange for municipal contract access. The debt was marked resolved 4 weeks ago. The same night they took him. Yes. Ivara pulled a second file. But the child's transfer was logged under a different code, old system, pre-reform, hidden inside a general welfare adjustment that no one reviewing standard debt ledgers would flag. She turned the screen. Zorenne read the entry. Dependent minor, female, age 9, relocated under Municipal Authority 12.4, designated surname, Colvern. The mother's breath caught. That is my grandmother's name. Ivara nodded. Someone buried her inside the family line. Deep enough that standard searches would not find her, shallow enough that the right query would. She typed again. The school registry shows enrollment at North Quay Primary, filed 3 weeks ago under Colvern. Registered as a new transfer from the River Ward District. Zorenne's pulse quickened. She is at school? Was. The attendance record shows daily marks through yesterday. Today's entry is blank. Zorenne looked at the clock on the terminal. 11:47 a.m. School would have started at 8. Call the school, she said. Ivara was already reaching for the phone. The call lasted 3 minutes. Ivara's face did not change while she listened, but her hand tightened on the receiver. She hung up. The girl was collected at 8:20 this morning. A guardian presented identification and signed her out for a medical appointment. The school logged the guardian's credential number. Ivara turned the screen. Zorenne read the number. She knew it before she finished the sequence. It was her birth name credential, the one she had activated in the core chamber, the one that was supposed to be sealed to her alone. She presented my credential? An exact match. The school clerk verified it against the municipal registry. It passed. Zorenne's blood went cold. Someone had duplicated her birth name key. Someone had walked into a municipal school, presented a copy of the one identity she had spent years burying, and taken a 9-year-old girl in broad daylight, using her name. The mother made a sound that was not quite a word. Zorenne turned. The mother's face had gone gray. Who? She said. Who took my daughter? Zorenne did not have an answer, but she knew where to start looking. She pulled out her phone. The anonymous texter had known about the daughter's location, known Darren's man had found her, known Lennart was closing in. The texter had known everything. She typed, the daughter was taken from North Quay Primary at 8:20 this morning. Someone used my credential. Tell me who. She sent it. 10 seconds passed. 20. The phone buzzed. I did not know about the school, but I know whose operation uses duplicate credentials. It is not Lennart. It is the woman with your face. Zorenne stared at the screen. The impersonator. The woman with dark pinned-back hair and flat eyes who had visited the mother's house, who had shaped the false testimony, who had worn Zorenne's description like a costume. She had not just shaped the witness story. She had taken the daughter, using Zorenne's name. The mother was watching her. What is it? Zorenne looked up. The phone buzzed again. She is not done. She wants more than the girl. She wants the mother next. And she wants you to know she can move through your city wearing your name. Chapter 68. The phone went dark in her hand. Zorenne stood in the archive loading bay with the mother's gray face watching her and Ivara's fingers already moving across the terminal keys. The message burned in her skull. She wants you to know she can move through your city wearing your name. Where does my credential still work? Ivara looked up. Everywhere the old system recognizes it. Municipal registry, school intake, custody transfer, property access, the core chamber override. Audit it. Every validation point still tied to the birth name key. Ivara's hands moved without argument. 3 terminals, 4 query windows, 2 archive layers she had not touched since the shutdown. The mother said nothing. She had stopped asking questions. She watched the screens like a woman watching a tide come in. Zorenne's phone buzzed, not the anonymous texter. A calendar alert she had set weeks ago. Municipal contract review, due in 40 minutes. She dismissed it. Ivara spoke without turning. The credential was never fully sealed. We shut down the machine propagation, but the validation pathways stayed open. Anyone with a duplicate key and the right interface can access anything the original could. How many validation points? Vyra pulled a list. 47. Municipal intake, school registry, property transfer, custody authorization, archive access, debt ledger modification, identity certification. 47 places someone wearing my name can move through the city. Yes. Zorenne studied the list. Cut them, every one. I cannot. The old system does not have a single shutdown protocol. Each validation point is independently coded, pre-reform architecture, designed so no single failure could collapse the whole network. Then I need to know which ones the impersonator has already used. Vyra was already cross-referencing. North Quay Primary, 8:20 this morning. That is confirmed. But the credential log shows 3 activations in the past 12 hours. The school is the 3rd. Zorenne's chest tightened. What were the other 2? Ivara pulled the timestamps. 7:03 this morning, municipal intake desk, Cross Street location. The same intake where Lynott had been holding witnesses. Purpose? Not logged. The intake terminal records credential presentation, not transaction type. And the first? Ivara paused. 4:47 this morning, the arbitration house on Harrow Lane. Zorenne went still. The same building where the staged room had been set up. The same desk, the same coffee cup, the same photograph. The impersonator had been there before dawn, hours before Zorenne and Thyren arrived. She was already inside, Zorenne said, before we found the room, before we knew what we were walking into. Ivara nodded. The credential log shows entry, a 30-minute duration, and exit. She was not observing. She was placing something, or removing something, or activating something. Zorenne looked at the list of 47 validation points. Which ones are still live? All of them. The system does not log credential revocation. Once the key is duplicated, every point remains accessible until physically reprogrammed. Then we go to each one, starting with the arbitration house. Ivara's jaw tightened. That is not secure. If she was there at 4:47, she may have left something behind, or she may still be using that location as an access point. Then we go prepared. Zorenne turned to the mother. You stay here. Ivara's people will keep this base sealed. Do not open the door for anyone who does not give the phrase I am about to write down. The mother nodded. She had stopped shaking. Grief had calcified into something harder. Zorenne wrote the phrase on a slip of paper and handed it to her. Say it to yourself until you cannot forget it. If someone cannot say it back, do not open the door. The mother folded the paper into her palm. Zorenne turned back to Ivara. How long to reach the arbitration house from here? 20 minutes, 15 if we take the maintenance passages. Then we take them. Ivara was already pulling a set of keys from her coat. They moved through the archive basement, past the sealed core chamber doors, past the terminal where Zorenne had spoken her birth name into the machine's memory. The maintenance passages were narrow, unlit, lined with pipes that carried heat and water and something else she did not want to name. Ivara walked ahead, silver hair catching the dim light. At the arbitration house, I need to access the Civil Trust Terminal. It is the only point in that building still running pre-reform validation. If the impersonator used her credential there, the terminal will have logged activity beyond entry and exit. Like what? Like what she accessed, what files she viewed, what commands she entered. Zorenne followed her through a low arch. The passage opened into a service corridor behind the River Ward Market. Daylight hit her face like a blade. They emerged 2 blocks from Harrow Lane. The street was empty. The same boarded windows, the same abandoned feel. But something had changed since the morning. The door to the arbitration house was open, not forced, not broken. Open, as if someone had unlocked it and walked through without bothering to close it behind them. Zorenne stopped. Ivara stopped beside her. That was sealed when we left, Ivara said. Zorenne pulled her phone. No new messages from the anonymous texter, no warning, no confirmation. Either the texter did not know, or the texter was already inside. Stay behind me, Zorenne said. She moved toward the door. The interior was the same. Staged, desk, empty chair, coffee cup exactly where it had been. But the paperweight was gone. The Dravnek anchor heirloom, the one that had been sitting on the desk when they arrived, the one that had belonged to Thyren's father. It was no longer there. In its place was a single sheet of paper. Zorenne crossed the room and read it. "You are looking for what I took, but you should be looking for what I left behind. Check the validation log. I made sure you would find it." The handwriting was the same as the note at the merchant's archive, the same as the trust documents, the same as the reroute order, the anonymous texter. She was inside the system, and she had just told Zorenne where to look next. Chapter 69. Zorenne stood over the note, the handwriting still sharp in her memory. Ivara moved to the terminal on the far wall. "I need 4 minutes to pull the validation log. If she accessed anything beyond entry, the colonel will have cached it." "Do it." Zorenne crossed to the window. The street below was empty. Same boarded storefronts, same rain-slick cobbles. But something had shifted in the quality of the silence, a held breath where the city should have been exhaling. Her phone buzzed, unknown number. She read the message standing, not breathing. "You found the room, now find the choice. 14 Merchants Row, alone. I have what you want, not the texter." The rhythm was wrong, shorter, blunter. "Kaya," Zorenne typed back. "Define what you have." The reply came in seconds. A location, a name, a window. "The girl moves in 59 minutes. Ivara glanced up from the terminal. "That was not the texter." "No." "Then who?" Zorenne did not answer. She was already calculating. Merchants Row was 18 minutes from here if she took the maintenance passages. Kaya would not offer unless she wanted something in return. And Kaya never offered without knowing the answer first. The screen on Ivara's terminal flickered. "Validation log is fragmenting," Ivara said. "The impersonator accessed 3 files at 4:47, Civil Trust Ledger, Municipal Debt Schedule, Pre-Reform Identity Registry." What did she do with them? "Opened, read, closed, no modifications." But the Civil Trust Ledger entry was logged under Zorenne Thann's old terminal code. Zorenne's jaw tightened. The impersonator used Zorrenne's credentials to access his own records. Or someone gave her the code. The same thought landed between them. "She is not working for him," Zorenne said. "No, she is using his system." Zorenne's phone buzzed again. Tick. 54 minutes. She looked at Ivara. "I need to move." "I will stay here. Pull the deeper log. If the validation kernel holds anything else, I will find it before she does." Zorenne was already at the door. The maintenance passages smelled of wet stone and rust. She moved fast, heels striking the concrete in a rhythm she had learned in the Dravnek tunnels 4 years ago. The same pace, the same vigilance, the same woman wearing a different name. 14 Merchants Row was a narrow building wedged between a boarded tailor shop and a vacant printing house. The front door was unlocked. She pushed through. The interior was dark. A single lamp burned on a desk at the far end of the room. Kaya Rulen sat behind it, charcoal coat draped over the chair back, hair pinned expensively, hands flat on the wood. She looked like she owned the building. Zorenne. No surprise, no greeting, just the name, dropped like a claim. "I wondered how long it would take you to read the room. Where is the girl?" "Safe, for now." Kaya gestured to the chair opposite. "Sit. We have less time than I would like, and you are going to want to hear what I am offering before you decide how to feel about it." Zorenne did not sit. "I am not here for your hospitality. No, you are here because the woman with your face took a child, and you need to find her before Lennart uses her to lock your witness into permanent silence." Kaya tilted her head. "How am I doing so far?" "Keep talking." Kaya smiled. It did not reach her eyes. Lennart has been using civic laundering infrastructure to funnel Dravnek debt records through municipal intake wards for 6 years. Every custody transfer, every identity suppression, every coerced relocation. It runs through a system he built inside the old pre-reform architecture. The girl was moved through that system. I know where she is. I can give you the location, the access code, and the transport window. Zorenne watched her. In exchange for what? Lennart's civic laundering records, the master ledger, the one Thyren does not know exists and will destroy the moment he finds it. The room went still. "You want me to steal evidence from Thyren. I want you to give me access to a system that should never have been built with public money." Kaya's voice hardened. Lennart used municipal trust protocols to bury identities, reroute children, and manufacture custody chains. That infrastructure belongs to Verrin. If Thyren destroys the ledger, the evidence of how it was corrupted dies with it. If I have it, I can dismantle the system properly. You would use it to build your own. Of course, but I would build it cleaner. Kaya leaned forward. You do not trust me. Good. You should not. But you know I am telling the truth about the girl. You also know Lennart will have her moved within the hour, and once she disappears into the next layer of his infrastructure, you will never find her again. Zorenne's pulse beat in her throat. 51 minutes, Kaya said. That is how long you have to decide. Where is she? Kaya slid a folded paper across the desk. Zorenne did not reach for it. First, I do not give you the ledger. I let you copy it. One pass. No originals leave my control. Kaya considered. Acceptable. Second, I verify the girl's location before the transfer starts. If the address is dead, the deal is dead. Expected. Third, you give me a name. The impersonator. Who she works for. Who gave her my credential. Kaya's expression did not change. The impersonator works for someone I have not yet identified. She arrived through Lennart's network 3 months ago, fully pre-briefed. I have been trying to trace her handler since she appeared. If I had the name, I would already be using it. Zorenne held her gaze. That is not good enough. It is what I have. Then you give me something else. A piece of the infrastructure, a terminal, a key, something that lets me move faster than Lennart's rolling protocol. Kaya was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat and placed a brass key on the desk beside the paper. Cross Street Municipal Intake, Basement Level 2, Server Room 3. There is a terminal hardwired to Lennart's Civic laundering system. The room does not exist on any current floor plan. The key opens the service door behind the main intake desk. Zorenne picked up the paper. The address was handwritten. A River Ward street she recognized. A building she had passed a dozen times without looking twice. The girl is in the basement, Kaya said. Custody holding room 4. She will be there for another 48 minutes. Then a transport van arrives with forged municipal orders, and she leaves Verrin through a private dock. Zorenne folded the paper into her pocket. I will send you a copy of the ledger within 12 hours, before the transport window closes, Kaya said, or the next offer I make will not include a location. Zorenne turned toward the door. Zorenne, she stopped, did not turn. The impersonator is not the one you need to watch. She is a decoy. The person who made the duplicate credential is still inside the system, and they are not done yet. Zorenne walked out into the rain. The street was empty. The maintenance passage entrance was 30 feet north. Her phone buzzed as she reached it. The anonymous texter. She told you about the ledger. She did not tell you about the second terminal. Check the server room floor, under the third rack. Zoza read the message twice. Then she moved. 29 minutes left. Chapter 70. She did not sit back down. She stood at the edge of Kaya's desk, rain still dripping from her coat, and pulled the pen from her pocket. Not Kaya's pen, her own. The one she carried for contracts, for signatures, for moments that needed her handwriting, not someone else's instrument. I will write the terms, Zorenne said. You will read them, you will sign, or the deal dies here. Kaya's chin lifted, a fractional concession. Right. Zorenne pulled a sheet of paper from Kaya's neat stack and began. Temporary exchange agreement. Duration, 12 hours from signing. Scope, 1 read-only copy of Lennart Dravnek's master civic laundering ledger for the verified location and safe delivery of the minor presently held in custody holding room 4 at the River Ward building, described on Kaya Rulin's paper. She kept writing. Conditions. No originals leave Zorenne Thunn's control. Copy is made in the presence of 1 neutral witness from the Verrin Municipal Records Office, present by Zorenne's selection. Copy is returned or destroyed after 12 hours. No personal custody rights over the minor are granted. No access to Thunn and Thunn recovery client records is granted. No surveillance or tracking of Zorenne Thunn, Thyren Dravnek, or any individuals associated with the Dravnek Network's reform project is permitted for the duration of the exchange. She dated it, signed it, pushed it across the desk. Kaya picked it up. She read slowly, turning the sheet once to check the back. Her eyes moved down the lines without hurry. When she finished, she set the paper flat and placed both hands on either side of it. The witness must be someone I also accept, Zorenne considered. You name 3, I choose from them. Acceptable. Quay slid the paper back. 12 hours is generous. You are giving yourself a window to move against me before the copy expires. I am giving myself a window to verify the girl is safe and the ledger is clean. If yours is the copy I expect, 12 hours will tell me whether you intend to dismantle Lennart's system or replace it with your own. Kaya's mouth curved, not a smile, a recognition. You learned negotiation inside the Dravnek network. I learned negotiation before I was 23. The network just gave me better material. Kaya pulled a pen from her own coat, a slim silver thing, and signed at the bottom. Her handwriting was precise, controlled, each letter shaped with the same economy she used for everything. Done. She folded her copy and placed it in her interior pocket. The River Ward building is 43 Indrel Street, basement level, custody holding room 4. The girl will be moved by transport van at the end of the window Kaya gave you. You now have 26 minutes. Zorenne memorized the address. She already knew the building. A former municipal intake annex closed 5 years ago when the River Ward redistricted. Lennart's old office had been on the 2nd floor. One more thing, Zorenne said. Kaya waited. You named Cross Street Server Room 3. You gave me a key, but you did not tell me about the 2nd terminal under the 3rd rack. Something flickered in Kaya's eyes. Not surprise, confirmation. Who told you? It does not matter. What is on it? Kaya was silent for a long beat. Then she said, I do not know. You expect me to believe that? I expect you to believe I found the room 2 months ago. I mapped the visible terminal, the one hardwired to Lennart's Civic laundering system. The 2nd terminal was not powered on during any of my visits. I did not know it existed until the information reached you. Then who built it? Kaya's gaze sharpened. The same person who built the duplicate credential system. The same person who has been operating inside Lennart's architecture longer than any of us. The impersonator's handler. The real forger. The one still inside the system. Zorenne put the key in her pocket beside the folded paper. I will send you the copy within the 12 hours. She turned and walked toward the door. Zorenne! She stopped. The girl is alive. She was alive when I verified the location 30 minutes ago. Kaya's voice was quiet, without edge. But she will not stay alive if Lennart's transport reaches her before you do. He has no use for a witness who has already been moved once. Zorenne pushed through the door and into the rain. The street was empty. The maintenance passage entrance was 30 feet north. She checked her phone. 25 minutes. She moved. The passage was dark, the same route she had used to reach 14 Merchants Row. Her boots hit wet stone, echoes bouncing off narrow walls. She did not slow at the intersections. She had already mapped the path in her head. The anonymous texter's message glowed in her mind. Check the server room floor, under the 3rd rack. She could not go to the girl first, not without knowing what was on that terminal. If the impersonator's handler was still inside the system, still operating, every move she made would be visible. She reached the end of the maintenance passage and emerged behind a shuttered textile shop 2 blocks from Cross Street. 23 minutes. The municipal intake building rose ahead of her. Gray stone, narrow windows, a front entrance sealed with municipal locks since the redistricting. The service door was around the back, hidden behind a delivery bay that had not seen a truck in years. She used the brass key. It turned without resistance. The door swung inward, silent on well-oiled hinges. She stepped inside. The air was cold, still. The corridor stretched ahead of her. Linoleum floors that had once been white, now gray with age and dirt. Motion-activated lights flickered on as she moved, casting pools of fluorescence that felt too bright, too exposed. Basement level. Stairs at the end of the corridor. She took them 2 at a time. The basement smelled of damp concrete and old paper. Server room 3 was at the end of a narrow hallway, its door marked only by a small metal plate with the number 3, faded but legible. She used the key again. The lock clicked. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was small. Racks of servers lined the walls, their indicator lights blinking in steady rhythm. The air hummed with the sound of cooling fans and processing units. The third rack was against the rear wall. She knelt. The floor beneath it was concrete, the same gray as the rest of the room. But there was a seam, a hairline crack running parallel to the rack's base. She ran her fingers along it. The panel lifted. Beneath it, a terminal. Black casing, no brand, no identifying marks. A single cable running into the wall, disappearing into the building's infrastructure. She pressed the power button. The screen glowed to life. No login prompt, no authentication request. Just a single file. Open. She clicked it. The document that appeared stopped her breath. It was a municipal transfer order, dated 6 years ago, stamped with the seal of the Department of Records and Retention. Subject, Sarah Venn. Reason, identity suppression. Authorized signatory, Zorenne Thunn. Below it, a second signature. Her own. Not a forgery, not a copy. The real thing. The one she had no memory of signing. Chapter 71. The screen glowed in the dark room. Her own name, her own hand, a signature she could not remember making. 25 minutes, maybe fewer now. She pulled the terminal's power cable. The screen went dark. The panel slid back into place beneath the rack. She did not look at it again. Looking at it would mean stopping to feel the shape of what she had found, and she could not afford the weight of that yet. The girl was still alive. Zorenne moved, out of the server room, up the basement stairs, through the corridor with the flickering lights. The brass key turned in the lock behind her. She pocketed it and broke into a run. 43 Indril Street was a former municipal intake annex, 3 blocks from the old redistricting boundary. The building had been closed for 2 years, its functions absorbed into Cross Street. Closed on paper, active in practice, Lennar had been using it as a holding point for bodies too valuable to lose in the system shuffle. She covered the distance in 4 minutes. The annex was a narrow 4-story structure wedged between a textile warehouse and a shuttered chandlery. Its ground floor windows were boarded. The front entrance was sealed with a municipal lock that had not been serviced in months. The service entrance was around the back. She found it unlocked. The door opened into a corridor that smelled of bleach and old sweat. Fluorescent bars buzzed overhead, casting everything in flat, institutional light. The walls were painted the pale green of 1,000 municipal buildings, chipped and stained where furniture had been dragged past. Basement level. Stairs at the end. She took them. The basement was quieter. The air was colder. The corridor split in 2 directions. Left led to storage. Right led to custody holding. She went right. The first door she passed was marked Records Storage. The second was Maintenance. The third had no marking at all, just a metal plate where a label had been removed. She tried the handle. Locked. She moved on. The corridor ended at a heavy fire door with push bars. Beyond it, a narrower hallway lined with 4 doors. Each one had a small observation window at eye level. Room 1. Empty. A cot, a bucket. Room 2. Empty. A chair. Shackles bolted to the floor. Room 3. Empty. Room 4. She looked through the window. A child sat on a metal cot, knees drawn to her chest. Dark hair, thin, 7 or 8 years old. Her face was turned away from the door toward the wall. She was not moving. Alive. The door was locked with a deadbolt on the outside. No key required. Zorenne slid it open. The girl flinched at the sound but did not turn around. "I am not going to hurt you," Zorenne said. "I am here to take you to your mother." The girl's head lifted slowly. She turned. Her face was streaked with dried tears, but her eyes were dry now. She looked at Zorenne with the careful assessment of a child who had learned that adults lied. "My mother is dead." "No, she is alive. She is waiting for you. She has been looking for you for weeks." The girl's chin trembled. She did not cry. "Who are you?" "My name is Zorenne. I work with people who find missing children." "Like me?" "Yes, like you." The girl stood. Her legs were unsteady from sitting too long in the same position. She took a step toward Zorenne, then stopped. "There was a woman," she said. "She came to the school. She said you sent her. I know, she lied. She does not work for me. She had your face. Zorenne's chest tightened. Not really, she said. She was wearing a copy, like a mask. I have the real one. The girl studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded once, a small, decisive motion that reminded Zorenne of the mother's same gesture at the freight chapel. Okay. Zorenne held out her hand. The girl took it. They moved together up the stairs, through the corridor, past the empty rooms. The girl's hand was small and cold in Zorenne's. She did not let go. The service entrance was still unlocked. They stepped into the alley. The street was empty. Zorenne pulled out her phone and typed a message to Thyren. Found her. Indril Street. Clear exit. Sending to mother's safe location. She paused, then added, check your source inside Zorenne Thunn. She did not know why she added it. The signature on the terminal. The suppression order. Someone inside her firm. The thought had been forming since she saw her own hand on the screen, a shape she could not yet name but could no longer ignore. She sent the message before she could second-guess it. Then she led the girl north, away from the annex, toward the River Ward's safe house where the mother was waiting. They walked in silence for 3 blocks. The girl's steps steadied. Her grip did not loosen. She said I would never see my mother again, the girl said quietly. People say a lot of things when they are trying to control you. Is that true? It has been true for me. The girl looked up at her. Did you see your mother again? No, Zorenne said. But that is not because someone lied to me. That is because she died when I was young. There is a difference. The girl considered this. So you do not know if she would have come for you? I like to think she would have. Me too. They reached the safe house, a narrow townhouse with a blue door, one of the addresses Ivara had prepared. The mother was waiting inside, pacing the front room. She opened the door before Zorenne could knock. The girl let go of Zorenne's hand and ran. The mother dropped to her knees and caught her daughter in her arms, folding around her like a body, remembering how to hold something precious. The girl's face pressed into her mother's shoulder. The mother's hands moved over her daughter's back, her hair, her face, as if checking that she was real. Zorenne stood in the doorway and watched. She gave them a full minute before she spoke. We need to move again. This location is not secure for more than a few hours. The mother looked up. Her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. Where? I will have an address tonight, a longer-term placement. Someone I trust will meet you there. Will you be there? No, but you will be safe. The mother nodded. She looked down at her daughter, then back at Zorenne. Thank you. Zorenne did not answer. She stepped back into the doorway and pulled out her phone. Thyren had replied. Source confirmed. Text traffic from inside your firm. Lennar had movement reports for 4 years. Payments routed through a clean account. 200 every month. Regular as rent. The account traces to Wylie's son. Zorenne read the message twice. The street tilted. She looked at the phone again. The words did not change. Wylie. 200 every month. 4 years of movement reports. Her routines, her travel, her meetings, her safe addresses. Every time she had told him where she was going. Every time she had called to check in. Every time she had trusted him with her location. He had fed it to Lennar. The girl was alive. The mother was safe. But the person who had been closest to her for 4 years was the one who had made it possible for Lennar to track her every step. Zorenne put the phone in her pocket. She looked at the mother and the girl, holding each other in the narrow front room. Then she stepped out into the street and closed the door behind her. Chapter 72. The office smelled the same. Coffee grounds and the break room bin. The particular dry heat of the copier that had been jammed since Tuesday. The faint chemical sharpness of Wylie's cleaning solvent where he wiped down the reception counter every night at close. Zorenne stood in the doorway and let the familiarity hit her like an ache she had not known she was carrying. The lights were on. Wylie was at his desk. He looked up when she came in and his face did not change. That was the worst part. No flinch, no guilt, no calculation masked too late. Just the same steady watchfulness he had worn every morning for 4 years. You found her, he said. I found her. The mother too. Yes. He nodded, set down his pen, folded his hands on the desk. Then you know. Zorenne closed the door behind her. The latch clicked soft and final. I know you took money to tell Lennart where I was going. Every time I called you. Every time I told you a location. Every time I trusted you with my next step. Wylie did not look away. Yes. Why? He was quiet for a long moment, not searching for an answer, deciding whether to give the real one. My brother, he said finally. He has a condition, progressive. The treatment costs more every year. $200 a month covered the gap between what insurance pays and what the clinic demands. Lennart found out, offered me a standing rate, monthly, automatic, no questions asked. You did not come to me. You would have paid it. You would have made it a firm expense, formalized it, put it in the books, and then I would have owed you, and I already owed everyone, and I could not. He stopped, his hands tightened on the desk. I could not owe another person, not one more. Zorenne heard the words. She understood them. The shape of that particular fear was familiar as her own ribs. It did not change what he had done. You sold my movements, she said, for 4 years. Every safe house, every route, every time I asked you to hold down the office while I walked into something dangerous, you told him where I would be. I never told him about the archive. No, you just made it possible for him to track everything else. The mother's relocation, the daughter's school, the meeting with Baskia, the night I went to Naraya's. You sold me piece by piece, Wylie, and you never once asked what he was building with the parts. His jaw worked. I convinced myself it was harmless. Calendar data, visitor log, timing, nothing that could kill. That is not your judgment to make. No, it is not. The silence stretched between them, heavy as water. Zorenne crossed to her desk and sat down. She did not look at the chair where Wylie had sat, 12 times, 100 times, bringing coffee and complaints and the sharp humor that had made her feel less alone in the years after she left Dravnek. The person who did those things had also been selling her. Both things were true. Who else inside the firm? She said. Wylie shook his head. No one. Just me. I kept it contained so I could control the flow. And the junior administrator? The one who sold calendar metadata and visitor logs? He went still. How do you know about that? Thyren's source found another payment trace. Smaller, irregular, not routed through your account. Wylie's face shifted. Something like recognition, then something like grief. Ilara. She handles the intake scheduling. Her brother was diagnosed 18 months ago. She never said anything, but I saw the hospital bills on her desk. I should have. He stopped. I should have noticed sooner. Where is she now? At home. I told her to take the week after the article broke. She looked sick. Zorenne stood. Call her. Tell her to come in. Now. Wylie picked up the phone without arguing. She watched him dial, watched his thumb press the numbers with the same precision he used on everything, and tried to separate the man she had trusted from the man who had fed her location to an enemy. She could not. They were the same hands. He spoke into the phone, brief, calm, a request, not an order. Zorenne's own phone vibrated. She looked down. The message was from an unknown number. 22, Harrow Lane. Tomorrow at dawn, bring no one. The full oath waits. So does the question of what you will trade to keep it buried. She read it twice. Then she read it aloud, flat and deliberate, so Wylie could hear. His face went pale. That is the arbitration house, he said, where the suppression order was signed. I know where it is. You cannot go alone. I have been going alone for 4 years, Wylie. You made sure of that. He did not answer. There was no answer that would hold. The phone buzzed again. Same number. If you bring the trustee, the oath goes public before you reach the door. The question is not whether you trust him. It is whether you trust yourself enough to face what you signed without him. Zorenne stared at the words, the signature on the terminal, the suppression order, the blank space in her memory where a decision should have been. Someone knew she did not remember. Someone had been counting on it. She looked up at Wylie, who was watching her with the same steady gaze he had worn for 4 years, and she understood that trust was not something she could restore by finding the right evidence or the right confession. Trust was a decision, repeated over and over, made in the absence of certainty. She did not know if she could make it again, but she knew she could not walk into that room unarmed. Get me everything you have on Lennart's operation, every payment trace, every message, every name he gave you. Wylie nodded. And then we are going to talk about what happens next. To you, to this firm, to the girl whose mother you helped Lennart track. He did not argue. He opened his laptop and began to type. Zorenne looked down at the message again. 22 Harrow Lane, tomorrow at dawn. She had been there once, in the dark, with Thyren. She had found the paperweight and the photograph in the staged room that her brother-in-law had prepared for her. Now she was being called back, not to find, to answer. Chapter 73. She left the office at 3:47 a.m., alone, with nothing in her coat but a single pen and the photograph from the staged room. Wylie had argued. She had silenced him with a look that belonged to the woman who built systems for men who did not take no from underlings. He had handed her a folder of payment traces and names without meeting her eyes. She had taken it, read it on the stairs, and left it on the front desk for him to find in the morning. The streets were empty. Rain had stopped an hour earlier, leaving the cobblestones slick and black under the gas lamps. Harrow Lane curved away from the main artery into a pocket of old municipal architecture that most of Verrin had forgotten existed. Zorenne had walked it once in the dark, with Thyren, when the paperweight was still on the desk and the photograph was still in the drawer. The door was open, same as before, unlocked, waiting. She stepped inside. The arbitration house smelled of old paper and cold ash. The front room held the desk she remembered, bare now. No paperweight, no documents, no lamp left burning. A single bulb hung from the ceiling fixture, casting a cone of light that reached exactly to the chair where someone had placed it for her. She did not sit. Good. You still do not do what you are told. The voice came from the shadow behind the filing cabinet. A man stepped into the light. Zorenne Dravnek was shorter than his brother, narrower through the shoulders, with the same dark hair and the same pale eyes set in a thinner face. He wore a tailored coat and carried a leather folio. He looked like a functionary who had learned to command by watching men who did not have to raise their voices. Zorenne did not move. I came alone, she said, as demanded. You came with Thyren's intelligence in your pocket and your partner's betrayal still warm in your chest. Then you know why I have no reason to trust anyone who summons me to empty rooms at dawn. Lennart smiled. It did not reach his eyes. I do not need your trust, Sarah. I need your attention. He opened the folio and set it on the desk between them. Inside, a single sheet of paper. Aged, official seal, municipal archive watermark. He tapped his finger on the text. Read it aloud. I want to hear you say the words you swore. Zorenne stepped forward. She read. The oath was exactly as she remembered reciting it in the core chamber. The same cadence, the same declarations of procedural integrity, lawful access, and adherence to the archive's foundational codes. But Lennart had not stopped her. She reached the paragraph she had stopped at before. I swear to preserve the stability of the system against external disruption, internal corruption, and the disorder that follows reform, even when preservation requires the suppression of individual claims against the collective function. The words sat on the page like a trap she had built with her own hands. She looked up. You stopped there, Lennart said, in the core chamber. You did not read the full oath. You did not complete the activation sequence as written. I read what the machine required. The machine required the full oath. You bypassed the final clause. He turned the page. There was more. I swear that the identity of Sarah Vend is a custodial function, not a personal right, and that the archive's need for continuity of administration takes precedence over the holder's desire to withdraw, seal, or abandon the credential. Zorenne read the words 3 times. The oath did not just give her access. It made her property of the system she had built. You signed the suppression order, Lennart said. Not because I coerced you, not because I drugged you, because the oath you swore required you to yield the identity when the system demanded it. You just do not remember doing it. That is not true. It is the truth you wrote into the contract of your own service. You built the architecture. You wrote the oath. You designed the validation pathways. Young Sarah Venn believed competence could sanitize corruption if she stayed useful enough. She was wrong, but she committed to the error in writing. Zorenne's hand stayed still on the page. She could feel the shape of the younger woman who had written those words. The hunger to be essential. The belief that proximity to power was not the same as surrender. The quiet terror that without the system, she was no one at all. Lennart watched her read. "I am offering you a clean exit, Sarah. I will bury this oath. The recording, the suppression order, all of it. The price is simple. You leave Thyren in public with a statement that his reform project is a lie and that legitimate civic authority belongs to me. You endorse my administration of the system you built. And if I refuse? Then the full oath airs, every word, every clause. The city will hear that the woman who presented herself as a victim built the machine that enabled the Archive's worst abuses. You will be ruined. Zorenne Thunn will fall. Thyren will burn his remaining credibility trying to protect you." Zorenne lifted her hand from the page. She looked at Lennart. "You are offering me a choice between two cages. I am offering you survival. You are offering me disappearance. Clean, public, witnessed. The same erasure you tried to achieve with the suppression order, just with a different signature." Lennart's eyes narrowed. "You think you can walk out of this room? I think you need me alive and cooperative. If you wanted me dead, you would not have prepared a folio." She picked up the pen from her coat. She turned to a blank page in the folio, and she began to write. The terms were simple. She would read the full oath into her own recording device, in her own voice. She would release it with her own account of why it was written and what it had cost her to understand what she had agreed to. She would not leave Thyren. She would not endorse Lennart. She would not let him control the narrative by controlling the shame attached to it. Lennart read the terms over her shoulder. "You would destroy yourself to deny me victory. I would take the weapon out of your hand and break it against my own spine. That is not destruction. That is disarming." She finished writing. She pushed the page toward him. He did not touch it. His hand went to the folio's inner pocket. When it came back, it held a second recording device. Smaller, silver. The municipal seal embossed on the side. "The full oath," he said. "Already pressed a municipal disc. I can release it from 3 locations in the city without being present at any of them." Zorenne looked at the disc. She looked at him, and she realized the truth he had not said aloud. He did not have the disc yet. The silver device was empty. He had been bluffing about the ready-to-release recording. Zorenne smiled. It was not a kind expression. "Then we both came armed with what the other needs, and neither of us is willing to admit it." She picked up the photograph from the desk, the one he had left for her 4 months ago, the one that showed her at her desk 3 minutes before Thyren walked in. "You should have destroyed this," she said. "Leaving it means I know you were watching before you were ready to act." Lennart's face did not change, but something in his posture did. A shift in the weight, a recalibration. She had found the crack. "Tomorrow at noon," she said. "The Municipal Press Archive. I will release my account, you will release the oath, and the city will decide which version of us they believe." She turned. Behind her, Lennart's voice followed her to the door. "If you walk out of this room, Sarah, you forfeit every exit I will ever offer you." She did not stop. The door closed behind her. The street was empty. The sky was the color of bruised iron, and the first light was breaking over the rooftops, and Zorenne stood in the middle of Harrow Lane with the photograph in her hand and a name she had sworn to bury burning on her tongue. She heard footsteps behind her. She turned. The anonymous texter stood at the corner of the lane, face half lit, holding a leather case. "Good," the texter said. "Now we can talk about what happens when you burn his offer and choose the one you write yourself." Chapter 74. Zorenne did not slow her approach. "Say it." "Say what?" "That you have been pulling me through this city for weeks, that you knew about the suppression order, that you know what I do not remember." The texter's hand moved to the case, unlatched it, drew out a document, folded twice, edges worn from handling. "Ivara sent me." Zorenne stopped. "She said you would need to see the original before you decided how to answer Lennart." The texter held out the document. Zorenne took it. The paper was municipal stock, heavy, watermark visible in the growing light. The text was the same oath she had read in the arbitration house, but this copy was older. The creases were soft, the edges darkened by years of being carried inside something snug. The signature at the bottom was hers, not the forgery on the suppression order, not the forced hand on the transfer document. Her handwriting at 22, the loops bigger, the pressure lighter, the name she had chosen when she decided Sarah Venn would be someone who could fix the system from inside. Zorenne looked at the texter. "Why do you have this?" "Because I found it in your old archive locker 4 years ago, after you disappeared. I did not know what it was at first. Then I matched the handwriting to the municipal credential logs. By then, you were already gone." "Who are you?" "Someone who has been watching Lennart build his case against you since the day after you left. Someone who needed you to see the full picture before you let shame make your choice for you." The texter's hand moved to her collar, unfastened the top button, pulled the fabric aside to reveal a scar, thin and white, running from collarbone to shoulder. "I was the second patient." Zoren's breath caught. "The night you were stabbed, I was in the next room. Nanrai treated us both. She told me who you were after I woke up, told me what they did to you." "Who are you?" "Someone who worked the intake desk at Cross Street 6 years ago. I saw you sign the suppression order. I saw Lennart put the paper in front of you. I saw you hesitate for 4 seconds before you wrote your name." Zoren's fingers tightened on the document. "I do not remember that." "I know. You were not drugged. You were not coerced. You read every word of the oath before you signed it. You asked 3 questions about the legal implications. Then you wrote your name and walked out." "Then why can't I remember?" The texter's face changed. Something softer, something that looked like grief. "Because you were 22. Because you had just spent a year inside the system watching what happened to people who refused to be useful. Because you convinced yourself that competence could sanitize corruption if you stayed close enough to the center." Zorenne looked down at the oath. The handwriting was hers. The signature was hers. The words were the same words she had read in Lennart's folio, the same clause about custodial function, the same language about yielding identity when the system demanded. She had signed it willingly. She had no memory of doing so, but the paper did not lie. "How do I know you are telling the truth?" The texter reached into the leather case again, drew out a second document. Municipal intake log, time-stamped, bearing the Cross Street seal and the initials of the intake clerk on duty. Zorenne read the name. The intake clerk that night was listed as Ilara Marsh, Zoren's junior administrator, the woman who had been selling calendar metadata to Lennart's channel for 18 months. "She was there," the texter said. "She watched you sign. She logged the document. She reported the signature to Lennart within the hour. Ilara has been Lennart's eyes inside your office longer than Wylie. She was planted before you opened Zorenne Thunn." Zorenne stood in the empty street with the document in her hand, and the truth settling around her like a second skin. She had signed the oath at 22 because she believed she could be useful enough to earn safety. She had sealed her own identity away because the system required proof of loyalty. She had built the machine that made the leak possible because she wanted to prove she could build something that mattered. Lennart's leverage was not the oath. It was her shame at having been that desperate. "Where is Ilara now?" "Still at your office. She does not know I pulled these records. She does not know anyone is tracking her." Zorenne folded the oath carefully, slipped it inside her coat. "Take me to Ivara." The texter nodded. They walked through the breaking dawn toward the archive loading bay, where the keeper of the old system would be waiting with the lights on and the ledgers open, ready to show Zorenne the shape of the person she had been before she learned to build walls out of professional distance. Ivara was at her terminal when they arrived. She did not look up. "I heard the texter found you." "She found me. And you have the oath?" "I have the oath." Ivara turned. Her silver head caught the fluorescent light, her pale eyes steady. "Read it to me." Zorenne unfolded the document. The paper crackled. The words were the same as the version in the arbitration house, but on this copy she could see the small corrections she had made in her own hand, the cross-outs and rewrites where she had negotiated language before signing. In the sick cred that waste in the mazer has a cheap law for a new stuff, and the hospital's avendant very minutes to assistant the a tactical a park to me no a gram. I acknowledge that this identity is a procedural instrument, not a personal right. I agree that the archive's continuity obligations take precedence over any individual claim to withdraw, seal, or suppress the credential. This agreement binds me until such time as the archive's governing authority releases me in writing. Varda listened. Zorenne finished. The silence stretched. You wrote that when you were 22, Vyvar said. Yes. And you believed it. Yes. What do you believe now? Zorenne looked at the document in her hands, the handwriting of a woman who had thought she could outrun corruption by being indispensable enough to protect. I believed that if I made myself essential, the system would keep me safe. I believed that competence was armor. I believed that if I never refused, I would never be the one thrown away. She looked up. I was wrong. Ivara's face did not change. But you were not wrong to try. I signed away my own name. You signed a contract that said your name belonged to the archive. You did not know then that the archive would fall into the hands of men who would use that contract to erase you. That does not make me innocent. Nothing makes you innocent. You worked inside the system. You built parts of it. You profited from its protection. Ivara leaned forward. None of that makes you guilty of what Linard is doing now. Zorenne held the oath. The paper was warm from her hands. The signature was hers. The shame was hers. The desire to have been someone who refused, someone who walked out clean, younger, before the compromises stacked high enough to bury her. But she had not been that person. She had been the person who signed, and that person had survived. Is Alara still at the office? Valvara checked her terminal. She checked in 30 minutes ago. Her shift starts at 7. Zorenne folded the oath, tucked it back inside her coat. I need to talk to her before she hears from Linard. The texter stepped forward. I will go with you. No. If Linard sees you with me, he will know you were the source. Stay with Avara. Keep the original safe. Zorenne turned toward the door. Behind her, Avara's voice followed. What are you going to do? Zorenne looked back. I am going to stop being ashamed of the person who signed that oath. She got me out alive. She got me the years I needed to become someone who could read a contract without wanting to burn it. She stepped through the door. The archive loading bay was empty. The first light was full now, golden and unforgiving, and Zorenne walked toward the office where her junior administrator was already clocked in, already waiting, already watching for the signal that would tell Linard whether his leverage had held. Her phone buzzed, a message from Bastian. Linard's people are canvassing the river ward. They are looking for the mother and daughter. She typed back, They are at the safe house. I need 40 minutes. What are you doing? Zorenne looked at the oath in her coat pocket. Finding out how much Alara Marsh remembers. Chapter 75. Bastian met her at the tap room before the morning rush, the same corner table where their first exchange had happened weeks ago. He already had coffee waiting, 2 cups, his own half empty. You look like you slept in a crawl space. Close enough? Zorenne asked. The oath was folded inside her coat, the paper warm against her ribs. She had not let it out of her reach since Ivara's loading bay. I need you to help me release it. Bastian's hand stopped halfway to his cup. The oath. The whole thing. My signature, my handwriting, the crossed-out clauses, everything. Zorenne, if that document goes public without context, it reads like proof you volunteered for erasure. That is why you are going to write the context. She pulled the oath from her coat, unfolded it, laid it flat on the table between them. Bastian looked at it, at the loops of her handwriting at 22, at the corrections she had negotiated before signing. Where did you get this? The original, not Lennart's copy, the one I signed. How? Ivara. He let out a breath, slow, measured. She has been holding that for 4 years. Longer. She found it in my old archive locker after I disappeared. Kept it because she knew someone would try to use it against me eventually. Bastian picked up the edge of the paper, did not lift it, just touched the corner, as if testing whether it was real. You want me to write the story that goes with this? I want you to print the document in full, side by side with my account of why I signed, what I believed I was protecting, and what Lennart has done since he found the copy. And the city just believes you? Zorenne met his eyes. The city believes documents. This one has my handwriting, my corrections, my signature. Not Lennart's forgery. Not a Seidulgraf. The original, with the clauses I refuse to accept without modification. Bastien studied her. You understand what happens when this goes out. Lennart loses his leverage. The impersonator loses her cover. Everyone who thought I was erased voluntarily sees that I signed to protect the archive, not to disappear into a lie. And you? What about me? You are putting your face on every board, every news syndicate, every municipal intake desk in Verrin. The woman who built the system, signed the oath, then walked away and came back under a different name. Zorenne did not look away. That woman already exists. The article from the syndicate already named her. Lennart already aired the fragment. The only choice left is whether I let him control the full story or I tell it myself. Bastien picked up his coffee, drank, set it down. I will need the timeline, every date, every signature, every person who witnessed. I have it. Starting from when? Zorenne looked at the oath, at her own handwriting, at the name she had chosen at 22, believing she could fix the system from inside. Starting from the night Thyren's father died. The taproom door opened. A courier stepped in, scanned the room, spotted Bastien, and crossed to the table with the sealed envelope. For the journalist. Bastien took it, did not open it. Who sent it? The courier shook his head. Left on the counter at the municipal press office, marked urgent. He left. Bastien turned the envelope over. No return address, no name, just the seal, a simple circle pressed into wax. Zorenne watched him break it. He pulled out a single sheet, read it. His face did not change, but his hand tightened on the paper. What? Bastien handed her the sheet. The message was short, handwritten. I have the convoy manifest. The mother and daughter are being moved at 10-2. If you release the oath before the transfer clears, Lennart will know exactly where to find them. You have 1 hour. Zorenne read it twice. The safe house, the River Ward address where she had left them behind a closed blue door. How does he know? Bastien said nothing. Bastien, how does Lennart know I have the mother and daughter? Because he has someone in every transit corridor between the River Ward and the municipal arch. Every safe house you have used, every route you have walked since the rescue. Then the convoy is a trap, or it is the only window you have to move them before he seals every exit. Zorenne looked at the oath, at the handwritten warning, at the clock on the taproom wall. 7:43, 17 minutes until the hour. The release, can you have it ready by 9? Bastien was already pulling paper from his bag. I can have it ready by 8. Do it. He did not ask what she planned to do in the 17 minutes before the hour. He just started writing. Zorenne stood. The oath stayed on the table. Keep it safe. Bastien looked up. Where are you going? To make sure the convoy moves before Lennart does. She was at the door when his voice stopped her. Zorenne, she turned. Do not walk into whatever he has waiting. I am not walking into it. I am walking ahead of it. The door closed behind her. The River Ward was quiet at 7:45, the streets still wet from the night's rain, the morning light pale and thin between the buildings. Zorenne moved fast, not running, not walking slow enough to be stopped. Her phone buzzed. Bastien. Preparing the release now. Municipal press will have it by 8:30. I'm routing through 3 different syndicates simultaneously. By 9, the whole city will have seen it. She did not answer. Kept moving. The safe house was 3 blocks ahead, a narrow townhouse between a shuttered bakery and a laundry that had not opened yet. No sign of movement, no surveillance cars, no watchers on the corners. Too clean. Zorenne slowed. The door was unlocked. She pushed it open. The front room was empty. The kitchen was empty. The stairs were empty. She climbed. The bedroom door at the end of the hall was open. The bed was made. The window was cracked. The room was cold. They were gone. Zorenne stood in the empty room, the cold air moving past her, the window cracked just enough for someone to have climbed out. Her phone buzzed. A new message. No sender. I told you I knew the convoy manifest. You should have moved them last night. Zorenne typed back. Where are they? A pause, then 3 words. On the move. Another pause. You have until 9. After that, the oath goes public and Leonard locks every route out of Verrin. The mother and daughter will be inside the network before the first edition hits the stands. Zorenne looked at the empty bed, the cracked window, the cold room. She typed, "What do you want?" The answer came fast. "For you to release the oath, not on your terms, on mine. I will send the location after you publish. And if I refuse, you will never see them alive." Zorenne stared at the screen. The texter was still playing, still holding pieces she had not shown, still counting on the gap in Zorenne's knowledge. She pocketed the phone. She walked out of the empty room, down the empty stairs, through the empty front door. Outside, the river ward was waking up. A cart rattled past. A woman opened a window. A dog barked somewhere 2 streets over. Normal. Ordinary. Lives that had not been hollowed out by people who used names like weapons. Zorenne pulled her phone out again. She called Bastien. "Release it." "Now?" "Now. You have not verified their location. I will find them after it goes out. If I wait, I lose both the story and the window." A pause. "Zorenne, if the texter is lying, then the oath goes public, Leonard loses his leverage, and I spend the rest of the day hunting him through every corridor in the city. And if the texter is telling the truth, then I just traded the only leverage I had for 2 lives." She heard him breathe. "You are sure?" "I am sure." The line clicked. She stood in the river ward, the phone warm in her hand, the morning light climbing higher, and waited. At 8:31, her phone buzzed again. Bastien. "It is live. Every syndicate, every board, every municipal intake in Verrin. The full oath, your account, the timeline, the forged suppression order." Zorenne did not look at it. She was watching the street. The cart had stopped. The woman at the window had turned. The dog had gone silent. Something was shifting. She could feel it in the air, the way the city recalibrated when information changed the shape of power. Her phone buzzed a 3rd time. A new number. She answered. Leonard's voice came through, low and controlled, the same voice that had shown her the oath in the arbitration house. "You just made a mistake. I just made your leverage worthless." He laughed, a dry, thin sound. "You think I needed the oath to hold you? I needed it to make you move. And you moved. You released your account, named your witnesses, put your face on every board in Verrin. Which means every board in Verrin also saw your signature on a forged suppression order. My signature, yes. But you and I both know the mother and daughter are the only witnesses who can place me at the convoy. And I just pulled them out of the river ward." Zorenne's hand tightened on the phone. "Where are they?" "Somewhere you will not find them before the convoy transfers them to Moro Circle custody. After that, they are Kaya's problem, not mine. You are handing them to her." "I am handing her everything. The mother, the daughter, the convoy manifest, the route schedule. She wanted leverage over the system. I just gave her 2 bodies that prove you lied to the city about where they were." Zorenne held the phone. The river ward was still. The woman at the window was watching her now, not the street. The cart had not moved. "They are already gone, Zorenne. You have been releasing your account to an empty room." The line went dead. She stood in the cold morning light, the phone still pressed to her ear, the echo of his voice settling into her bones. She had released the oath. She had named the truth. And Leonard had already emptied the room. Chapter 76. The phone was still warm in her hand when she started walking. The river ward stretched east, roofs catching the low sun, laundry lines shifting in the morning wind. A woman swept a stoop. A boy kicked a stone down the gutter. Normal. Ordinary. The city waking up while Zorenne carried the echo of Leonard's voice in her chest. She called Thyren. He answered on the 2nd ring. "They're gone." He handed them to Kaya. A pause. Then his voice, low and steady. "Where is the convoy routing?" He did not say. He wanted me to know he emptied the room before I released the oath. Then we trace the route. You cannot trace a route Kaya controls. She moves people through dead systems, old municipal code, pre-reform intake transfers. "I know." "Then what?" Another pause. "Then we use both." Zorenne stopped walking. "What does that mean?" It means I call Marin and tell him to pull every Dravnek operative within the city perimeter. And you call Ivara and ask her which municipal intake warrants still hold legal weight in Verrin. You want to hit them with street force and paperwork at the same time? I want to give Kaya a choice between a war she cannot win and a warrant she cannot ignore. Zorenne stood in the river ward, the morning light climbing, and felt something shift in her chest. They had never done this, never coordinated across the divide. She had always fought to keep her world separate from his, each system pure, each identity sealed. But the mother and daughter were already inside Kaya's network, and pure had not saved them. She called Ivara. What intake warrants still hold legal weight in Verrin? Ivara did not ask why. Pre-reform custody transfer authorizations. Abation or Blusha growling through a work when another has. They override municipal intake if signed by a sitting magistrate and a syndicate designated witness. Do you have one? I have 3. They were issued under Thyren's father and never revoked. The current municipal board does not know they exist. Are they legal? They are enforceable. Whether they are legal depends on who wins. Zorenne closed her eyes. Send me the text. Every operative Dravnek still commands. Ivara paused. You are combining the warrants with street force. I am giving Kaya a choice she cannot bluff through. A long silence. Ivara, I will send it. But you should know, if these warrants surface, every municipal intake, every custody transfer, every sealed identity file in Verrin becomes traceable again. The old system wakes up. The morning moved fast after that. Marin's voice came through Thyren's line, rough and practical. 3 interception points on the convoy route, 6 operatives per point, 2 decoy vehicles to draw Kaya's overwatch. Ferris called back with the intake warrant text. Ivara's document already scanned and routed to every municipal board in Verrin. Zorenne walked north. The first interception point was a loading bay behind an abandoned foundry, rusted rails and broken windows, the kind of place Kaya would use because it had no active surveillance and 3 exit vectors. Thyren was already there when she arrived. He stood beside a black sedan, coat collar turned up, the morning light cutting shadows across his face. He looked at her the way he always looked at her when they were about to do something irreversible. You came. You called. I called because I needed your system. I did not expect you to bring your body. Zorenne stopped 2 feet from him. I brought both. You want to use the warrants, you need me to read them. The pre-reform language requires a designated witness with archive authority. That is me. I know. Then stop looking at me like I am something fragile. His jaw tightened. I am not looking at you like you are fragile. I am looking at you like I have already lost you once, and I am not sure I can survive it again. Zorenne held his gaze. Then do not lose me. She turned and walked into the foundry. The operation moved like clockwork. Marin's operatives hit the first convoy vehicle at the loading bay entrance, 2 men moving in silence, driver neutralized before he could reach the radio. Ferris's team locked down the rear exit, cutting the secondary escape route. Zorenne stood at the intake terminal in the foundry's office, the pre-reform warrant text glowing on the screen, and read the authorization aloud for the archive log. By authority of the Dravnek Archives Custodial Continuity Clause and the Municipal Intake Override Protocol dated pre-reform year 12, I, Sarah Venn, designated archive witness, order the immediate release and transfer of all persons held under Morrow Circle temporary custody, pending full identity verification. Her voice carried through the empty office. The words felt like a key turning in a lock she had forgotten existed. The convoy driver was brought to the terminal. Zorenne showed him the warrant. He read it, face pale, then nodded once and unlocked the rear compartment. The mother came out first, blinking in the foundry's gray light. The daughter followed, clutching her mother's coat. Zorenne did not move toward them. She stood at the terminal, the warrant still glowing, and watched the mother pull the girl close. The mother looked at her. You came. I said I would. I thought you were lying. I do not lie to people I am trying to save. The mother held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded. Zorenne turned to find Thyren. He was standing at the foundry entrance, phone pressed to his ear, his face hard. He lowered the phone. Lennart is gone. Gone where? Not the convoy. He was never on it. He broadcast from a secondary location. The message is already live across every board in Verrin. What message? Thyren held out the phone. Zorenne took it. The text was short, professional, devastating. I, Zorenne Thunn, confirm that Thyren Dravnek has entered into a formal binding agreement to absorb key civic offices by marriage and contract. The Dravnek archive witness, formerly known as Sarah Venn, is party to this agreement. Full documentation is available on request. Zorenne read it twice, then she looked at Thyren. He just named you as a threat to every municipal office in Verrin. He named us? She held the phone. The foundry was quiet. The mother and daughter were alive. The convoy was stopped. The operation had worked. And Lennart had already reset the board. Zorenne looked at the warrant still glowing on the terminal screen, the pre-reform text she had just invoked, the system she had just woke up. She turned to Thyren. Then we give him something to broadcast about. Chapter 77. They moved, fast. Thyren's operatives secured the mother and daughter into a secondary vehicle, rerouted through River Ward back streets to a holding location Ivara had prepared hours ago. Marin stayed at the foundry to manage the scene, sealing the loading bay, logging the pre-reform warrant, making sure nothing traceable led back to the operation's origin. Zorenne sat in the passenger seat of Thyren's sedan, phone in her hand, watching the notification counter climb. 14 messages in 12 minutes. The first was from Wylie. Every client intake line just lit up. 3 calls already. They are asking if the firm is part of a Dravnek marriage contract. She did not answer him. Not yet. The second was from Bastion. Lennart's broadcast is running on every board that matters. Municipal press, River Ward syndicate wires, 3 creditor exchanges. Someone is amplifying it through old Dravnek distribution channels. You have maybe 2 hours before the city treats it as fact. The third was from an unknown number. Congratulations on the engagement. I hope you signed better terms than your last contract. Zorenne set the phone face down on the dashboard. Darren drove with one hand on the wheel, the other braced against the doorframe, his jaw set in a line she recognized. The line that meant he was calculating kill options instead of strategy. You are not going to kill him. I know, you are thinking about it. I am thinking about what it would cost if I did. She picked the phone up again. There are 14 messages in 12 minutes. Wylie says client lines are lighting up. Bastion says the city will treat it as fact inside 2 hours. Your reform alliances will start hemorrhaging by dinner. I know what the broadcast does. Then you also know that denying it will not work. Lennart framed it as a formal announcement. If you deny the marriage element, you confirm the contract element. If you deny the contract, you look like you are hiding the relationship. Every response makes the story stronger. Thyren's hands tightened on the wheel. What do you propose? Zorenne watched the city slide past the window. I propose we stop reacting to his narrative and write our own. The sedan turned onto Dravnek House's access street. The building looked the same as it had an hour ago. Same gray stone, same iron gates, same wet pavement reflecting the overcast sky. But the cars parked along the curb were different. 3 unfamiliar sedans, municipal plates, 2 men standing at the entrance who were not Dravnek operatives. Thyren saw them too. Press. Or municipal board representatives. Same thing. They smelled blood. He pulled into the underground garage, killed the engine, and sat in the silence for a long moment. Zorenne. She did not turn. I know what you are about to suggest. Then you know it is the only move that works. I also know it puts you in the middle of every crossfire I have. She turned to face him. I have been in the middle of your crossfires since I walked into the archive 4 years ago. The only difference now is that I am choosing to stand there. He held her gaze. Tell me the structure. She told him. 20 minutes later, Zorenne stood in the second-floor conference room with Thyren, Ivara, and Marin. The windows faced the street, where the municipal sedans had multiplied to 5. Someone had pulled out a broadcast rig. Ivara spread the documents across the table. A public partnership agreement, not a marriage contract, not a merger. The operational and strategic alliance between Sund and Thunn Recovery and the Dravnek network, with Zorenne Thunn retaining independent authority, transparent exit rights, and sole ownership of both her current and birth identities. Merrin read the draft. This is not a denial. This is an upgrade. Zorenne nodded. Lennart wants us to look like we are hiding, so we put everything on the table. My role, Thyren's role, the boundaries, the terms. We publish it before the broadcast reaches the third exchange. Ivara tapped the document. The pre-reform warrants you just used give this teeth. If we file the partnership as a registered municipal instrument, it overrides the narrative because it proves the relationship is structured, not secret. Lennart's broadcast becomes a rumor. This becomes a fact. Lauren stood at the window, watching the press rig. He will counter. Let him. Every counter forces him to admit the broadcast was an invention. We control the terms because we are the ones who named them. Thyren turned. You are sure? I am sure that hiding will cost us everything. This costs us nothing except the story I have been telling myself about what I can and cannot survive. She signed the document first, then Thyren. Then Ivara notarized it as an archive witness. Merrin carried it to the press rig himself. The announcement went live at 11:47. By 12:30, the municipal sedans had pulled away. The broadcast rig was gone. Bastien texted, Your move worked. 3 creditor exchanges just downgraded Lennart's broadcast to unconfirmed rumor. By 13 o'clock, Wylie called. Client lines are stabilizing. 2 firms asked for copies of the partnership terms. I sent them. They said it was the cleanest piece of contract work they had seen in Verrin. Zorenne sat alone in the conference room, the signed document in front of her, the ink dry. Thyren stood in the doorway. You look like you just lost something. I look like I just stopped running. He crossed to the table. Lennart will not stay hidden long. He cannot resist a response. Then we wait for him to surface. And when he does, she looked at the document. We make sure every board, every syndicate, every municipal office in Verrin is watching when he answers for what he built. Thyren sat across from her. We should move him to a physical location. If he broadcasts from the same secondary site twice, we can triangulate. Zorenne pulled out her phone. Ivara, can you run a signal trace on Lennart's last broadcast origin? A pause. I already did. The secondary location was a relay. He bounced it through 3 municipal towers. The actual origin was encrypted beyond pre-reform architecture. Zorenne's stomach tightened. Can you bypass it? Not without a physical access point at the relay tower. And the tower is Dravnek owned. Old guard territory. The men who run it are still loyal to Lennart's father. Zorenne closed her eyes. He is running his operation from inside Dravnek infrastructure, the one place we assumed was secure. Thyren's face went still. Which tower? North Tower records, pre-reform custody and identity authorizations. If he reaches the master seals, he can activate dormant identity erasures across every municipal intake in Verrin. Zorenne was already standing. How long until he reaches them? Ivara's voice was quiet. He is already inside. The phone went dead. Zorenne looked at Thyren. The city outside the window was gray and still. Everything had just changed. Chapter 78. The numbers still dark in her hand. Zorenne was already moving. He's inside North Tower records. He has master seals. How long until he activates the erasures? Thyren caught her arm at the door. We do not walk into a pre-reform building without a plan. That tower was built during my father's tenure. Every door, every lock, every security protocol was designed by people who assumed betrayal was inevitable. Then we assume the same. She pulled out her phone. Ivara picked up on the first ring. Can you give me a layout? I can give you the original floor plan. But if Lennart has already reached the master seal chamber, he will have locked the core floors behind him. You will need to go through the maintenance shaft on the east side. It dead ends at the 3rd level. From there, you climb. Climb what? The old ladder system, pre-reform. No power tools, no shortcuts. If he hears you coming, he will accelerate the cascade. Zorenne ended the call and looked at Thyren. Maintenance shaft, east side, 3rd level, then a ladder. How far up is the master seal chamber? 5th level. Thyren's jaw tightened. 40 feet of exposed climbing. Then we do it quietly. They took Thyren's car. No driver, no convoy. Just the 2 of them through rain-soaked streets as the city grew darker and the buildings older, until North Tower records rose against the gray sky like a monument to a system that should have died with Thyren's father. The tower was 12 stories of pre-reform concrete. No lights in the windows, no security at the entrance. Lennart had cleared his own path. They found the maintenance shaft on the east side, exactly where Avara had described it. A steel door with a rusted handle. Thyren pulled it open. The shaft swallowed sound. Zorenne went first. The ladder was cold through her gloves. Old iron rungs bolted into concrete. Every step sent a vibration up her arms, and she tried to make each one land the same, controlled, silent, as if the tower itself was listening. Thyren came behind her. She could feel his weight in the rungs, feel the rhythm of his climb matching hers. At the third level, she paused. A service platform, a door marked Level 3, Admins. She did not stop. The ladder continued up through the dark. The air grew colder. The only light came from emergency strips along the wall, casting everything in a dim orange glow. At the 5th level, the ladder ended at a hatch. Zorenne pressed her ear to the metal. Nothing. She turned the release mechanism. The hatch opened into a narrow corridor lined with filing cabinets, shelves, and the smell of old paper and machine oil. The master seal chamber was at the end. They moved together. No words. Thyren took the left wall. Zorenne took the right. Every step placed with care, breath held, until they reached the door. It was already open. Inside, Lennart stood at a terminal older than either of them. A massive metal console, its surface marked with decades of use. 3 status screens glowed amber. His hand hovered over a key. He did not turn. I wondered how long it would take you to find the shaft. Vivara's intelligence, I assume. She always did prefer the architecture to the people who built it. Zorenne stepped into the room. You are done, Lennart. I have not even started. He pressed a key. The first status screen changed. A single line of text appeared. Zorenne Thunn. Identity verification pathway 12 of 47. Ruffict. I do not need to erase your current name from every registry. I only need to remove it from enough that the gaps begin to look like you never existed. The municipal intake system will stop recognizing you. The custody transfer system will flag your authorization as invalid. The archive will reject your credential. He pressed another key. Pathway 14 of 47 revoked. Thyren moved toward the console. Do not touch anything, Lennart said. The cascade is keyed to my biometrics. If I stop, the erasures accelerate. If I die, they complete in full. You cannot stop this by killing me. Zorenne watched the screen. How many pathways have you already revoked? 11. The first 7 went through before you reached the 5th floor. I have been working while you climbed. She looked at the terminal. The remaining pathways glowed green. 36 still active. But every revoke sent a confirmation ripple through the system, and every ripple made her less real in Verrin's records. You are not trying to erase me, she said. You are trying to force me to stop you. Lennart turned. His face was thinner than she remembered. The same pale eyes as Thyren, but colder, emptier. Of course I am. I do not want you gone. I want you to choose. Choose what? Between the name you built and the name you buried. Between the life you made and the life you left. Between Thyren and everything else. He pressed another key. Pathway 16 of 47, revoked. Zorenne felt it like a physical shift in the room. A registry somewhere in Verrin had just closed to her, a door that would no longer open. Every time you let one of these pathways fall, you become a little less real, Lennart said. The city will not know you. The archives will not remember you. The contracts you signed will be voided because the system will not recognize the signature. Stop, Thyren said. Or what? You will kill me? Go ahead. The cascade finishes. Zorenne Thunn disappears entirely. Every record of her existence wiped from every municipal intake in Verrin. Zorenne stepped closer to the console. There are 2 ways this ends, Lennart. Either I stop you here, in this room, tonight, or you finish the cascade and wake up every pre-reform system in the city, and the Morrow Circle is waiting to use exactly that chaos to swallow everything Dravnek built. Lennart smiled. I know. That is the point. He pressed 3 keys in sequence. The second screen lit up. Zorenne Thunn, Identity Verification Pathway 21 of 47, revoked. Pathway 22 of 47 revoked. Pathway 23 of 47 revoked. The cascade was accelerating. Zorenne looked at the terminal. The remaining pathways glowed green. 24 still active. She had 24 chances left to exist. How long until you reach the final pathway? 7 minutes. 8, if I savor it. She turned to Thyren. Get me to the console. I need physical access to the terminal. Thyren moved without hesitation. He crossed the room in 3 long strides, grabbed Leonard by the collar, and drove him against the wall. Leonard's hand left the key. The cascade paused. Keep him there. Zorenne slid into the space at the console. The terminal was pre-reform architecture, exactly the system she had trained on, exactly the language she had learned to read in the years before she became Zorenne Thunn. Her fingers found the command interface. Override cascade, biometric failover. Authorization required. Sarah Venn, designated archive witness. The terminal waited. She typed. Sarah Venn, authentication confirmed. The screen flickered. Cascade hold initiated. Remaining pathways, 24 of 47. Status, active. She had stopped the revoke sequence, but she had not reversed the damage. The 11 pathways you already revoked, she said. Can you restore them from this terminal? Leonard laughed against the wall. No, those are gone. Those registries have already accepted the erase command. You will need to physically refile each one. Municipal paper forms, original signatures, identity affidavits. That takes months if the clerks cooperate. Zorenne stared at the screen. 11 pathways gone, 11 doors closed, 11 pieces of her current identity that would no longer exist in Verrin's records. She turned to face him. You have done exactly what you wanted. You have made me choose. Have I? Yes. She stepped closer. I am not going to spend months refiling identity registrations. I am not going to fight for every clerk to recognize me. I'm going to do what you were afraid I would do. She looked at Thyren. I am going to make the name Sarah Venn mean something again, not as a buried identity, as the one that answers for this. Leonard's expression shifted. You cannot. The oath prohibits it. You signed away the right to use that name as a personal identifier. I signed away the right to use it as a procedural instrument. I never signed away the right to be her. She pulled out her phone. Buvara, I need you to activate every pre-reform system you can reach. Custody warrants, identity transfers, municipal intake authorizations, everything we woke with the convoy. A pause. Zorenne, if I activate those systems, Leonard will see every move we make. He will know exactly where the gaps are. Let him see. He is about to learn what it means to fight someone who has already stopped hiding. She ended the call. The terminal screen flickered again. Cascade hold expiring. Biometric failover re-engaging. Revoke sequence will resume in 120 seconds, 2 minutes. Zorenne looked at Thyren. We need to move, now. She grabbed the terminal's power cable and pulled. The screen went dark. The room fell silent. Leonard's voice came from the shadow. You cannot stop what I have already done, Sarah. Those 11 pathways are gone. Your name is already fragmenting. My name is not the only one he has been erasing. Chapter 79. The room held its breath in the dark. Zorenne stood with her hand on the dead terminal, the power cable dangling from her other fist. The silence pressed in from every wall. Leonard's breathing came sharp from the shadow where Thyren held him. You just killed the console, Leonard said. The cascade will reinitiate on backup power in 90 seconds. You bought yourself a minute and a half. Thyren's voice cut through the dark. Then we use it. Zorenne dropped the cable and pulled out her phone. The screen lit her face as she dialed. Ivar answered on the first ring. Tell me you stopped him. I stopped the terminal. The cascade is rebooting on backup. I need the override protocol for dual credential authentication. A pause. That does not exist. It does now. I am going to authenticate as both identities simultaneously, Sarah Venn and Zorenne Thunn. If the system registers them as separate but active, the cascade cannot prioritize one revocation path over the other. That is not how the architecture was built. Then I am rebuilding it. Another pause. Longer this time. When Ivara spoke, her voice had shifted. There is a maintenance override in the Master Seal Chamber's secondary panel. You will need to open both authentication streams within the same cycle window. If the system detects 2 active credentials from the same biometric source, it will flag a conflict and suspend all pending operations until a human administrator resolves it. How long does the suspension hold? Indefinitely, if no administrator is available to override. Zorenne looked at Lennart. There is no administrator. He killed the chain of command when he isolated himself in this tower. Lennart's smile was audible. You think the city will let you hold 2 identities? You think the municipal board, the creditor exchanges, the syndicate registries, you think they will accept a woman who claims to be both the person who left and the person who stayed? I do not need them to accept it. I need them to see it on every terminal in Verrin. She turned to Thyren. Hold him. If he moves, break his hands. Thyren's grip tightened. Lennart made a sound that might have been a laugh. Zorenne crossed to the secondary panel at the far wall. A steel plate with 4 screws, no lock. She used the edge of her key to turn them. The plate came away. Inside, a manual authentication terminal. Black screen, green cursor, no network indicator. She pressed her thumb to the reader. Identity scan initiated. The screen flickered. Biometric match. Zorenne Thunn. Credential status active. Remaining pathways 24 of 47. She held her position. Secondary authentication required for override. She spoke into the dark. Sarah Venn, designated archive witness, pre-reform credential holder. The cursor blinked. Biometric conflict detected. 2 active identities, single source. Acknowledge conflict, she typed. Acknowledged. Proceed with dual credential override. The screen went black. Then it lit again. Dual authentication accepted. Cascade protocol suspended pending administrator resolution. Active credentials. Zorenne Thunn. 24 pathways active. Sarah Venn. 36 pathways active. Conflict status. Unresolved. No administrator available to adjudicate. System hold. Indefinite. Zorenne stared at the screen. 36 pathways. Sarah Venn still had 36 active pathways. The 11 Lennart revoked belonged to Zorenne Thunn. He had erased her present, not her past. Your name is already fragmenting, Lennart had said. He had been wrong. Her birth identity was intact. He had targeted the woman she became, not the woman she had been, and in doing so, he had given her exactly the weapon she needed. She turned from the panel. The cascade is suspended. The system is holding both identities active. Yours is not the only record that matters anymore, Lennart. Lennart's composure cracked. You cannot hold that indefinitely. Someone will resolve the conflict. The municipal board, the creditor syndicates, they will force a single credential ruling. Let them try. Every time they open my file, they will see both names. Every time they try to erase one, the other will flag the operation. I made myself unkillable. Thyren released Lennart and stepped back. You heard her. The tower is done. Lennart straightened his coat. This is not over. Yes, it is. For you. Thyren moved toward the door. There are witnesses waiting in the gallery, Civic and Syndicate. They saw everything through the observation window. The cascade, the revocations, your podcast. Lennart's eyes darted to the far wall. A glass panel high above the chamber floor. Dark, but shapes moved behind it. Kaya's people will have questions, Thyren said. So will the municipal board. So will every creditor syndicate whose records you tried to weaponize tonight. Lennart's hand went to his pocket. Thyren caught his wrist before the fingers closed. No, you do not get to vanish tonight. He pulled Lennart's hand free, empty. The motion had been reflex, not escape. The witnesses will decide what happens to you. I am done making choices for Verrin. Zorenne watched the gallery. The shapes had stopped moving. One figure remained at the window, still, focused. A woman in a dark coat, her face unreadable behind the glass. She held something in her hands, small, metallic, a phone. Recording. The woman raised the phone slightly, angling the lens toward the chamber, toward Zorenne. toward the terminal, toward the dual credential confirmation still glowing on the screen. Kaya Rulin's observer had seen everything, and she had documented every second. Chapter 80. The gallery door opened. 3 figures stepped into the chamber. The woman in the dark coat lowered her phone but did not pocket it. 2 men flanked her, municipal badges visible at their belts. They moved past Thyren without acknowledgement and stopped in front of Linner. One of the men spoke. "Thryren Dravnek, you are subject to civic observation under pre-reform warrant authority. You will accompany us." Linner's jaw tightened. "On what charge?" "Systematic identity erasure, unauthorized master seal operation, broadcast of false municipal instruments." The man's voice was flat. "The witnesses saw everything. The observation window records are already logged." Linner looked at Thyren. "You arranged this?" "I opened the door. The witnesses chose to walk through it." Linner's composure held until the man touched his elbow. Then something in his face folded. He let himself be led past the terminal, past the secondary panel, past Zorenne without looking at her. At the door he stopped. "You kept both names, but you will spend the rest of your life proving you deserve either." He stepped through. The door closed behind him. Zorenne stood at the secondary panel, her thumb still pressed to the reader. The cursor blinked on the black screen. 2 active credentials, 1 source, conflict unresolved. 36 pathways for Sarah Venn, 24 for Zorenne Thunn. She pulled her hand away. Thyren crossed to her. He did not touch her. "You did what you came to do." "I did what the system let me do. There is a difference. Not tonight." She looked at the terminal, at the gallery window where Kaya's observer had stood. The woman was still there, waiting. Zorenne walked to the chamber door. Thyren followed. They descended the maintenance shaft in silence. The ladder was cold under her palms. The city sounds filtered through the grate at the bottom. Distant engines, a siren somewhere in the river ward, the low hum of Verrin waking to a new morning. The grate opened onto a service alley behind the tower. Dawn was breaking. The light hit the wet stone. Steam rose from a drain grate. Ivara was waiting at the alley mouth. She held a paper file. "The observation logs are sealed. The municipal board will open them at noon." And Linner. "En route to a holding facility with pre-reform authority. The witnesses are drafting the formal charges now." She paused. Kaya's observer left before the others. She did not speak to anyone. Zorenne took the file. "What is this?" "The pathway restoration plan. Physical refiling for the 11 you lost. I mapped the order last night. First stop is the municipal intake at Cross Street. They opened at 8. Zorenne looked at the cover sheet. 30 pages. 11 addresses. 11 signature affidavits. "Thank you." Ivara nodded. "You are Sarah Venn on paper. Zorenne Thunn in practice. I do not think the distinction matters as much as you believe." She turned and walked back toward the tower. Zorenne stood in the alley, the file in her hands, the steam rising around her ankles. Verrin leaned against the wall. His coat was torn at the shoulder. His hands were raw from the ladder. He looked like he had not slept in 3 days. "What now?" he said. She looked at the address on the first page. Cross Street Municipal Intake. "Now I start proving I deserve both names." He straightened. "I will come with you. You will come to the first stop. Then you will go back to Dravnek House and tell your people what happened here tonight. And you? File the remaining 10. Then I am going back to Sun and Thunn to tell Wylie we are still partners. On new terms." Thyren said nothing. She turned and walked toward the street. The dawnlight was gray and clean. The city was waking. She heard his boots on the stone behind her. They walked 3 blocks in silence. The file was heavy in her hands. The air smelled of rain and asphalt and the river a mile east. At the cross street entrance, she stopped. "I am not deciding tonight, Thyren. I am beginning the work." "I know. You will not wait in the lobby. You will go back to Dravnek House and let me finish the rest alone." "I know that too." She looked at him. His face was unreadable in the gray light, but his hands were still. His shoulders were steady. "When the filing is done," she said, "I will come to you. Not because the contract demands it, because I choose to." He held her gaze. "I will be there. She turned and pushed through the intake door. The lobby was empty. The clerk at the window looked up, recognized her, and reached for a form without being asked. Zorenne set the file on the counter. I need to restore 11 identity verification pathways, original signatures, official affidavits, pre-reform protocol. The clerk nodded. It will take all morning. Then let us start. The clerk slid a pen across the counter. Zorenne picked it up. The first signature she wrote was Zorenne Thunn. The second was Sarah Venn. The clerk did not blink. 2 hours later, she walked out of Cross Street with 3 pathways restored and 4 affidavits filed. The sun was fully up. The streets were filling with couriers and clerks and the rhythm of the city's daily machinery. She walked to the next address on the list. At noon, she took a break on a municipal bench near the Iron Ward Bridge. Her hand ached. Her coat was damp. She had restored 7 pathways. Her phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. The observer sent her recording to 3 syndicate boards and the creditor exchange. You are now the documented Hinge. The Moro Circle knows exactly who holds Verrin's future. Well played. Next time, I will not be watching from the gallery. Zorenne read the message twice, then she typed back. Next time, sit in the front. She pocketed the phone and stood. 4 pathways left. The afternoon light was pale and clean. She walked toward the next intake office, the file tucked under her arm, the city moving around her like a machine she had finally learned to operate. She would finish the filing. She would return to Sun and Thun. She would walk into Dravnek House in the evening, not as reclaimed property, not as a liability, not as a ghost. She would walk in as a woman who had chosen to hold 2 names and let the city learn to use both. Behind her, at the Cross Street intake window, the clerk slid a sealed envelope onto the counter. It was addressed to Zorenne Thunn, tenor of Thunn and Thunn recovery. No return address. Inside, a single line of text, typed clean. The impersonator is still active. She used your credential at the North Quay Primary School at 7